Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Scion and the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. In the parallel universe of Dragon Ball, 5 Scions were recklessly piloting their vehicle, a sphere, through the cosmos. This sphere was remarkably smooth, so enticingly rounded that one could hardly resist the urge to reach out and touch it. The speed was astonishing, capable of orbiting the Earth multiple times within a single second. And it was accelerating even further. Inside the 4th sphere, Scion Sack opened his eyes, confusion evident upon his face. Ouch, my kidneys hurt. Only 60 minutes last night. How could this be possible? Ouch, my head aches as well. But why is it the upper head? The sequence of exclamations revealed the youth's profound agitation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bewilderment in his eyes intensified. Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta, Lord Frieza, Elite Warrior Bardock, the birth of Vegeta, and mid-level warrior Sack from the 37th Combat Team. So I died? But not completely. I have been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. Starting as a Scion? No grand finale and confetti? Damn my kidneys. I didn't even administer anesthesia. What a grudge I must bear. The youth murmured, suddenly inhaling sharply. The pain is unbearable, like a horse that cannot be tamed. Having regained consciousness for but a brief moment, the overwhelming headache and a wave of intense drowsiness swept over him, causing him to drift back into unconsciousness. Fortunately, the spherical spaceship was equipped with a nutrient solution sustaining his life, allowing for a faint breath to persist. It seemed he had not yet perished, and thus, no celebrations could commence. His consciousness did not succumb to the fog of bodily slumber. Transformed into a shimmering silver orb of light, he floated aimlessly within the murky sea of his consciousness, utterly relaxed and devoid of burdens. This continued until a brilliant golden oval of light invaded his sight. The light-formed consciousness of Sack rushed towards it without hesitation, touching, embracing, and devouring it, ultimately merging into one, achieving a sublime transformation. Receiving the feedback from the golden radiance, the silver orb surged with energy, galloping as if on horseback, rhythmic and powerful. Upon absorbing the information, a white arrow of light shot forth from the silver orb, piercing the endless void until it vanished. Sack felt invigorated, a wave of energy pulsating within him. Ah, refreshing. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. With chi guiding the spirit and the spirit manifesting as form. With every movement, the might of a giant elephant. Capable of turning rivers upside down, roaring down stars, plucking the moon and swallowing the sun, all in the blink of an eye. The Holy King world cultivates chi as the essence of all life. The fundamental nature of power in both worlds is strikingly similar. It's just that the Dragon Ball universe is somewhat lacking. Lacking is advantageous. If I were to cultivate 840 million divine elephants, wouldn't I be able to suppress the Omni King with a mere gesture? Sack was utterly unperturbed by his inexplicable arrival in this world. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. Sack, originally named Saxy, was an ordinary worker on Earth. He vividly recalled the stormy night. Saxy had deceitfully sworn an oath to a girl to complete a mysterious Kamingafage ritual. After falling asleep and awakening, he transformed into the Scion, Sack, within the sphere. Subsequently, due to intense kidney pain and confusion, he succumbed to unconsciousness. His consciousness was robust, allowing him to manifest in the sea of his mind and discover the brilliant golden light. In his previous life, he had been inconsequential, mustering the courage to take an oath, only for it to come to fruition. The silver lining was that he had become a Scion, leaving Planet Vegeta to undertake tasks. The downside was that someone had brutally harmed his kidneys without anesthesia, leaving him uncertain if they could still be utilized. Never mind, let's focus on cultivation first. Fortunately, the Scion lineage bore only slight differences in blood, with the rest being quite human. Otherwise, he would be unable to cultivate at all. Transforming into a silver orb of light, Sack soared through the cosmos, reciting the incantations of his technique. With over 3,000 battle power, his body was brimming with chi. As the technique commenced, the surging chi coursed through him, nourishing his form. Crackle, crackle, crack. Within Sack's body, countless streams of chi surged towards the chi sea, coalescing into a singular mass, continuously refining and swirling. Before long, these myriad energies transformed into a tender young elephant, embodying the giant elephant described in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. The young elephant galloped within the chi sea, playfully running and flapping its trunk. Its form constantly absorbed the chi from within Sack, leaving him entirely depleted, not a drop remained. Yet the young elephant exhaled even more refined and concentrated chi, which rapidly melded into Sack's body, thunderingly transforming his physical form. Sack's consciousness remained unaware of the changes occurring within his body. After all, Frisia possessed the finest research team, specifically devising their space travel drug for Scions, a challenge far beyond his current strength. He could only continuously operate the technique, hastening the maturation of the young elephant. In the Chi Sea, the youthful elephant did not resemble a fully matured giant elephant in the slightest. Sack's consciousness directed the technique, absorbing the chi from the nutrient solution. He had also condensed 100 young elephants within, vivid and lifelike. The nutrient solution, initially meant to last a year, was quickly consumed. Enthralled in his training, Sack was compelled to pause. As his power grew, and with no additional external energy to sustain him, he began to awaken. His body felt both tingly and heavy, a simultaneous sensation of overwhelming power and debilitating weakness coursed through him. Overall, his body and the original information of Sack he had received were undergoing significant changes. This transformation could be summed up in one word: immense. Now, Sack found himself in a quandary. Typically, after a breakthrough, one would open their eyes and unleash a radiant beam of light, exhaling a powerful force. If he dared to open his eyes, what would happen if he shattered the spaceship? This was outer space, and Scions could not survive in such an environment. Unable to open his eyes, he had no choice but to endure. Speaking of which, I do possess a giant elephant within my Chi Sea, which means I can successfully cultivate the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, a Dominion-level skill. However, it seems different from the descriptions. Is this a mutation? Or did I mutate? Moreover, in merely a mid-level Scion, possessing such talent to achieve it so effortlessly? Sack was skeptical, doubtful of his own abilities. Such a technique, even for the most gifted individuals, would be incredibly challenging to begin with. Would it be possible for him to simply recite the incantations and follow the vague guidance to succeed? Don't be absurd, he wasn't the protagonist Yang Qi from the Holy King, who, after being struck by lightning, had a golden figure within him and a thunderous giant elephant in his dantian. Upon contemplating this, Sack couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Currently, aside from some discrepancies and uncertainties regarding whether he had indeed been struck by lightning, the situation didn't appear vastly different. Well, at the very least, there was a 1% similarity. He indeed possessed a golden entity in his sea of consciousness, which he had approached to touch. Beyond that, it remained to be seen whether he had been struck by lightning. Unable to fathom the situation, Sack decided to disregard it and continue cultivating the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. There was chi even in space, albeit much thinner. His body could absorb it through the spaceship. Over the course of 6 months, Sack successfully cultivated a total of 110 young elephants and was in the process of condensing the 111th. It was taking shape, albeit still somewhat too tender. The tender young elephants flickered like flames in the wind, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Suddenly, the spherical spaceship trembled violently. Sack was perplexed. The spaceship's intelligent voice suddenly announced, "Attention! The spaceship is about to land. Members will awaken in 10 minutes, and the ship will experience severe vibrations." A surge of excitement coursed through Sack's consciousness. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a rush of air burst forth from his mouth and nose. Whoosh! Clang! Sack was astonished he had not destroyed the spaceship. Could it be that the buildup of energy had taken too long? With a darkened expression, he gathered all his strength. With a single punch, boom! The hatch could not withstand the force and burst open, sending him flying out. The immense suction from outside the hatch instantaneously pulled Sack out. Without hesitation, he propelled himself away, directing the chi expelled by the giant elephants within him away from the spaceship. Sak's gaze was fiercely resolute. "Nos, you dare harm my kidneys without anesthesia? You are doomed." Chapter 2. Enemies on Converging Paths. The Nos mentioned by Sak belonged to the 37th Combat Team of the Scions. Prior to boarding the spaceship, he had delivered a punch to Sak. Perhaps it was for stealth, or perhaps to avoid killing Sak and raising suspicion. That punch from Nos fortuitously struck Sak's kidneys. Little did he know that the true Sak could not withstand it and perished instantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take Sak's place here. Regardless, the act of harming his kidneys was a fact. Sak had endured suffering. To not retaliate would be to deny his humanity. He certainly harbored no thoughts of gratitude. As for the impending crisis posed by Frieza, he would take it one step at a time. Vegeta had just been born, and there were still 5 years to go. If he worked hard, perhaps he could elevate his power to over 3 million and see if he could become a Super Saiyan. If it cannot be done, then do not blame him for his cowardice. Can the Scions of the future surpass his destiny? Sak's life wisdom. When the wind is at your back, you sail like a dog. When against the wind, you cower like a dog. The ultimate authority of this dog lies in his hands. He may come and go as he pleases. Sak reached out to remove the detector and tossed it towards the blazing spherical spacecraft. As he witnessed it melt amidst brilliant sparks, he swiftly departed. The detector dispatched by Frieza not only possessed combat power detection capabilities, but also features for monitoring, eavesdropping, and tracking. It could no longer be utilized. He could only rely on his own exploration of key sensing skills. What may have been impossible before is now trivial with divine powers at his disposal. "I must conceal myself quickly," Sak urged, his speed inexplicably accelerating by threefold. Fortunately, the Divine Elephant Prison technique proved effective. He could now effortlessly control the ki within his body. Hiding his strength posed no challenge. Sak intended only to remain hidden, with no intention of confronting North. His power was still insufficient, and should the detector detect any anomalies, let alone Frieza, even if Vegeta dispatched several combat teams, he would be in dire straits. "My current combat power is approximately 3,500. A giant elephant provides 30 combat power, which is already quite remarkable." The Divine Elephant Prison technique, in its initial stages, adheres to the concept that the human body is composed of 840 million particles. By harnessing the giant elephant power of human particles, soon after, the epidermis would develop a keratinous membrane, allowing him to absorb a majority of key energy for his own use. To condense 840 million giant elephants would yield 25.2 billion combat power. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan, it would directly exceed 1 trillion combat power. Who could stand against such might? The latter function is even more formidable. To put it simply, anyone who attacks me, I shall consume. The attacks directed at me will be absorbed, augmenting my combat power and aiding my cultivation. Surprising, is it not? Unexpected, perhaps? Delightful indeed. This is merely the foundation should he later cultivate a robust training method, condensing a hellish furnace within his body. All of creation shall become his sustenance for cultivation. Isn't that exhilarating? Sak sought a deep ocean and plunged into its depths. Practicing the Divine Elephant Prison technique, he harbored 111 giant elephants within him. While fasting may pose challenges, holding one's breath for 7 or 8 days is merely a matter of perseverance. This was Sak's contemplation, and he prepared to act accordingly. He vowed, truly wishing to provoke no one. The 37th Combat Team of the Scions. For spherical spacecraft hurtled towards the ground. For large craters appeared amidst the mountains. Dust billowed as 4 cold figures, encased in transparent shields, slowly ascended from the craters. The leader, a rugged man emanating a bloody aura and standing at 6 feet 3 inches, spoke with a grim expression. Where has Sak disappeared? One of the men, adorned with a scar on his neck, possessing a strikingly handsome yet eerie visage and a robust tail, expressed delight without a second thought. "Captain, Sak has fled from the battlefield." The only woman present, her expression filled with concern, retorted angrily, "North, Sack is no coward. Do not spread baseless accusations and tarnish his name. She then addressed the towering man before her. Captain, Sack must have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. We should search for him. We cannot search. Our mission is urgent, and any delay will result in failure. Our team has never known defeat. Another Scion, small in stature and tense, surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, Reyna, you should know that our team has never faltered. We cannot allow the incompetence of one to hinder our progress. Reyna, a female Scion, trembled with rage, her face flushed. You must not forget, Sack has saved your lives multiple times. Most of his scars are due to protecting his teammates. That is only because that fool always positions himself in the safest spot. You, Reyna exclaimed in distress, pointing an accusatory finger at North. The captain's commanding voice interrupted the escalating dispute. Enough. North, Bardan is correct. The mission takes precedence. As for Sack, we shall leave his fate to chance. The captain's voice was cold, and his words pierced like ice. Such is the nature of the Scions. Cruel, relentless, and unfeeling. Not only towards their foes, but also within their ranks. Now, we must redefine our attack objectives. North's spirit soared. Haha, Captain, there's no need for such complexity. Lest anyone accuse me of being heartless, I shall take on half of Sack's territory, if that is acceptable. The captain pondered for a moment. Very well, North and Bardan, you shall each take half, and Reyna and I will join you afterward to assist. North chuckled and said no more. Yet inwardly he remained unconvinced. How could such a small planet possibly lead to failure? Let us depart. North soared into the sky with a whoosh. Reyna, resigned, could only suppress her anxiety and hasten towards the designated target. Sack was in the midst of his cultivation when a tremendous aura approached. North flew high above, fixating on the numbers displayed on his left eye goggles. 50 kilometers with a battle power of 620. Perhaps this is the most formidable existence on this planet. I am truly fortunate to have the opportunity to engage in such exhilarating escapades. A flicker of wicked charm danced in his eyes as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching his destination, Nos raised his hand, unleashing an energy sphere that plunged into the depths of the ocean. With a cold smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth, Nos bellowed, "Come forth." Sack, initially believing this matter had no bearing on him, soon realized how naive he had been. Alas, the time was too brief, and he remained utterly oblivious to how to fully conceal his own aura. Murmuring to himself, he darted swiftly from the ocean's surface. "ITSU." Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously. Scions, after all, possess no ability to sense energy, nor can they discern individuals through minute variations in aura. As a thief, Sack was no exception. The moment he emerged, resentment surged within him like an unrelenting tide. Instantly, he recognized the figure before him. Who else could it be but Nos, the very one he had hoped to spare? Sack was taken aback, while Nos was not far behind in his astonishment. Once the shock subsided, he gazed at the battle power data of Sack displayed on the detector, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Haha, kid, you're still alive. However, your luck has run out. Encountering me, you'll either perish or suffer greatly." To Sack's gaze fixated on murmuring softly, Sack plunged directly into the depths of the ocean. Swiftly propelling himself forward, upon discovering a coastal cliff, he commenced an intense regimen of cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, strength remained paramount. The immense pressure of the seabed caused Sack's body to tense, enabling him to absorb vital energy at an astonishing rate. Surpassing tenfold as he practiced the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, he continually refined and fortified his physique. The enhancement of his corporeal form facilitated the absorption of vital energy. An abundance of this energy accelerated his training in the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. And as his mastery of this skill progressed rapidly, his physical prowess continually improved. Thus, a virtuous cycle was established. Eventually, Sack's body crystallized into the essence of 200 mature elephants, alongside one tender, youthful elephant. Achieving a battle power of 6,000, he burst forth from the ocean floor, sending waves crashing around him. His internal energy surged throughout his body, reminiscent of a vigorous stallion galloping with vitality. Standing aloft, he closed his eyes to fully experience the ceaseless power emanating from within. With a mere grip of his hand, the space around him trembled violently, as if it could not withstand the force of a delicate child's attack. His enhanced physique, once a liability, now saw his tail flourish with newfound strength. It unfurl behind him. Cracking the air with every swing that it was evident that Sack's tail had transformed into a robust asset rather than a weakness. His overall combat capability now exceeded 10,000 in solitary combat. Leveraging the advantage of his inexhaustible physical form, he could potentially overpower King Vegeta in this world. If one's energy were to dissipate, it would be a true loss of vitality. Yet, he was different. Even without energy, his physical form could continue its assault at my body, akin to iron yet not iron. With further cultivation, I would seek an opportunity to depart from this planet. Sack opened his eyes, radiating divine light, a raspy voice caught in his throat. His expression a mixture of gloom, astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. Before him lay the coastal cliff-studded girl, clad in standard Frisia combat attire, standing a height of 165 centimeters. Her wheat-colored skin glowing, mirrored his astonishment with joy and tears welling in her eyes. Beside her, the robust tail that had previously danced in the wind now stood rigidly still. The girl, with waist-length hair and striking features, possessed captivating phoenix eyes and a delicate nose, her expression alternating between surprise and emotion. Standing atop the mountain, the Scion girl was none other than one of their team members, Reina. Chapter 4. Explanation. Trust Reina's unrealistic hopes in his elation at having achieved such formidable strength. Sack had, regrettably, neglected to observe his surroundings. Annoyed with his own carelessness, he reminded himself of his limited experience, resolving to learn gradually and calm his thoughts. Reina, have you yet conquered this planet? He croaked after a few moments of silence. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. The reason his waist had been compromised was due to Reina, although she was unaware. A twinge of resentment lingered within him. His feelings were not directed at Reina, but rather at himself. He had always been acutely aware of Reina's feelings. The original host had simply believed himself unworthy of her and had feigned ignorance, lacking in romantic insight. Now he had to contemplate whether his waist could still be utilized. If it could, he would certainly not mind. After all, it was something he had cultivated himself. Why should he let it benefit others? Were it not for its compromised state, what did this ambiguous atmosphere signify? After her initial excitement, Reina's expression returned to calm, her gaze turning sharp and menacing. That you're not dead. Sack extended his hand to examine his own, shrugging that it was evident. Reina was taken aback by Sack's tranquility, her face flushing with indignation. Then why didn't you stay with the main force? Where is your spaceship? What have you been doing for the past half-month? She bombarded him with questions before adding, Are you seriously injured? Reina gazed at Sack with anticipation, hoping for the best. Sack had saved her multiple times, and his formidable physique had long been etched into her heart. She could not believe that Sack would abandon them in a moment of crisis. Moreover, this was a wild planet. What was there to escape from? Reina, with a mindset of wanting to see him alive or dead, had chosen to remain, despite conflicting views with her team members. Now, facing Sack, her emotions were a tumultuous mix. Sack regarded Reina, feeling a throbbing headache. It was clear that her last question held the crux of the matter. Scions did not tolerate cowardice. Take Noth, for instance. If he died, so be it. No one would bat an eye. However, should anyone dare to flee, Noth would never even board the spaceship. The captain would strike down any escapee. He pointed to the detector adorning Reina's left EAR. By the way, have you activated that? Sack found himself at an impasse. Having arrived, there was no turning back. The moment had come, and he could not act too late. Furthermore, in the face of Reina, he could not treat her as he would with Noth, turning violent. Since Reina had been with him since their mission commenced, trailing behind until she surpassed him to become the second strongest in the team. It felt akin to raising a child. Just as Gohan could redeem the wicked Piccolo, and Krillin could captivate Android 18, how could Sack, embodying a human consciousness, bring himself to harm her? Reina hesitated, reaching to touch the detector, her tone softening. No, What does that have to do with you answering my questions? Sack exhaled in relief. The worst outcome had not materialized. The detector remained inactive, diminishing the likelihood that Frisia was aware. Since Reyna had not divulged any information, he was spared further complications. His tone grew lighter. If you remove the detector, I will tell you why. Reyna rolled her eyes, huffing playfully. Oh, really? You think you can negotiate with me? Can you even defeat me? Sack chuckled softly, realizing that Reyna's current strength could easily allow her to overpower him 3 times over, at least for 3 hours, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. Despite her words, Reyna decisively removed the detector and tossed it lightly. The device arced through the air, landing among the rocks 300 meters away. Unsettled, Sack summoned a flash of light from his hand. The beam pierced through the air, striking the freshly grounded detector with precision. With a resounding explosion, the device was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a modest crater. Reyna's eyes flickered, yet she remained silent. Sack nodded in satisfaction, launching into a serious explanation. After finishing, he fixed his gaze intently on Reyna. Oh, you understand? Reyna, with a puzzled shake of her head, responded, it was well known that while Scions were undeniably strong fighters, they were not particularly astute. Although Reyna was somewhat better than most, she was not exceptionally clever. Isn't Super Scion just a legend? Moreover, how could you awaken early? And why would King Frisia seek to annihilate us Scions? Aren't we his subordinates? Reyna expressed her confusion, transforming into a curious child once more. That a crow flew across Sack's forehead as he sighed deeply. Forget it. Lead the way. Let us first address the potential threat at your spaceship. Despite her bewilderment, Reyna ultimately chose to trust Sack, turning to fly ahead. Sack hurried to follow, detailing the situation as they progressed. They moved in perfect harmony. At this juncture, Reyna understood that regardless of whether Frisia would strike against the Scions, she could not return for the time being. She had no choice but to follow Sack to the end. Sack, too, breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most ideal outcome. Otherwise, he would have needed to exert control over Reyna for several years. Even so, Sack remained vigilant, keeping his body tense, wary of any potential betrayal from Reyna before they reached the spaceship. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, it was entirely reasonable for him to be cautious. Ironically, it was those who appeared carefree and trusting who warranted the most scrutiny. This was a perilous game, with their lives hanging in the balance should they expose themselves without strength. So, do you believe Frisia will destroy Planet Vegeta? Indeed, and it is a certainty. What shall we do after we destroy the spaceship? Sack shook his head gravely. No, the spaceship is equipped with probes that may communicate with Frisia. We must not reveal ourselves. Reyna paused momentarily, then resumed her flight. What then? Even with energy beams, they would still be detected. What about after we destroy the probes? If Frisia or his kin send someone, we will be unable to escape. Sack smiled mysteriously. Fear not. The wise have their own strategies. Even without revealing ourselves, I possess ways to deal with the spaceship. Reyna remained silent, her unwavering trust in Sack intact. After a long pause, she could no longer contain herself. Should we not return to inform them? Sack surpassed Reyna, gazing into her beautiful eyes, noticing their redness, which softened his heart. His expression softened, and his tone became gentler. Reyna, it is not that I do not wish to return and save them. It is that I cannot. Moreover, you are the only one who believes my word. Who else would? Sack understood that King Vegeta would believe him to know King Vegeta rebels against Frisia for his own ambitions. He is not aligned with us. Scions have always been proud. From top to bottom, they would not trust Sack's words. Frisia would kill them. What a cosmic jest. Without the Scions, how could Frisia's plan to plunder the universe succeed? Unless Sack, with overwhelming strength, subjugated the entirety of Planet Vegeta, becoming the new Scion king, commanding them to flee. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make the rest of the Scions obey. Reyna, too, came to this realization. Her fists clenched, her gaze dimmed, and her tone despondent as, we shall act like cowards, scurrying about like mice? Sack ignored Reyna and turned to fly away. Reyna, your thinking is completely misguided. Chapter 5, Addressing the Hidden Dangers. Reyna was taken aback. Remember, as the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Sometimes, Fleeing is not a sign of weakness, but a means to await final victory. Sacrifices that seem glorious are, in fact, incredibly foolish that we should, under the premise of achieving victory, protect ourselves and our companions as much as possible. True strength is not merely about recklessly charging into battle. A true warrior bears responsibility, rather than fighting like a madman. Zack had intended to convey this message succinctly, but feared that Reyna might not remember, so he elaborated. Arrogance is etched into the very bones of Scions. Focusing on the essential points and elaborating should yield better results. Do you understand? Reyna lowered her head, pondering earnestly. Zack nodded in paternal satisfaction. If Reyna had readily agreed, he would have been concerned. But now, as she contemplated deeply, he felt a sense of relief. Now, Reyna, consider carefully. Will you flee with me for the future of the Scions, or will you recklessly pursue so-called bravery, disregarding the future of your kind and facing a meaningless demise? After Zack spoke, he started flying ahead, and not long after, Reyna surpassed him, flying straight ahead. The two traveled in silence until Zack spotted the spaceship, his entire being tensed. His energy began to surge rapidly. Should Reyna disregard his words, he would not hesitate to launch an assault. Fortunately, that scenario did not unfold. 0.5 kilometers from the spaceship. Reyna halted. If we advance another 5 kilometers, we will surely be seen. Zack was already prepared. Let us descend and use the terrain as cover to approach within 2 kilometers of the spaceship. Reyna opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, saying nothing, taking refuge behind a mountain. The two stood 2 kilometers away from the spaceship. Reyna gazed at the 4 large pits nearby, 2 spaceships quietly resting in place, and curiously looked at Zack. If you strike now, 1T Frisia and his crew realize? Zack chuckled softly. Energy coursed through his body, emanating an unmatched aura. His face flushed with power as he slowly raised 1 foot and stomped down. Boom! The earth cracked open, deepening by over 80 meters, extending towards the spaceship 2 kilometers away. Crack, crack! The spaceship, unable to find support, fell directly into the crevice. The 2 spaceships, not far apart, were devoured by the fissure. Reyna stared, wide-eyed, at the ground, then at Zack. What? Zack remained unfazed, executing the same technique again. The crevice widened, and the walls of the fissure crumbled, burying the spaceship completely. But that was not the end. Zack soared like an eagle, shooting into the sky. Energy erupted from his palms. And with a wave, a brilliant light flashed. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a pit with a radius of 500 meters and a depth of 100 meters appeared, centered around Reyna's spaceship. Reyna was dumbfounded. How is this possible? The key question was, when did Zack's power grow so formidable? Gazing at Zack soaring in the sky, she asked sweetly, "Is it resolved?" Zack, hands behind his back, with a surface combat power exceeding 6,000, yet an actual power exceeding 10,000, had all his might restrained, no longer exuding his former ferocity. Invincibility is indeed a lonely state. IT has been resolved. The immediate threat is temporarily eliminated. As Zack finished speaking, Reyna suddenly unleashed a fierce aura. Energy swirled around her, and in an instant, she dashed towards Zack in the sky, her hands slicing through the air with the force of thunder. Here comes my attack. Zack chuckled lightly, his inner power surging forth, forming a transparent shield around him in the blink of an eye. Without any unnecessary movements, he smiled as he watched Reyna's fierce yet non-lethal assault approach. Reyna was instantly displeased, pouting. Humph, arrogant fool. The energy in her hands intensified, her might swelling by 3-fold. The air around them quickened, as if it had solidified, creating a sense of oppression and gloom. Zack shook his head, smiling. You possess only 4,500 combat power. That is not arrogance. In an instant, Reyna lunged forward. Seeing Zack remain unperturbed, she restrained her strength. Zack felt warmth in his heart at this sight, but did not wish for Reyna to misunderstand or underestimate him. He moved to meet her attack, intercepting her strike mid-air. Bang! Buzz, buzz, buzz! Reyna's blow landed squarely on Zack. The transparent shield rippled, yet remained entirely intact. Zack, sheltered within the shield, was unharmed. On the contrary, ripples emanated from Zack's shield, crashing outward in all directions. Reina's spirit trembled as she felt the force of the rebound. Her delicate frame quivered, and she had to steady herself after traveling 30 meters before regaining her balance. Panting, her face flushed, she stared bewilderedly at Sack. "What?" Sack flashed forward, appearing in front of Reina, and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. "All right, let us go. We are off to seclude ourselves and train." Reina, like a puppet on strings, allowed Sack to lead her into the unknown. Among the Scions, such directness was commonplace. No sweet words, no gifts, no dowries were needed. They shared a common understanding, naturally. "How did you achieve this? You were only at 3,000 on the spaceship, and everyone was asleep. You couldn't possibly train. We've only been on this mission planet for half a month. Yet your power." Reina's face reddened as she gazed at Sack in shock. "All right, you will understand in due time. For now, we must focus on our training. That if you wish to save them, you must first defeat Frisia. Power is the foundation." Sack, accompanied by Reina, chose to seclude themselves on this planet, dedicating each day to diligent practice. Defeating Frisia was not a task to be accomplished overnight or merely through idle talk. Without the formidable strength garnered through relentless training, all aspirations would be mere illusions. Sack remained uncertain, exercising utmost caution. Nevertheless, Frisia ultimately gathered intelligence about them as a Scion. Sack's understanding of technology was exceedingly limited. Apart from his martial arts, every move he made on the planet was meticulously tracked by Frisia's engineers. Reports cascaded upwards, eventually converging within the confines of Frisia's spaceship. Upon learning this, Frisia merely scoffed, dismissing it with a scornful laugh. "Oh, how amusing!" Treating it with utter indifference, he instructed his subordinates to remain discreet and observe Sack's next actions. Dodoria, with a countenance of disdain, complied. "Yes, my lord," his eyes gleaming with a sense of amusement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Sack and Reina found a secluded haven nestled between three mountains, with one side facing the sea, where they could truly immerse themselves in the profound practice of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. As Sack delved deeper into this formidable art, he increasingly perceived its vastness and terrifying complexity, feeling it far beyond the capabilities of mere humans. Were it not for the peculiar nature of the Dragon Ball world, where apart from select few deities, all practitioners harnessed a singular form of energy, coupled with the innate strength bestowed by their Scion heritage, Sack would have found it impossible to succeed in his training, particularly with the prior injury to his kidneys. He urged Reina to train diligently, while he closed his eyes to commence his own practice. His path diverged from that of other Scions, as he required no physical conditioning. Chapter 6. 3 years of training, 300,000 battle power. Bottleneck with closed eyes, he activated his technique, channeling vital energy. Within him swirled like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the energy from the external environment. The colossal elephants serve as a conduit, drawing in this energy, transmuting it into life force, which was then exhaled, continuously permeating Sack's blood, skin, bones, and fascia. His methodology defied the human principle of gradual progress. Instead, resembling a chaotic amalgamation, the giant elephant acted as the furnace, the vital energy the fuel, and the life force the flame, incessantly refining Sack's corporeal vessel. The 201st giant elephant particle within Sack roared skyward, as torrents of vital energy surged into him, subsequently converting into life force. An endless stream of energy nourished the giant elephant. The 201st youthful elephant particle persistently absorbed energy, eager to evolve into its larger form. According to the technique's description, Sack envisioned himself transforming into 840 million minuscule particles, each representing an embryo of the giant elephant. All particles unified, coalescing into a singular divine elephant in a hazy vision. Sack could scarcely discern its true form, let alone grasp the notion of a head akin to a mountain, a trunk extending for countless miles, and a body that eclipsed innumerable stars, as for the boundless infernal prison beneath. Filled with innumerable demons and fiends, he remained oblivious to their presence. The 201 particles stirred, breaking free from their shells to manifest as giant elephants, each distinct in form and executing various movements. At that moment, silence shattered with a thunderous resonance. Sack perceived what seemed to be the ancient roar of a colossal elephant echoing in his ears. The 201st particle had fully transformed into a giant elephant. Indistinguishable from the preceding 200, the raw, fierce, and immensely potent aura emanated from him. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, Reyna, who was vigorously exercising, stumbled and fell to the ground, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure radiating from Sack. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered around Sack, vegetation and dust cascaded to the ground under the immense force. Some of the disturbed dust, under this pressure, embedded itself back into the earth. Sack gradually opened his eyes. His starry gaze filled with both confusion and exhilaration. After this period of cultivation, he realized that his mastery of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique was still incomplete. Perhaps even the first layer was not wholly realized. In this world, hell did not necessitate the suppression of divine elephants. Perhaps it was that his mind was filled only with golden light, devoid of the golden little figure, or perhaps he lacked the assistance of the thunderous divine elephant. Alternatively, the world's rules might not align, rendering his training peculiar. It felt like an empty shell, possessing the strength, speed, and fierce, primal essence of an ancient giant elephant, yet lacking a pivotal element, spirituality. Without spirituality, all was mere chatter. If it were an ordinary technique, that would be one thing, but this was a path of self-cultivation crafted by the Supreme Sovereign. Power devoid of spirituality was hardly credible. Moreover, mystical cultivation was not akin to stacking blocks, where one could merely pile them up incrementally. With a huff, he expelled a surge of impure energy that pierced the air like a sharp arrow, striking the ground not far away and creating a deep crater. Now, devoid of the need for energy to assist him, he could perceive the minutiae of insects 5 kilometers away, the fine hairs on their bodies starkly visible. The fluttering of their wings resonated clearly in his ears. This was a level of physical development unattainable through mere martial arts cultivation. Sack slowly rose, mastering the vibrant energy within him, rendering himself unremarkable, devoid of any discernible aura. Ignoring his tail behind him, he appeared as an ordinary individual. Returning to simplicity, the pressure around him dissipated. The small grasses and trees, once weighed down, instantly rebounded, and the air became thick with impurities. Sack paid no heed to this. The 201 particles still had much work to accomplish. Reyna picked herself up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Casting an envious glance at Sack, she resumed her rigorous training. Obeying Sack's instructions, she relied solely on various physical exercises to hone her skills. Lacking potent healing methods, any severe injuries could prove fatal for Reyna that a moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. As the only Scion she trusted, Sack would never take such a risk that he had a better plan, albeit one that required a bit more time. Notably, as she focused on her training, Reyna's strength began to rise. Unfortunately, she lacked the ability to sense energy and remained unaware of her own potential. Time flew, and 3 full years elapsed. Sack and Reyna had spent an entire 3 years in this secluded haven. One day, as dawn broke, the atmosphere suddenly grew dense. Sack, reminiscent of an ancient beast, opened his fierce eyes. After 3 years of training, Sack had condensed 1,000 giant elephant particles. His combat power surged past 300,000, robust and unparalleled. His physical prowess advanced dramatically, capable of shattering mountains with a mere gesture. Each breath could serve to slay foes or defend against attacks. Remarkably, even without energy, Sack's combat power remained formidable. His physique could stand toe-to-toe with those boasting 300,000 battle power. During this period, with the exception of Frisia, no one could rival him. Even so, Sack's understanding of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique was still in its nascent stages, merely laying the groundwork to truly enter the realm of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. He needed to refine the elemental form. Reyna approached, her face flushed with excitement. She had felt the immense pressure Sack had just exerted. Wow. Sack, have you finished your training? Sack regarded the agile Reyna with a smile. No, you should say that our training has temporarily concluded. Reyna blinked, her smile blossoming like a ripe peach, evoking pleasant thoughts. Really? What shall we do next? Sack gazed skyward. Of course. We shall leave this place. Reyna tilted her head in curiosity. You mean we were going to seize the spaceship on this planet? With a snap of his fingers, Sack soared into the air. Congratulations, you are correct, but there are no rewards. Let us go, Reyna exclaimed, exhilarated as Scions. They held no concept of wrongdoing in seizing possessions. Furthermore, Sack, as a civilized individual, borrowing something could hardly be deemed theft, especially when he intended to return it. So, if we take the spaceship, will we return to Vegeta? Sack rolled his eyes. Return to Vegeta? To meet our end? Mind your words. We are borrowing the spaceship. Reyna wrinkled her nose, expressing her displeasure with a soft huff. So, do we still have to return the spaceship? Their spaceship has quality issues. There's no way we need to return it. After tilting her head in contemplation for a while, Reyna giggled and playfully scolded him. Half an hour later, a spaceship soared into the sky, racing towards the depths of the universe. Inside the vessel, after setting their destination, Sack and Reyna focused intently on their training. Sack sat cross-legged in his room, deep in thought. He was not emerging from his seclusion voluntarily. The Dragon Ball world is exceedingly complex, unlike other worlds that are neatly divided into various realms and planes. Regardless of one's strength, all exist beneath the vast universe. T makes no distinction between a power level of 1 or a trillion, nor between an ant and a destroyer god. Everyone is but a piece on the cosmic chessboard, a part of the universe. This reality yields both advantages and disadvantages. All beings absorb vital energy to cultivate, ultimately competing based on the total amount of energy amassed. More energy equates to greater strength, while less signifies weakness. There is no notion of physical strength or mental fortitude. Even if a destroyer god is powerful, it merely reflects the strength of their command over the rules. The overall picture still hinges on the total energy and mastery of the rules. In later stages, Sun Wukong, who mastered the ultimate technique, could not defeat Beerus before transforming. Yet upon transformation, he utterly overwhelmed Beerus. The gods possess no inherent advantage. They're all relatively equal. Sack, too, follows this principle. He merely needs to continuously absorb vital energy to enhance his strength. Due to his cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, his rate of energy absorption far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. This day, he can still absorb vital energy to bolster his strength. However, the particles of the Divine Elephant have remained stagnant for half a month, which is the primary reason he feels compelled to emerge from his seclusion. Chapter 7. Reflection, Dining Disasters. Rumor Sack is aware that he has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Unable to make further progress, remaining in seclusion would be futile. It is better to emerge and seek alternative solutions. In the Dragon Ball world, if one wishes to study energy, the first choice is Planet Yardrat. It is one of the 3 essential destinations for travelers. Naturally, Sack does not want to bring shame to his predecessors or become a laughingstock for the younger generation. Upon exiting his seclusion, he eagerly borrowed a spaceship to head for Planet Yardrat. Frieza, too, received the news immediately. Oh ho ho, that planet. It is said to harbor beings with power levels reaching 100,000. Frieza sat upon his throne, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Will those 2 foolish wild monkeys be torn apart upon landing? Oh ho ho, Sarbo smirked, slightly bowing in Frieza's presence. Your Majesty is wise. The reputation of the Scions in the universe is hardly favorable. Entering Planet Yardrat, they will certainly not leave alive. Frieza turned to face him, a smile on his lips, though his eyes were as cold as ice. Just 2 insignificant wild monkeys. Have those leap-prone fools been dealt with? Sarbo trembled involuntarily, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he knelt. Your Majesty, the group monitoring the back end was completely exterminated. Not a trace remains. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. What a pity for them. Suddenly, the conversation shifted. We have plans to attack Planet Yardrat. Sarbo's body trembled even more. Your Majesty, as we are to launch an assault on the Scions in 2 years, we currently lack suitable candidates to infiltrate Planet Yardrat. That planet is too formidable. It is a matter of our incompetence. Then let it be for now. Exterminating the wild monkeys is our priority. A few of them pose no threat and can be easily suppressed. Sarbo lowered his head, his anxious heart finally at ease. Has the notification been sent out? Yes, Your Majesty. Frieza began to laugh maniacally. Sarbo, Your Majesty, In 2 years, I will show you fireworks, the planetary kind. Sarbo's lips curled into a look of rapture. Many years ago, he had the fortune to witness Frisia's might. A single finger could obliterate a planet. The fireworks were splendid, beautiful, and utterly mesmerizing. Now, he would have a chance to behold such a scene once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh ho h oda as Frisia laughed. He turned back to face the endless, resplendent cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, his neglect today would give rise to a giant looming over him in the future. Sack, too, remained unaware that his life hung by a thread. His every move was clear to Frisia, and whether he lived or died rested entirely within Frisia's whims. Sack could not continue his training, allowing the spaceship to drift through the cosmos alone. Within the cabin, he pondered deeply. Although his cultivation had stagnated, it did not hinder his capacity for thought. Who sent him to this world? Which extraordinary being granted him the divine technique for cultivation? Why were the Thunder Elephant and Golden Light figures absent? The first two were inconsequential. He was but an ant, so it mattered little. However, without assistance, how could he, an ordinary mortal, cultivate such divine arts? Sack possessed a keen self-awareness. Despite having awakened 10,000 divine elephant particles, he had barely crossed the threshold. Just stepping into the divine elephant realm was an endeavor he had yet to achieve. It is important to note that this is a dominion-level technique. Possessing unique functionalities, the foundation must encompass many intricate variations, not to mention the realms beyond the divine technique itself. Even in the current divine elephant stage, his tentative steps should adhere to certain principles. His rapid cultivation speed is primarily due to the inherent nature of this world being superior to that of the protagonist in the Holy King S realm, coupled with less stringent rules and a lineage far superior to that of the original host. This allowed him to condense 10,000 particles within a mere 3 years, without any external aid. In simple terms, great strength yields miraculous results. Continuous absorption of vital energy is all that is necessary. According to the descriptions, Sack is unsure if his cultivation has veered off course. Without a complete view of the scene, the risks are too great for him to manage. It is challenging. He hopes that Planet Yardrat will provide some solutions. At the very least, he wishes to break through the 10,000 divine elephant particles. With only 2 years until Frisia aims to annihilate Planet Vegeta, he wonders if this time frame will suffice. Sack does not lament his fate. The gap between his power level of 300,000 and Frisia's is undeniably vast. However, without the divine technique, he would never have attained his current strength. What if he had started on Earth? His current prowess renders him utterly incapable of escaping from the squad and embarking on a solitary journey. It is crucial to acknowledge that all technological advancements of the Scions are provided by Frisia, all equipped with tracking devices. Should Sack dare to flee, Frisia need not lift a finger. King Vegeta will issue the order, and he would be reduced to mere ashes. Point 1 must learn to be content. Surviving such a monumental upheaval is already a remarkable feat, and to have ascended to the level of a mid-tier Scion, accompanied by a stunning beauty, is even more fortuitous that he has also mastered some formidable combat techniques and the art of Super Saiyan transformation. Sack feels a sense of satisfaction, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming discontent brews within him. The Divine Elephant's hellish technique is extraordinarily powerful. Mastering this divine skill would not only elevate him beyond the realm of the Divine Elephant, but also render him invincible, even in the Dragon Ball universe. Surpassing the might of the Dragon Elephant. With 840 million giant elephants, Sack could potentially wield a combat power of 25.2 billion, and with a Super Saiyan transformation, he could directly attain trillions in battle strength. Fast forward over 30 years, and the combat power of Lightning Cell would range between 3 billion and 5 billion. Facing such a boss, he would not even blink. However, that deity poses a certain uncertainty. The notion that one cannot even sense the aura of a god without reaching their divine realm is not merely a saying. When the Supreme Kai descends to the mortal realm, only the fused deity Piccolo can discern the anomaly. Even the immensely powerful Son Goku fails to detect anything amiss. The divine realm undoubtedly requires more than mere strength and speed. One must also grasp the underlying rules. Conversely, this world, while seemingly formidable, is as insubstantial as a castle in the air. Sak is perplexed. Where does the energy for the Scion transformation come from? Moreover, how long has Son Goku been training? In comparison to the eons of others, he has barely trained for a century, yet he matches the power of a destroyer. This chaotic world is baffling, and Sak cannot fathom how so many have sung its praises in his previous life. You might claim to have encountered numerous fortuitous events or received guidance from masters, but it is absurd that one can surpass a destroyer by merely training in a gravity chamber. Indeed, the more mindless the endeavor, the greater the audience it attracts. Sak chuckles bitterly. Damn it, I'm criticizing this world while relying on Dragon Balls to survive that I am not worth much. That said, I was a fan of Dragon Ball in my previous life. It's rather hypocritical for me to join in the condemnation. Furthermore, the stronger the Scions become, the better it is for me. I would gladly unleash my fury upon the destroyer right now, yet I am unable to do so. With a string of curses, Sak soon drifts off to sleep. Within the confines of the spaceship, only Reina continues her relentless training. Over the past 3 years, she has not slackened in her efforts. The spaceship travels swiftly through the cosmos, following its predetermined course. Unbeknownst to Sak, rumors have spread throughout the universe that Frieza has dispatched Scions to attack the planet Adrat. Chapter 8. This is amiss. The plot diverges from others, drawing attention that a month later, Sak awakens. Finding himself still in space, he is bewildered and glances at Reina, questioning, what is happening? Reina's expression is grim. Sak, rumors have emerged in the universe that Frieza has sent Scions to assault Adrat. We are currently 30 million kilometers away from the planet. Upon regaining his senses, a cold, commanding aura emanates from Sak. The Scions have never attacked Adrat, and this planet should not even be aware of their existence. At least not Vegeta, who conducts his affairs with utmost secrecy. There could only be one explanation. Someone has leaked information. Sak's gaze sharpens as he stares into the distant starry expanse, his aura swelling, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Apart from him, only Reina is aware of their destination. Who could it be? Reina observes Sak, whose rage is palpable. Should we proceed? Sak remains silent. Can he unleash his fury upon Reina? He feels lost in thought. Everything diverges from the norm. He is uncertain of how to proceed. Reina remains oblivious to Sak's internal turmoil, unaware that she has brushed perilously close to danger, standing quietly behind Sak. He hesitates, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. Let us go, why not? Frieza is unlikely to be here, or else such rumors would never circulate. Adrat might currently be teeming with self-righteous individuals, but he fears them not. With a combat power of 300,000, he is unafraid of anyone, excluding Frieza. Additionally, he is not intimidated by a war of attrition or a mob. Stay alert. We are descending to Adrat. Reina is confused. You just told me that as long as the green hills remain, we need not worry about firewood. Why venture into the tiger's den knowingly? Sak offers no explanation. He understands the importance of discretion. In the future, any plans must remain known only to him. Raising his hand, a dazzling orb of light materializes in his palm. The light shifts and condenses until a 3-meter-long greatsword bursts forth, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Reina turns to pilot the spaceship, aware that this endeavor differs from cosmic navigation, where risks are minimal. This planet is riddled with enemies, both within and without. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Outside the Adrat planet, countless spaceships gather around Sak's vessel, and discussions abound in the joint communication channel that the ship, knowing the risks, yet they dare to come. These Scions must be fools. Scions are a race more malevolent than Frieza, should they invade a planet. Nearby asteroids are bound to feel their energy waves. However, this spaceship is unlike Frieza's spherical warships. Regardless, as long as they are not part of our Justice Guardian Alliance or the Galactic Patrol, they could be a threat. So, should we warn them on the public channel and advise them to retreat? This is a monkey hunting convention. We cannot let this opportunity slip. Let them land, if they're not the barbaric monkeys known as Scions. It's acceptable. But if they are, with such formidable beings here, they could surely eliminate that Scion. The spaceship's engines roar to life, blasting fiery flames as various bizarre extraterrestrial beings engage in lively discourse on the public channel. If someone could gauge their strength, They would discover that most possess combat powers ranging from 100 to 500. Sack's spaceship continues its descent, humming steadily toward Adrat. Behind it, a multitude of ships follows suit. While many beings swarm toward the designated landing area, Sack's vigilance proves futile as gusts of wind stir up clouds of dust, and the spaceship lands smoothly. With a creak, the hatch opens and Sack steps out with a smile, his robust tail swaying behind him. Reyna, brimming with energy, stands ready, her aura circulating as she scans the surroundings. Surrounding Sack's spaceship are layers upon layers of onlookers. Among the crowd, a piercing voice cries out, "It is true as Scion, those damned barbaric monkeys." Sack's gaze sharpens, energy swirling as he raises his hand, and a blinding beam of light shoots toward the crowd with blinding speed. Cutting through the air, he swiftly dispatched 3 individuals in succession, ultimately closing in on the heart of the one who spoke. The expression on that person's face was a tumultuous blend of pride and resentment, yet not a trace of fear betrayed him before his demise. The act was executed with remarkable speed, a painless interment. With a single strike, Sack pierced through the ground, revealing a bottomless pit. The crowd erupted in astonishment, then surged forward. The faces of those surrounding Sack displayed a cacophony of emotions: terror, anger, envy, and more. No one could fathom such audacity from Sack, daring to strike first amidst so many formidable opponents. Reyna blushed, gazing at Sack with unabashed admiration. Indeed, she could never find favor with a coward. It was precisely this boldness that drew her in. What did it matter how many there were? The Scions were unafraid. With a fierce blow, Sack instilled such fear in the onlookers that they dared not make a move. Among the crowd, a purple-skinned, sharp-eared, bald individual narrowed his pupils. He sensed scant energy from Spoleto. This Scion demonstrated an exceptional mastery of Spoleto's energy. Even under the glaring sun, he felt an icy chill envelop him. The hydration was in peril. Sack appeared unperturbed, as if he had merely performed an insignificant task, surveying his surroundings with a cold demeanor. "What do you wish to do? It is of no concern to me. Do not disturb me." With that, he ascended directly into the sky. Reyna, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind. The onlookers were incensed. What is this? This is an outright insult. This is not merely disdain. It is utter contempt. Arrogant, damn wild monkey. The crowd erupted in another furious outcry. Around him, various cosmic races began to press away. They had learned from past experiences. If they drew too close to this audacious individual, would they become mere skewers? The speaker was unfazed by the cowardice around him. He gathered a powerful energy wave in his hands, his expression righteous yet filled with a sinister madness. To eliminate this individual in front of so many would surely catapult his fame to new heights. This endeavor might not yield profit, but it certainly would not be a loss. He could not believe that, after Sack's brazen show of strength, he would still dare to act. Did he truly seek death? The individual contemplated this clearly. After launching his strike, he would immediately rally the crowd to attack en masse. Should that individual survive such a united front, he would be willing to stand on his head and eat filth. His eyes gleamed with a fanatical obsession as he concentrated the energy wave to its utmost strength, madly launching himself at Sack. A violent tremor surged forth, howling as it sped toward Sack. The others turned pale. This individual's power was formidable, boasting a combat strength exceeding 1,200. This attack could indeed shake the very earth. Following this, a voice of schadenfreude emerged from the crowd. That fellow is done for. He surely won't survive. The speaker's words acted as a dam bursting, causing the crowd to clamor once more. Humph, he deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant and deluded? Killing him would mark the end of the Scion era. Everyone, I believe it is not that simple. The Scions are not fools. Nonsense, with so many of us, how can he dare to come alone? If he isn't a fool, then what is he? No, I've heard that when Scions conquer planets, they usually do so with only 5 individuals. They cannot be so weak that I too believe that this Scion possesses considerable strength. That initial strike was not something an ordinary person could execute. The assailant's anticipated response from the onlookers did not materialize. His face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice hoarse. Everyone, that fellow is merely a fa ade. If we strike together, we can surely kill him. Without waiting for others' reactions, he summoned all his energy, unleashing a formidable aura. Once more, he concentrated powerful energy waves in his palms. Damn it, you will die. Sax soared calmly in the air. Musing to himself, it seemed he had become the prey. Yet, among this crowd of fighters, not one possessed a power exceeding 2,000. Who had given them the audacity? Sax's expression shifted peculiarly as he grasped Reyna, who was poised to attack, his right fist clenched, muscles taut. He refrained from using energy. With an unremarkable punch, as Sax struck, a tempest arose, and the air coalesced into a long spear of wind, accompanying the force of his punch. The punch shattered the first wave of energy, maintaining its momentum as it barreled toward the second attack. Below, those who had shown their faces scattered in panic, while a few, enraged, remained. This Scion regarded them with utter disdain, his attack encompassing them all. Those who did not retreat, clearly unaware of their own limitations, chose to strike back. Among the crowd, the purple figure quietly retreated. No, this was too powerful that I must inform the elders. We cannot afford to confront him. Otherwise, we risk annihilation. The purple figure was indeed an adoration. Even amidst a multitude, he navigated effortlessly, slipping through the gaps of the crowd and vanishing swiftly. Sack remained oblivious to the presence of the adoration in the throng, his gaze fierce and unwavering, fixated on his physical assault. This strike was not merely a retaliation against the instigator. He sought to establish his supremacy, an invincible authority that none present would dare to challenge. All who came here harbored ill intentions, and Sack felt no guilt. Within a radius of 200 meters from the leader, he intended for no survivors to stand. Upon contact with the second wave of energy, it dissipated instantly. The energy wave emitted by the individual crumbled before Sack's punch, providing no hindrance whatsoever. No, it cannot be. The leader trembled, his expression frozen as he gazed at Sack, the most talented and powerful being of his planet. He had reached the pinnacle upon his debut, never having faced defeat. Yet this wild monkey's casual strike had caught him completely off guard. How could he have failed so utterly? The leader's attack left him deeply unsettled. Yet the others were not disheartened. They unleashed their own formidable assaults. In an instant, the sky became a kaleidoscope of colors, with energy waves, ki blasts, beams of light, and even unique abilities swirling chaotically. Yet it was all for naught. Upon contact with Sack's punch, every attack crumbled, some even annihilating themselves mid-air. Damn it. Why are you attacking me? You bastard, you block my path to attack. Fool, stand back with your ki blast. It stinks. Reyna's delicate face was a canvas of shock. Shifting to confusion, then trembling, her lips pressed tightly together. She was afraid. Should she laugh, it would be utterly inappropriate. Sack exuded a murderous aura, standing proudly in the sky, coldly observing below, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These individuals dare to trouble him. He would not hesitate to collect their lives. As for the others, that would depend on his mood. Should any dare to leap forward, their fate would mirror the calamity about to unfold. The force of his punch surged forward, shattering countless energy attacks, and bore down relentlessly toward the earth. That moment, everyone sensed something amiss. The initial punch had yet to be resolved when another bore down from above, with the air spear trailing behind. Many were in a frenzy, especially those within the attack range, their faces paling. Unable to contain themselves, they pointed at Sack, hurling curses. Damn wild monkey, do you dare to kill so many? Indeed, we are the elite of various planets, as well as super warriors of the Galactic Patrol. If you dare to slay us, you will not escape unscathed. Amidst the insults, there were also those pleading for mercy. My lord, we were wrong. We underestimated you, emboldened by Frisia's audacity. Please, spare us, my esteemed lord. We have erred. We were compelled to act thus, but if you must assign blame, let it fall upon our leader, my lord, should you grant me my freedom. I shall ensure your place in the annals of immortality, wishing you a long and prosperous life, that in the future, upon encountering you, upon encountering the Scion race, I shall immediately take my leave. Those who plead for mercy exist, and moral coercion shall not befall the likes of us. Indeed, my lord, Your power is formidable. It would be unjust to hold us, mere insignificant beings, accountable for our actions. Should you choose to do so, I shall take to the internet, rallying the entire universe against you. After all, with your might, it would only be fitting to spare us, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, you ought to spare me, for I am, after all, a good person. Countless voices echoed, yet Sake remained unmoved. Who was he? A Scion. What of earthly sentiments? Embraced the philosophy of Sake, he had long ceased to care for the slaughter of worlds. Moreover, this swarm of insects had dared to provoke him. In this vast universe, the law of the jungle prevails. You consume me, I consume you, a cycle that extends even to his past existence. Many merely wear a facade. When it comes to the core, we are all alike. What talk of righteousness and morality? To be candid, had he not possessed strength and claimed to be here merely for enlightenment, would these people have spared him? They wouldn't even contemplate it. The most effective method of silencing dissent is singular. Annihilation. The force of his fist surged forth, halting all chatter. Insults, pleas for mercy, and desperate attempts to flee in an instant. A rumble echoed through the earth. Dust swirling in the air. Before any could react, his punch struck the leader, splattering blood and leaving no trace of bones that a circle of individuals surrounding him found themselves similarly maimed, before the cries of anguish could escape their lips. The air howled as a shock wave slammed into the ground, that a visible blast of energy radiated outward, and within a radius of 200 meters from the leader, all were consumed in a cataclysmic explosion. Blood rained down, unable to settle before being thrust skyward once more by the force. Dust billowed upward, enveloping an area exceeding 500 meters, its spread accelerating with each passing moment. Hearts trembled before they could recover from shock. The wave struck them. Most stumbled, losing their balance. Before they could react, the planets occupied by the Scions have never seen anyone escape alive. This group, having grown accustomed to a life of ease, has developed a profound sense of compassion, perhaps forgetting the notorious reputation of the Scions. With a flicker of movement, an orb of energy forms in his hand, and with a powerful sweep, the energy sphere hurtles towards the spaceship, with a resounding impact. The ship's protective shield offers no resistance. Leaving a gaping hole in its hull, Sack's gaze sharpens as he realizes that the energy sphere, seemingly guided by his will, veers midair towards another spaceship. Simultaneously, he conjures two more energy orbs, each brimming with raw power. The techniques of this world may be crude, yet their lethality is glaringly evident. Murmuring incantations, the two orbs are unleashed towards the spacecraft. In an instant, the sky resembles a shower of marbles, with new energy spheres continuously materializing. More spaceships find themselves devoid of propulsion, erupting in flames, crashing down, presenting a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Sack pays no heed to the airborne vessels. As debris from the destroyed ships hurtles towards him, the remnants gradually melt in the air, coalescing into a molten mass of iron, and a cruel smile plays on Sack's lips. Is there truly no way to prevail in the vastness of space? He plunges upwards, with an ever-growing mass of molten iron trailing behind him, the forefront. The intense heat shapes the iron into delicate strands. These strands are fragments of the ship's hulls. Reaching an altitude of 30,000 meters, he gazes at the distant spaceship miles away, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unjustly, you come to eradicate a monster, a blight. Do you? Today, I shall make you intimately acquainted with what a true monster is. With an inaudible roar, countless thin iron strands, as if equipped with engines, pierce the air, racing toward each spaceship. The training system of the Dragon Ball world cannot achieve such precision. Yet, Sack possesses the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Aiming to pierce through your colossal spacecraft is hardly a daunting task. He is resolute. If he can create a hole, these vessels will no longer fly. Should they somehow manage to, he would concede. Once he discovers a method to survive in the cosmos, he will venture forth to confront them personally. Unbeknownst to Sack, the highest spaceship had already distanced itself rapidly while he ascended. Inside the ship, voices of King Gula and others could be heard. Chapter 11. Give me a hand, I'll divert your troubles. Fireworks erupt incessantly in the sky. On the ground, people strain their necks. Ignoring the aerial displays, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of the unfolding situation in space. They yearn to know the fate of the spaceships above. The explosions in the cosmos produce no sound, and under the bright daylight, their brilliance is faint. The aliens, now devoid of anger, occasionally confirm the destruction of ship, revealing gleeful expressions. Moments ago, they were within the attack range of the vessels. Sack would have had no opportunity to counter such mockery. They do not fear the cruelty of their enemies, but harbor resentment towards their allies who stabbed them in the back. They came with such enthusiasm, yet their fate is merely to accompany the dead. Who desires this? Some even applaud and praise. The recently liberated Reyna is left speechless, questioning the sanity of these people that aren't they comrades. Why do they laugh so heartily? Sack swiftly eradicates all the spaceships and descends. Reyna beams a sweet smile. Is it all resolved? Sack surveys the ground. Aside from this place, there are no survivors. Sack remains unaware that, as he speaks, the first spaceship to flee has transmitted all his actions to various factions. It won't be long before news of Sack's ruthless slaughter of cosmic justice warriors spreads throughout the universe. Sack is neither aware of nor concerned with this. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Once he discovers the breakthrough he seeks, he will soon become invincible in the cosmos, outmatching even Beerus. From his elevated position, he gazes down at the terrified aliens. They had just been cheering moments ago, and now it is their turn. Life and death lie in Sack's hands. All eyes are anxiously fixed upon him. This day, they still cannot fathom that human prowess could reach such heights. Yet the reality stands before them. The flames in the sky have yet to extinguish completely. The sounds of explosions reverberate occasionally. This group dares not make a move. The killing god before them is not a mere jest. Though numerous, they are scattered. Though gathered, their strength is feeble. No one dares to act, each one apprehensively watching Sack and Reyna, who stand aloft. A cold glimmer flickers in Reyna's eyes. How do you intend to deal with these people? As she speaks, her aura surges once more, exuding an air that suggests she may strike at any moment. Those below feel a chill in their hearts, with some of lesser strength or willpower collapsing to their knees, pleading for mercy. Most are bewildered, their minds clouded. Sack gazes down at the crowd, takes Reyna's hand, and soars away. There is no need to concern themselves with these people. They pose no threat to us. Remember, if our spaceship is damaged, you shall all perish, unless you can flee this planet and avoid encountering us again. The voice of threat lingers in the air as Sack and Reyna vanish from sight. On the planet Yadalat, in a city radiating the most powerful aura, Sack strolls through the streets with Reyna, entirely disregarding the many curious Yadalat aliens observing them. Can we truly attain what we desire? Sack remains contemplative and silent. This moment, he ponders a pressing question. Have their movements been leaked by Reyna? If so, the subsequent events do not add up. Reyna is aware of his formidable strength. She would not send these pawns to their demise. The members of their combat team all possess the artificial moon. Each individual has a combat power in the tens of thousands. This ragtag group does not seem to have been deliberately arranged for the purpose of ambushing him, nor are they aware of his true strength. More likely, it is a case of leaked information, drawing forth righteous individuals driven by indignation. Lost in thought, a Yadalat alien approaches him. Esteemed warrior, greetings, as Sack observes the deeply respectful purple-skinned individual. A smile that is neither friendly nor unfriendly graces his lips. What is this? Did you not flee? How do you dare to appear before me again? Have you gathered the courage now that I haven't slain anyone? The newcomer's expression darkens as he chooses to sidestep the question. Esteemed warrior, our Yadalat leader, Supa, invites you to the royal palace for a discussion. Sack does not impose upon him, gesturing for him to lead the way. They pass through a circular structure, arriving at the grandest edifice. I can only escort you this far. Please proceed. Sack shrugs and steps inside. The hall is vast, with only a handful of individuals present. Yet it exudes an air of solemnity. The atmosphere is still, a stark contrast to the bustling city outside, which feels eerily cold and silent. Sack's footsteps echo clearly, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere. Within the hall stand 12 Yadalat aliens. each with combat power exceeding 10,000, perhaps due to their insufficient strength. They cannot perfectly conceal their true capabilities. Sack keenly perceives their battle prowess. Casting a fleeting glance, he dismisses them and focuses on the two Yadalat aliens seated at the forefront. Their presence radiates an aura as gentle as jade, their expressions calm, even adorned with faint smiles, revealing little of their true nature. Sack breaks the silence, walking towards the hall without betraying any emotion. Yet, in his heart, he feels a pang of sorrow for the Scions that call themselves a warrior race is akin to a frog in a well. It is utterly laughable. Each of the seated figures could easily sweep across the entirety of Planet Vegeta. Yet they remain blissfully ignorant, reveling in their arrogance. They boast of being the strongest entities in the universe, claiming that without technology, Frisia is nothing. They speak of the great ape transformation as if it grants them dominion over the cosmos. What then is this place, and what of Namek? Not to mention Super Broly, Moro, the ancient Science, Dragon God Salama, and the fallen Angel Walker, among others. These formidable foes can certainly be classified as powerful adversaries both beyond and within the cosmos. Sack slowly approached the two seated figures, disregarding the 12 piercing gazes that were as sharp as blades. The grand hall was expansive, yet it inevitably came to an end. Sack halted, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. "Greetings, Supa, leader of the Yadarat people." As soon as Sack spoke, the atmosphere once again settled into a chilling calm. A subtle, murderous intent swirled around Sack and Reina like a blade scraping bone. Reina's pupils constricted, bristling like a startled kitten, as an overwhelming aura of power radiated from her. The moment Sack opened her mouth, she was ready to unleash a storm of thunderous force, demonstrating to these ignorant Yadarat the might of the Scions. The 12 guards turned pale with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Reina's strength was so profound, her combat prowess subtly surpassing theirs. Sack, seemingly oblivious, fixed her gaze intently on the two seated individuals, awaiting their response. The leader on the left spoke, his voice resonant and unafraid. "It appears this esteemed individual is quite familiar with our Yadarat people." Sack chose not to respond, extending her hand, palm upward. Her eyes locked onto the speaking Yadarat. "I require all your research on Spirito. In return, I shall divert any trouble." Sack was no caretaker, and she certainly wouldn't provide assistance without compensation. As her words hung in the air. The 12 could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison. Arrogance. Chapter 12. Negotiation. A charade, a torrent of Spirito energy enveloped Sack. A vast and overwhelming aura. Reina's delicate features darkened, just as she was about to explode with fury. She noticed Sack slowly shaking her head and immediately retracted her impending outburst, maintaining her previous intensity. Observing Reina's obedience eased Sack's mind considerably as she focused on the leader to her left. "Supa, what do you think?" Supa's expression remained unchanged, still warm and gentle, exuding a refined grace. "Esteemed warrior, do you truly believe you can claim the results of our years of research with but a single utterance?" "That is simply impossible." Reina was about to lash out again, for the Scions were not known for their benevolence. Did they truly think she would hesitate? Zhao Hai nodded. He was unfazed by the tricks of this group. He had no intention of merely copying the training methods of Planet Adderlat. He was only drawing inspiration from them. His understanding of the energy dynamics within the Dragon Ball universe was woefully insufficient, leaving him utterly perplexed. Apart from sheer brute force, he was left with only the techniques of the Divine Elephant Confinement. He had attempted the offensive techniques of the initial stage of the Divine Elephant Confinement, concentrating the spear of the underworld god, yet the outcome had been predictably fruitless. Both worlds operated on energy, but the distinctions between the types of energy were significant. The more profound aspects eluded him entirely. Thus, Zhao had no choice but to abandon these pursuits and focus on the immediate pressing matters. As long as he could continue to make breakthroughs, the specific methods employed were of no consequence. In the Dragon Ball realm, emphasis was placed on energy, strength, speed, and reflexes. As long as he possessed these attributes, the finer details were utterly inconsequential. Time was of the essence for Zhao Hai, compelling him to prioritize significant matters. Observing Husu's hurried departure, Zhao Hai regarded the 12 guards with a wry smile. Leader Supa, if we do not take action, it may not bode well for us. Supa immediately grasped the implication, his countenance dark despite a slight nod of agreement. We hope for the mercy of the strong. Upon noticing Supa's understanding, Zhao Hai's expression reflected a sense of mentorship. Rest assured, I shall not inflict severe harm. Just as Supa was about to speak, Zhao Hai let out a thunderous roar. Dare to withhold. Then I shall take it by force. The sound reverberated through the hall, causing the very heavens to tremble. Chapter 13. Swift acquisition with a fierce shout. Zhao Hai moved like a specter, swiftly closing in on one of the guards. Upon witnessing this, Reina's face lit up with delight, stretching from ear to ear. These wretched creatures, they were just barking like dogs, attempting to suppress us with their energy. Their incessant noise has been unbearable, and I have long held disdain for them. Now, I can strike without pretense, unleashing my aura without reservation. With a resounding explosion, she surged toward another guard. Within Zhao Hai, the immense form of the elephant swayed, its powerful energy enveloping him entirely. He radiated ferocity, gathering formidable energy in his palm, enveloping one of the guards in a tempestuous embrace. The guard's body stiffened, as if abandoned by heaven and earth. Rendered immobile, should Zhao Hai's overwhelming force connect, the guard would surely fall lifeless to the ground. Upon seeing this, Supa's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to intervene, the remaining 5 guards unleashed their fierce shouts. Prepare to die! Such audacity! The sound echoed widely, reverberating throughout half the city that Zhao Hai's strike was too powerful. They instinctively forgot they were merely acting. Additionally, their shared resentment toward Zhao Hai, the 2 Scions, compelled them to retaliate. The 5 exploded forth with an energy as sharp as blades, their formidable power generating gusts of wind. Zhao Hai smirked, and as the 5 approached with their overwhelming energy, he shifted his palm, his form soaring through the air, sending a wave of energy crashing toward them. I've been waiting for you, he taunted. His muscles tensed, abandoning the guard at his side. He lunged toward the 5, akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. His bloodlust palpable that if they were to fight, let it be against the strong. If not, let it be against the many, wounding them, instilling fear, rendering them demoralized. Such would ensure they would refrain from barking ferociously. Within the hall, Zhao Hai's malevolence fused with his overwhelming strength, causing the very air to thicken. The sturdy hall creaked under the pressure, as if it could barely withstand the onslaught of his formidable aura. The 13 Adrelatarians within the hall gasped for breath, their faces flushed. Zhao Hai resembled a ruthless demon poised to devour them. Bang! The first guard to make contact with Zhao Hai's form was met with a collision akin to a high-speed impact against the most resilient metal. Instantly sent flying, collapsing to the ground in a heap, clearly devoid of combat capability. The others trembled, disbelief etched across their faces as they stared at Zhao Hai. One strike, a mere ordinary collision. Yet one of their strongest warriors lay defeated. How could this be? They had not sensed any significant energy fluctuations. The force was astonishingly immense. A smile crept onto Zhao Hai's lips, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. In a swift motion, he appeared behind another warrior. We cannot leave our comrade to suffer alone in solitude. A sinister voice echoed, followed by a thunderous command. Die! With a swift strike, akin to a serpent coiling through the air, he struck the warrior. The sound of shattering bones resonated through the hall. The warrior winced in pain. Collapsing helplessly, Zhao Hai stood before him like a devil, head bowed, shoulders quivering, a visage oscillating between laughter and madness. The remaining 4 guards, their eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, summoned their energy. Suddenly, Zhao Hai raised his head, a tempest of overwhelming energy swirling around him, bursting forth from the hall and into the city. Fear not the destruction of your city. Unleash your might freely. The Adrelatarians, fully engaged in channeling their internal energies, glared at him, their faces flushed with indignation. You, despicable! Zhao Hai feigned a smile. Despicable. Let other Scions show you true brutality. The absence of cruelty is not an indication of virtue. Despicable is merely a facade of mercy. Like a specter, he swiftly closed in on the remaining 3 guards. Reina chuckled lightly, her hands infused with potent energy, striking without mercy. The hall erupted in a cacophony of energy clashes and explosions. Zhao dispatched the guards with ease, swiftly moving toward the adversarian leader. Leader Supa, I must apologize, he whispered softly, grasping Supa by the neck. Stop. A commanding shout reverberated, silencing all present. The 5 guards engaged with Reina froze. Recalling the earlier incident, their frustrations boiling over as they ceased their attacks, Reina giggled, her form darting like lightning, executing a precise strike on one guard. Supa's eyes flashed with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Yet ultimately he relinquished his anger. As the leader, his foremost concern was the survival of his entire race. Personal pride was trivial in comparison. Reina, come here. Reina licked her lips, offering a sweet smile as she approached Zhao. Zhao leaned down, whispering into Supa's ear. Leader Supa, once I acquire your research on Spelito, I will withdraw. You may then arrange for someone to pursue us. Remember, I will not hold back. With that, he tightened his grip, veins throbbing. Accompanied by Reina, he strode purposefully toward the exit of the hall. Adversarians, your leader is in my grasp. If you wish to see him alive, comply with my request and provide me with your research on Spelito. Zhao flashed a wicked grin. Remember, I want everything in its entirety. The adversarians, who had been observing, exchanged incredulous glances, many feeling their energy surging, the surrounding air rippling in waves. As the situation grew tense, with a battle on the brink of eruption. Hosu arrived just in time. He glared at Zhao, teeth clenched. Stop. Release our leader, and I will give you what you seek. The adversarians displayed their displeasure, yet none dared to speak. It was evident that their leader held considerable favor among them. Zhao chuckled lightly, tilting his chin to signal Reina to retrieve the item. They had made prior arrangements, and he trusted Hosu would not act recklessly. Even if he did, with a combat power of 300,000, which could soar to 3 million under the influence of an artificial moon, not even Frisia could withstand him. Why fear these adversarians? Reina took the device resembling a tablet from Hosu's hand and waved it toward Zhao. Here you go. Now can you release our leader? Zhao pondered momentarily. They were, after all, collaborators. Pushing matters to an extreme would be unwise. Very well, I trust you do not wish to see your city ravaged. Upon concluding his words, Sak released his grip. Supa's expression darkened as he soared away from Sak, swiftly approaching Hosu. The remaining Idlatrians fidgeted restlessly, the atmosphere oppressive, akin to the moment before a volcanic eruption. Assistants, let them go, Hosu commanded in a hushed tone, suppressing the crowd. The bewildered populace stood frozen, gazing at Hosu in disbelief. Sak flashed a wicked smile, unleashing a surge of energy, and in an instant he was beside Reina. Grasping her, he howled as they took flight. Wisdom, leader. Hosu disregarded the crowd, casting a glance at Supa. Leader, are you all right? Supa shook his head and I'm fine. Look at the guards, they're erupting into battle. The crowd, not pondering further, saw a few medically inclined individuals rush in. Hosu turned to face the rift left by Sak as he tore through space. Under orders, the guard shall strike. We must eliminate the malevolent Scions outside the city. Remember, safeguard what he holds. It embodies all our research from Yadlatria, something no one can recall. Should we acquire him, our combat prowess could soar to an unprecedented 100 million. Immediately, numerous Yadlatrians radiating powerful energy and brimming with animosity stepped forward. Pursue, do not let them escape, someone uttered, and they all surged toward Sak. Chapter 14. Namek Sak, is it truly necessary? After flying a distance, Reina softly inquired. Their race is remarkably unique. You sensed it too, right? Many powerful beings with combat abilities surpassing 100,000 have yet to make a move. Reina nodded gravely. In terms of artificial moons. Reina, you must change. The Scion's blind arrogance and disdain for all must be reined in and concealed. This universe is full of wonders. Sak understood Reina's thoughts and interrupted her. Reina's beautiful eyes sparkled as she focused on her once familiar, yet now altered master. That obstinate fellow, King Vegeta, is intolerant of dissent and will inevitably lead the Scions into dire straits. This pattern is unsustainable. We need not slay these individuals. Keeping them alive presents us with an opportunity. Rainier stared at Sack, utterly perplexed. And what of our pursuers? Sack chuckled softly, his body vibrating, shattering the air as he doubled his speed. They can follow behind and enjoy the view. Giggling, Rainier left a trail of laughter, much to the chagrin of the Adlatrians pursuing them. No, he possesses the entirety of our race's research findings. It is irreplaceable and must not be lost. Pursue, a voice rang out among the crowd, prompting some Adlatrian warriors to unleash even greater energy in an attempt to chase them down. The outcome was all too predictable. Yet, all of this reached the ears of other races on this planet. Though they did not fully understand, the concept of something being unique was clear. Witnessing the relentless pursuit of the Adlatrians, they realized Sack had stolen something of great importance from them, a singular treasure. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they produced communication devices, sending messages to their respective factions. Unable to confront Sack on the ground, they were confident in their ship's superiority in space. Sack paid no mind to those behind him or their affairs, exuding a carefree demeanor as he departed. All that remained were the Adlatrians, seething with frustration. Upon entering the spacecraft, they ascended into the sky. Where to next? Sack furrowed his brow. According to the narrative, his journey to Kanasha would be most fitting. There, Bardock encountered the surviving warrior Deluo and gained a glimpse of the future, ultimately sending off Kakarot, who would become Son Goku if he were to go. Perhaps allying with Bardock could alter this fate. To Namek. Rainier looked utterly bewildered. Namek, what purpose does that serve? Sack's gaze grew profound. IT remains uncertain whether we will save Planet Vegeta, but we can certainly find a way out for the Scions. If memory serves, the current Planet Vegeta is not their original home. Their ancestral planet should be Shalata, which became uninhabitable due to internal strife, leading them to settle on the planet originally belonging to the Sforans. Plant. I could first venture to Namek, harnessing the power of the Dragon Purunga to restore Shalata. Simultaneously, I could diligently train, potentially unlocking further latent abilities and increasing my strength once more. Let us proceed there. Rainier swiftly manipulated the controls aboard the spacecraft. What about the tail behind us? A glint of coldness flashed in Sack's eyes, a menacing aura radiating from him. Eliminated. Rainier grinned broadly, her excitement palpable. Very well. Having followed Sack for several years, her hands were nearly too weary to wield a blade, and her energy was on the verge of stagnation. She commandeered the weapon systems of the commandeered spacecraft. She glanced at the few scattered ships that were slowly ascending in the cold void of space. Aboard a massive vessel designated for Frisia, he sat upon his throne, gazing out at the starry expanse. Oh ho, how intriguing. Dodoria and Zarbon stood respectfully in the center of the chamber. The sinister pink Dodoria spoke first. My lord, that Scion seems rather unusual. Should we deal with him? Oh ho ho. Frisia turned his chair around. Mr. Dodoria, an intelligent monkey. Isn't that amusing? Dodoria respectfully bowed his head. My lord, might he become uncontrollable? In the event that oh ho ho. Frisia's mocking laughter continued to resonate. Mr. Zarbon, do you know of one named Sack? Rainier, my lord. Frisia's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Sweat dripped from Zarbon's forehead, bead by bead. Do not be anxious, Mr. Zarbon. What is Sack's combat power? It surpasses that of King Vegeta. My lord, the wicked smile crept across Frisia's lips. Does that not make it fascinating? Tell me, what do you think King Vegeta would do if he found out? Zarbon's eyes lit up. My lord. Frisia turned his chair again. Go and take action. Zarbon bowed respectfully and retreated, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips, as he evidently anticipated the ensuing intriguing events. In the vastness of space, time flowed like a river, but Sack's spacecraft encountered no obstacles. Rendering the fervent rumors and alerts futile, we've arrived. Rainier entered the room, her voice sweet, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. This man is unlike those monkeys. She had little interest in the Adlatrian research notes, yet he found them thoroughly engaging. During this time, he had been immersed in research aboard the spacecraft. Sack diverted his gaze from the monitor and approached the glass viewport, gazing at the 3 luminous stars ahead. Alongside the 4th planet enveloped in green, which was steadily orbiting within. Indeed, This is Namek. Rainier quietly approached his side. How long shall we remain here? Her tone revealed no trace of concern, as if oblivious to the fact that Scions were universally reviled marauders in the cosmos. She had not even contemplated whether the Namekians would be amenable to their presence. Sack narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly stating, "Half a year." Rainier felt a surge of joy within her heart, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. And then Sack remained silent, a wordless resolve settling upon him. 6 months. This was the time frame he had imposed upon himself. The sensation of possessing the formidable power of the Divine Elephant, yet making no progress, was far from pleasant. After expending an entire year, should he find no solution, he would seek an alternative path, one that uniquely belonged to his Scion race. Endowed with extraordinary abilities, his fists tightened slightly. "It is possible," he roared silently within, his visage betraying no emotion. "Let us proceed towards Namek." Sack understood that without a breakthrough, lingering on Namek held little significance. He had delved into the knowledge of the Yardrat people for an extensive period, yet still found himself at an impasse. The Dragon Ball universe was, after all, distinct from that realm. Something simply did not exist. Present. All his hopes were pinned on Namek. Raina pouted, turning towards the spaceship's control room with haste. We need to protect the spaceship?" she inquired, puzzled. Sack chuckled and shook his head. The Namekians were a fundamentally pure race. He held no concerns on that front. Moreover, Namek possessed advanced technological prowess. As they stepped outside, Raina muttered, "Why is the sky green?" "Come on, that's the nature of such unusual planets." Sack replied, "Is there anything special about this planet? It seems so remote." Sack paused, his tone growing slightly grave. "Raina, you must cultivate an eye for discovery. Every life-bearing planet has its unique traits. It simply depends on whether we can uncover them, but we must also maintain an open mindset, always striving to learn and improve. Any civilization that has developed in the cosmos has something worth studying and understanding." Raina pouted, yet her face glowed with a sweetness akin to savoring a candied treat. It had been quite some time since she had heard any teachings from Sack. Particularly after surpassing him on that mission planet, she had mostly acted according to his directives. Now, her master Sack had returned. Not only did he return, but his strength had once again eclipsed hers. She relished this feeling. "Got it," she replied, her final word trailing off melodiously. Sack felt a shiver run through him. The girl's soft huff always stirred the imagination. With no other option, he directed his course towards the faint sensation he sensed. Before long, a swift figure cut through the air, soaring towards them. The figure hovered high above, gazing down with a penetrating stare. With green skin and clad in a white martial arts uniform, featuring 2 antennae on its forehead and pointed ears. It was unmistakably a Namekian. Despite its youth, Sack recognized it immediately as Nail. "Follow me," Nail commanded, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, his tone icily indifferent. Raina's cheeks flushed with anger, ready to unleash her fury. Quick as a flash, Sack grasped her arm, signaling her to refrain from acting rashly. He was here for a purpose, and offending others was not an option. "Fine," Nail said, turning to fly off, leaving behind a cold huff that seemed to imply a begrudging acknowledgement of their presence. Raina was infuriated, her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Sack, I could wipe this pathetic planet clean all by myself." "Why?" Under Sack's piercing gaze, Raina could only begrudgingly silence herself, a silent sigh escaping her. The Scion's inherently brutal nature was etched into their very being, and Raina was no exception. She took a deep breath and followed suit. Ahead, Nail's ears twitched, his disdain unmasked. Fortunately, Sack was unaware. Otherwise, he might have reacted with his fellow Scions engaged in combat. Nail was not necessarily superior to Raina. They soared over vast oceans, traversed towering mountains, and crossed expansive plains, arriving seamlessly at a mountain summit. Atop the peak stood buildings of a similar design, quietly imposing. Enter, Nail intoned, leading the way through the main entrance. Leaving behind another cold remark, Sack followed without concern. This visit would require the assistance of the Namekians for many matters. "Youthful visitors, you have arrived," a voice echoed as Sack stepped into the room. Not yet reaching the center. "Greetings, Elder of Namek," Sack replied respectfully, while Nail's stern demeanor softened slightly. Upon seeing Reyna standing haughtily, the elder's green complexion darkened to a deep shade. "You seek the Dragon Balls, do you not?" As the elder's words fell, Reyna gasped in surprise. "How did you know?" Sack remained composed. "I wish to request 2 wishes from the Dragon Balls, and I hope the elder will grant me permission." "Impudent!" Nail roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sack's request ignited the flames of Nail's anger. He harbored deep resentment towards the Saiyans, notorious for their malice, entering Namek, and now they dared to make such an outrageous demand. The Dragon Balls crafted by the Elder had never been utilized by the Namekians themselves. Yet here stood these malevolent Scions, making such a brazen request. "Enough, Nail. They are both good friends. There is no need for such hostility." The Elder interjected. Sack cast a penetrating gaze at the Elder. This old man was no fool. Deftly maneuvering with words, he could not believe that the benevolent Namekian could not perceive the murderous aura radiating from both himself and Reyna. Such verbal tactics were likely to backfire, and he doubted that other Scions would be swayed by this approach. "Does the Elder grant permission?" Sack inquired. The Elder smiled and nodded. "There are still nearly 30 years before the crisis strikes Namek. I'm still quite invigorated and not at all feeble. However, I have an unusual request." Sack almost blurted out that if it was unusual, then they should not proceed, but he held his tongue and instead replied, "Please, go ahead. It would be quite ungrateful to turn down a significant favor so readily. Who wouldn't he feel aggrieved in such a situation?" The Elder was undoubtedly aware of this, holding Sack firmly in his grasp. Reyna could only watch in frustration, her anger simmering down Yardrat. She had never felt so stifled. Without Sack, she could single-handedly eliminate the entire Namekian population. Why the excessive courtesy? 30 years hence, may I protect Namek? Before Sack could voice his intentions, Nail interjected loudly. "Elder, I can safeguard our planet. We do not require these wicked individuals." Reyna let out a disdainful huff. I could see this moment. Nail's combat prowess was not particularly high. Reyna was confident she could best him. This time, Sack did not restrain Reyna. Being overly accommodating would only make others perceive him as easy prey. A sharp edge in reasoning was the way to go. "Do you dispute this?" Neru cast a disdainful glance at Rionar and remarked with a sneer, the air thick with sarcasm, causing the atmosphere in the grand hall to grow increasingly tense. Rionar remained silent, her fury manifesting through her actions as she directed her overwhelming energy toward Neru. The tempest of power surged within her, creating a whirlwind that bore down on him with relentless pressure. Neru's expression shifted, and in a flash he positioned himself in front of the Grand Elder, steadfast and immovable like a mountain. He absorbed the full brunt of Rionar's oppressive aura. A flicker of caution appeared in Rionar's eyes. She recognized that Neru was a formidable opponent, one she would have surely faltered against prior to her training. But now, just as she prepared to amplify her energy further, a commanding voice resonated. Chapter 16. Rainer's Lesson Declaration. Neru's face darkened. "We shall step outside to battle. This is the Grand Elder's sanctuary, and I will not allow you to act recklessly here." Rainer turned her head slightly, and Sack nodded in response. A wave of delight washed over Rionar. The Scion's inherently combative nature was stirring within her. "Follow me," she said coldly, taking the initiative as she soared out of the room. Nera glanced at the Grand Elder and, seeing his approving nod, followed after her. "Child, I apologize for the spectacle," Sack thought with a smirk, amused by the Grand Elder's apparent intent to use Rionar to temper Nera. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he remarked, "It's quite all right. My friend is simply a bit too eager. Let your warrior teach her a lesson." That's so," the Grand Elder replied, his tone laden with significance before closing his eyes. Sack observed the pretentious Grand Elder, aware that he could sense the events unfolding outside through his energy perception. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he turned and stepped outside, despite possessing the research notes on Udrat Star. Sack's mastery over energy manipulation remained rudimentary. He could not perceive the battle occurring beyond the confines of the room. The truth of the matter is that real knowledge is far more valuable than mere theoretical understanding. Many concepts eluded his comprehension entirely. The research on Adrat star focused heavily on the extraordinary applications of energy itself, contrasting sharply with the meticulous control exhibited by the Namekians. Without the artificial moon, Rhiannar would struggle against Neru. However, utilizing the artificial moon would be excessive, potentially endangering the fragile ecosystem the Namekians had painstakingly restored. The Namekians would certainly not take kindly to that. Outside, 1,000 meters above the mountains, Raynor and Neru unleashed their energies, a formidable force that reverberated through the sky, causing the air to tremble and whirlwinds to sporadically form before being extinguished by their might. The energy surged. And driven by the primal ferocity inherent in her Scion genetics, Rhiannar struck first, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Neru's head. Neru's expression turned grave as he swiftly countered with a punch of his own, while simultaneously unleashing a fierce kick toward Rhiannar's chest. Rhiannar let out a huff, utilizing her free left hand to intercept Neru's kick. Meanwhile, her tail lashed out like a serpent, aiming for Neru's lower back. Sak watched in shock. This fierce woman is going all out. Neru remained unfazed, his long legs stretching like rubber as he maneuvered around Rhiannar's blocking hand, targeting her tail instead. Rhiannar gritted her teeth in frustration. Cursing the monster before her, she refused to alter her attack, instead enhancing the force behind it in an instant. The air crackled with tension, emitting a howling sound as it ruptured. Rhiannar had just initiated her assault, testing the waters, but now she unleashed her full power. Sak facepalmed, unsure whether to feel pleased or concerned. Given the Scion's penchant for theatricality, they often relished tormenting evenly matched opponents before delivering a final blow. Rhiannar's aggressive style was a culmination of his repeated guidance, and their many battles. It was a reflex born of experience. And now, as she employed this combat technique, Sak felt torn between pride and worry. Neru, however, was undeterred, enveloped in his formidable energy, choosing to engage Rhiannar head-on. How a true man would never retreat. In the heart of the battlefield, a resounding crash echoed as their fierce exchanges reverberated through the air, creating spirals of energy that erupted in a series of bursts. Sak stood at the door, his combat suit making sharp sounds as the cacophony of wind and clashes filled his ears. Rhiannar poured every ounce of her strength into her strikes, no longer resembling a playful monkey as she and Neru continued to clash fiercely. Neru's form was agile and adaptable, each of his counters a precise response. Sak shook his head in disbelief. Rhiannar, fueled by her rage, unleashed her overwhelming energy, starkly contrasting Neru's calm demeanor. Although they appeared evenly matched for the moment, Sak understood that Rhiannar would ultimately succumb after 1,000 exchanges. Even as Scion's might is merely a testament to their mastery of energy. In terms of raw physicality, they were not vastly different from the Namekians. When energy runs dry, one faces defeat. Failure is not entirely negative. It allows for rapid transformation. Wisdom gleamed in Sak's eyes as he stood quietly atop the mountain, observing. Damn it, if you can withstand the blows, then don't be slippery like a snotty nose. Neru's form shifted like rubber, constantly adapting after each clash. Counterattacking Rhiannar with surprising agility. One moment, he was as pliable as clay. The next as solid as iron, leaving her unable to defend herself effectively. With each of Rhiannar's attacks, she sustained injuries, which was the root of her escalating frustration. Are you intentionally using counterattacks? Sak muttered, shaking his head. Courage is commendable in battle, yet one must remain composed. Rhiannar had never faced such a tenacious adversary, and her composure was faltering. Her breaths quickened, a result of the considerable energy expenditure and her own impulsiveness. The longer the fight continued, the more at ease Neru appeared. He seldom engaged in head-on confrontations, narrowly evading Rhiannar's strikes and countering with his unique physicality, landing hits with precision. With each exchange, Rhiannar not only wasted energy, but also aggravated her own injuries. I could see this moment. She should be on the defensive. Sak thought, shaking his head. Her lack of combat experience was evident. She had only ever dominated her opponents, and now, faced with an equal, she found herself at a loss. Though Sak appeared calm, he was channeling his own energy, feeling increasingly anxious for Rhiannar as her frustration mounted. If she transformed using the artificial moon, Neru would not stand a chance. Should anything go awry, should she inadvertently crush Neru, it would lead to disaster. Before Sak's thoughts could settle, Reinar's voice, laced with fury, rang out. "Damn it, you forced my hand!" Neru snorted coldly, his face betraying deep contempt. Reinar, even more enraged, glared at him with fierce intensity. "You wretched fool! I shall teach you a lesson." Sak, suppressing his energy, felt it recede entirely within him, leaving no trace that Reinar's words were not just directed at Neru. They were meant for him as well. Sak grasped her intent and dismissed any thoughts of intervening. Inside, the Grand Elder sighed deeply, aware that Neru's arrogance would soon lead to his downfall. Reinar unleashed a punch, colliding forcefully with Neru once more. Utilizing the recoil, she propelled herself backward, gathering immense energy in her hands, which radiated brilliance before shooting skyward. The Namekian planet, adorned with its 3 suns, was devoid of night or moonlight to project Blood's waves. For Reinar to transform into a great ape, she needed to emit the artificial moonlight herself. And that was precisely her intention. The energy she had just released was a simulation of the artificial moon, capable of significantly reflecting the Blood's waves. Upon absorption, she would naturally transform. Neru hovered silently in the air, casting a condescending gaze upon Reinar, whose breath quickened. "Teach me a lesson. Is it not obvious who will be taught?" At this point, he still feigned superiority, only to disrupt his own composure. Why shoot energy waves into the sky? Setting off fireworks? This is not a place for pyrotechnics, nor is it necessary for you to expend energy. Reinar shot a glance at the arrogant Neru, a wicked smile gracing her face. She opened her mouth, silently declaring, "Prepare for your demise." Chapter 17. Shenlong Polonasak stood with his arms crossed, observing with a cold gaze. Reina, being a mid-tier warrior, was undoubtedly stronger than him, yet she could not rein in her tumultuous thoughts to become a rational giant ape. Even after defeating Neru, the fury within her heart would continue to fuel her rampage. Sak chose not to intervene, fully aware that Reina harbored a deep-seated resentment. This resentment, if left unexpressed, would do her no favors. Although it exceeded his plans, he remained unperturbed. As long as he maintained his dominance over Reina, he could later devise a way to help her attain inner peace. The information he procured from the Yadarat people had provided him with ample inspiration. Coupled with the energy control techniques of the Namekians, he was confident he would discover a breakthrough. Sak believed that within 6 months, he could achieve yet another advancement. Even if Reina transformed into a giant ape, her battle power would not reach 30,000, and she would still be incapable of defeating him. Sak concentrated, summoning a colossal elephant. His advance would be unstoppable, that a single elephant represented a battle power of 30. With his speed and absorbing vital energy, subsequent breakthroughs would come effortlessly. It was nearly impossible for Reina to surpass him. Reina's body gradually expanded. Dense fur began to sprout all over her form. Fortunately, her battle suit was resilient, accommodating her growth without revealing anything. Her cheekbones rose sharply, her beautiful visage elongated, her teeth morphed into fangs, and her chin jutted out, transforming her countenance into that of a fearsome gorilla. Her hands grew tenfold, becoming exceedingly rough, while her tail thickened even more, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, resembling the trunk of an ancient tree, yet possessing remarkable flexibility. With a thunderous roar, she lifted a foot larger than a grinding stone, stirring the air with a mournful howl as she stomped towards Neru, a force so potent it threatened to tear through space locked onto Neru. Panic flickered in Neru's eyes. The energy had amplified at least tenfold, rendering him unable to withstand it. This female monkey had clearly held back her strength, with escape routes blocked on both sides. Neru, in a moment of desperation, chose the most prudent path. Instead of retreating, he advanced, narrowly slipping past Reina's foot and darting beneath her. He swiftly turned to face Reina from behind, channeling his energy into his right hand with a fierce glint in his eyes. He opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful roar. Energy wave. Sak felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to pierce through the Namekian soil with his toes. Why announce the technique during a fight? Boom! The energy wave struck Reina's massive form with pinpoint accuracy. Roar, Reina, in pain, swung her hefty tail towards Neru. His complexion paled as he hastily descended towards the ground. Despite her enormous size, Reyna's agility remained impressive. That tail had once again sealed off all his escape routes. He had no choice but to land on the ground to evade her. Fear flashed in his eyes as he gathered strength once more. Slamming his palm into the ground, creating a pit over 2 meters deep, dust swirling around him, but he barely managed to evade her tail and tumble into the pit. Damn it! How could such a massive body possess such agility? And how could her power increase tenfold? What a freak! Gasping for breath, he cursed the tainted air with venomous words. He could not fathom how such a monstrosity could exist in the universe. Sak observed calmly. Neru was not yet out of options, and the lesson had not been sufficient. Indeed, during the battle, Reyna's colossal form shifted, bending down, her left hand reaching out to grasp Neru. Neru was taken aback. Neglecting his recovery, unleashing a burst of energy as he dashed out diagonally. Aiming for Reyna's side, he activated the energy wave once more. Sak shook his head in disbelief. The Namekians possessed exceptional control over energy. Having battled thus far, Neru still had around 60% of his energy left after releasing 2 energy waves. However, they were too lax in combat, their development of energy's combat capabilities not robust enough. Faced with a formidable opponent like Reyna, they simply faltered. Anger ignited in Reyna's eyes as she confronted Neru's energy wave, opening her massive jaws wide. Roar! A thick crimson beam erupted from her mouth. Hurtling towards him, cold sweat trickled down Neru's brow. Without a second thought, he dodged to the right. This movement proved disastrous that Reyna's left hand was still in the pit and could not react swiftly. To her right, however, her hand was free. Instinctively, she swung her arm and grasped. Neru's veins bulged. Agony etched across his face as sweat poured onto Reyna's palm. It was evident that Reyna intended to crush this little ant. Her eyes glowed with a crimson hue as her arm muscles bulged. Reyna was devoid of rationality. The lesson spoken of earlier had been replaced with a murderous intent. Child, perhaps it's time to let her cease. Neru realized his error. Just as Sak was enjoying the spectacle, the pleading voice of the Grand Elder echoed in his ears. Sak paused, long, as the Namekian's head remained intact. He would not perish. Reyna, in her giant ape form, had not yet crushed Neru's head. Why the urgency? Sak internally scoffed, yet his body the words of the Elder were undoubtedly swifter than his own arduous search. As the sounds of Barangajili gurgled in his ears, Sak cast his gaze towards the group of aged Namekians. The significance of foreign languages manifested itself with unparalleled clarity in that moment. He was utterly at a loss for understanding. Greetings, I am Yuli, the second elder of the Namekians. What is your wish? Sak blurted out, restore the Scion's original homeland, Planet Salad. Upon hearing this, Elder Muley turned and began conversing with Barangajili. Soon, the dragon responded, and Elder Muley's eyes shifted back to Sak. It is done. You may now make your second wish. Sak lowered his head, tentatively proposing, to prevent Frisia from annihilating Planet Vegeta. The Elder nodded silently and pivoted to converse with Barangajili once more. A moment later, Elder Muley turned back to Sak, his expression troubled. I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. You must choose another. Sak was not particularly surprised. The destruction of Planet Vegeta was certainly instigated by Frisia, but primarily ordered by the god of destruction, Beerus. The abilities of Barangajili were surely insufficient to surpass that of the supreme deity of the universe. Then, let me acquire all knowledge regarding the Yadrit people. The Elder relayed his words once more. The dragon closed its eyes, and before it even opened its mouth to convey this to Elder Muley, Sak felt an enlightening surge coursing through his mind. As countless fragments of knowledge about the Yadrit people flooded into his consciousness, which he absorbed entirely, Sak inwardly chastised himself for his foolishness. Had he known, he could have come directly to Namek. He had wasted 2 segments of cosmic travel time. With this wish fulfilled, Sak felt as if he had opened the gates to a demon. Without hesitation, he demanded to possess all knowledge concerning Ki on Namek. The Elder trembled slightly, turning away to continue his discourse with the dragon. Sak paid no heed to the Elder's sentiments, instead focusing intently on the knowledge of Namek. After some murmuring from the dragon, It transformed into a stream of light, dissipating and leaving behind 7 smooth stones. The dragon had completed its task, and the next usage would require another 130 days. Sack regarded Muley with curiosity. "What is the matter?" Muley asked, his expression one of confusion. "That is it truly just 130 days?" Sack understood the implication of Muley's words, but their unexpectedness struck him deeply as formidable. Muley, lacking comprehension of human complexities, nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Then can anyone do it?" Muley remained perplexed, unsure of what he had said that was amiss. Of course, it pertains to the days on Namek. Sack chuckled inwardly. How remarkably open-minded, as knowledge rapidly cascaded through his mind. Sack lost interest in jesting. "Very well. I am fine now." Without further ado, he chose a direction and soared away without greeting the elder. He arrived at a slender island approximately 10 kilometers long. Selecting a sheltered valley behind a mountain where the air flowed, creating a cushion of energy, he gently laid Reyna under a blanket and then soared towards the sea. Facing the ocean, he sat cross-legged upon a protruding rock and slowly closed his eyes. The technique of the Divine Elephant restraining prison appeared vividly in his mind, continually clashing with the knowledge of key research by the Yadrit and Namekian peoples. After a considerable time, Sack let out a deep sigh. His gaze unfocused as he opened his eyes. This Divine Elephant restraining prison is askew in that world. When the Divine Elephants were numerous, Ki had already begun to crystallize, not to mention the powerful skills such as the Spear of the Underworld God, the Wings of the Demon, and the Guardian of the Underworld God. The aura of the Hell Furnace had also begun to solidify. With further advancement, one could plunder the heavens and earth, converting them into sustenance for one's life. I have amassed 1,000 of them, yet it remains the same. Among the reasons for this disparity, the true energy of that world could not compare to the Ki of this world. But the primary cause lay in the fundamentally different rules of nature. Fortunately, both worlds practiced Ki cultivation. Had it been magic or other peculiarities, Sack would have likely been left weeping at the foot of a treasure mountain. How does one crystallize Ki? In this world, the very concept of Ki crystallization did not exist. Previously, their Ki was diffused throughout their cells, which accounted for their robust energy, surviving the destruction of a planet without perishing, and exhibiting exhilarating feats of energy depletion. That it was not confined to the narrow pathways of meridians and acupoints. Sack's current Ki was also stored within the Divine Elephant's body, requiring it to be exhaled for him when needed. Were he to operate within the confines of meridians and acupoints, he would undoubtedly fail in his cultivation. There had been no research on this. Neither of the two super-researched races had any relevant data. In the vast universe, where could he seek such knowledge? Sack only knew that true energy could transform into liquid, and liquid could gather into crystals. Yet his Ki was not a liquid. Divine Elephant, perhaps you should refrain from exhaling energy and just spit? The thought of 1,000 Divine Elephant particles within him howling to the heavens, incessantly spewing saliva, sent a chill down his spine. Forget it, I cannot dwell on that. Moreover, liquidization would be futile. Ki runes needed to be condensed within the sea of Chi, a technique he was utterly unfamiliar with. Sack was increasingly vexed as the Divine Elephant moved in unison, unleashing torrents of potent Ki that rapidly filled his entire being. Where does this energy converge? Furthermore, cells are far superior to meridians and acupoints. Intense bursts of energy erupted from within Sack, bombarding the sea with fervor. This is as uncomfortable as a bowel obstruction. What is wrong? Reyna, awakened, flew over with a puzzled expression. Sack ignored her, continuing to unleash energy blasts, venting his inner turmoil. Reyna approached and silently stood beside Sack, observing his actions without uttering a word. After 30 minutes, Sack finally calmed down. Are you feeling better? Sack nodded, his voice hoarse. Reyna, do you think a battle power of 3 million is sufficient? A glint of astonishment flickered in Reyna's eyes. Sack implied that he could currently demonstrate a battle power of 3 million. She knew Sack was formidable, but 3 million was simply unimaginable. Are you aware of Frisia's battle power? Reyna merely mentioned it in passing, hoping to lighten his mood. Who would have thought Sack would casually respond? 120 million. Reyna's complexion shifted dramatically, her aura trembling erratically. Impossible. Sack remained silent, and gradually, She regained her composure. There was no reason for Sack to fabricate a number to intimidate her. Her fists clenched tightly. Does that mean we have no chance whatsoever? Sack gazed at the tumultuous waves of the ocean, his eyes regaining their calm. Super Scion. Reyna gasped, confusion filling her gaze as she tilted her head, intently observing her master. This master had become remarkably different since the great battle 4 years prior. Sack proceeded to unveil a secret. Chapter 19. Breakthrough. The artificial hell furnace at a battle power of 3 million is the benchmark. Once achieved, we can find a way to awaken the unique potential of our Scion lineage. A power surpassing that of the Great Ape Transformation, capable of increasing by 50 times the base state. At that point, we could wield 150 million battle power, surpassing Frisia. Reyna managed a wry smile. While 3 million may not sound difficult, reaching it is nearly impossible for anyone is master troubled by this matter. Sack shook his head, then nodded. My strength cannot continue to increase. I have maintained this state for a year. Reyna frowned. What do you mean, master? That is why I ventured to Yadrit before returning to Namek. Reyna suddenly came to a realization, her previous confusion dissipating entirely. She turned to Sack with a furrowed brow. Uncertain of the source of his perplexity that on the path of cultivation, she herself was but a stumbling child, lacking any basis for comparison with Sack. After a moment of hesitation, Reyna stammered, Master, I believe that if this path proves unfeasible, we can always choose another route, albeit at a slower pace. Simply honing our skills can also enhance our strength. However, the gravity of this planet is merely 1/10 that of Vegeta, which diminishes the efficacy somewhat. Sack gazed at the ocean's surface, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind as he repeated Reyna's words, light returning to his eyes. Yes, gravity, gravity. How could I have forgotten about this? Reyna felt a surge of joy as she witnessed Sack's renewed vigor. Pleased to have been of assistance, Sack looked up at her with a gentle expression. Wait for me a while. Reyna nodded vigorously. On this planet, she had no rivals, and thus felt no fear. What did the dangers of Vegeta matter now? Was there anything more significant than her master's endeavors? Sack soared into the air, diving straight into the seed. He descended rapidly. Pushing his body to its limits, the radiant light erupted from his eyes, illuminating the dim underwater world as the myriad divine elephants within him trembled, exhaling powerful breaths. Sack hastily summoned his energy, channeling it throughout his body. As the pressure increased, the flow of energy within him became increasingly arduous. The more challenging it became, the harder Sack exerted himself to resist the intensifying pressure. He had already surpassed the pressure of Vegeta, reaching at least 20 times that of Namek, comparable to 30 times the gravity of Earth. Sack was filled with exhilaration as the divine elephants absorbed the energy from both the internal and external realms, leaving nothing behind. His capacity to channel energy was finite, with the pressure mounting. The energy within began to transform. Recognizing this, Sack dove deeper, accelerating his descent until he sensed he had reached his limits. He halted, remaining still in the deep sea, at least 3,000 meters below the surface. Which should suffice. Sack was not striving to surpass his limits. He merely needed his energy to undergo a metamorphosis so that he could continue refining the divine elephants. The energy in the Dragon Ball world was significantly more advanced than that in the world of the divine elephants. Derived from the absorption of external vital energy, even akin to the essence of life itself, he needed to discover the principle of returning all sources to their origin, creating a hellish furnace within him. He wondered if this approach would indeed yield a hellish furnace. Sack gazed into the darkness, listening to the silence and feeling the cold ocean water. He closed his eyes and commenced his experiment. The divine elephant's technique had not prompted the crystallization of various runes within his energy, let alone the subsequent creation of the hellish furnace. Sack could only rely on the knowledge within his mind to conceptualize and envision the hellish furnace. The energy within him did not need to be exceptionally pure. It was already the most refined energy his physical form could convert. The energy coursed rapidly through his body, following the meridians and acupoints, making it increasingly difficult for Sack to control. The simple act of compressing and releasing energy varied. He needed to manipulate it according to his vision, first consolidating it into a suitable structure, then stabilizing it. Finally, He aimed to construct the hellish furnace using these structures, that be while leveraging the immense pressure of the deep sea. He managed to suppress the high-intensity operation of his energy, making it easier to control as he began to methodically develop the hellish furnace. On the shoreline, Reyna's expression turned cold again as she stood proudly, akin to a celestial goddess. "Master, you can do this." The three suns in the sky interwove in orderly succession, rendering the passage of time indiscernible. Suddenly, a ripple surged across the ocean's surface, gradually forming a small whirlpool. Upon witnessing this, Reyna's eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitation, she plunged into the water in the Grand Elder's palace. The Grand Elder abruptly opened his eyes. "He has grown stronger." Nella trembled, his expression darkening. "That is it, that male Scion?" The Grand Elder nodded gently. "I cannot foresee that individual's future. He may very well become a god, a deity of war." Nelu exclaimed in astonishment. "Grand Elder, they are evil Scions. How can they ascend to divinity?" The Grand Elder regarded Nelu with kindness. "Nelu, this world is not merely black and white. The god of destruction specializes in the annihilation of planets. Yet he is a pinnacle deity of the cosmos. You understand?" Nelu seethed with indignation. "Can humans be compared to deities?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "This race possesses kindness. Thus their encounters with the external world are limited. For many matters, they rely solely on their teachings and natural insights. The perspective on issues remains quite one-sided." Escom returned to the hall. Nelu's eyes sparkled with determination, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, in the ocean, Sack kept his eyes tightly shut as a colossal, chaotic-hued tripod cauldron slowly rotated within him. The cauldron was immense, yet it traversed through his cells, seamlessly merging with the Divine Elephant whenever they met. Each fusion brought about extraordinary transformations, rendering the Divine Elephant dynamic and lifelike. Sack's body was enveloped in a thin, imperceptible, and untouchable transparent membrane that did not hinder him in the slightest, yet allowed him to absorb external vital energy. As this membrane facilitated the absorption, a surge of boundless power emanated from Sack, drawing countless vital energies into him, entering the chaotic tripod cauldron and subsequently overflowing into the Divine Elephant's body, as if the Divine Elephant were drinking water. The cauldron and the Divine Elephant underwent remarkable transformations, and Sack watched in awe, momentarily stunned, allowing the process to unfold freely. This isn't right. The hellish furnace should be a viscous, fiery red, exuding a pungent sulfuric scent. Shouldn't it? Why does it instead appear majestic, as if encompassing the essence of the universe? The mutation was exceedingly intense. As Sack observed the changes within him, he could not help but express his disbelief. The cultivation path of the Divine Elephant's technique was entirely mismatched with his current progress. Just as he was taken aback, a new giant elephant quickly coalesced within him. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a continuous sound echoed as 1,000 giant elephants emerged, stabilizing the process. Sack sensed that the new giant elephant was gestating. As long as the cauldron absorbed sufficient vital energy, it would awaken. My goodness, this alone amounts to 30,000 battle power. How outrageous! This was not a hellish furnace. It was a man-made universal furnace. Gazing at the grand cauldron within his being, Sack could not help but express his awe once more. The shock from the previous event had yet to fade when an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Rescue of Reyna. Sack relentlessly broke through barriers, driven not only by the accumulation of his strength, but also by the continuous siphoning of the surrounding elemental energy. This extraction of energy created a colossal vortex centered around Sack, while Sack, situated at the vortex's core, remained largely unaffected. Reyna, who had plunged into the depths of the sea out of concern for him, experienced a starkly different reality. As she entered the water, she immediately felt a powerful suction enveloping her entire body. Alarmed, she hastily gathered her energy to resist. Initially, she had refrained from exerting herself, conserving energy for self-protection, hoping that surrendering to the current might lead her to Sack. However, as she drew upon her energy, she inadvertently disrupted the vortex, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. In an instant, Reyna found herself under immense pressure. compelled to exert even greater force to counteract the crushing weight. This created a vicious cycle. As her body sank deeper, the ocean's pressure intensified. Eventually, Reyna could no longer endure it, and the swirling currents dragged her down into the abyss. The initial vortex had expanded into countless smaller whirlpools, each engaging in a chaotic battle, generating increasingly complex tidal waves, and the surface of the sea erupted into towering waves reaching hundreds of meters high. Reyna could only conserve her strength, keeping her energy close to her body to prevent further harm. Simultaneously, in a moment of calm, she repeatedly unleashed energy blasts, attempting to locate Sack and awaken him. Sack, still in a state of shock, sensed Reyna's urgent energy and hurriedly pursued the very force propelling the vortex. His withdrawal violently thrust him back into the tumultuous waters. Over time, while Sack's strength was on the rise, poor Reyna struggled in the chaos outside that a relentless barrage of powerful waves crashed against him, forcing him to spit out blood and lose consciousness. The energy he had summoned dissipated entirely, and no matter how swift Sack was, he could not match the omnipresent impact of the ocean, especially as he sought out Reyna's faint essence. Damn it, what's happening? Reyna's energy just vanished. I need to teleport instantly. Sack clenched his teeth, his mind raging. Mastering the knowledge of two races, he knew that while he could not teleport across an entire star system with his 300,000 battle power, doing so within a planet was entirely feasible. However, sensing Reyna's energy fading caused Sack to panic. Unbeknownst to him, the female Scion who had silently supported him all along had become irreplaceable in his heart. In that moment, the divine elephant within Sack roared towards the heavens, and the newly forged furnace of the world trembled, expelling torrents of pure energy. The transparent energy shield surrounding Sack shattered, sending waves of energy cascading outward, piercing through the vortex and extending in all directions. Inhaling the acrid scent of marine blood, Sack felt his heart plummet. Hurry, hurry! On the mountaintop, the Grand Elder's expression grew grave. If that hot-tempered female Scion were to encounter trouble on Namek, would Sack go berserk? If he unleashed his overwhelming power in a blind rage, it could lead to irreversible destruction of Namek, a sight he desperately wished to avoid. Yet among their kind, the strongest was Neru, who could not venture deeper than 300 meters into the sea. While technological devices could withstand it, the storm's core was rife with whirlpools, and even their technology would falter. Grand Elder? Neru inquired, his voice laced with concern as he noticed the Grand Elder's grave demeanor. Could the impending crisis be upon them? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of energy erupted from Neru, creating a cacophony that shattered the air, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The Grand Elder hastily restrained Neru. Now is not the time to provoke Sack. If Neru loses control, it could disrupt Sack's focus, and if we cannot rescue Reyna, Sack will undoubtedly take his fury out on Neru. Whether he survives is uncertain. The Grand Elder, who possessed vast knowledge of the universe's secrets, knew that the mysteries of the Namekian race were not insurmountable. Meanwhile, Sack's emotions surged, his energy turning a fiery red as torrents of seawater bubbled violently. Remarkably, he began to evaporate the seawater around him with sheer force. Countless bubbles ascended, and a distinct, pungent scent of marine blood wafted into Sack's nostrils. His eyes sparkled with divine light as he concentrated his energy. Blood streaking across his vision, quickly vaporizing under the force of his explosive energy, rising with the evaporating seawater. There, Sack's energy surged forth, akin to a jet stream, as he propelled himself through the water, barreling straight towards the source of the blood that in his wake. A void momentarily formed, only to be filled by a deluge of water rushing back in, creating colossal waves. This was in the depths of the ocean. Racing towards the origin of the scent, Sack flailed about like a headless chicken. No, how can there be nothing? I arrived so quickly. He longed to unleash all his energy, yet he refrained. Reyna was gravely injured. If he released his power, the ensuing chaos in the water would surely lead to her demise. Calm down, Sack repeatedly reminded himself. Her energy had vanished, and the vortex was formidable. The only critical point remained. Sack focused on the swirling waters beneath him, keeping his energy tightly bound to himself as he began to dive, Threads of delicate energy extended outward, weaving a net to explore the depths. After some time, as Sack grappled with immense pressure, a flash of insight struck him. No, Reyna couldn't have reached this depth. She would have perished here. She must be above. At that moment, a strand of energy severed a peculiar creature, frantically fleeing from the depths. Revealing a familiar aura, Sack's eyes widened in fury. Damn it! How dare you! His overwhelming energy lashed out like a laser net, slicing past the creature, prompting a chilling wail as blood filled the surrounding area. Without hesitation, Sack swam towards the creature, positioning himself near its abdomen, where he concentrated his energy into a long spear. With a swift thrust, he pierced through, creating a 3-meter gaping wound. The spear dissipated as he forced his hands inside, tearing through the creature's insides. Moments later, a figure emerged from the surface, cradling a frail, boneless body. Damn it, I haven't even learned healing techniques yet. In Sack's moment of panic, the Grand Elder's voice echoed in his mind. Child, I've already summoned the 6th Elder. He is the best healer among us. Though he is slow, I will guide you. Hurry to him. With a flicker in his eyes, Sack wasted no time, stepping into the void and, with a resounding boom, found himself 500 meters away. Back where he had been, the space trembled, only to stabilize under the immense power of the universe. Inside the great hall, the Grand Elder exhaled a sigh of relief. His taut nerves finally easing as he murmured, "There is still hope." That was close. As soon as Sack uttered those words, the Grand Elder visibly sighed in relief. He feared that Sack might vent his anger upon them due to this matter. "Thank you, dear child." The Grand Elder then added, "There's another matter on which I require your assistance." And no sooner had Sack's words fallen than Neru erupted in fury. They had already borrowed the most precious Dragon Balls. How could they dare to push their luck further? "You scoundrel, do not overreach." Sack's gaze turned icy as the heavenly forge within him trembled, exerting a formidable pressure upon Neru. Enraged, Neru struggled to resist. But how could he possibly contend with Sack? As their energies clashed, Neru's eyes bulged, and purple blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This not enough of a lesson, with Neru subdued. Sack withdrew his imposing aura, standing there with an air of nonchalance. Neru, expending all his strength to resist, suddenly lost the pressure and unleashed a powerful blast towards the ceiling, creating a massive hole the size of a water tank. Debris cascaded down around them. Neru, in a fit of rage, coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Sack cast an apologetic glance toward the Grand Elder, who gently shook his head. "It is of no concern. Neru is merely a bit too impulsive and requires some tempering. His injuries are not severe and will heal." Sack refrained from saying more. After all, a strong individual possesses their own pride, although Neru had not committed any grave misdeeds. Repeated offenses warranted punishment, a classic case of forgetting the pain after the wound is healed. "Grand Elder, I must trouble you to help Reyna enhance her potential." The Grand Elder's eyes flickered with surprise. "Do you not require this for yourself?" Sack shook his head. That he practiced the Divine Elephant confinement technique and did not need guidance to elevate his power. That technique was sufficient for his studies, and he had thoroughly absorbed and mastered the energy within him. Further enhancement might yield counterproductive results. "Please, just assist Reyna." Speaking thus, he steadied Reyna with his hands. Confused, Reyna could not comprehend the situation. "Come here. I will guide you to unlock your potential and enhance your combat prowess." Sack signaled for Reyna to heed the Grand Elder's words. Reluctantly, Reyna approached, allowing the Grand Elder's aged hands to rest upon her head. Within mere seconds, Reyna's expression turned to one of astonishment, her entire being trembling. Boom! A tremendous force surged through the air, producing a sound that fluctuated wildly. The partially suspended debris was sent spiraling through the air by Reyna's overwhelming energy, enveloping the room in a cloud of dust. How powerful! Reyna felt herself amplified more than threefold, possibly reaching a combat power of 40,000. She unleashed her full strength without restraint. The pressure around them suddenly intensified several times over, causing the Grand Elder to breathe rapidly, drenched in sweat. Sack let out a sharp command, and the heavenly forge within him churned, dissipating the pressure that had just risen. Raynor gazed at Sack in disbelief, her eyes shining with brilliance. This is true strength, an unmatched kind. The Grand Elder approached with ease, gazing gratefully at Sack. Sack smiled lightly, bidding farewell to the Grand Elder as he whisked Raynor away. What shall we do? Sack's eyes gleamed with authority. Return to Planet Vegeta. Barunga could not provide him with assistance. He must try for himself. With about a year remaining, if he planned meticulously, he might be able to spare most of the Scions from the impending explosion of Planet Vegeta. Perhaps within that year, he could cultivate to 100,000 particles, achieving a combat power of 3 million, and breaking through to Super Saiyan at that point. Victory would come even more effortlessly. The year was exceedingly generous to him. Upon entering the spaceship, Sack once more entered seclusion. Since his breakthrough and departure from Namek, he had been preoccupied, neglecting to truly contemplate the changes within him. Now that he had the time, he would not let it slip away. Logically, with 10,000 giant elephants within him, he should be able to sense the myriad energies of the world. Yet his energy flowed continuously, lacking any profound sensation, and the connection with various cosmic energies was entirely absent. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy permeated everything yet remained elusive. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of the techniques beyond the first layer, such as the Demon God Seal or the Gates of Hell. Relying solely on his formidable energy to coalesce 10,000 giant elephants, there was no sensation of enhanced vitality or lifespan. Others who mastered this divine technique awakened 21 giant elephants, gaining several hundred years of life. While he had gained nothing. No, my body has indeed become much stronger. Sack's combat power was now 300,000. In actual combat, relying on his formidable physique, he could contend with adversaries of at least 500,000 combat power. Now that he had broken through his limitations, with the giant elephant particles reaching 11,000 in his combat power at 330,000, it was certainly commendable. However, the transformation of his physical body was even more crucial. In the world of Dragon Ball, cultivating energy might be stored within the cells, yet it did not enhance the physical body. Once a powerful warrior expended all their energy, they bore little distinction from an ordinary person. He was now entirely different. Previously, with 10,000 giant elephants, energy had indeed been altering his physical form, continuously refining it and increasing his foundation. However, to claim it was exceptionally miraculous or that he possessed overwhelming combat power was an exaggeration. At most, it merely supplemented his energy, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. The original giant elephants served merely as a transit point, specifically refining energy to amplify its effects. For instance, they enabled transformation, healing, and even instantaneous movement. They then subtly tempered his physical form. Beyond that, they functioned as a mere energy reservoir. Now, Sack felt confident that he could utterly defeat Raynor solely based on his physical prowess. The giant elephants were akin to steel reinforcing bars, permeating every part of his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength, transforming it into a substance akin to concrete, yet far surpassing it. They were constantly absorbing and converting energy, continuously refining his physical form. King Vegeta, await your fate. That position shall be mine. Resisting the urge to test his thoughts through action, Sack gazed at the ceiling, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He sensed that, without restraint, should he unleash his power, he could easily rend the earth and shatter the seas. Defeating King Vegeta would be a trivial endeavor. Meanwhile, far away on Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta was seething with rage in the grand, cold Scion throne hall. King Vegeta sat high upon his throne, coldly observing the Scions reporting below. You say Frieza has sent word that 2 Scions have betrayed me? Yes, my lord. A ferocious glint flashed in King Vegeta's eyes, and a bloodthirsty aura radiated from him as he roared in fury. Investigate. Find out who it is. Those who dare betray me are unforgivable. I will have their remains shattered into 1,000 pieces. How dare they betray me and the Scion race? They shall learn the true meaning of authority. Chapter 22. Returning to Planet Vegeta, the shocked Scions. The Scion who entered the hall trembled all over. Contemplating those rebellious Scions, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Damn it, did I not tell you to investigate? Are you deaf? Do you wish to die? King Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the hall, akin to a mad dog barking wildly. The reporting Scion soldier shivered, suppressing the urge to urinate, and turned to fleet. I give you 30 minutes. If you fail, you may as well perish. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the soldier stumbled and fell to the ground, not daring to utter another word. He gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, staggering away. The investigation should not pose a problem. They all utilize Frisia's equipment, and there are records. However, to uncover it within 30 minutes is quite the challenge for the soldier. Unfortunately, due to his insignificance and lack of strength, he could only grit his teeth and comply. King Vegeta remained furious, having maintained a high-pressure regime for over a decade, yet still facing rebellions among the Scions. Gathering a formidable energy in his right hand, he unleashed a powerful energy wave. The brilliance illuminated the hall as a massive beam struck one of the pillars. Boom! The enormous pillar could not withstand the impact, exploding into fragments. That was not the end. The beam released by King Vegeta surged toward the hall's walls, erupting in another explosion, creating a gaping hole in the thick wall. The Scion Hall represented their facade. Although constructed from stone, its material was significantly sturdier than ordinary steel. King Vegeta's might was evident, further highlighting the raging fury within him. "Father!" A cold, ruthless voice reverberated through the air. Vegeta, with an expression as frigid as his hairstyle mirroring that of King Vegeta, strode into the hall. Seemingly indifferent to the recent explosion, he made his way directly to the center of the grand chamber, standing resolutely as he lifted his gaze, locking his determined eyes onto King Vegeta. The king, who had been seething with rage moments ago, now transformed his demeanor, revealing a satisfied smile. "Father, I am prepared to undertake a mission," Vegeta declared. King Vegeta paused, taken aback that a mission. "As an elite warrior, there is no need for you to rush into action so soon." With a cold expression, Vegeta replied proudly, "My power has already reached 4,000. Most warriors are no match for me, and I am fully capable of executing a mission." King Vegeta erupted in a hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Splendid! This is indeed my son, the pride of the Scion race. Very well. I grant you permission. Who do you intend to partner with?" Vegeta's face remained impassive. "I have chosen Nappa and Raditz." A glint of cold light flashed in King Vegeta's eyes as a realization struck him. "Bardock's son, is it? Very well. I approve." With the king's consent, Vegeta turned to leave. His arrival had been to notify, to inform, not to inquire or request. King Vegeta gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure, reminiscent of his own, filled with pride. "There is a worthy successor. I shall clear the path for you. What is Frisia compared to you? You, Vegeta, shall be the emperor of the universe." But as soon as he spoke, anger surged within him, his fists clenched tightly. "Damnable traitor! If I catch you, I will crush you beneath my feet and make you aware of the might of King Vegeta." Once again, a brilliant light emanated from his hands, but he reconsidered the implications of further destruction to his palace and refrained from unleashing his power. Soon after, Vegeta departed in a spherical spaceship accompanied by Nappa and Raditz. The recently arrived Sack and Reina observed silently. "Shall we not intercept them?" Sack gently shook his head. "There's no need." A profound sense of regret flickered in Reina's eyes. She had wished for the entire Scion clan to witness the prowess she and Sack now possessed. With 2 members missing, it felt incomplete. "Should we notify the spacecraft docking center?" Sack scoffed. "Unnecessary. Their return is to eliminate obstacles, and they must unleash their full potential." Reina's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart entirely focused on Sack. Her affection unmasked, Sack sensed her feelings clearly. However, with formidable foes on the horizon and many pressing matters at hand, matters of love would have to wait. "Let us depart." Reina smiled charmingly as she took control of the spacecraft, descending with a thunderous roar towards Planet Vegeta. "King Vegeta, your doom approaches." In an instant, alarms blared across Planet Vegeta, countless cannons aimed at them. "Intruders on Planet Vegeta shall face death." A cold, mechanical voice echoed across the sky as an array of artillery automatically fired. This was the automated defense system set by Frisia's subordinates on Planet Vegeta. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air as numerous Scions, disturbed, emerged, coldly gazing at the spacecraft engulfed in cannon fire. Seemingly indifferent to the invasion, merely spectators, Sack's form blurred as he materialized outside the spacecraft, his presence like a mountain, the furnace of the universe swirling within him. Countless projectiles altered their trajectories, converging towards Sack as if drawn to him like rivers to the sea. Standing tall and immovable, he absorbed the onslaught of attacks that a flash of brilliance illuminated his eyes as beams of light obliterated the technological weaponry that had just launched their assault. Overlooking the palace of King Vegeta, he waved his hand casually, a slender beam piercing through space to strike the outer walls of the palace. With a resounding crash, the entire wall collapsed. The onlooking Scions gasped in astonishment. Scions were known for their combative nature, especially during a full moon when they could scarcely control their transformations into colossal apes. Thus, the walls were constructed of far sturdier materials than the palace itself, forged from countless metals in a single cast. Even an ape with combat power in the tens of thousands could not shake it. Yet, Sack's delicate beam had annihilated the entire wall, leaving only quiet metallic fragments resting on the ground. How powerful must he be? He was likely far stronger than King Frieza. Damn it, that's SAK.is that. A Scion. Indeed, it appears to be a Scion. But how can a Scion possess such strength? Our strongest is King Vegeta, who has tried and failed to destroy the wall with his full energy blasts. True, even King Frieza might struggle to achieve such destruction. When did the universe gain such a formidable warrior? And a Scion at that? A Scion with a combat power of 10,000 in ape form would hardly be capable of such feats. Certainly not. While breaking it is one thing, achieving this level requires not only strength but also absolute control over one's own power. I never imagined our Scion race would produce such a powerhouse. The transformation of Scions into apes indeed amplifies their energy and strength, but it severely diminishes their control. Even the esteemed warrior King Vegeta could not escape this limitation. As the Scions contemplated, a hesitant voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Do you think that could be the legendary Super Scion? Impossible. The Super Scion is a legend passed down from ancient times. We have never seen one ourselves, but how do you explain that he possesses a tail? Have you ever seen any other humanoid race in the universe with a tail? Well, no doubt so. Could it be? I believe what he said is true. This must be a Super Scion, which means our Scion race is destined to give birth to a super warrior. The gathered Scions stared in awe, pointing at Sack and murmuring amongst themselves. Chapter 23. Submission or Death. This group of Scions, witnessing the destruction of their wall, refrained from attacking Sack, instead speculating about his identity. Under Sack's precise control, no debris flew chaotically. The Scions had no intention of fleeing, merely observing Sack with curious eyes. This clearly illustrated just how disgraceful the Scion race could be. There was not a shred of collective honor. As evidenced by Vegeta and his companions, the number of Scions continued to swell, yet none dared to challenge Sack. His overwhelming presence, effortlessly neutralizing the artillery attacks, left them in awe. The final, casual strike shattered their morale completely. Was this something a mere human could accomplish? Sack soared proudly in the sky, his aura sweeping over the gathered Scions. Noting their energies, should they falter against Frieza, he could use instant transmission to rescue a portion of them. The majority here possess power levels only between 7 to 800, with a few as low as 3 to 400, primarily engaged in logistical support, such as cooking and child-rearing. A small contingent of guards and resting warriors numbered perhaps 1 or 2,000, with very few exceeding 3,000. Even so, they were the notoriously unruly Scions of the universe. This revealed just how deeply the universe's true powerhouses remained concealed. The more formidable Scions in the crowd fell silent, rooted to the spot, staring vacantly at the airborne Sack. Sack shook his head, pondering the low caliber of these Scions. He would need to train them properly. With such lack of belonging, what purpose would saving them serve? To plant the seeds for a new generation of Scions. As Sack's thoughts wandered, a voice filled with shock and anger suddenly broke through the crowd of Scions. Everyone, do not be deceived. That is not a Super Scion, nor is he a master. Two figures soared forward, leaping to the forefront. Pointing at Sack, they shouted angrily. Everyone, look closely. That is not a super Scion at all. That is Sack, a lowly warrior with a mere combat power of 3,000. Sack had long been aware of the presence of newcomers. One towering at nearly 2 meters, his muscular frame imposing, with a rugged visage. The other, diminutive in stature, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. They were none other than his former captain and fellow team member, Bataan. Sack, you fled during the mission, leading to the disappearance of North and forcing Raynar to abandon our team to search for you alone. Now, after 4 long years, you dare to return. Upon your arrival, you audaciously employed despicable technological means to obliterate the walls of our Scion clan. What punishment do you deserve for this? The captain advanced, aggressively confronting Sack. The two were initially taken aback, but Bataan, ever astute, examined the situation closely and expressed his doubts. After careful observation, they confirmed that it was indeed their comrade Sack. They conjured images in their minds of Sack as a coward, fleeing from battle, a mere figure with a combat power of over 3,000. How could he possibly destroy such formidable fortifications? Surely he must have used some bizarre technological contraption, a combat team. They had faced considerable challenges when assaulting planets. Some races, despite possessing only a few dozen or 100 combat power, could pose a threat to those with powers reaching 4,000 or 5,000. Naturally, they could not believe that Sack had managed to train his power to tens of thousands in just 4 years. Instinctively assuming he had resorted to underhanded tactics, just as he had fled in the past, Sack cast a glance at them and remained silent. Behind him, Raynar exited the spacecraft after it landed automatically, positioning herself behind Sack. Raynar, she scoffed. She was now thoroughly convinced of Sack's innocence and was displeased to hear others slandering him. Without uttering a word, she flickered and appeared before the captain and Bataan in the blink of an eye. With a punch from one hand and a palm strike from the other, she launched an attack against the two. Damn it. Raynar, what are you doing? They exclaimed. Raynar, we are teammates. How can you strike against me? They retaliated without holding back, unleashing their might to meet Raynar's assault. Raynar remained silent, her formidable aura stirring the air around her, a chilling wind howling, causing the atmosphere to nearly solidify, even generating a tempest that accompanied her fists and palms as they crashed toward the two. Bang! The two cried out in agony, blood gushing from their mouths, their arms limp at their sides as they were sent flying into the crowd, the Scions scattering in fear the residual shockwaves. Scions, once injured, no kin shall aid you. You will only face endless ridicule or the ruthless hands of those around you. They required a force with unwavering combat strength before they could regain their footing. A fierce gale buffeted them, threatening to topple them over. What is this? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. One strike, and even their combined might faltered. The aftershocks rendered them unsteady, dust swirling in the AI are so powerful. Some turned to the misfortunate duo, noticing their unconscious state, gasping for breath, and fell silent. How could mere strength encapsulate such dominance? It was akin to being crushed. Yet, one was a warrior of over 5,000, and the other just above 4,000. Both were mid-tier fighters. Under Raynar's casual blow, they lay grievously injured on the brink of death. Raynar surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful gaze, her cold voice commanding the attention of all. Who dares to defy? The Scions collectively bowed their heads. Raynar turned, her icy demeanor swiftly melting into a sweet smile. Sack. Sack returned her smile, channeling his energy toward the Grand Hall, but he understood that within. King Vegeta was watching with a malevolent glare, clenching his teeth in fists, bracing himself for what was to come. Satisfied, Raynar turned back, her expression chilling once more, her mastery of facial expressions akin to an art form. Gather all Scions on Vegeta's star. Sack has something to announce. Upon concluding her statement, a fierce aura erupted from her, a palpable intensity enveloping the hall. Those who do not come shall perish. The Scions trembled, collapsing to their knees. Humph! What are you waiting for? Go, and spread the word. They hastily informed their friends and family through their communicators, with the overwhelming presence that had just felled 2 mid-tier warriors. Raynar instilled a fear that left them paralyzed, unable to even dare to breathe. Sack disregarded the happenings behind him, soaring toward the Grand Hall. Boom! A column of light surged towards Sack. He merely flicked his gaze. And with a wave of his hand, the grand furnace of heaven and earth activated, dissipating the powerful attack before him. In truth, even if it had struck him, it would have posed no issue. The thin membrane beneath his skin could absorb it all. However, such a thunderous display was undeniably more impactful. How could this be? King Vegeta stood atop his throne, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sack raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze locked onto King Vegeta. Submit or die. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, intensifying the output of his energy wave. Witnessing his obstinacy, Sack descended to the ground, fixating on the energy wave as he approached King Vegeta step by step. With each stride, it felt as though the Grim Reaper whispered in King Vegeta's ear, filling his eyes with torment. The palace trembled, debris falling, some crumbling into dust before even reaching Sack due to the overwhelming pressure. King Vegeta's eyes burned with fury as he gathered his energy, his face turning progressively red. Chapter 24. The Scion Submit. An audacious plan. The air ignited with his energy, a powerful wind surging throughout the palace. Sack's lips twitched. If we were to fight, let us do so without the theatrics of a child in need of effort to relieve himself. Sack was no villain. He would not bide his time for King Vegeta to muster his full strength. With his right hand extended, palm directed at King Vegeta, a flash of light flickered. King Vegeta cried out in agony. Sack's attack, combined with the instability of his own energy, inflicted a double blow upon him. Unable to release his energy, it surged chaotically within him, threatening to lead to his self-destruction. Realizing this, Sack flickered and placed a hand upon his forehead. King Vegeta's energy flowed towards Sack like a trickling stream. And Sack audaciously utilized the Divine Elephant Suppression technique to penetrate King Vegeta's body, voraciously absorbing his energy. This method of absorption felt akin to directly ravaging King Vegeta's very cells. King Vegeta's strength plummeted as he painfully gazed upward. Noting the malice in King Vegeta's eyes, Sack's expression turned cold, and he pressed his palm down, driving King Vegeta's head into the stone, the hard ground cracking like spiderwebs, fissures spreading in all directions. Do you not accept this? King Vegeta struggled in vain, ultimately relinquishing his efforts. His peak power was utterly futile against Sack, and with his current diminished strength, resistance was impossible. Had it not been for me, you would have perished long ago, Sack stated coldly. King Vegeta was not yet destined for death. Before Frieza's arrival, he needed to be a puppet to manage Scion affairs. Without surpassing Frieza, Sack could not afford to relax. Even in transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would require at least 100,000 giant elephant particles. He still had a long way to go. Upon finishing his words, Sack's energy sensed the entire planet, the giant elephants within him roaring skyward. Countless energy signatures erupted from Sack as he intended to eliminate everyone on Vegeta Star who was not a Scion. Those individuals were Frieza's planted spies, and he could not trust them in the slightest. As for technology, with his mastery of instant transmission and the awakening of the giant elephants within him, he had no need for it. Their attacks would come as a surprise. Those technological fools would likely remain oblivious. Sack seized King Vegeta's head and departed the ravaged palace. Once outside, under the blazing sun, Sack held King Vegeta aloft, his gaze coldly surveying the Scions below. As his energy radiated outward, he detected numerous non-Scions present, his expression turning icy. Kill! As the Scions trembled in unison, a sense of confusion washed over them. Could it be that he intended to slay them all? As they pondered, screams erupted continuously. By the time they realized what was transpiring, they found that all non-Scions had perished. Many Scions trembled uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting shock. How dare he? Sack cast a cold, sweeping glance over all the Scions present. According to tradition, I have vanquished King Vegeta. The faces of the assembled Scions were still etched with shock, motionless, unable to comprehend Sack's intentions. Upon witnessing this, Reina's eyes blazed with murderous intent. What? By our customs, Sack is now the leader, the king of our Scion clan. Her words jolted the dazed Scions back to reality as they stared in disbelief at Sack, their gazes darting between him and King Vegeta. As if attempting to confirm the veracity of the situation, Seeing that the crowd merely murmured among themselves and no one addressed Sack, Reyna's anger surged, causing a gust of energy to disperse the clouds in the sky, as if she were about to obliterate the very stars. You seek death. Perhaps it was Reyna's aggressive tone, or perhaps she believed that the law is lenient towards the many. The Scion hidden among the crowd spoke up. There can only be one king among the Scions, and it was he who led us to conquer the current planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Reyna's gaze turned icy. The aura she had been exuding erupted towards the speaker, as if a divine force were crushing a malevolent spirit, unstoppable and righteous. Having fought alongside Sack multiple times, and having absorbed some of Namek's teachings regarding energy, Reyna was far beyond the capabilities of these unrefined Scions. The Scion who had spoken found himself kneeling under the immense pressure of Reyna's overwhelming aura. Unable to even lay flat on the ground, he looked on in terror, wishing to kneel and thus avoid drawing attention and the burden of the current pressure. Yet, some unseen force prevented him from doing so. He could not even close his eyes, forced to stare at Sack and Reyna. Reyna, observing those who still remained silent, ceased to restrain her energy, allowing her overwhelming force to radiate outward. The great hall behind her creaked and groaned, unable to withstand the pressure, shattering like fragile porcelain. Many of the weaker Scions could not endure Reyna's aura, foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious. All the Scions looked on in panic at Reyna. Such an overwhelming aura, unending. Did she intend to annihilate them all? Reyna's fury escalated. Believing the Scions were refusing to submit to Sack, she gave no thought to the fact that they could not speak under her oppressive presence. Seeking death, her words echoed like the chilling winds of a boundless hell. Invading the souls of all present, Reyna's form shimmered with radiance. With a blink of her eyes, a searing beam of light shot towards the standing Scions. All were filled with terror, as if they were witnessing their own demise in the next moment. Sack's eyes flickered. Remaining motionless, he could have intervened, but deemed it unnecessary. Even if Reyna were to mistakenly kill someone, he could bear the consequences. This hidden king must be established today. That a crack resounded. The standing Scions remained paralyzed, their eyes wide as they watched Reyna's beam strike, the excruciating pain overwhelming their senses, leading to a loss of consciousness. With a thud, their bodies fell to the ground, causing those who remained standing to shudder. Reyna surveyed the remaining Scions with haughty disdain. Today, defiance will lead to death. All exchanged glances, wishing to submit, yet they longed for her to relinquish her oppressive aura, allowing them to speak. Sack recognized the predicament of the Scions. Reyna, enough that Reyna's aura receded, suppressing the energies of all the Scions back into their bodies, restoring an appearance of calm, though her gaze remained icy as she scrutinized them. The kneeling Scions felt the pressure lift from above, as if a great weight had been lifted from their chests, allowing them to move freely and speak. We willingly acknowledge Sack as our new king. Sack nodded. For now, we will still heed King Vegeta's words. Reyna will convey my intention from the sidelines. Sack's gaze, calm yet authoritative, subdued the entire assembly to my combat power is 100,000, and Reyna's is 30,000. Should anyone harbor dissent, they're welcome to challenge me. Indeed, Reyna's recently unleashed power was merely 30,000, a fact he had informed her of beforehand. The scouters would be unable to accurately gauge Reyna's energy for him. No one could discern the extent of his strength, especially not with subpar technological devices. The Scion submission did not frighten him. However, there were likely die-hard Frisia loyalists among them, and some would undoubtedly activate their scouters, making it impossible for him to conceal everything. Frisia would certainly be aware of it now. This was something that occupied Sack's mind after he left the Grand Hall. Since concealment was impossible, he would deliberately spread some false information. Sack harbored a wild plan in his heart that, if successful, it could bring him immense benefits. Chapter 25. The Hidden King. Bold ideas. All the Scions exchanged puzzled glances, Reyna included. Why retain King Vegeta? Sack offered no explanation, discarding his predecessor. Reyna, your strength is sufficient to quell all unrest. Soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot up into the sky from a distance. Sack's expression hardened. How dare someone flee? Raising his hand, an energy beam soared toward the luminous point in the sky. All the kneeling Scions looked up in confusion, witnessing the dazzling light, still in a daze. When a tremendous explosion resonated through the air, all quivered, fearing to gaze upwards, bowing their heads once more. King Vegeta was brutal, yet his long reign had instilled familiarity, preventing chaos and ensuring relative safety. This new king, however, had only recently claimed the throne and had already killed many, including those sent by Frieza. His audacity was astonishing. Among them, some had contemplated resistance, but the true strong were absent, and none dared oppose the ruthless Reina. Having dealt with one insignificant ant, Sack shifted his gaze back. You may flee, that I will establish a new set of rules. If you do not comply, the entire Scion race will hunt you down. The Scions buried their heads even lower. Sack had no regard for this group of Scions. Should the warriors return, some would surely begin to rebel. Now, Reina, according to the plan, gather a few trusted individuals. After speaking, Sack flew towards his original dwelling, guided by memory. The palace was in ruins, uninhabitable, so he could only seek temporary refuge elsewhere. On the way back to Planet Vegeta, he had already informed Reina of his need for a few trustworthy individuals. Or perhaps someone she was familiar with. Sack had his own allies, yet he preferred not to engage directly. With a combat power exceeding 400,000, he could not support long-distance, instantaneous movement alone. He needed others to serve as beacons on various planets. Upon returning to his residence, Sack immersed himself in thought, delving into the sea of 840 million colossal particles. The star field composed of these particles, over 10,000 of which floated and shimmered, released a formidable energy storm. Damn it, still no way forward. The heavenly melting furnace was an accident, and the myriad techniques beyond it were simply unattainable in this universe. There were not enough powerful beings for him to devour and cultivate. What was he to do? Sack sensed that he could improve, but the pace was unsatisfactory. Though the natural energies were abundant, they lacked depth. I must devise a strategy. It would be too late to eliminate those individuals. Frieza is already aware, and within 6 months, he will descend with thunderous force. Sack was seething with frustration. After finally breaking through, he had only awakened fewer than 2,000 particles, still over 80,000 particles short of the 3 million basic combat power needed to transform into a Super Saiyan. There was another method, mastering the power of rules. Sack gazed at the rapidly consuming energy particles, forcing a smile. The rules of the Dragon Ball world were far more intricate to comprehend. He could teleport, yet it did not align with the rules of space. Frieza was indeed a headache in the early stages. Even according to the original story, he was a formidable boss. What was he to do? The heavenly melting furnace swirled within him, absorbing various energies. Sack observed quietly, his mind frantically sifting through all he knew of the Dragon Ball universe. Suddenly, an idea struck him. In a flash, he vanished from the room, reappearing in a technologically advanced hall. Seeing various aliens bustling about, he let out a sigh of relief. Assemble! Damn it! Who are you to command us? Do you even know? As an extraterrestrial being began to speak, a blinding beam of light flashed, resulting in instant demise, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. You, Sack, narrowed your eyes slightly, sensing the strength of this group. With a mere wave of your hand, immense energy coalesced into a lethal projectile. Ascending into the air, guided by your will to strike down the chosen target point, 12 beams of light shot forth, swiftly annihilating 12 extraterrestrials. The remaining ones were left in sheer terror, their hearts quaking as they gazed at Sack. You! How dare you? They stuttered in disbelief. How dare you kill us? We are emissaries of King Frieza. And where is your King Vegeta? I shall inform him of your demise. Sack's gaze hardened. It seemed that the slaughter of these few was insufficient to instill fear in them. With the fury of a colossal beast, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire space, and in an instant, a tempest of anguish roared. The Scions could scarcely withstand Sack's might, let alone these feeble extraterrestrials. They collapsed to their knees, blood pooling on the ground, the hall reeking of a metallic tang. As an energy sphere spun, 3 more beams of light erupted forth. The extraterrestrials knelt in submission, their bodies trembling. Hearing the agonizing cries of their comrades, a viscous liquid seeping from their forms. Now, activate the healing apparatus, Sack commanded, retracting his imposing aura. The extraterrestrials shakily rose, too fearful to ACT. "Oh, you wish to perish?" Sack's tone was chilling, akin to that of a harbinger of doom. "Even Frisia cannot save you now." Upon hearing this, the extraterrestrials scrambled to activate the devices. Sack observed the central apparatus rumbling with activity, a sight he had never witnessed before, stirring his curiosity. "Sir, it has been activated. Who requires treatment?" Sack's eyes flickered with contemplation. His energy perception extended outward, summoning Reyna. The extraterrestrials were rendered speechless. Why waste countless resources on healing? Sack paid them no heed. Soaring into the apparatus's opening, sitting cross-legged within, he sealed off his aura and activated the healing device. The stench of blood and urine still lingered, the air sharp and frigid. They were unwilling to gamble with their lives. Reyna soon entered, glancing at Sack with a puzzled expression. "What is this about?" Sack remained silent, casting her a significant look. With a fierce resolve, his inner might surged, causing a tremor akin to that of a great beast awakening. Blood spewed forth, and Sack visibly weakened. Reyna clenched her fists, her formidable aura once again suppressing the entire room, causing the extraterrestrials to kneel in despair. "King Vegeta has been defeated. The fate of the Scions now rests with me, that if you wish to survive, ensure he receives proper treatment." Reyna glared at the extraterrestrials with a menacing gaze, her intent more lethal than Sack's. Sack's actions were undoubtedly laden with deeper significance. All that was required was for them to follow his plan. The extraterrestrials could only tremble and nod in compliance. "Hurry and act." A leading extraterrestrial gritted his teeth. Rising to operate the device, a pale green liquid gushed forth, filling the apparatus and engulfing S.K.T.O. enhance his prowess. Sack inflicted injury upon himself, striving to significantly augment his strength through the Scion's injuries, thus aiding his cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Meanwhile, Frisia received word of the events unfolding. Observing the trembling Dodoria and Zarbon, he remarked, "Excellent, truly excellent. A mere wild monkey has managed to dominate the Scions. Is King Vegeta truly inept, or is this Sack fellow extraordinarily powerful?" Chapter 26. Frisia's scheme. Sack finds his path. Zarbon knelt, drenched in sweat, trembling as he spoke. "My lord, it is all King Vegeta's fault. We clearly informed him, yet he failed to dispatch the Scions to eliminate Sack, allowing him to seize the opportunity to take control of the Scion race." Frisia gazed at Zarbon with an inscrutable expression. "Is that so, Mr. Zarbon?" Zarbon lowered his head anxiously. With an air of authority, Frisia ordered, "King Vegeta will surely resist my commands and will not heed them seriously, let alone execute them with diligence. Consequently, Zarbon's plan has naturally come to fruition." The spectacular drama that Frisia had hoped to witness had not materialized, and he would undoubtedly direct his wrath at the Scions. He might even resort to annihilating the Scion race altogether. Faced with Frisia's fury, Zarbon could only deflect blame, never admitting fault. "My lord, King Vegeta is certainly dissatisfied with your orders, which is why he has feigned compliance, resulting in this astonishing reversal, even jeopardizing his own throne." Frisia's eyes narrowed. "What do you estimate Sack's battle power to be?" Zarbon trembled violently, akin to a leaf in the wind. He was uncertain. The Scion race possesses the ability to transform into great apes, and the fact that these beings dared not resist indicated that Sack was far more formidable than the mere 100,000 he acclaimed. Upon reflection, it was possible that he could withstand Frisia himself. Frisia dismissed Zarbon's trepidation. "My lord, go, inform the Scions on duty outside that there's a traitor among them. Have them return immediately to eliminate Sack." Dodoria was taken aback, hastily lifting his gaze. "But my lord, even King Vegeta could not contend with him. How could the other Scion warriors possibly be a match for Sack?" Frisia detected the underlying meaning in Dodoria's words, and the atmosphere turned icy. "This is an order." Dodoria broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly exited. Frisia regarded Zarbon. The rebellious monkeys will self-destruct. We shall remain in the shadows and reap the rewards. This scenario should prove advantageous." Zarbon eagerly praised, But Frisia shocked him with his next words. Notify the Jinyu force to prepare to eliminate those 2 monkeys in 6 months. Zarbon recoiled in astonishment. Frisia had always held disdain for that incompetent group, rarely allowing them to return from their missions that in the past. As long as it was not a full moon, he could annihilate the Scion race. The Jinyu force, far more powerful, each member possessing unique abilities, could easily overpower any foe. The fact that Frisia was deploying this unit was alarming. That wretched Scion, truly so formidable. Sak was unaware that Frisia was indeed poised to act 6 months ahead of schedule, merely instructing the Jinyu force to eliminate those 2 without issuing a lethal decree against the Scion race. Sak was also oblivious to the fact that Beerus had yet to arrive on Planet Vegeta, and there was no reckless action from King Vegeta that would incite Frisia to obliterate the entire planet. Frisia still required a compliant Scion race, thus his murderous intent was not so pronounced. Zarbon departed respectfully, realizing that this situation had become precarious, that if he failed to manage it properly and allowed Sak to roam freely, his favorable days might soon come to an end. Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, a different scene unfolded. 10 Scions had vanished from the planet, and aside from Reina and themselves, no one knew their whereabouts or intentions. The remaining inhabitants of Planet Vegeta could only watch in envy as those individuals' battle power surged beyond 5,000 in a short span. How enviable, one Scion remarked, gazing at the departing spacecraft. Humph, what is there to envy? Sak is audacious enough to invade only when our warriors are on missions, leaving the planet vulnerable. The returning warriors will surely settle the score with them. Those who betray will undoubtedly face dire consequences. You all know King Vegeta's methods. The Scion, who had just spoken, bore a gaze filled with murderous intent and deep-seated resentment. His bitterness stemmed from the absence of himself among the 10 individuals present. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Sak and acquire the means to achieve his goals. As he voiced his thoughts, another individual immediately retorted, Humph, what nonsense! King Vegeta is our strongest warrior. When King Sak entered the Great Hall, he rendered King Vegeta powerless without a fierce battle. The other warriors who returned shared the same sentiment. A warrior standing at a height of 1.61 meters flickered with fervor in his eyes. What good is following King Vegeta? All he embodies is brutality. Look at King Sak. After subduing them, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Any violations are met with strict punishment. They deserve their fate, he declared. In contrast, King Sak promoted over 10 warriors with battle powers of 5,000 to will. He believed that with diligent effort, he too could ascend. The dream that had once seemed unattainable was now within reach, and he was determined to seize it firmly. What a joke! Even if we warriors cannot defeat that demon, King Frisia will intervene, he asserted. Dabo remained silent, and one knew the true strength of King Frisia, only that he remained invincible. Years of accumulated power could not be easily overturned by Sak. No, if King Sak could easily defeat King Vegeta, he certainly could defeat Frisia. Humph, what nonsense! If he could easily vanquish King Vegeta in his Great Ape form, I would believe it. Yet he only defeated Vegeta in his normal state. How could he possibly contend with King Frisia? Humph, let us wait and see, another disgruntled Scion chimed in. Wait and see indeed, but are you not plotting to betray me and have Reina clean me up? Mybar retorted, eyeing them warily. A tainted heart sees everything through a murky lens. This matter ends here. I trust King Sak, Dabo said coldly, harboring considerable dissatisfaction towards Myba, though he would not stoop to such petty actions. Deep down, he believed that King Sak would not retaliate against Myba for such remarks. It's nothing, just a small fry, not worth my time. Among the 5 of them, one towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, remained silent, observing without uttering a word. Everyone had grown accustomed to this silence and refrained from asking questions. In the treatment hall, Sak endured the agony, steeling himself to focus on his inner condition. The tumult within his body resembled an army of colossal elephants, his organs in disarray, his life hanging by a thread. Fortunately, Reina outside was providing support, the unknown liquid engulfing him slowly, mending his wounds. Power surged forth, and Sak marveled at the origin of this strength, which was not derived from external energy absorption. He summoned the furnace of heaven and earth, encircling the emanating energy from his own tissues, ready to delve deeper into his research, when more energy manifested elsewhere. Hastily, Sack abandoned his current focus and redirected the furnace. Damn it, it's everywhere, not confined to one spot. However, as the furnace erupted, expanding dramatically and enveloping him in a transparent aura, he felt a surge of joy that I've found it. The spine is the key. Chapter 27. Bardock and the Phantom Fist, Invisible Storm. Inside him, 1,000 elephants charged and roared as the furnace shrank to encase his spine. The potent and pure energy binding his vertebrae, while countless energies swirled around that area. Damn it, this must be an alternate space. One cannot cultivate according to conventional logic. The might of the elephants erupted, forcefully suppressing the anomalous space around his spine. The transformation of Scion into a Super Scion hinges on the spine. The surge of power post-injury also originates from IT. That IT is precisely due to the death of numerous cells that the spine can regenerate, yielding stronger stem cells, allowing for the absorption and fusion of greater energy, thereby enhancing strength. Divine Demon Seal, Gates of Hell, Body of Sovereignty, Pure Lands of the Gods, Fist of Heaven. Damn it all, no. Sack's feeble energy emitted violent fluctuations. Reyna looked on with concern. Accelerate the treatment, quickly, otherwise I will make your lives a living hell. Reyna radiated a fierce aura, her murderous intent palpable, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire hall. The cosmic beings moved hurriedly. Those who lagged behind were obliterated by Reyna's deadly rays. The survivors fell silent, hastening to deliver treatment supplies and expedite the operation of the equipment. Sack's mental fluctuations grew increasingly intense. What he had acquired was incomplete. Aside from a ball of golden light, there were no divine markings within him in that other world. Cultivation was impossible. Here, while he could evade detection, he also lacked the opportunity for completeness, aside from basic cultivation methods. The first 3 levels of cultivation were entirely absent. Stumbling upon a semblance of the furnace of heaven and earth was already a stroke of immense fortune. Eternal celestial song, wheel of fate, flame of hope, gospel of the Lord. Sack was driven to madness. The elephants once more bellowed skyward, the overwhelming energy tearing through his body, causing Sack to spew a mouthful of blood. His energy waned. Yet the tide surged, straining his battle suit to the brink, veins protruding on his forehead, a tumult of pain, anger, disappointment, and hope intertwining that I must fight with all I have. Otherwise, it will forever be impossible. Each missed opportunity makes the next more arduous. With eyes tightly shut, Sack suddenly roared. The equipment crackled and popped, unable to withstand Sack's feeble yet fury-laden roar. The cosmic beings panicked, some even finding themselves in tears. Lord, please do not unleash your aura. Our power is limited. It is difficult to sustain, putting immense strain on the equipment. We need to exert all effort to control it and prevent an explosion. If the treatment equipment detonates, the consequences for your side would be unimaginable. Reyna's complexion grew increasingly grim, and upon hearing the last sentence, she was startled, hastily retracting her entire aura, concealing her might. How much longer? The cosmic being felt as if the water within him was about to evaporate. Damn it, how would I know? The rascally entity within was rapidly absorbing the healing liquid while also inflicting self-harm, pushing himself to the brink of death that, if this continued, the resources left by the Scions might not suffice for just one person's treatment. That was the entirety of a powerful race's resources, not enough for a single individual's consumption. Who knows what mischief Sack was up to inside? My lord, we are uncertain. The esteemed individual inside should be cultivating. We need to continuously supply resources, and we are almost resorting to transporting reserves. Reyna was unyielding. Sack's safety was paramount. Then go and fetch them. Bring everything. The cosmic beings, left with no choice, complied obediently for the majority of the time. Reyna remained vigilant here, departing immediately whenever Sack's condition stabilized. Sack's irresponsibility placed the entire burden of Vegeta Star upon her shoulders. Fortunately, her power was formidable enough to crush any obstacles, and Sack's fury had annihilated the majority of the cosmic beings. leaving Vegeta's star relatively calm. Yet Reina dared not relax. With the warriors outside, should they learn their home was lost and that everything lay in her and Sack's control, chaos might ensue. King Vegeta had ruled Vegeta Star for many years. Undoubtedly, there were many loyalists within. This was a race. Without loyalists, how could stability be maintained? Reina was preoccupied with matters on both sides while also needing to attend to her rest and training. Busy to the point of distraction. Fortunately, she was not foolish and arranged for some Scions to keep watch. Sack's side did not require her to expend too much energy. Sack's energy flow swelled increasingly. Yet his form remained unchanged, seemingly poised to erupt only to weaken thereafter. Bubbles continuously emerged from the nutrient solution, accompanied by arcs of lightning, dancing and colliding across Sack's body. Dabo was fortunate to be here. Their group, aside from Iba, had all arrived. Witnessing the legendary idol, Dabo was filled with excitement, silently vowing to protect Sack in the starry sky. Countless Scions were scattered across various planets, executing their missions. Bardock, your wife is pregnant. Bardock unleashed an energy blast, obliterating an alien before him. Indeed, in about 6 months. After this, you should be able to rest for a while, right? Huh. Indeed. After resolving this Kanasha star, I should be able to take a breather. Bardock, with your battle power of 10,000, you are still a low-ranking warrior. I truly feel for you. Silence. Bark suddenly bellowed, silencing his team's complaints. There's nothing more to discuss. Strength is paramount. Indeed. Bark halted the team's further deliberations. Let us go. It should be over. We still have 5 months to return. Just as he prepared to act, the detector emitted a series of beeps. Everyone gaped at the information, stunned. Their homes were gone. No, the evil Scions, someone questioned. What does that mean? Nonsense, there are no non-evil Scions. Bark, deep in thought, suddenly recalled a troubling matter. Oh no, Jine is on Planet Vegeta, and she is with child. Having uttered those words, he turned aboard the ship when Dwaro, the Kanasa warrior feigning death beside him, sprang into action. Damn monkey die, he shouted, unleashing the Phantom Demon Fist. Bark, watch out, be careful, the team exclaimed, completely unable to prevent the impulsive Bark from falling into the trap. A flash of light struck Dwaro directly in the heart. Our Kanasa has perished at your Scion hands. Your planet Vegeta will also fall to Frisia. Soon, you shall witness the annihilation of your home. Powerless to intervene, Dwaro sneered as he succumbed. Bark, are you all right? Bark shook his head, visions of unrecognized images swirling in his mind, his expression grave that I'm fine. Let us hurry back. Jine is in danger. Bark, one of the rare Scions who cared deeply for his family, was desperate to return and rescue his wife. He paid no heed to the images in his mind, but Dwaro's words resonated within him. Fear not, Bark, we are the farthest away. The other warriors will return before us. Yet, Bark remained unconvinced, hastening towards the spherical spaceship. How could he be at ease when others were going to save their wives? One energy blast could easily spell death for the frail Jine. The remaining 4 had no choice but to follow closely behind Bark, rapidly heading towards the spaceship. Similar to Bark and his team, numerous Scion warriors on missions received orders, abandoning their tasks to rush back to Planet Vegeta. An invisible storm brewed among the Scions, and it was uncertain how many would spill their blood as a result. Chapter 28. The warriors return. The escape plan 2 months later, Sack emerged from his seclusion. Weakened, his strength diminished. The once vibrant star energy within him had dimmed. To develop his unique technique, he had suffered great losses. He summoned Dabo and the others and met with Reina. Sack, what's happening? But Sack was filled with joy.its nothing. Reina, I succeeded, though I will be weak for a few years. It's beyond my calculations. I cannot stay on Planet Vegeta for long. The cost of creating his own technique was that Sack's energy would need to be continuously maintained around his spine without error. His physical condition would also continue to deteriorate for years until the technique was perfected. For these years, we must avoid conflict. Then, I will take all the Scions away. Sack shook his head, slowly speaking as the 4 looked on in confusion. No, that's impossible. If you take them, Frisia will pursue us, and the remaining Scion warriors will not spare you. But, Reina protested, Unwilling to accept its futile, Sack remained calm, devoid of any resentment. He only needed to preserve the spark of the Science. Even without this incident, he could not elevate his battle power to 3 million to achieve the Super Scion transformation. Taking away some Science, whether in the past or present, was the best decision. Fortunately, with this breakthrough, if his concept succeeded, he and the entire Scion race would become invincible. The 4 Scions were bewildered, yet they sensed Sack and his group seemed to know something, attempting to save the Scions. There are over 100,000 Scions here. Are we just abandoning them? Sack closed his eyes. If his technique succeeded, the more Scions, the better. Just as his thoughts rapidly shifted, a multitude of powerful auras suddenly descended outside, accompanied by countless spherical spaceships crashing onto Planet Vegeta. The planet's technological defense systems seemed oblivious to the invaders, allowing them to land at will. Reina's expression changed. Sensing the energy, she realized at least over 10,000 Scions were returning simultaneously. What is happening? Sack shook his head, smiling bitterly. Frisia. Only he could simultaneously summon all the Scions back. What should we do? Reina was increasingly anxious, and the 4 Scions in the room were filled with dread. Did that mean they were now Sack's pawns? Sack, you truly cannot intervene. Outside are the elite warriors of the Scion race. The weakest among them possesses a battle power of 2,000, while the strongest even reaches 8,000, most ranging between 5,000 and 6,000. That I cannot withstand this alone. Without an absolute disparity in battle power, it was conceivable that many ants could take down an elephant. Sack pondered deeply. Reina, you've learned instant transmission. Haven to you, my power is insufficient. I cannot perform interplanetary instant transmission like you. A golden light ignited in Sack's eyes. And no matter, I have a plan. This error, my power is tied up maintaining my research on the new technique, so I cannot act. Here's the plan. My emergence should be unknown. You go out to draw their fire, and see if you can hold them off for a while. 8 Baku Woli, you 3 take around 100 Scion children. Dabo, and I will find a spaceship that will get on the spaceship and leave the planet, heading into space. Sack and T allow them to hesitate. Remember, you can choose any of the children to take. Their strength doesn't matter. I'll train them to its best to maintain a gender balance. After giving his instructions, Sack sighed in relief. Thankfully, the Scions heading to the transfer point had chosen a balanced mix of genders, which could serve as seeds. He was progressing quickly. Perhaps he could save another portion before Frisia destroyed Planet Vegeta. All depended on whether time was on their side. Reina said nothing more. Casting a deep glance at the 4, these were hastily chosen individuals. Not only were they weak, but their loyalty was also questionable. Upon seeing this, Dabo immediately responded with vigor. He understood this was his chance. As long as he followed Sack, after this crisis, his strength would soar. Compared to the hope of never breaking past a battle power of 5,000, he had to take the risk. Reina, leader, rest assured. I will complete the mission and fully support King Sack. Reina nodded, turning and swiftly striding outside. Upon stepping out, she glared, her body shooting forward with agility. She needed to distance herself, finding a suitable battlefield to avoid disrupting Sack's plan. I now possess 40,000 battle power. There's hope, though it's slim, that I'm merely a mid-level warrior. Otherwise, maintaining my conscious great ape form wouldn't frighten them in the slightest. Reina knew she was no match for the over 10,000 elite Scion warriors. But she had to find a way to buy Sack more time. With a ghostly presence, she quickly reached the area with the densest concentration of warriors landing. Gazing at the throngs of Scion warriors, a strange light flickered in her eyes. Had she not followed Sack these past few years, she would have undoubtedly slain this group of Scions without hesitation, but following Sack had taught her to think. Killing the Scions was not an option. Instead, she would relieve some pressure for the upcoming breakthrough. Gathering energy in her hands, her aura surged violently. Enemy attack. Numerous Scion warriors equipped with battle power testers began to shout in chaos. 8,000, 12,000, 30,000, boom! It was Sack surpassing 30,000, undetectable by the scanners. The warriors roared, gathering boundless fury, their energy exploding in rage. In an instant, the winds surged, a chaotic tempest breaking through the sky, and powerful gusts erupted from nowhere. Reina huffed in disdain. Attack. You wish. A formidable energy sphere coalesced in my grasp, soared forth with a piercing shriek. Defend, defend! Damn it, it's too powerful. My power level is merely 2,000, and I cannot withstand it. This group of Scions has failed to grasp the situation. Upon receiving an attack, they have all erupted into chaos. The energy sphere in the air suddenly split into countless smaller energy blasts, targeting the spherical spacecraft present. The Scion warriors, still in shock, were met with a barrage of tiny energy blasts that struck their mark, resulting in violent explosions. Many Scion warriors, unable to retreat in time, were struck by the shock waves, helplessly flung into the sky before crashing back down. This vast expanse was enveloped in swirling dust, accompanied by incessant crackling sounds. Damn it, SAC has destroyed our spacecraft. We're going to be reprimanded. How audacious! Is this an attempt to annihilate us all, to dominate the Scions entirely? Spread out, surround him. One or two individuals will surely not be his match. A few scattered ki blasts flew toward Reyna, meager in number and utterly lacking in threat. Reyna effortlessly dispersed them, harnessing her ki to ascend high above, gazing down upon the tumultuous clouds of dust. Witnessing the panicked demeanor of the Scions, a mix of pride and disappointment surged within her. This is the so-called Scions led by King Vegeta. Disorganized, undocumented, nothing more than a band of ruffians. They hardly resemble a powerful race. Chapter 29. Reyna is outmatched. Can you keep me here? These were once regarded as elite warriors among the Scions. Reyna felt a profound sense of disillusionment as she bitterly remarked, "Humph, all of this will change under Sac's command. The Scions should not be like this. With supreme power, even Frisia would have to kneel and call for his mother." As the dust began to settle, she was rather surprised to see that a portion of the spacecraft below remained intact. Out of 80 destroyed, over 1,000 still stood. Without a shred of mercy, Reyna raised her hand, unleashing another powerful burst of ki aimed at the remaining spacecraft. Damn it, it's a woman. We've been deceived. It is not Sac. This Reyna's combat power exceeds 30,000. Don't be foolish. Protect the spacecraft and withstand Reyna's assault. Attack, attack. In the air, some Scions took flight, launching a thunderous assault towards Reyna. On the ground, a handful of rational Scions gathered their tremendous ki, releasing ki blasts, energy waves, and beams toward Reyna and her attack. Reyna remained unfazed, her power unyielding, rendering their efforts ineffective, without sparing them a glance. She swiftly countered their assaults with her own ki-infused strikes. Cries of anguish erupted as the Scions plummeted to the ground at an even faster pace. Simultaneously, over 600 spacecraft exploded. All present gazed in awe at Reyna, who resembled a battle deity in the sky. With simultaneous strikes from 3 fronts, it was a resounding victory. Reyna remained unaffected, navigating the chaos with ease. It took a while for the onlookers to regain their composure. Gasps of astonishment echoing through the air. Various expressions of shock, gloom, and contemplation melded as they directed their gazes toward Reyna. Goodness, how powerful! Even King Vegeta couldn't achieve such feats. Of course, King Vegeta only possesses a battle power of 10,000. Came the tremulous and excited voices. Let us check if they are dead. Some composed and rational Scions wore grim expressions. Reyna's strength is too formidable. This is not a good sign. A few Scions obeyed. Leaping to the side of their fallen comrades, it's nothing. They are merely heavily injured. Humph, worthless trash. Kill them. A coldly displeased Scion barked. He was one of the strongest here, his battle power nearing 9,000. Such arrogance. Reyna was initially indifferent to their remarks, but upon hearing those words, her gaze pierced through them. Simultaneously, she felt sorrow for the Scion's mindset. With such behavior, there is no trust among comrades. How can a race evolve? A couple of strong individuals cannot define a race. In contrast, the planets they plundered, along with Yardrad and Namek, were all united in purpose. Bloodlust radiated from her being. This mindset must change. Humph, you traitor, what right do you have to speak? The Scion with a 9,000 battle power remained unfazed, staring at Reyna with a calm demeanor. We have over 10,000 elite warriors here, with more warriors gathering, coupled with those you threaten with force. Do you truly believe you can win? After speaking, this high-ranking warrior ascended into the air. Today, both of you will surely die. And what about the other? Has he turned into a turtle, or has he fled in fear? Knowing he cannot defeat us? Reyna's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. She powered up and in a flash appeared before the speaker. Topa, you seek death. Humph. Topa surprisingly did not evade. Instead, he gathered his strength and met her strike head-on. Bang! How could Topa withstand Reyna's furious blow? He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression waning as he fell to the ground. Bang! Before the shockwave could dissipate, others had already crashed into the earth. Reyna's gaze was cold, her demeanor striking. Now, you're heavily injured. Are you going to take care of it yourself? As dust swirled, Topa's weak voice emerged. Cough, cough. I'm a high-ranking warrior. How could I possibly die? Have you forgotten Frisia's orders? No matter how strong she is, she cannot surpass Frisia. Hurry up. Enduring excruciating pain, Topa managed to utter an entire paragraph. It must be said that Scions are remarkably tenacious in battle. As expected, upon Topa's words, a multitude of warriors with battle powers exceeding 5,000 charged towards Reyna in a furious rush. Reyna felt a surge of panic, just as a glimmer of hope for division emerged. Topa's words obliterated it, granting Sack more time to escape. Seeking death, then I shall fulfill your wish. With a flick of her wrist, the air hissed as a powerful energy sphere coalesced in her palm. Whoosh! Countless small beams shot toward her. Reyna moved swiftly, evading the Scion's attacks. With a swift motion, the energy sphere whistled toward Topa. Reyna's eyes glowed crimson. Frisia has yet to arrive, yet her own kin are eager to strike against her. As sadness enveloped her, she also understood why Sack could not save everyone. Crossing her arms, she concentrated her ki, forming a protective shield around her. If it is to be this way, do not blame me. Her left hand unleashed beams that collided with various projectiles in the air, while her right fist plunged into the fray with swift ferocity. At a ki wave erupted, a unified shout rang out as numerous robust beams surged toward Reyna. She had no choice but to turn and defend. Quickly, she realized she was not as formidable as they imagined. Anger boiled within Reyna. She had held back, yet these individuals showed no mercy and fought to kill. After following Sack for so long, if she too succumbed to rage, how different was she from these uncivilized brutes? The consequence was that Reyna's energy drained rapidly. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, and she panted heavily. Damn it, a fierce light flickered in Reyna's eyes as she felt stifled. Had it been prior to her time on Namek, she would have rampaged uncontrollably. Sack, what should I do? A drop of blood fell from her forehead as she strained her ki, finding the surroundings unbearably chaotic. In a moment of distraction, various attacks came crashing down once more. Like agile serpents, she dodged some, but was struck again. The Scions erupted in mocking laughter. With a battle power over 30,000, I'm so terrified. Who would have thought you were just a pretty face with no substance? Leaning against the wall, Reyna gasped for breath. Coldly observing the encircling Scions, she had anticipated this. She never expected the Scions to be so ruthless, granting her not a single moment to breathe, despite her attempts to show mercy. That moment. A streak of light zipped across the sky as 8 and his companions exceeded their mission, returning with over 150 individuals. Most were between 6 months to 2 years old, all promising newborns with potential for training. Reyna chuckled softly. You think you have me cornered? Humph. Do you believe you can escape? Unaware of your impending doom. Indeed, how dare they conspire against the mighty Frisia, or even dare to rebel? Reyna's entire being radiated fury, causing the surrounding Scions to scatter in disarray. With over 10,000 Scions launching an assault on Reyna, inflicting injuries upon more than 5,000, their ferocity was indisputable. Now, on the brink of death, Reyna unleashed her desperation. None dared to confront her wrath directly. Yes, she gazed at the spaceship hovering not far above. She sensed the effort exerted by Zack. They could hold on for 3 more minutes, buying precious time for their escape. In her heart, Reyna calculated. With Zack incapacitated, she had to meticulously gauge every ounce of her strength. Aboard the spacecraft, Zack appeared pale, his face a ghastly shade of green. Chapter 30. Escape. What do you intend to do? Reyna pondered her next move. With a combat power exceeding 40,000, after such prolonged combat, if she waited 3 more minutes, she would be unable to teleport to his location. Sensing the aura of 4 individuals behind him, Zack's anxiety intensified. Without Reyna's suppression, if these 4 harbored sinister intentions, danger loomed. Zack gripped the cockpit chair tightly, feeling the piercing stares of the 4 as if they were needles piercing his back. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Given his current state, even in weakness, perspiration should not be surfacing, revealing just how tense he had become. Zack felt utterly powerless and enraged, unable to comprehend how such a trivial situation had escalated to this point. With nearly all his power drained and his physical strength sealed, was a new technique derived from Scion physiology truly this formidable? He had been left with no room for maneuver. Reyna, hurry! Zack's heart raced. Feeling the 3 intense gazes behind him as if they were intent on melting him. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a melodious voice broke through the tension. Zack, should we not pause here to wait for Miss Reyna? It was Debo. He stepped forward to obstruct the eager gazes of the 3, speaking in a gentle manner. Simultaneously, the suffocating atmosphere within the spacecraft dissipated. Zack discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating the situation. They had yet to escape the gravitational pull of Vegeta. If they decelerated now, the spherical spaceship would quickly close in on them. There was no need to reduce speed. Reyna had a clear sense of timing. Debo silently nodded while casting a resentful glare at the 3 lacking foresight. They could not see the obvious benefits of following Zack. Having defeated King Vegeta, Zack had liberated the Scions from the oppressive reign. How could these individuals fail to grasp that? By closely following Zack, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Serving their kin would surely be more fulfilling than serving Frisia. Time passed swiftly, with just 1 second remaining. Reyna would soon be unable to return, and she was still engaged in battle with the elite Scion warriors. Hurry, there's no time left. Zack clenched his fists in desperation. With a final surge, Reyna forcibly teleported, enduring a blow from a Scion warrior. Zack sprang to his feet, rushing to Reyna's side. Are you all right? Reyna's complexion was ashen. I'm fine. I will surely take my revenge, she declared, her gaze fierce, exuding an aura of chilling determination. She had held back at every turn, only to suffer grave injuries. Had she unleashed Chapter 31, the golden cicada sheds its shell. The first encounter with the Ginyu Forsac was not one to be overly sentimental. His strength had not yet reached the point where he could sweep away all obstacles. The limitations of the Divine Elephant Prison technique were considerable, until he fully assimilated it and transformed it into a martial art applicable throughout the Dragon Ball universe. His power remained precarious, with little possibility for rapid enhancement. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his continuous endeavors of the present. The entire team relied heavily on Reyna as the principal combatant. As Zack observed Reyna, he remained silent. True to the nature of science, Reyna looked at Ifa, acknowledging that despite his warnings, their presence on various planets would inevitably be exposed. Ifa hung her head in shame. While she was unaware of others, she knew very well that on her planet, everyone was aware of the existence of the Scion. Their flamboyance was intrinsic to their character. Yet now it was this very flamboyance that threatened to plunge the future of the entire Scion race into despair. Zack clenched his fists discreetly, filled with regret. A Scion, possessing foresight yet feeling so constrained. What a vexing predicament. Damn it, this was the narrative of a tragic protagonist, a script gone awry. Zack had not anticipated that such an ostentatious display at the onset would lead to this predicament. Had he chosen to go to Namek from the outset, everything would have unfolded differently. Unbeknownst to Reyna, who was oblivious to Zack's shame, she spoke earnestly. If we proceed, we will undoubtedly face resistance that I want to even mention the Frisia force. We can keep an eye on those self-proclaimed righteous ships. That a glint of cold determination flashed in Reyna's eyes as she continued. I will teleport in to eliminate them all, and then use my instant transmission to bring our people aboard their ship. Reyna leaned against the side, seemingly in distress. Zack felt a surge of delight within him. This was indeed a brilliant plan. The golden cicada sheds its shell, Undetected and unnoticed, I will inform the Scions, providing them with a route to disrupt the entire universe's surveillance that I need time to recuperate. I estimate that I can be ready to act in 2 months. That he struck the cabin with his fist. Yes, this plan is feasible. However, you cannot do this alone. We must reveal ourselves together to know, Reyna replied without hesitation, resolutely rejecting the idea. Sack, Frisia's primary target is me. If I do not show myself, he will certainly pursue and eliminate others. And news of it will undoubtedly spread. Reluctantly, Reyna nodded, acknowledging the truth in Sack's words. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I will contact them. Sack, intrigued, wondered if Reyna had developed a knack for technology. To his surprise, she turned to Ifa. Understood, Miss Reyna, that we have preemptively acquired universal communicators and have all learned how to use them. Sack was taken aback. Oh, that was it. He held no objections to the Scions following Reyna's lead. The desire for slaughter had been extinguished. For now, survival was paramount. If the Divine Elephant prison technique were to be developed following the Heavenly Furnace, he would certainly be able to impart valuable knowledge to the Scions. For now, his priority was to ensure his own safety. He was in dire need of energy, having suffered a significant deficit. Sack resolved that after this ordeal, he must make a trip there. The narrative of the Dragon Ball universe primarily unfolded in that realm, and it was the only place he was truly familiar with. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner according to their plan. The sudden departure of over a dozen Scions alerted various cosmic factions to their exposure. They did not hide their movements, quietly following along. With ample fuel, Sack and his companions continued their journey through the cosmos, even as Frisia's spherical spacecraft failed to find a suitable opportunity. Reyna, too, managed to transfer all external Scions without a trace. A total of 14 had gathered safely aboard their spacecraft, leaving behind more than 150 naive young Scions. Our plan can now commence, Sack stated coldly, his eyes following the throng of tail-bearing Scions. Debo had made tremendous strides during this period, achieving a battle power of 1,500, making him the strongest among their small team. The remaining trio, 8, Bago, and Wally, hovered between 1,200 and 1,300. Debo immediately inquired, should we land on a planet? Sack pondered for a moment. Landing was not ideal. No, Reyna interjected suddenly, her presence exuding an imposing aura. After suffering severe injuries, Reyna's battle power had surged to 50,000, and she was confident in her ability to eliminate all foes. Yet, in line with the shedding plan, she had to suppress her murderous intent. Everyone complied obediently. Sack remained silent. In the realm of Dragon Ball, strength was paramount, and he had only Reyna to trust. Sack, only by landing on a planet will they believe they have chance. At that moment, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Reyna's eyes. We should find some human beings and place some dismembered limbs aboard our spacecraft. Sack felt a sense of relief. Reyna's strategic thinking was becoming increasingly comprehensive. His initial concern about the presence of corpses was still valid, but Reyna's arrangement, Debo understood the implications. He was now responsible for the management of the Scion children. Do not underestimate this group of youngsters. Even those just over 2 years old possess a combat power exceeding 80, with the strongest among them reaching 200. He promptly selected 5. Reyna instructed them to rest their hands on each other's shoulders, their right fingers poised as a sword against their foreheads, heads bowed in focused concentration. With a swift motion, Reyna led them away from the spacecraft. Outside, the Ginyu Force was nearing the completion of their dance routine. And the situation was dire. With less than a minute remaining, they would finish the entire sequence. No one knew if their opponents would grant them this time. That Sack's gaze remained steady, yet his heart raced. Damn it! Within him, 840 million particles shimmered dimly, each possessing the power to obliterate the world, a force more potent than 100 stars combined. Unfortunately, Sack had yet to awaken and could not harness a single iota of this power. His physical form was equally formidable, yet he was unable to unleash that strength. Sir, perhaps we should go, one Scion suggested softly, recognizing the gravity of the situation, willing to risk their lives. Following Sack had always allowed them to learn many things inadvertently. They were no longer mere brutes. Do not act rashly. Wait, Sack commanded in a low voice. The Scion stood helplessly behind him. Though Sack lacked power at this moment, he exuded an overwhelming pressure, the aura of a king at the pinnacle of strength. "Hey, little weaklings, come out!" 5 members of the Jinyu Force called down, looking down upon Sack and his comrades from their elevated position. Suddenly, a spacecraft in the sky charged its energy and fired a blast at the Jinyu Force. Oh ho, Bart, the towering blue giant, smirked as he condensed a powerful energy wave to counter the incoming energy beamed the astonishment of all the extraterrestrial onlookers. Bart single-handedly defended against and retaliated against the spacecraft. Is this still human? So terrifying. How could a person possess such immense power? Bart chuckled wickedly. Disappearing in a flash, he reappeared right in front of the spacecraft that had just launched its attack. The spacecraft quickly raised its shield. Bart's eyes glimmered with disdain as his body erupted with potent energy, shooting another beam that pierced through the entire spacecraft. This was the fate of those who dared to defy the mightiest team under King Frisia. The Jinyu Force. Without sparing a glance, Bart dove downwards. The extraterrestrial witnesses were left dumbfounded. So powerful. One person destroyed an entire spacecraft. Unbelievable. Is Frisia's army truly this strong? How can we combat them? Oh no, we are still within the blast radius. In the distance, the sound of bagpipes echoed, and then, boom! The first spacecraft exploded, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that continued for over 30 ships before the remaining vessels managed to isolate themselves, avoiding the blast's reach while depleting the series of energy. Sack, however, watched with delight. This delay had captivated everyone's attention, making it easier for them to seize the spacecraft while also granting them more time. Reyna suddenly appeared, several bloodied corpses in her hands. We succeeded. Sack turned to see that aside from the tailbone, the bodies were intact. He felt a surge of joy at Reyna's careful consider Sake, crouched down. No. Hamburg, killing can only eliminate individuals. It cannot address the root of the problem. Then let us eradicate them all. Sake choked slightly. Well, that could be a solution, but if we wipe them out, this vast universe would be devoid of life and vibrancy, rendering it utterly dull. Would you prefer such monotony? Hamburg shook his head. Sake affectionately pinched his cheek. I do not wish for that. Then you must learn to master your emotions and strive to enhance your abilities. When you possess great strength, others will not dare to challenge you. Once you reach the pinnacle of power, they will only admire you and treat you with utmost respect, fearing to show any hostility. Thus, you must diligently cultivate your skills and continue to grow until you reach that summit. By then, you won't even need to lift a finger. They will fear you you understand? Hamburg nodded, albeit somewhat confused. Yes, King Sake, I understand. Sake chuckled lightly as he stood up, turning away, his gaze growing cold and sharp. He too was someone who repaid grievances tenfold. For now, he couldn't eliminate the Jinyu Force, but he could certainly vex them. Rena, take control of the ship's weapon systems and destroy the Jinyu Force's spacecraft. Ascend and distance ourselves. Rena eagerly approached the weapons control panel, rolling up her sleeves. Energy was concentrated, and 5 beams of light extended forth. Everyone was taken aback. What were they planning to do? The enemy ship was already exploding. Shouldn't they be focusing on escaping rather than risking being killed by the Jinyu Force? The 5 beams shot straight toward the spherical spacecraft occupied by the Jinyu Force. Without even glancing back, Rena commanded the ship to ascend rapidly. The other aliens were not foolish. They immediately grasped the reason behind their actions. Excitement surged as they activated their own ship's weapon systems, adjusting their angles to target the spherical spacecraft. The members of the Jinyu Force were filled with rage. How dare you? They unleashed powerful energy blasts in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of countless spacecraft. Yet, they were only 5 individuals, utterly powerless against the overwhelming assault. They could only watch helplessly as their spherical ship was obliterated. Good. Very good. You all shall perish. Jinyu's eyes glowed with fury as he concentrated a torrent of energy in his hands. Vowing to annihilate every spacecraft, Sack found himself astonished. His body rendered incapable of exerting any strength. That alternate dimension was overwhelmingly powerful, likely linked to the origins of the Scions. The Scion's extraordinary abilities seemed utterly inconceivable in any universe or multiverse. They did not absorb external energy, yet upon recovery, their combat power surged dramatically, allowing them to transform into super Scion forms at will. Where did that energy originate? The notion of enhancing strength out of thin air was simply preposterous. Sack was certain that the alternate dimension he sought to seal and control with the Divine Elephant Suppression technique harbored great secrets. The special S cells within that facilitated the transformation into Super Scion must derive from this very place. If there were no secrets, he could easily consume a planet upside down. Thus, if he were to master that technique, upon recovery, his combat power could reach 600,000, and his body could evolve even further. However, he pondered whether he could survive in the cosmos. A longing flickered in Sack's eyes as he gazed at the stars streaking by, and suddenly, a bold decision took root in his mind. 3 days later, a spaceship burst forth from a living planet. The people on the ground could only fret, cursing at the spacecraft. "Ha, my lord, you're truly clever. By destroying all their spaceships, they won't be able to pursue us." Sack's expression remained calm. "You haven't revealed our identity, have you? My lord, my combat power has reached 2,100. How could they possibly detect us?" Dabo exclaimed with great excitement, realizing that following Sack was indeed the wisest choice. After just a few casual pointers from Sack, his combat power had already far surpassed Wooly's. What was the point of living a stable life, after all? The loyalty he had shown in the past had now borne fruit in terms of strength. Dabo felt a surge of emotion, his resolve to follow Sack's path growing ever stronger. Sack piloted the spaceship, gradually approaching the outskirts of the northern galaxy, where Earth lay. "Help me see if there are any suitable stars." Dabo was still elated, imagining himself seizing planets like his predecessor, when he received Sack's command. After a moment of shock, Dabo quickly spoke up, "But my lord, weren't we searching for other planets?" Sack regarded Dabo with a steady gaze, as if he truly believed they were mere bandits, still intent on plundering. With a piercing gaze, Sack compelled Dabo, who sheepishly scratched his head, "And I understand, my lord. I will search immediately." A month later, Sack gazed intently at a distant star, his eyes deep with contemplation. "My lord, we have arrived. Let us dock here and seal the outer cabin." Sack paid no heed to Dabo, striding directly toward the outer cabin. The outer cabin was isolated from the inner cabin, preventing cosmic radiation from infiltrating the spacecraft's interior. Sack aimed to harness the star's energy to accelerate his control over the alternate dimension. Upon reaching the outer cabin, all preparations were complete. Dabo, filled with apprehension, opened the control door to the outer cabin, gripping the closure lever tightly. With a thunderous roar, countless rays and stellar energy surged forth. Sack's expression transformed into one of rapture. "This feels wonderful." His body absorbed various cosmic energies like a sponge. The furnace of heaven and earth pulsated with excitement, converting energy into vital essence, continuously nourishing the awakening giant elephant within him. In an instant, the giant elephant seemed poised to reignite. Sack was overjoyed. He had made the right move. Should he succeed, he would soon regain his strength. Unfortunately, just as the giant elephant began to glow, the storm within the alternate dimension intensified, forcing him to suppress it with even greater power. The surplus energy Sack had just acquired dissipated in an instant, leaving him utterly drained. Sack gasped for breath. The sensation of having power surge and then vanish was unbearably agonizing, 10,000 times worse than the discomfort of a roller coaster. "My lord," Dabo cried out in alarm, not understanding Sack's condition. Desperately pulling down the outer cabin lever in an attempt to close it, Sack's veins bulged, sweat streaming down his forehead. Not close it. "Just like this, I am fine." After uttering those words, Sack's form seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing weakly to the ground. Had it not been for the various restraints in place, he would surely have been swept away by the vacuum of space. Lying on the floor, Sack felt the pace of his control over the refining of the alternate dimension accelerate. A look of bliss washing over his face. That it was as if he were on the brink of awakening the giant elephant, having traversed through darkness only to be met with boundless hope. The ship continued its advance toward the star until it could adapt to the position. Dabo gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with determination. Here he opened the outer cabin door, tears welling in his eyes, and steered the spacecraft toward the star. That Sack's previous visage lingered in his mind, igniting a resilient spirit within him. unyielding and driven. My lord, I will not disappoint you. Unbeknownst to Sack, as they drew nearer, the onslaught of rays and energy storms intensified. Sack trembled, his body beginning to disintegrate, an eerie rapture reflected on his face. The alternate dimension was being rapidly refined, its speed more than tripling. Even so, he harbored no confidence in mastering the alternate dimension or perfecting that ultimate technique within 10 years. That it was an oversight. The alternate dimension was far more formidable than he had imagined. Unexpected, yet entirely within reason. Chapter 35. What rubbish comes my way? Watch me not perish within Sack's being. It felt as though a colossal beast from ancient times unleashed an invisible pressure. The moment Dabo made contact, he trembled and collapsed in the control room. His eyes glazed over. Oh, powerful, so powerful. This is the strength of Lord Sack. Even in his weakened state, that aura was potent enough to obliterate him. How could someone be so formidable? If Wooly and the others were aware, would they not regret their choices? Struggling to breathe, Dabo's inner flames blazed ever brighter. Each inadvertent display of Sack's power acted as a potent tonic, fortifying his trust with an impenetrable shield. The furnace of heaven and earth continuously consumed the immense energies of the cosmos, his eyes sparkling like stars, exuding a powerful aura that filled his entire being. Sack did not indulge in greed. He tirelessly infused the giant elephant particles and the awakening giant elephant with energy. He understood the adage, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Once that ultimate technique was perfected, a smooth path lay ahead. Yet he was uncertain about the rules. He knew not whether he could control them. What if he couldn't? He was also unsure if he could simply stack his power and charge through. Great torrents of energy surged into the particles, causing Sack's interior to sizzle like frying beans, awakening 10 more giant elephants. Just as they awakened, the giant elephants transformed, shrinking infinitely, entering his spine to violently suppress the alternate dimension. They must be subdued and made to serve him. However, the speed of transformation was so swift that his body had yet to strengthen sufficiently. The internal conflict brewed, and the overwhelming energy accumulated, causing his body to buckle under the pressure, resulting in explosive ruptures. In an instant, Sack's body bled profusely, and the outer cabin was permeated with the scent of blood, neither foul nor overly pungent, but rather faintly fragrant, an indescribable aroma. If only it could liquefy, how splendid that would be. I recall that fellow crystallizing several giant elephants during the explosive phase. If I am this, ha. Indeed, the cunning of this pedestrian is not something a group of fools can compare to. Brother, you are formidable. Brother, you are magnificent. Brother, the master of horse taming. Suddenly, a lackey spoke up. What did you say? Pedestrian A glared fiercely at the lackey who had last spoken. The lackey, with a serious expression, replied, Brother, the master of horse taming, you are mighty and magnificent. The master of horse taming, you reside in my heart. The brother's expression softened, and he grinned widely, clearly pleased. Not bad. You possess a talent for performance. Henceforth, any entertainment our team engages in shall be under your complete purview. The speaking lackey was overjoyed, nearly prostrating himself in gratitude. Brother, with this batch of energy blocks, our cosmic fleet can be expanded to 30 ships. Very well, and we shall have reserves to sustain our fleet. We must grow strong and create new glories. The younger brothers echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the spaceship. All right, let us depart and rest in the neighboring star system. Yes, the younger brothers swiftly set to work, and 6 days later, the ship arrived at the star where Sack resided. Brother, there's a spaceship ahead. The brother, lost in a world of indulgence, sprang up with a start, his face contorting in panic. What? Are the Galactic Patrol closing in? No, brother, it is but one ship, and it is not a patrol vessel. The brother exhaled in relief and slapped the reporting lackey on the head. Why frighten me so unnecessarily? With that, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Pedestrian A's eyes, though there may be little profit. We are cosmic star bandits. Even passing meteors warrant a shot from us. Let us go, and if there are any beautiful women you fancy, we shall seize them. Whoa, brother is formidable. Brother is magnificent. Brother, the master of horse taming. My lord, 9 swift cosmic ships are approaching us. They appear to be cosmic star thieves. Sack opened his eyes, a fierce glint gleaming within them. What trash dares to trouble me? I shall annihilate you. Fear not, I shall handle them. Debo was dumbfounded. They had been here for 2 years. Could it be that the Lord's strength had returned? Was he capable of dealing with these petty thieves and their cosmic ships? Sack remained silent. For 2 years, he had absorbed vast amounts of energy through the heaven and earth melting furnace, and now possessed 3,000 giant elephants within him. Upon recovery, his strength began at a minimum of 100,000. In other realms, he might struggle, but in the starry environment, the heaven and earth melting furnace continuously adapted to various cosmic rays. Dealing with this band of star thieves would be child's play. Just then, a gust of wind swept through the heaven and earth melting furnace, exhaling energy, which returned to Sack as abundant chi. Sack rejoiced. The universe was aiding him. How could these star thieves possibly contend? Manipulating the powerful chi, he condensed it into a vital energy furnace outside his body. Sack's form erupted with rhythmic resonances, activating all his bodily organs in sync with the external vital energy furnace. The furnace twisted and vibrated, drawing in an endless cosmic storm. Like a magnetic force, it grew thicker and denser with each moment. Sensing the approaching spaceship, their various weapons sprang to life, targeting his vessel. The ship's public channel even echoed their cries for surrender. Sack's lips curled into a smirk, a wicked smile gracing his face. It had been a while since he had engaged in combat. He wondered how this strike, exceeding his capabilities, would turn out. Go. The vital energy furnace, carrying countless storm energies, howled as it shot forth from the ship's exterior. Brother, they do not give this master of horse taming face. Oomph. The brother's expression darkened. Send a small ship forward. We shall provide long-range fire support. I will make them understand the might of the master of horse taming. Oh yeah. Brother is formidable. Let us show them what we are made of. The other side did not close the public channel, and Sack heard their conversations clearly. Suddenly, he felt a pang of compassion. They were too endearing. How wonderful it would be to let them wander in the boundless starry sky. Unfortunately, he lacked the excess chi to manipulate the vital energy furnace. At times, he could manage a little, but now, with so little, he could only stare helplessly. Chapter 36. Vast energy, chi condensed into symbols, suppressing hopes from other dimensions. What a pity. Such delightful beings. Aside from Pilaf, it would be challenging to encounter anyone like them again. A group of charming souls. Perhaps they should settle here. Sack closed his eyes. Outside, in the starry expanse, many small ships flew out from the 9 large vessels. As soon as they emerged and had not yet flown far, Sack's vital energy furnace, carrying countless cosmic energy storms, erupted violently upon encountering the small ships. Whoosh! The cosmic void was silent, yet Sack seemed to hear the tumultuous roar of the energy storm sweeping through. Ah, brother, a cosmic storm! Help! It's a cosmic storm. The small ships cannot withstand it. Impossible. How could there be a cosmic storm here? Pedestrian A erupted in fury. Damn it. Did the energy detection system not activate? How could it have failed to detect the energy storm? He heard and saw the ships teetering perilously in the storm, their bright energy shields flickering to life only to be extinguished moments later. Lackeys, the ships are all utterly destroyed. No, I must go save them. The others were alarmed. An undetected storm of unknown intensity was not something to be trifled with, should its level exceed a certain threshold. They could all find themselves trapped. Brother, no. We shall guard the spirits of our brothers. If you go now, we are all doomed. Indeed, brother, do not engage in such reckless endeavors. Brother, let us fire the main cannon of our ship at that cosmic vessel. Avenging our fallen brothers. The brother's eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled fiercely. The lackey who had spoken to the master of horse taming said softly, Brother, if you go, the energy blocks will be lost. The brother paused, his strength waning, allowing his brethren to restrain him. Indeed, if the energy blocks are lost, it would all be for naught. Damn it, retreat. We cannot confront the storm head-on, upon hearing that the energy blocks would be lost. Pedestrian A decisively commanded a retreat. Is it that simple? The lackeys were taken aback, then scrambled to operate the ship in a panic. At this moment, Their priority was to ensure their own survival. The other matters were of no concern to them. Sak inhaled a wave of chi, sending it into the giant elephants as per usual. Would there be time? It would be splendid for all to rest here. As Sak spoke, the vital energy furnace trembled, releasing all the energy storms it had gathered. Gravity accelerated, and the violent energy surged forth, perforating the 9 cosmic ships like a sieve, while those aboard endured the relentless wrath of the storm and met their demise. Sak remained unmoved by this scene, while Debo was exhilarated. The Lord's power was astonishingly strong. He could accurately strike cosmic ships hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the starry void, if the Lord fully recovered. How formidable would he become? Debo's mind raced, increasingly yearning to attain the Lord's strength. Gazing at Sak's tragic visage on the monitor, Debo felt an even greater surge of excitement. Outside, everything became irrelevant to Debo. Sak's power continued to escalate, the giant elephants within him awakening rhythmically, their perceptual abilities growing ever stronger. Observing the distant eruptions of flames, Sak's desire intensified. That place was abnormal. Several cosmic ships had exploded. Yet such intensity was unattainable. Debo moved closer to that area. Debo's heart froze with excitement, his face paling. Master, that is where the explosions are occurring. We cannot. Go. Debo trembled, shaking as he piloted the ship closer to the explosion site. Sak realized he had no choice. He could not strike from such a distance, and could only find a way after getting closer. The energy there was potent, highly concentrated. Even if it exploded, he could absorb and condense it back through the heaven and earth melting furnace. Energy does not simply appear or vanish. It only transforms between forms. The heaven and earth melting furnace could absorb all energies of the world. All right, stop here. As the spacecraft hurtled forward with great speed, Sak felt a surge of determination and commanded Debo to halt. His gaze was grave, and suddenly, the celestial furnace erupted from within him. A muffled grunt escaped his lips as blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. This was the result of the colossal elephant within him contending against the residual forces of the spatial fluctuations. Sak's expression twisted into a fierce grimace. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Restrain them, he bellowed. Celestial furnace, absorb, devour everything. The immense elephant within him stirred restlessly, its colossal energy coalescing into a formidable presence, faintly resembling mystical runes. Sak was filled with urgency. This was a gamble, yet also a fortuitous opportunity. Under the immense pressure, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique exhibited signs of spontaneous evolution. Should he succeed in crystallizing a unique rune and successfully suppressing the alternate dimension, he would not only gain a new path for cultivation, but also liberate the celestial furnace. Allowing it to re-enter his body that moment, he would reclaim a portion of his abilities. Without a doubt, as long as Frisia did not transform into his complete form, Sak could rely on the celestial furnace to remain invincible. The elephant trumpeted, seemingly urging Sak for more energy. Without hesitation, Sak divided his mental focus and anchored the celestial furnace. Absorb. The celestial furnace expanded dramatically, voraciously drawing in the rich energy surrounding it, transforming it into a torrent of vital essence that nourished Sak. He understood that the rules of this world were different. The elephant was soulless, and the essence lacked refinement, necessitating his direct guidance. He could not afford to continue awakening the elephant particles. His pores opened wide as vast amounts of energy surged into his body, crashing into the elephant within, quickly coalescing to suppress the spatial anomalies. Light sparkled in Sak's eyes. His body grew weaker, yet his spirit soared. There was hope. This world's rules remained obscure, and the elephant remained unyielding. As a deity of the myriad heavens, suppressing the boundless hells of the gods, it would not allow a mere plane to run rampant. In that moment, the standoff reached a critical juncture. Sak's heart tightened. If the celestial furnace could absorb enough energy and convert it into vital essence, he would achieve a resounding victory. Conversely, if it failed, he risked falling into eternal silence, potentially leading to his demise. That was unacceptable. He retracted part of his mental energy and delved into the elephant's body, intertwining with its surging life force, causing the spatial rift to erupt with an immense wave of energy. Consolidate. Sak was willing to expend the elephant's essence to forge the first rune and suppress the alternate dimension. Boom! Sak's body trembled as the colossal energy from his spine began to liquefy. Dripping downwards before he could react, numerous crystals erupted from the liquefied energy. These crystals were exquisitely transparent and pure, coalescing into a vast mountain of crystal. Countless smaller crystals surged forth, yet the crystal mountain visibly shrank, swiftly transforming into a thin, transparent rectangular prism. Countless intricate patterns crisscrossed the prism, while the surrounding energy rushed in, disappearing into the prism in the blink of an eye. A wave of hunger emanated from it. Sak hesitated, realizing that the rune lacked a substantial amount of energy. His face flushed crimson. Celestial furnace. Maximize power. Absorb. In the past, he would have scorned anyone who shouted their techniques or lost composure in the face of adversity. Yet now, confronted with such a situation, he too felt the urge to shout, as if vocalizing would enhance his efficiency. Faster, faster, faster. Chapter 37. 10 years breakthrough of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Sak sensed the chaotic and innumerable energies of the starry sky, some of which were violently surging. As the furnace absorbed these chaotic energies, they were immediately shattered, denied any chance of resistance. After being refined by the furnace, they transformed into vital essence, hastily flooding into Sak's body. The immense energy enveloped Sak once more as he opened his mouth and pores wide. Like a whale gulping water, the vital essence flowed into him. Debo stood in awe, having learned to sense energy over the past few years. The overwhelming torrent was unlike anything he had ever felt. Even the king could absorb it. How powerful must Sak be? The rectangular crystal within Sak, now replenished with energy, rapidly absorbed and integrated it. Sak's mental energy sat firmly within the elephant's body, akin to a warlord surveying the battlefield, quelling insurrections. The crystallized runes acted as the vanguard, one side receiving reinforcement while the other steadily pressed into the alternate dimension. Over 30,000 awakened elephants remained listless yet continued to expel their vital essence towards the crystals. Sak's mental energy surged forth, darting towards the converging runes. With my spirit, I connect with 800 million elephants, merging with the Scion bloodline, suppressing the space, and connecting with the essence of the Scion race. Consolidate. As Sak's mental energy radiated outward, the runes exuded a vast aura. The chaotic patterns began to organize and clarify, and a distinct seal character emerged upon it. Once the seal rune was fully formed, it plummeted, locking down the alternate dimension. Sak shuddered as an immense force erupted from the alternate dimension, instantly enveloping his corporeal form. The elephant trumpeted in exhilaration, swiftly consuming the energy to restore itself, rising to its feet with its trunk raised high. Sak rejoiced, allowing the elephant to devour the abundant vital essence, while the remaining energy flooded into the elephant particles. With a resounding crash, 2,000 particles instantly transformed into the elephant, radiating joy. Sak himself was exceptionally elated. It had worked. Though still somewhat unstable, he now had 50,000 elephants suppressing the spine. Combined with the seal rune, success was assured. The celestial furnace unleashed its power, enabling Sak to forcefully seize the world's vital essence and counter any attacks directed at him. Success! I've sealed the alternate dimension, and my technique is halfway complete. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Who would have thought I could achieve this in this universe? Sak's heart sang as the celestial furnace whirled back to him, revolving at his side. With a great effort, he broke free from the various chains that bound him. My king! Debo cried out in shock. The outer chamber was open, exposing the powerful gravitational pull of the cosmos. Without the chains to stabilize Sak, he could easily be swept away. Debo had barely finished his exclamation when he stared in disbelief. Goodness! This is astonishing. Sak stood resolute in the outer chamber, resembling a feather drifting in a current, impervious to the cosmic pull. With a powerful inhale, a visible energy storm surged into his body, causing the elephant within to stir, transforming the energy into vital essence that coursed through him, nurturing his body before fully entering the elephant. and subsequently infusing the seal rune. Sack's bones crackled, and energy twisted around him, as if an invisible force field prevented the cosmic energy from penetrating. Sack laughed heartily. Dabo, it's time to close the outer chamber and then open the inner chamber. Dabo, sensing the implications, joyously complied, executing Sack's commands. As the door creaked open, Sack stepped into the inner chamber, entering the control room. My king. Seeing Dabo's excited demeanor, Sack's calm expression returned, revealing a smile. Let us approach the star. Yes, my king. Dabo eagerly took his seat at the controls. Filled with anticipation, he yearned to witness the remarkable feat Sack would accomplish upon his recovery. As they drew closer, Sack stood within the cabin. My king, shall we? Dabo inquired cautiously. Sack shook his head, a tremendous aura radiating from him. Outside the spacecraft, a transparent seal rune materialized. Upon its appearance, it shot directly into the star. Sack's energy once more waned, and he collapsed to the cabin floor, yet excitement radiated from his entire being. As the seal rune entered the star, a grin nearly split his face in two. Let us set course for Earth. Dabo, utterly confused, stared at him, unable to grasp what was happening. What is going on? Is he trying to get closer to the star? They had yet to undertake any action, and now they were departing. Moreover, after that strange technique, Sack had once again grown weak. What on earth was happening? Within Sack's body, a subtle stream of energy flowed into him, delicate yet ceaseless. Upon completing the stellar seal, a fissure opened within him, allowing his form to continually absorb the energy transmitted by the sealed tea present. Sack no longer relied on sustenance, nor did he depend on so-called elixirs. He could sustain his life solely through the power of this star. As long as this star endured, he would have no need for nourishment. The seals upon his spine primarily served to suppress, rendering it impossible to provide him with boundless energy, unless he could continue to forge new, grander runes with greater capabilities. Achieving such a feat would prove exceedingly challenging. However, Sack remained undeterred. This was an unexpected boon, a fortunate byproduct of the seal controlling the alternate dimension. In fact, this gain might even surpass the ceiling of the otherworld. Initially, Sack had no inkling that such runes would manifest. Thus, he harbored no dissatisfaction. Moving forward, he simply needed to explore ways to enhance his life energy. Curiously, the 30,000 giant particles in that world would at least be the equivalent of a legendary transformation. Existing in the void with lifespans nearing a millennium, capable of comprehending space itself. Here, however, he felt none of that. Beyond mere strength, he neither grasped the rules nor experienced any elevation in life energy. Sack cast a glance at the distant star, yearning for the moment when he could seize the stars and traverse the cosmos, wielding unmatched energy throughout the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, Sack and Dabo occasionally ventured to planets to seize the latest spacecraft. Yet the majority of their time was directed towards Earth. Along the journey, whenever Sack encountered lifeless star systems, he would linger for several days, employing his seals upon the stars. Currently, Sack could awaken one giant particle every hour. And this pace of cultivation continued to improve. He had never experienced such a smooth and effortless awakening. The key was that this process did not demand his mental exertion. Many seals absorbed stellar energy and transmitted it into his body, where it was transformed into chi by the internal furnace of heaven and earth, with Sack subsequently channeling most of this chi to the giant particles to suppress the alternate dimension. At this stage, Sack had not yet fully grasped the alternate dimension. He merely sealed away his own might, able to mobilize a fraction of energy periodically. Time, relentless and unyielding, passed swiftly, and a decade had slipped away. Your Majesty, we have surpassed Namek for 10 days. Did you not say it would take merely 6 days to reach Earth? I see no sign of it. Chapter 38. Encountering Earth, the Scion's incredible talent Dabo now possessed an impressive combat power of 100,000. Diligently adhering to Sack's commands, this inquiry was born from his inability to contain himself any longer. Sack, enveloped in an oppressive aura akin to a prison, slowly opened his eyes. 10 years, and I have finally awakened 200,000 giant particles. Once we reach Earth, I shall forge the fourth seal to aid in my swift mastery of the Scion realm of the alternate dimension. Sak had not anticipated the extraordinary difficulty of mastering the alternate dimension. The three seals were insufficient to suppress it, let alone control it. He felt that the fourth seal could assist him in initially mastering the alternate dimension, not in complete control, but in restraining it, preventing it from causing further turmoil. Only by suppressing the alternate dimension could he establish a foundation for reaching the pinnacle after creating new techniques that a decade had passed, coincidentally marking 14 years since the explosion of Planet Vegeta. It should be around the time Goku completed the first World Martial Arts Tournament. The storyline's current status remained unclear, yet an ember of excitement flickered in Sak's eyes. This was the moment when the Great Era commenced, and he intended to partake in it. Those extraordinary beings would surely provide ample energy for the furnace of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, Dabo's expression remained unchanged, with combat power soaring to 100,000. Sak had not fully unleashed his might, and Dabo remained largely unaffected. Sak's full strength now reached 6 million combat power, and he believed that in 10 years, he could utterly overwhelm Frisia. Presently, he could not exert significant power. But in a decade, circumstances would differ vastly. Sak roughly estimated that over 2,000 lifeless star systems held his seals. Each day, 24 giant particles could awaken, enhancing combat power by over 700. In a year, this amounted to 263,000 combat power. This was merely the current pace. Once the alternate dimension activated, transforming into a Super Scion, he could only wonder to what extent his strength would amplify. Without further ado, he continued to advance towards their objective. Sak did not elaborate. Their spacecraft's performance paled in comparison to that of the Namekian ships. The distance from Namek to Earth was a mere 6 light years. Having traveled for 10 days, they would likely arrive in another 10 or so. Dabo had no choice but to follow Sak's orders and persist in their journey. 15 days later, Dabo asked, "Is that the planet you referred to as Earth?" Sak opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within. He rose in excitement. "Indeed, that is it." Dabo gazed at the distant planet, filled with confusion. It appeared to be an unremarkable life-bearing world, so remote. What was the source of the king's exhilaration? "How much longer?" "1 day should suffice, Your Majesty." "What shall we do?" Sak remained silent, fixated on that familiar, identical planet. "Can we draw the probe in? I wish to observe closely." Dabo paused. "Your Majesty, this is the probe system integrated in the spacecraft." I do not know how." Sak said nothing, for he too was unfamiliar with it. "Very well, find a notable landmark to land upon. When the time comes, we shall take our time to relax for a few years. And I will teach you instant transmission and other techniques." Dabo's eyes sparkled, brimming with enthusiasm. "Absolutely, Your Majesty. Watch me." Dabo eagerly rushed towards the planet for the first time. Sak resumed his meditative position within the cabin. He pondered how far events had progressed. According to the timeline, Piccolo should not yet have emerged. Sak contemplated his next steps with care. The beginning of Dragon Ball had little to offer, nor were there many formidable foes. If one were to describe it, it could only be characterized as humorous and appealing to LSP. If Sak sought any benefits, aside from the Senzu beans, there was little else. Currently, he could harness chi, rendering Senzu beans unnecessary for him. Within Sak's body, near his spine, a chaotic mass of chi coalesced, forming various bizarre energy patterns. Sak endeavored to explore new rune powers within himself. Over the past decade, he had tirelessly pursued this endeavor. If he could condense a life force rune, not only would his lifespan increase dramatically, but the Scion's longevity would also benefit significantly. Regrettably, his current power was insufficient to initiate the metamorphosis of flesh and blood. The disparity in rules between the Dragon Ball world and his previous realm was too great. In the Dragon Ball world, death was trivial, akin to a mere game. The power of Hell remained weak in the later stages. Even the Tournament of Power could only select warriors from Earth. Sak murmured to himself. He was fully aware that the notion of only selecting warriors from Earth in the later stages was absurd. It was simply a matter of Beerus's laziness. Hell even had a rib rice bowl, which could easily surpass the Turtle Hermit in strength. He lamented that he had yet to discover a method to condense the life rune. Perhaps, when Majin Buu and the Supreme Kai made their appearances, he would find the answer. Sak's eyes narrowed slightly. Based on the current trajectory, In 10 years, against the formidable Frisia, he would possess only 9 million combat power. After transforming into a Super Scion, his strength would barely reach 450 million.4 years later. During the android crisis, he would still have less than 600 million, making a confrontation with the first-generation androids 17 and 18 uncertain. He hoped that his control over the alternate dimension would proceed smoothly. At that time, he could return to Salad Planet and visit Reyna and the others. Sack has the option to prioritize awakening the colossal elephant. However, the pressure from the alternate space is exceedingly formidable. Currently, even with 200,000 colossal elephants and 3 ceiling symbols, he finds himself unable to exert control, and the delay is indeterminate. During this period on Earth, the circumstances are undeniably favorable for Sack. With the heavenly furnace in his possession, he can absorb any chaotic energy, allowing him the opportunity to recuperate thoroughly on Earth. Furthermore, with Dabo by his side, he can traverse any location on the planet. Sack perceives that the alternate space is far more profound than the normal universe. The Scions are not as aberrant as the beings of this universe. Should he master the alternate space, he might transcend the Dragon Ball realm, not merely achieving invincible combat power, but transcending the Dragon Ball world entirely to venture into other realms. That it is as if the alternate space is an ethereal void, filled with various modeled energies emanating from different worlds and universes. The Scion bloodline can assimilate the energies of that space for their own use, just as Superman can absorb the rays of an orange sun to enhance his strength. Scions draw upon the innate energies of the alternate space they are born with, albeit with lesser efficacy than Superman. No, Sack has firmly established his presence in the alternate space and does not perceive the Scions as inferior to Superman. While the end results may suggest otherwise, it becomes evident that the Scions, upon reaching a certain level of power, can no longer utilize the energies of the alternate space, as if the efficacy diminishes after a certain threshold. This is apparent when they attain a specific battle power. After recovering from severe injuries, they do not continue to exponentially increase their strength, yet they still manage to transform further. The transformations: Super Scion 1, 2, 3, 4, Super Scion God, Super Scion God, Super Scion Rose, Ultra Instinct, and Gohan's unique state, among others, are all predicated on the S cells within the Scion physiology, which connect to the alternate space. Chapter 39. Arrival on Earth. Little Goku's astonishment. Sack understands the reasons behind this and is eager to explore further, even at great personal cost, rendering himself a mere shell on several occasions in his pursuit of knowledge. The others remain blissfully unaware that it is both a boon and a curse. One could transcend the divine or plunge into chaos. Indeed, it can be said that the line between God and demon is razor thin. Sack is not naive and does not assume he can master that alternate space in a short span of time. Mastery requires an acute understanding of the world and the universe, and even a grasp of the rules of time and space to succeed. It may take centuries to achieve such control. Beyond maintaining a connection to the alternate space, he shifts his focus to enhancing his own life energy, achieving cellular metamorphosis, and extending his lifespan. Living longer opens up infinite possibilities. Time slips away swiftly. As the spaceship grazes the atmosphere, the external temperature rises and plasma ignites the air with brilliant red flames. The vessel streaks across the sky, descending not far from Earth's surface. Upon witnessing this, Sack is left utterly speechless. Dabo has indeed followed orders, landing precisely where indicated. This landing occurs right beside the Karen Tower, with the base just 100 meters below and the tower soaring into the clouds above. My King, you are awake. Yes, let us proceed downwards. But what about the spaceship? Sack's gaze flickers. It's been abandoned. What? Dabo is taken aback. What do you mean abandoned? Are we not leaving? This planet clearly lacks the capability to venture into space, and without a spaceport, what will we do if the spaceship is damaged? With over a decade of experience, I still struggle with repairs. Without the spaceship, are they destined to be trapped on this planet for eternity? Sack's expression hardens as he gathers an unparalleled aura, delivering a powerful punch that creates a massive breach in the spaceship. Dabo stands in bewilderment. Well, no need to ponder further. It's utterly destroyed. Nothing can contain that. Let us go. A smile graces Sak's face, leaving Dabo momentarily stunned. Having spent so many years alongside the king, Dabo has witnessed his combat prowess reach an astonishing 100,000, yet he has seldom seen such carefree joy on Sak's countenance. This situation is undeniably peculiar. Returning to familiar Earth, with its largely unchanged environment, naturally uplifts his spirits. He can truly relax during these years, which adds to his elation. As for the spaceship, he possesses only his physical strength and the heavenly furnace. Lacking any skills to store items, and without a universal capsule, is certain to be left behind. Furthermore, he is acutely aware of their current location. The base of the Karen Tower, the assassin, Tao Pai Pai, glares menacingly at UPA. Wah wah wah, I one T cry. I must be strong. You're the one who killed my father. I will avenge him. UPA tearfully wields his axe and swings it wildly in the air. Foolish creature, then you shall perish. B. Why killing you? I can still obtain the Dragon Balls. Tao Pai Pai believes Goku to be dead, convinced that the last Dragon Ball is hidden by this small wretch. UPA. Just as he prepares to strike, Sak's destruction of the spaceship triggers a violent explosion, capturing Tao Pai Pai's attention. Who goes there? Tao Pai Pai, unfazed by UPA's flailing weapon, casts a sinister glance at the sky. As the world's premier assassin, how dare another fool wander into my vicinity? Stop! How dare you? Suddenly, Goku, riding on the flying Nimbus, dives down, soaring past Sak's wrecked spaceship and swiftly reaching the ground, snatching UPA and flying away. Tao Pai Pai, taken aback by Goku's survival, feels a surge of rage. What? You're still alive. Goku steers the Nimbus down to the ground, releasing UPA and baring his teeth at Tao Pai Pai. You scoundrel, I will avenge UPA's father. Tao Pai Pai's gaze shifts to Goku. You're still alive, are you? Tao Pai Pai, momentarily astonished, soon dismisses it. This little brat is indeed strong, but he is no match for my ultimate technique, the Demon's Finger. However, that massive creature soaring above, if it could be captured, it would fetch a handsome price. Tao Pai Pai's eyes gleam with greed as he contemplates how to seize Sak's spaceship. His hands clasped behind his back, eyes darting with scheming thoughts. Sak chuckles lightly. Dabo, did you see that? Someone has set their sights on the spaceship. Dabo's expression turns. I see my king. They are merely ignorant fools. Their combat power pales in comparison to even our 5-year-old Scion children. They are utterly weak. Just as Sak prepares to descend, Dabo's derisive words nearly cause him to stumble. Goodness, it seems this sentiment is not exclusive to Raditz. Dabo can articulate the same thoughts. This a manifestation of a strong person's pride. And truth be told, he is not wrong. Steadying himself, Sak steps through the gaping hole and descends toward the ground. Dabo trailing behind with a fierce demeanor, his tail conspicuously visible in the sunlight. Wow, he is walking in the air. UPA, did you see that? Goku, having assumed an attack stance, shields his forehead with one hand, exclaiming in astonishment. Even Tao Pai Pai's expression tightens with gravity. That flight technique? Intriguing. The spaceship, with its gaping hole, struggles to maintain stability, plummeting toward the ground with a thunderous roar as it displaces the air. Wow, a big airplane is falling. Goku, with limited experience, mistakenly identifies the metallic object soaring above as merely an aircraft. Tao Pai Pai's face darkens, his fists clenched tightly, clearly displeased by the unforeseen complications concerning his prized possession. He is not as naive as Goku. He recognizes that such a massive object, soaring effortlessly through the sky, must hold immense value. The recent explosion, combined with the craft's precarious descent, indicates a malfunction. Damn it. My treasure! How could it be destroyed like this? Both of you shall pay. In the depths of Tao Pai Pai's gaze, a malevolent glint and murderous intent were unmistakably evident. As a Scion, Dabo sensed this immediately. With a cold snort, he prepared to strike. Hold on. Do not act recklessly, Sak interjected, perceiving Dabo as ominous aura and promptly halting him. What a joke. If you attack, how can I maintain my FA-ADE? Dabo reluctantly withdrew his hand, his irritation palpable. Sak inhaled deeply, As the celestial furnace coalesced the moisture in the air, forming a series of air steps beneath his feet, the altitude diminished, the humidity thickened, rendering the staircase clearly visible in the atmosphere. Under the refracted sunlight, it shimmered with a myriad of colors, truly breathtaking. Wow, you're amazing. You can actually create a staircase in mid-air. This technique is incredible. Can you teach me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he addressed Sak. Sak maintained a stoic expression as he descended to the ground, with Dabo standing silently behind him. Observing Sun Wukong completely disregard Tao Bai Bai, Sak felt the fervent gaze directed at him. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong finds the organization. Astonishing all, Sak quietly unfurled the tail coiled around his waist. Without hesitation, Dabo followed suit, releasing his own tail. The two robust appendages gracefully swaying in the air. Sun Wukong was taken aback, then exhilarated. Wow, you both have tails too. I have one as well, he exclaimed, turning to grasp his own tail and extending it before him. Yearning for Sak's acknowledgement, as if seeking validation of their shared kinship. But why is my tail so small? Sun Wukong pondered, comparing his tail to those of Sak and Dabo, confusion etched on his face. UPA, regaining his composure from the shock, chimed in, Wukong, it's because you're a child, while they are adults, hence their tails are much larger. That's certainly the case. My father said that when I grow up, I too will be strong like him. Sun Wukong, contemplative, turned to Sak with a question. Is that really true? Dabo, naturally aware of Sun Wukong, dismissed the inquiry. Having grown up on Planet Vegeta, he understood that there were likely scattered Scions throughout the universe. During the reign of King Vegeta, those deemed to lack potential were exiled shortly after birth. Although those infants were weak, fortune occasionally favored a few, allowing them to grow strong. Scions were not fools. The planets to which low-potential infants were banished were remote and feeble. Provided they weren't extraordinarily unfortunate, encountering a full moon would enable them to transform into great apes, wreaking havoc and gradually maturing. Once they had decimated the indigenous populace, they would inevitably return to Planet Vegeta for further training. Sun Wukong was evidently one of these fortunate souls, likely exiled a year or two prior to Sak's ascension to power. Above Corinne Tower, three pairs of eyes fixated intently on the ground. The cat sage held his breath, a look of urgency on his face. This is incredible, such a sensation, so wicked. Scions were inherently ferocious. And Dabo, aligning with Sak, engaged in acts of plunder, a realization that was hardly surprising to the cat sage. A sage. His primary focus was to discern whether a being's aura was malevolent. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai gazed gravely at the mirror before him. Bobo, these are extraterrestrials, aren't they? Indeed, Lord Kai, Bobo replied. Earth has been discovered. A group of malevolent aliens has arrived. This marks the first appearance of extraterrestrials on Earth. Yet whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Bobo's expression was complex. Not to mention, the Supreme Kai arrived on Earth hundreds of years ago. Over a decade prior, an intergalactic patrolman named Jack had also descended in a spacecraft. Leaving aside distant events, it was well known that they were aliens. Could that boy named Sun Wukong truly be an extraterrestrial who emerged from Earth? Such logic seemed flawed. The individuals before him were not the first wave of aliens. Bobo said nothing, silently observing Corinne Tower. These beings share a lineage with that young boy. This should not pose a threat to Earth, right? Their aura is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of annihilating an entire planet alone. Earth was isolated, and none were aware of the Scion's notorious reputation throughout the cosmos. On the ground, an infuriated Tao Bai Bai shattered the tense silence. You bastards, do you think this is a reunion? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Dabo glared fiercely, causing the surrounding air to solidify. Tao Bai Bai's body stiffened, his breath quickening, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How is this possible? Dabo's intangible assault petrified the old fool. Sun Wukong found himself immobilized, his eyes darting wildly. Wow, so impressive. I want to learn this technique too. Sak sighed, exasperated. Dabo simply had not clarified what he truly desired. With a tremor, the celestial furnace quaked, causing Dabo's invisible aura to vanish without a trace. restoring normalcy to the three assembled. Hiss, so formidable. The essence of the universe is under his control. In the heavenly realm, the aged supreme, Kai suddenly stood, his eyes wide and his grip on his staff tightening. Bobo remained his usual composed self. Their manipulation of energy is quite crude that if Sak were aware, he would likely find it laughable that he exerts no energy. It is a challenge to muster even a modicum of surplus energy before it is swiftly siphoned away. Tao Bai-Bai's eyes darted around frantically. As an assassin, he sensed the gravity of the situation. The two before him exuded an overwhelming strength, akin to deities gazing down upon mortals. But why would deities meddle in the affairs of the mundane? Moreover, who exactly was this boy named Sun Wukong? As the reigning assassin of Earth, he felt a twinge of fear. Stammering, he asked, Who are you? Sak approached Tao Bai-Bai with a calm demeanor. Have you prepared your defective bomb? What? UPA gasped, scrambling to his feet and pulling Sun Wukong to hide behind him. Dabo stood silently, refraining from further insolence. The king's shatter dominance served as a warning. Should he persist in his folly, punishment would surely follow. Sun Wukong wore a perplexed expression. Bomb. What is that? UPA trembled, terrified. Wukong, a bomb is a weapon of tremendous destructive power. A single bomb can create a massive crater in a mountain. It's far too dangerous. We need to keep our distance. Sun Wukong tilted his head, still failing to comprehend, and pointed at Sak. Then why isn't he afraid? UPA paused, then furrowed his brow before a sudden realization dawned upon him. Of course, they can fly. If they take to the skies, bombs shouldn't be able to harm them. Sak paid no mind to the two children's chatter, advancing step by step towards Tao Bai-Bai. Unwilling to let the opportunity slip, Tao Bai-Bai, caught off guard by Sak's insight into his trump card, gritted his teeth. Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? With that, a faint current of energy surged within him as he clenched his fists and launched a powerful strike at Sak's face. His punch imbued with force and accompanied by a howling wind. A cold smirk etched on his visage. Arrogant fool, I will make you taste suffering and understand the might of the world's greatest assassin. Sun Wukong, noticing Dabo, cast a sidelong glance. This fellow was nothing like a Scion. The pristine appearance of this planet was one matter, but the fact that the little rascal could coexist harmoniously with the natives suggested that he had caused no destructive repercussions. Before his arrival, Dabo had observed the planet's satellite, so vast that a full moon could indeed reflect 17 million hertz of Bruz light waves that it have been untouched by the great ape transformation. As an exile, the knowledge embedded in their spacecraft was set by the Scions. These individuals should be acutely aware of their mission. Judging by his appearance, it had been at least a decade since this planet had suffered any devastation. This was highly unusual. Furthermore, the aura emanating from him was even purer and cleaner than that of someone who had undergone rigorous training. He bore no semblance to a person stained with blood. With a resounding thud, Tao Bai-Bai's fist struck unimpeded against Sak's form. The sound of the collision had yet to dissipate when the distinct crack of bones fracturing echoed clearly. Ow. Tao Bai-Bai clutched his arms. Crouching in discomfort upon the ground, his right arm had sustained a shattering fracture, leaving him grievously injured in an instant. The flow of air suddenly quickened. Chapter 41. The Slaying of Tao Bai-Bai. The first encounter with the cat sages, Sun Wukong, and UPA gazed in astonishment. They had witnessed Tao Bai-Bai's formidable strength, yet this tall, handsome figure before them had done nothing. No fluctuations in energy whatsoever, and with mere flesh and bone. He had obliterated Tao Bai-Bai's attack and shattered his arm. Such power seemed rather grotesque. Within Sak, the furnace of heaven and earth strained to absorb energy, yet only a minuscule amount trickled into it. Even the furnace was too lethargic to respond. Sak was not surprised. The current strength of Earth was still feeble, and weak energy was to be expected if Tao Bai-Bai's punch could fill the furnace. He would not dare to receive it with his bare body. However, the sealing talismans had absorbed sufficient stellar energy, which was then transmitted to him. As the furnace operated, immense energy penetrated his body, seeping into his flesh and bones, coalescing into a massive particle. The particle swelled rapidly, soon exhibiting signs of respiration. while the scant energy within Sack was swiftly consumed. With a roar, the particle shattered, revealing a colossal pink elephant within Sack. He trembled all over, his mental energy surging as he beheld the newly birthed giant, eagerly anticipating its absorption of energy, hoping it would swiftly mature into a fully developed form. This giant did not behave as usual, immediately merging into his spine. Instead, it remained still like T was done, just as he had surmised. He merely needed to concentrate on the fourth sealing talisman, mastering the alternate space, and his strength would elevate rapidly. A faint tremor emanated from within Sack, a subtle energy manifesting. Dabo, who had been by Sack's side for quite some time, immediately sensed the anomaly, gazing at Sack with equal parts joy and awe. He understood well what his king yearned for. This energy was entirely different now, possessing a rounded and harmonious essence. The king had succeeded. He was on the verge of a complete return. Dabo was filled with exhilaration, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In 01, apart from Sack, comprehended the hardships endured by the king over the past decade better than Dabo, nor did anyone understand the king's aspirations more profoundly. Inside Sack, the pink giant voraciously consumed the flowing energy, creating ripples. The furnace of heaven and earth swayed vigorously, ravenously devouring the primal essence of the universe. Wind, gentle breeze, soft gust, strong wind, hurricane. Whoosh! UPA clung desperately to the tree trunk. Tau bye-bye, your end is nigh. The divine will punish you. UPA shouted with all his might, venting his fury. Crash! The giant took shape, letting out a howl to the heavens, while Sack exuded a formidable aura. Sack laughed heartily, allowing Tau bye-bye to writhe in agony like a mortally wounded creature, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in shock. Such might. Sun Wukong gazed at Sack with envy that a single giant possessed 30 units of energy, which, while not particularly formidable in theory, unleashed a devastating impact within Sack, enough to astonish all present. At this juncture, Sun Wukong could barely contend with Master Roshi, and Sack's energy was equivalent to a quarter of Sun Wukong's own. Sack was elated to wield control over 30 units of energy. This was an unexpected delight. He had initially planned to wait until he consolidated the fourth sealing talisman before attempting to retain a portion of the giant within himself. To achieve it so swiftly was beyond his expectations. Sack's aura surged unabashedly, a full 30 units, his gaze fixed sharply on Tau bye-bye. Have you pondered your demise? Boom! A bolt of lightning materialized from the heavens, Sack's form resembling that of a deity or demon. That a tempest arose from nowhere, howling fiercely. Tau bye-bye was taken aback. Could the state of his opponent truly influence the weather? Was he genuinely a celestial being? Sack stepped toward Tau bye-bye, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Divine finger technique. Perish, you arrogant fool. Ha! Be cautious. Sun Wukong shouted in alarm, his expression fraught with urgency. At long last, he had encountered someone akin to himself, and he was exceedingly tense. The brilliant flash of light zipped past, striking Sack's throat with precision. Huh? How? This is impossible. Tau bye-bye's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the unscathed Sack. No, this cannot be real. That in his shock, he even dropped the high explosive bomb he had been clutching. Sack, feeling the feeble energy emanating from the furnace of heaven and earth, cast a disdainful glance at Tau bye-bye. The tempest in the sky intensified, subtly accentuating Sack's might while reflecting Tau bye-bye's current state of shock. No, this is a deception. Why? Tau bye-bye looked up at Sack, his eyes filled with nothing but astonishment and dread. As a seasoned killer, he was acutely aware of the malevolent aura surrounding Sack. Damn it. How could this be? He clenched his left hand tightly against the ground, his fingers sinking deeply into the earth. Sack had no desire for further discourse with Tau bye-bye. Dabo's cold and piercing gaze scrutinized the cat immortal, yet his heart was filled with inexplicable curiosity. The king appeared to be familiar with everything around him, despite the fact that he had been following him for the past decade. After the explosive confrontation, the cat immortal sensed something was amiss. After all, he was an immortal being. He forced himself to maintain composure and directed a question towards Sack. Who are you, Meow? Sack regarded the unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar cat immortal, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Chapter 42. The immortal beings in hand. Seeking the deity again, Sack's expressionless grin startled the cat immortal. I shall inform you that I am indeed a deity, so do not provoke me. Unfortunately, the space atop Corinta was constructed with columns that created a rather awkward atmosphere, making him tremble uncontrollably. Debo's eyes betrayed his disappointment. This peculiar being exuded an aura that was hardly worthy of attention. Sack looked at the cat immortal. I will trade you a tank of immortal beans for 100,000 pounds of fish. Debo was taken aback. They were Scions, after all. Even without pillaging planets, they could easily rob people. They had done so with the king before. They had arrived with more than 10 spaceships, all acquired through theft. When did they ever need to barter? No way, meow. The cat immortal was exceedingly anxious, his mind blank. Only after speaking did he realize, what fish? His eyes sparkled with affection as he fixated on Sack. Fish, ah. That is fish to 100,000 pounds of fish? That's too little. The cat immortal surprisingly did not think to ask for more immortal beans, but rather found the quantity of fish lacking. 100,000 pounds of fish was already quite substantial. If you are willing, we shall catch live fish for you. If not, we shall resort to theft. The cat immortal was startled and quickly retreated. Eyeing Sack warily, I tell you, I am an immortal. Debo scoffed. An immortal. Even a god could be slaughtered by the king. Can God survive in the universe? Debo had no idea if others believed it. But he certainly did not. Sack remained impassive. Whether you believe it or not, Debo can obliterate the entire earth. Do not think that being an immortal will save you, for even those two above would vanish. The cat immortal bristled, clutching his wooden staff tightly as he continued to retreat. You must not act recklessly. Our earth possesses formidable experts. Debo narrowed his eyes. Experts? Where? I see none. An aura erupted, as deep as a chasm. A fierce wind surged, leaving the cat immortal clinging desperately to the railing. You dare to insult me. You think you are worthy? Alongside Debo's menacing visage, they both left their tails unfurled, dancing freely in the air. The pressure emanating from Debo intensified, overwhelming like an abyss. The air began to crack, as if it sought to rend the Earth's atmosphere asunder. Boom! The violent winds clashed against the air, summoning thunder, swirling like a multitude of serpents. An aura of intimidation was conjured from thin air. The cat immortal felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his vision filled with countless deities and demons. In the divine hall, the deity abruptly rose. No, we cannot provoke them. Otherwise, the earth will be destroyed. Deity, shall I descend to inform the cat immortal? Bobo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. He seemed oblivious to the celestial phenomena caused by Debo, as if he had not sensed Debo's power at all. Just as the deity was about to speak, the cat immortal within Corinta mewed in submission that I will trade. I will trade. Sack waved his hand. And Debo understood, retracting his explosive aura and coldly flying behind Sack. Sack turned to the cat immortal, eager to demonstrate his ability to seize. Concentrating his energy, a three-legged furnace appeared, flying into Corinta before the astonished eyes of the cat immortal. Entering the next layer of space, before long, a tank of immortal beans shot out, landing directly in Sack's hands. This, Sack's figure elevated, leaving behind his voice. Debo, go catch 100,000 pounds of fish for him. Debo's icy demeanor mirrored his astonishment. Even if the fish weighed 100 pounds each, he would need to make 1,000 trips. Did they really intend to comply? Sack's figure soared high, disappearing from sight. Debo, feeling helpless, turned to the cat immortal. You, come with me. I will catch 100,000 pounds of fish for you. The cat immortal was left dumbfounded, pointing at himself. Me. Debo responded matter-of-factly. Who else? 100,000 pounds of fish. How many times must I run? The cat immortal's astonishment froze on his face, and he then sprang up. No way. No way. Does no one know about the universal capsule these days? Debo looked at the cat immortal in confusion. What? The cat immortal gestured animatedly. The universal capsule? Of course. Debo's mouth twitched, staring at the cat immortal as if he were a fool. What use is that? The cat immortal quickly explained, and upon hearing it, Debo understood. They could seize a universal capsule and then catch fish to present to him. The cat immortal remained anxious, while Debo had already soared away with a rush, such a simple task. Debo felt quite relaxed. Sack ascended straight up, but after flying for a while, he sensed something was amiss. Why haven't we arrived yet? He halted mid-air, frowning in contemplation. A faint energy of 30 coursed through his body. Sack's robe billowed as he expanded his pores, continuously absorbing the essence of a universe through the furnace while focusing his senses. Bobo, does he truly know of our existence? He should. Deity, Bobo replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Isn't he an extraterrestrial? How could he know us? And what does he want with us? The deity's brow furrowed in deep thought. Bobo, could he be here to kill us? Unlikely, Bobo shook his head, then added, there is no intent to kill. The deity hesitated, but Bobo's words dispelled his doubts. Deity, if he knows of our existence and has been on Earth, it is only a matter of time before he approaches us. The deity's expression shifted slightly. Very well, Bobo, lower the barrier and allow him entry. Bobo nodded and swiftly exited the Grand Hall. Sack was pondering how to locate the Divine Hall when he sensed two auras. How perceptive! The furnace provided energy, and Sack soon arrived at the Divine Hall. The deity and Bobo stood in the plaza. Upon witnessing this scene, Sack's lips curled into a faint smile. You are quite clever. Cosmic powerhouse, what brings you to Earth? Sack gazed at the deity, uttering words that would further astonish him. Take me to meet the king of the worlds. What? The deity never anticipated that Sack's purpose was this. That was a high-dimensional deity, ruling the entirety of the northern galaxy. Sack not only knew, but was also aware that he could meet the king of the worlds. What do you intend to do? Sack's deep-set eyes bore into the deity. To become a deity. The deity was left dumbfounded. To become a deity requires a kind heart. Do you believe you possess such a quality? Sack casually approached the deity. What do you wish to do? Deity, you have no choice, do you? The deity's countenance darkened, realizing that this individual was overtly threatening him. Threatening a deity. Sack advanced step by step, but within him, an immense force began to stir. Though he maintained an outward calm, internally, he was deeply shaken. The colossal force was moving on its own. This was the first occurrence that he possessed the God Elephant Suppression Prison technique, yet it was incomplete. The awakened giant elephant, devoid of divinity, should not exhibit self-awareness. Now, Sack turned his gaze towards Bobo, standing beside the deity, testing the waters. Mr. Bobo's identity appears rather mysterious. Bobo merely served as the deity's attendant. There was nothing particularly mysterious about it. Chapter 43. The terrifying words of Sack. Preparing to condense the fourth seal, Sack's gaze was profound, and a multitude of doubts stirred within him. Memories of the unfolding narrative flooded his mind. Which divine servant could possibly serve three deities? This was merely a statement. The previous gods could very well have been Bobo as well. Moreover, Bobo had managed to contend with two little super Scions in the end. Was he growing stronger? Why had he not developed before? The colossal elephant, devoid of spirit, now exhibited fluctuations autonomously. Were it not for Bobo, he would have twisted its head off and used it as a ball. Ordinary or not, Mr. Bobo was acutely aware of his own nature, yet he remained indifferent. Even angels could not intervene within the cosmos. I imagine Mr. Bobo would not act recklessly either. As Sack spoke, a mournful wail echoed within him, causing his heart to shudder. His previous words had undoubtedly struck a chord with Bobo, though whether it was a positive or negative resonance remained unclear. His yearning for the divine intensified that I end this universe. Apart from the gods, even the late-stage mastery of the free and unfettered skill, surpassing the gods in combat power, did not grant one control over the rules, merely a semblance of mastery. Most powers were innate or cultivated through specialized techniques. Interestingly, the rules of this universe appeared both formidable and feeble, that a group of powerful beings, lacking mastery over the rules, could defeat those who did possess such mastery. Take Jiren, for instance. Can the God of Heaven transport me to the King of Worlds? What do you wish to do? The God of Heaven's expression was grave. The strength of the individual before him was perplexing. He seemed to possess only a modicum of power, yet trailed behind him was a formidable presence. Disregarding the laws of the universe, Sack said little more, casting a glance at the god of heaven and Bobo before turning away. "I shall remain in seclusion on Earth for a time." This was indeed Sak's intention. Aside from the influence of Piccolo, it was paramount for him to restore his strength. He had promised Reina to return, a commitment still unfulfilled. The fourth seal also required consolidation. His earlier decision had been rather spontaneous. He had not anticipated that the celestial furnace would be unable to sense the aura of the divine. Today, the god on Earth was merely a false god, possessing little control over the rules. Yet, he had not foreseen this. Beerus had mentioned that one could not perceive the aura of a god until reaching the divine realm. However, in the Z narrative, Goku and Bu treated King Kai's planet as a mere restroom, coming and going at their leisure. This was utterly inexplicable. Not to mention, in the earlier stages, traveling to King Kai's planet, the Grand Kai's planet, was as simple as deciding to explode something, training, or having a meal there. You could dismiss the Earth-S god as a false deity, but the king of the Kai-S realm was, at least, a genuine entity, a true pinnacle deity connected directly to the king of all's palace. Why could Goku come and go so freely? Did he possess the key? Was being a god akin to riding a bus? Sak had initially thought that his cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique would be an exception, only to find it entirely undetectable. Hence, he proposed to the god of heaven to escort him to King Kai's planet for training. Unexpectedly, the god of heaven did not take action, but it did frighten Bobo considerably. Fortunately, Sak maintained his composure. Otherwise, his true intentions would have been revealed. It seemed that the divine entities harbored many secrets. The real world was indeed fascinating. Excitement gleamed in Sak's eyes. Soon, when he successfully condensed the fourth rune, it would surely be entertaining to in the heavenly temple. The god of heaven swayed unsteadily. "Are we leaving?" Bobo stood with his hands naturally by his sides, his gaze as tranquil as a clear lake. This lake, unfathomable and inscrutable, Sak descended upon Karen Tower with a gust. The cat hermit exploded in irritation once more. Back again, Sak landed atop the tower, casually leaning against the railing. "I shall wait for Dabo to deliver fish before departing." The cat hermit trembled, desperately hoping this terrifying figure would leave at once. "You must be bored. Why not check on his progress?" "No need. He just snatched a universal capsule and is heading to the seaside." The cat hermit's lips twitched. "Snatched? He's a celestial being. For goodness sake, does he not care for his dignity?" A smile played at the corners of Sak's mouth as energy rapidly surged into the elephant within him. Roar! A seedling of the elephant awakened, transforming into a playful pink elephant, joyfully swinging its trunk and stomping its legs. Sak's aura surged once more, reaching a battle power of 60. The cat hermit gazed at Sak in confusion. Just now, Sak's battle power doubled. Although this increase is somewhat superficial, it is indeed a genuine enhancement. Sak paid no heed to the cat hermit. A surge of energy continuously shifted, attempting to create a second new rune. Each time the energy altered in thickness and direction, Sak felt he was making significant strides toward success. Failure is the mother of success. The more failures, the more mothers. The more mothers, the easier the success. The energy shifted and combined incessantly, faintly hinting at a liquefaction trend. Each time the energy dissipated after a failure. It nourished and nurtured Sak's flesh and skin. Once he could naturally condense his bones, he would be close to success. He was condensing a life rune to enhance his longevity. This was a meticulous endeavor requiring persistence. After about half an hour, Dabo arrived, his demeanor calm, a faint fishy scent emanating from him. "My lord." Sak opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. "Finished?" "My lord, it seems something peculiar is afoot on Earth." "Oh, my lord." I sensed a strange energy, malevolent and powerful. A gratified smile appeared on Sak's face. Dabo's ability to perceive this indicated he had already entered the realm of mastery over energy. He had detected it even before reaching Earth, though he had kept it to himself. There's not just one but many sources, though many remain weak and have yet to manifest, with the celestial furnace in hand. Sak was highly sensitive to energy. Any abnormal fluctuations within his range would be detected. He understood what it was, though it would not erupt for another 20 years. That "My lord, am I correct?" Sak was already airborne. "Quite so. but it is of no concern to us. When that fellow appears, only a god of destruction can eradicate him. Earth is on the brink of disaster. Sack's words were not concealed from the cat hermit, who wore a grave expression. He did not believe these powerful beings would jest with him. Wait, you haven't mentioned what the crisis is. Sack had already soared out of Karen Tower, and Debo snorted, tossing a universal capsule before turning to follow Sack. Wait a moment. You haven't explained. The cat hermit was frantic, his feet stamping in agitation. Sack's words pertained to the life and death of Earth. How could this not be clarified? He extended his hand, standing rigidly atop Karen Tower, in the heavenly temple. The god of heaven, just having regained his composure, trembled in fright. Bobo, is what he said true? Bobo's eyes flickered. As a powerful entity, he should not jest. The god of heaven swayed. Why is Earth plagued with so many calamities? What shall we do? Bobo's gaze was profound as a deep pool. Goku. The god of heaven paused. Goku, that child? Bobo nodded. That group possesses great strength, benefiting from their genes. Goku and his kin, with proper training, could also become formidable. Moreover, he possesses a fundamentally pure nature. The god of heaven pondered, slowly turning to return to the heavenly temple. Chapter 44. Condensing the fourth seal, shocking all deities in Earth space. Meanwhile, Sack, harboring a vat of celestial beings, departed from Karen Tower with Debo, seeking out a desolate and remote island. Debo, I need to enter seclusion for a time. The gravity on Earth is too low for your training. You may train in the depths of the sea. Understood, my lord. After responding to the Debo attack, he glanced at Debo, hesitating to speak. Sack was acutely aware of Debo's thoughts and chose not to elaborate. The air shifted, and the uneven terrain smoothed out as if combed by an iron plow, with dust swirling around. Sack gazed at the horizon, his mind swirling with thoughts. Once the dust settled, Sack slowly descended to the ground. Sitting cross-legged, concentrating his mental energy. Within him, 840 million colossal particles formed a colossal elephant, dim and unremarkable. The only area densely illuminated was along the spine. An ancient giant elephant could drain a small stream. Yet this was still far from sufficient. The energy of this universe was far too singular, unable to compare to the immense power of the divine elephant in that boundless, diverse world. The disparity in strength was significant. Presently, he had no recourse but to continuously awaken the giant elephants. Next, he would see how much surprise the Scion bloodline's innate alternate space could provide him. Sack vaguely recalled that over 300 giant elephants had already possessed legendary power. Now, with more than 200,000 giant elephants, he had yet to even touch the threshold of the rules. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Either the technique lacked a crucial component, specifically the divine seals, preventing him from fully mastering it. Sack controlled the energy, continuously infusing it into the awakened giant elephants. The spine, numerous energy mists surged forth once again. Sack felt a persistent lack of momentum. Raising his gaze, the furnace of heaven and earth leaped forth, growing larger and larger, enveloping Sack's head in the blink of an eye. The sky instantly darkened, with intertwining silver serpents rumbling, and an immense storm swiftly formed. Deep within the storm, a vast surge of vital energy emerged, drawn into the furnace of heaven and earth, and subsequently transformed into energy within Sack's body. More energy flowed in. The giant elephants within Sack joyously trumpeted, creating a magnificent symphony. The energy at the spine continued to accumulate, with clouds and mists nearly transforming into an ocean. Yet no crystallization had yet appeared. Sack's complexion flushed as he roared in frustration. Not enough. Not enough. Furnace of heaven and earth, draw in more, draw in harder. Every 50,000 giant elephants could yield a crystallized seal, and as time progressed, it would become increasingly difficult. Initially, he only needed to manage 50,000 giant elephants. Once they were well fed with energy, they could coalesce into dense mist, then liquefy, and finally crystallize. However, as time went on, he not only needed to oversee 50,000 giant elephants, but also those already formed, who were continuously absorbing energy. This day, every influx of energy was evenly devoured by the 200,000 giant elephants, yet it still felt like a drop in the bucket. If the energy did not liquefy into mist and then crystallize, it would be manageable. He could maintain it and continuously awaken the giant elephants, leaving him with some energy. Yet, once crystallized seals were formed, the energy within him would be woefully insufficient. This was also a significant reason why he was not in a rush to crystallize the seals. In the sky, the dense energy of heaven and earth was on the verge of transforming into mist, stirring the winds into a tempest. Anyone with combat power below 10,000 would be instantly torn apart upon entry. The furnace of heaven and earth, like a giant elephant drinking water, continuously probed into the center of the vital energy, devouring it. Sack trembled all over. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. With another roar, a powerful solar storm erupted from the sun. Located 150 million kilometers from Earth, its core fiercely ablaze. More, stronger energy rushed towards Earth. Not enough. Not enough. Furnace, absorb everything you can. The furnace shook violently, growing even larger, swirling above Sack's head like a vast canopy. The furnace operated beyond its limits, and, somewhere on Earth, a fissure opened in a place called Whooshing Mountain, releasing a tremendous surge of energy akin to a volcanic eruption. In another location, a pitch-black iron door creaked open, and a dark aura spread towards Earth like a voracious beast, only to retreat rapidly as if scorched by the sun, yet seemingly bound and dragged back, rolling away and vanishing on Earth. Merging into the vital energy of heaven and earth. The top of the Corinta. The cat sage was furiously bristling, curled up under the central pillar. Meow, meow, meow. How powerful. What kind of monster is this? I sense so much energy not belonging to Earth being drawn in by that unknown force. Some could obliterate the planet, yet they vanish in the blink of an eye. Meow, meow. How terrifying. What will happen to Earth? Will it be destroyed? Will I die? The cat sage trembled in fear, and the celestial beings in the celestial hall were equally distressed. The hall shook, and waves of unknown, inexplicable energy spread into the sky. The deities wished to intervene, but could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, Bobo wore an unusually serious expression, his eyes narrowed to slits. Whooshing Mountain. Taishang Laojun has directly exploded it. Who opened the gate between realms? My flames have been violently impacted. The pasta I cooked is ruined. Gohan-kun, do you know what's going on? The deceased son Gohan clung desperately to the protruding relief on the pillar, a halo above his head. Lord Anning, please save me. I'm going to die. I can't hold on anymore. Just a moment. I'm finishing my last bite of pasta. A massive shadow rushed towards Son Gohan. In hell, the throne room of King Yin exploded, and King Yin was knocked dizzy by the columns. What is happening? Is someone attacking hell? Quickly summon Lord Kai. Taking advantage of the chaos, many little demons fled, causing a moment of pandemonium on King Kai's planet. He awoke from his slumber. What is going on? His two antennae twitched rapidly as he sought the cause. Upon discovering Sack, King Kai's face turned ashen. How can this be so powerful? It's nearly on par with Frieza. Wasn't Frieza supposed to have annihilated the Scions? What in the world is happening? Can a Scion be this strong? He's attracting so much energy from different realms. What is he planning? Oh no, is he attempting to devour diverse energies? Has he lost his mind? The iron door sealing the demon realm on Earth swung open, and leaders like Azura and Chimei were equally alarmed. Is it really that outrageous? The energy of the demon realm is rapidly vanishing. How can I explain this to the gods? If this seal breaks, the true demon realm will return, and Earth will not be able to withstand it. Should we report to the deities? We cannot bear this. Azura lowered his head, remaining silent. Countless powerful energies were absorbed and refined by the furnace, continuously entering Sack's body. Sack welcomed all, transmitting it into the bodies of the giant elephants. Gaining more energy, the giant elephants gathered strength. Joyfully exhaling energy, merging into the mist, this state did not flash and vanish. Rather, it persisted. Chapter 45. The fourth seal unformed. Sack descends into madness 3 days later. Within Sack's spine, the mist rapidly contracted and a drop of liquid energy fell from the mist into the opening of the alternate space, causing the previously tightly sealed 3 seals to automatically part. For the first time, the liquid seemed to sound the charge, and the mist began to drizzle liquid energy, increasingly more. rapidly cascading into the liquid below. Sack felt elated. The liquid had formed. How far could the crystals be? Once the crystals formed, the seals would naturally follow. To Sack's spirit surged, yet he failed to notice the instability of his energy, an inexplicable surge of brutality welling up within him. The alternate space was a terrifying realm sustaining the Scion great apes, Super Scions, Super Scion 2s, and even the later transformations into Super Scion gods. Sack's power was so feeble, yet he foolishly aspired to invade and control it. The earlier flow resembled a sealed river, with still a gap to fill, lacking significant force. Now, as he aimed to seal the last breach and completely block the river, the violent energy unleashed tumultuous waves, crashing against Sack. With even a trace of energy leaking out, Sack's bloodline began to boil, and his mind exhibited signs of uncontrollable rage. If Sack continued down this path, he might transform into an irrational, ferocious giant ape under the immense pressure of the alternate space, that time. Even if he failed to achieve the Super Scion transformation, his combat power would soar beyond 60 million in his giant ape form. He could shatter the earth in an instant, and he would find himself lost in space, ultimately perishing amidst the various energy storms of the cosmos. What is happening? Why am I so restless? Was it the excitement of nearing initial success that stirred his emotions? This would be detrimental to his control, that if he failed to seal it tightly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sack felt an overwhelming urgency, yet lacked superior means. In the realm of Dragon Ball, everything was remarkably simple. Brute force sufficed. There were no complex philosophies of cultivation, no emphasis on the physical form, nor methods to harness the primordial energies of the universe. One merely needed to continuously refine their body to enhance their strength. Currently, it was merely a matter of who could act more swiftly and powerfully. If he could not rein in his impulses before complete closure, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. With little choice left, he could only strive against the constraints of time. While striving to maintain his balance, Sack hastened the absorption of various tumultuous energies into the furnace of the cosmos. Within Sack, his blood began to boil. Special cells proliferated with fervor, and a fierce aura radiated outward. His skin's pores expanded, and his dark hair grew rapidly. Faster. I feel an unbearable heat. My body is on the verge of boiling. At his spine, a torrent of energy surged, revealing specks that glimmered like stars. Those were crystals, the vaporous liquid transforming into solid form. As Sack's blood boiled more violently, some of it turned crimson and then black. A savage, malevolent aura gradually spreading forth. Meanwhile, at the ocean's depths, Dabo struggled to unleash his fists and feet. The king's suggestion was remarkably straightforward: to train underwater, and he felt his rate of improvement had accelerated 3 to 4 times. At this pace, within a year, his combat power could reach 200,000. It was utterly astonishing. Dabo was not even at the ocean's abyss, but merely about 4,000 meters deep, approximately 40 times the standard gravity of Earth. Just double that of Vegeta's planet. Dabo struck. The long, quiet seabed erupted with turmoil, sending shockwaves that obliterated countless ancient rocks. The disturbance even reached the deep sea, stirring waves that churned up vast amounts of silt and sand, revealing a pale object that clearly did not belong to the ocean floor, rolling under the force. Lacking any aura, Dabo could not perceive it. As the disturbances intensified, the electric pressure began to ascend towards shallower waters. Situated in the deep, no one could detect it. The malevolent aura emitted by Sack ultimately seeped into the ocean floor, reaching Dabo. "What is happening, my king?" Dabo exclaimed in alarm, abandoning his training to ascend from the depths. Just as he broke the surface, an overwhelming, terrifying presence bore down upon him. "What?" Sack's eyes turned crimson upon spotting Dabo, and he unleashed a powerful strike towards him. "My king, what is wrong?" "It's me. Dabo, it's Dabo," he shouted, yet dared not confront the king, instead diving back into the sea to evade the onslaught. Sack lost control of the brutality hidden in his bloodline, his mind overtaken, transforming him into a mindless monster. His hair bristled with unnatural vitality, and his aura exuded an unimaginable malevolence. each movement accompanied by a boundless ferocity that Sack's futile attempts to shake the tree of fate ultimately led him to a perilous predicament. That was the very source of the Scion race's mutations, to attempt to suppress it with an immature divine elephant suppression technique, especially under insufficient energy, was nothing short of delusional, but if he could muster the strength to seal the otherworldly space all at once. Perhaps he could gradually master it afterward. The aura of the otherworld had already tainted him, and combined with the divine elephant's long-standing suppression over hellish energies, the corruption had deepened. Only through sanctity could he cleanse the malevolent essence. Yet he was still far from that goal. Roar. In a state of delirium, Sack howled at the heavens, shaking the earth and darkening the skies, the stars shifting in response, drawing upon his malevolent energy. He inadvertently caused a cosmic upheaval, a testament to his formidable power. Within, Sack clung desperately to the last vestiges of his sanity, gritting his teeth to channel his energy, striving to reseal the rift to the otherworld. But all was in vain. His mental fortitude eroded. His body slipped from his control. The once mighty elephant of his will began to fade, that Sack's final flicker of lucidity could only watch helplessly as he descended into madness, attacking Dabo and wreaking havoc in his surroundings. Damn it, I need to awaken. I need energy, and I need time. If my body transforms into a giant ape, I am utterly finished, with 60 million in combat power. In a frenzy, I could demolish the earth in no time, and I would find no escape among the stars. Sack's light dimmed with worry, yet he could only watch, powerless to intervene. Damn it, how could this happen? I was on the verge of sealing the otherworld. Soon, I would only need to master and control it. Why did everything suddenly slip away? Could it be the otherworld's doing? But isn't it merely a space? How could it influence me? Moreover, what is happening with my blood? Sack strained to maintain his light against the encroaching darkness, his frustration erupting into frantic cries. Externally, his form began to wreak havoc, with a forceful stomp. The island he stood upon crumbled to dust, the sea flooding in. The swirling dust mingled with the incoming tide, further enraged Sack's body. Under the thrall of madness, he unleashed energy with both hands, bombarding his surroundings. Master Cat clutched the edge of the jar tightly, trembling as he gazed at Sack's demonic visage within. What to do? Who can withstand this? The worst has come to pass. Oh, divine beings, please stop that evil creature. Vanquish him, Master Cat prayed, while the deity in the divine hall knelt in despair. Chapter 46. A startling revelation for several individuals. What to do? What should we do? Bobo cried, his usual demeanor replaced by a serious expression. The only recourse now is to wish upon the dragon, he suggested. The deity, in agony, knelt before the ground. Bobo, you know that the dragon's powers cannot surpass my own. I cannot defeat Sack, and the dragon cannot eliminate him. The deity's voice was filled with utter panic. Bobo, it is futile. If it were another divine being relying on the weak rules governed by the deities, the dragon might succeed, but to eliminate a strong adversary, we must depend on Earth's martial artists. Yet presently, the mightiest martial artist on Earth is Master Rashi, who cannot eliminate the dragon. Bobo's eyes deepened with insight as he quickly explained. My lord, let Master Cat leave the tower and inform Master Rashi to prepare the demon sealing wave. Bobo's voice was steady, and the panicked deity gradually calmed, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Yes, the demon sealing wave, we can still attempt that. He currently resembles a demon. His aura is incredibly malevolent. It should work. Bobo did not provide a direct answer. My lord, Son Goku is searching for the last Dragon Ball. Once found, we can have him wish upon the dragon. The deity was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion on his face. Bobo, the dragon cannot deal with him. Sack. Upon mentioning the name, the deity's teeth clenched. No need to eliminate him. We only need to give him time. My lord, if Sack can regain control and emerge from his berserk state, he will surely return to his peak AT that time. As a savior, he should not pose any threat to Earth. Bobo's words instilled hope in the deity, who leaped to his feet. Yes, with the dragon and the divine rules I command, perhaps it is indeed possible. In that case, Sack will surely be grateful to Earth, perhaps even becoming its new guardian. Bobo, time is of the essence. You must contact Master Cat immediately and have him take action. Son Goku and the others are not familiar with US and may not be willing to comply. Bobo nodded, clasping his hands behind his back as a magic carpet emerged and hovered before him. Bobo leapt onto it with ease. His formidable strength allowed him to swiftly contact Master Cat. And together they raced to find Son Goku, who is currently engaged in a contest with Fortune Teller Baba. Bobo, my lord? Not yet. We will wait until they finish. Master Cat was frantically jumping in place. Not yet. The Earth is on the verge of collapse, and these people are utterly irresponsible. Notably, upon their arrival, the two seized the last Dragon Ball from Pilaf's grip. Now, they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. After exchanging heartfelt farewells with his grandfather, Son Goku watched as Fortune Teller Baba began using her divination skills to locate the last Dragon Ball. Strange. Why is there nothing? Fortune Teller Baba was drenched in sweat, trembling as she pointed at the sky to know. The Dragon Ball is right there. Bulma, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and gave Fortune Teller Baba a sharp slap. Nonsense. Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Are you a fraud? The divination grandmother has traversed the earth for centuries, growing increasingly irate whenever anyone dares to suggest that her divination skills are lacking. Nonsense. My divination is undoubtedly infallible. If I say the Dragon Balls are there, then they are indeed there. Son Goku summoned the flying Nimbus and ascended into the sky, soaring ever higher until he circled around and descended. To his surprise, he found nothing but dark clouds and lightning, which struck him multiple times, causing him immense pain. Bobo, sensing the opportune moment, unveiled his hidden technique alongside the cat sage. The others remained perplexed, while Master Roshi and Goku wore expressions of delight. However, the cat sage's demeanor was vastly different. After a tremor coursed through her body, she stared in astonishment at Bobo, who hovered slightly above the cat sage, cloaked in darkness. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, "Could it be that a deity has come?" The cat sage, filled with urgency, hastily descended. Master Roshi, Goku, it has been far too long. Cat sage, indeed it has been a while, Master Roshi replied, his expression nostalgic as he regarded the cat sage with surprise. Goku, however, wore a puzzled expression. Did we not just meet recently? The cat sage felt as though a flock of crows had flown over her forehead, as she realized the immense power that had once been present in Goku was now seemingly absent. In truth, the inhabitants of Earth, save for those residing near the desolate island and the hidden deities, were all acutely aware of the precariousness of their existence. They regarded the occasional earthquakes as mere natural occurrences, devoid of any real concern. This situation was rather lengthy to explain. Bulma, being of an impatient disposition, interjected without hesitation, "Then please, do make it brief." The cat sage nearly fainted from the effort of holding her breath. Rolling her eyes in disregard for Bulma's interruption, "Goku, this time the Dragon Balls hold immense significance. You cannot use them on what grounds?" Bulma shot back, her anger palpable as she glared at the cat sage. "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Just because you know Master Roshi doesn't mean we want to take you on." Yamcha brandished his fists threateningly. They had endured countless hardships to gather the Dragon Balls, and they had no intention of relinquishing them. Krillin remained cautiously silent, ever the cunning one, noting the underlying respect that Master Roshi held for the cat sage and recognizing Goku's acquaintance with her. He stifled his curiosity. It was merely a matter of expanding one's horizons. There was no need to speak out of turn. Reluctantly, the cat sage summarized the situation. "So, these earthquakes are the result of someone going mad?" Upon hearing this, Yamcha was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the cat sage, his skepticism unabashed. To be precise, it is a demon, not a mere human. Are you suggesting that it is someone like us, both possessing tails? Indeed, it is he, a solitary practitioner who has gone awry and is now in a state of frenzy. We must make a wish to the eternal dragon to restore him." Bobo, witnessing Bobo's lofty perch in the clouds showing no signs of descent, could not help but inquire, then couldn't the celestial deity subdue him? After all, the eternal dragon was a creation of the celestial deity. Surely he could accomplish this, right? Yes. UPA's father is waiting for Goku to use the Dragon Balls to revive him. First come, first served. Do you understand? The cat sage sighed, exasperated at Bulma's fiery demeanor. Do you wish for the destruction of the entire Earth? Bulma retreated, shaking her head frantically. No, no. I haven't even kissed anyone yet, nor have I married or had a baby. I refuse to die. Goku gazed at the ominous clouds above, slowly grasping the gravity of the situation. Cat Sage, are you implying that these earthquakes are global, and that the dark clouds are a result of Saku's aura, affecting the entire world? The Cat Sage nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and the other half of the sky has already reversed the sun and moon. Time is of the essence, and the celestial deities cannot intervene. Everyone was left utterly stunned. Could there truly be such a powerful being capable of influencing global phenomena, compelling deities to descend? Moreover, what had Goku mentioned about that individual possessing a tail? Those familiar with Goku began to entertain a chilling possibility. Chapter 47. The Cat Sage intervenes. The Eternal Dragon comes to assist after a brief pause. The Cat Sage continued, "This ain't deity. One must maintain dignity. I cannot disclose that the celestial deities are not a match for this adversary. Therefore, we must rely on the power of the Eternal Dragon." The Cat Sage felt a pang of guilt as she explained that, as deities of Earth, they were unable to resolve this issue and had to depend on mere mortals to take action. She felt a profound sense of shame. Little did she know, there were even more embarrassing moments to come. This was merely the appetizer. As one grows accustomed to humiliation, it becomes more tolerable. Yamcha suddenly interjected with a rather foolish suggestion, prompting several eye rolls from the group. Then let's just go defeat them, shall we? Without considering the ramifications of their actions, he suggested they confront the being responsible for the disturbances. You want to go? You must be out of your mind. The reality was that their opponent was far too powerful. Even the Eternal Dragon might not succeed, offering only a glimmer of hope. The Cat Sage could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to clarify. Bulma, exasperated, buried her face in her hands, astonished that her boyfriend could be so dim-witted. But why is that? They're the good guys, and they even took down that villain, Tao Pai Pai. Goku's face was etched with confusion that I am uncertain, but we require the Dragon Balls. Therefore, Goku, for the safety of all humanity on Earth, will you grant us the opportunity to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon? Goku hesitated, his thoughts drifting to UPA, who awaited his father's rescue. That I can give you my wish, but can you really bring UPA's father back to life? He guards the sacred Korin Tower, and that wicked Tao Pai Pai killed him. The Cat Sage shook her head solemnly that it is impossible. Even a celestial deity cannot revive him. So, you mean that if we wish for someone to be revived, UPA's father will have to wait a year? The Cat Sage did not choose to hide the truth, speaking earnestly to Goku. The Eternal Dragon can only grant wishes to revive those who have died within the past year, and their bodies must remain intact. Once a year has passed, the soul reincarnates, and revival is impossible. That won't do, Bulma exclaimed, her anger flaring. Master Roshi and the divination grandmother observed calmly, for they understood the gravity of the situation, their gazes shifting to Goku. Goku too found himself in a quandary. Goku, consider carefully. We are unable to resolve this monumental issue. Just then, the ground trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing across the tiled arena. A third of the divination grandmother's palace crumbled in the recent quake. In the sky, Bobo's expression grew increasingly grave. He found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. The longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of success with the Eternal Dragon. With a resolute bite of his lip, Goku produced all the Dragon Balls. Here, save the Earth. I will go speak with UPA. Tears streamed down Goku's cheeks as he relinquished the Dragon Balls to the Cat Sage and turned to summon the Flying Nimbus. Leaping onto it, Bulma's worried gaze followed him closely, her heart aching. Goku. Yamcha quietly offered words of comfort, though he felt nothing but disdain internally. The Cat Sage, clutching the Dragon Balls, soared upward and presented them to Bobo. Use them, for the fate of the Earth hangs in the balance. We must act decisively. Bobo nodded, arranging the Dragon Balls. The Cat Sage descended once more. Master Roshi, come with me. I have something to discuss. Saku, barely holding onto a sliver of hope, felt the pressure mounting, despair looming ever larger. T.S. hopeless. This time, We are truly doomed that I miscalculated, never anticipating that developing a new technique would lead to such upheaval. I rue the day that if only the great elephant had a spirit, it would not allow such a trivial anomaly to run rampant. It was a being that could suppress the vastest of hells, standing between countless demons and the heavens, wielding boundless power. To think that in the realm of Dragon Balls, one could meet such a dismal fate. How I lament it, as various malevolent forces press down upon him. Resentment burgeons deep within Sak's soul, hinting at signs of impending madness. Should his spirit falter, Sak would inevitably succumb to evil, wreaking havoc upon the world. Even with the might of a colossal elephant bolstering him, he might, by sheer chance, survive in the cosmic expanse, only to annihilate the entire Dragon Ball universe. That Sak's form has already expanded to a height of approximately 10 meters, his body cloaked in countless strands of fur akin to that of a giant ape. His forehead is high and flat, his eyes aglow with a fierce red light, and his nose is large, exhaling like thunder. His teeth extend, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, and his jaw protrudes prominently. His palms resemble fans, his waist is thick as a small cart, and his feet approach a meter in size. Debo keeps his distance, having just withstood the pressure of the king's mighty slap. His courage nearly crumbling, the overwhelming force of that slap compressed the seawater, leaving him akin to a leaf in a tempest, utterly powerless against the onslaught of various forces. As Sak's clarity wanes, a resounding voice suddenly reverberates, rousing him from his stupor. It cannot be done. I am utterly incapable, for other forces are influencing me. Meanwhile, on the stage occupied by the fortune-teller, Bobo, the fortune-teller, Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, and others, including Puar and Oolong, gaze in astonishment at the dragon. What does it mean that it cannot be done? Bobo's eyes flicker with intrigue. How can he be awakened? The dragon, gleaming with a red light, speaks in a tone both majestic and obsequious. Do you confirm this wish? The group, having witnessed the dragon's overwhelming power, are left agape, their jaws nearly dropping. Initially, they had harbored doubts, but after Bobo's wish, all skepticism evaporated. The dragon's current demeanor leads them to believe that Bobo is indeed divine. Otherwise, why would the dragon deign to curry favor with Bobo? Bobo hastily shakes her head. No, my wish is to awaken him. It cannot be done. He himself cannot achieve it, for the power is too great. Transcending the dragon's rules, rendering awakening impossible. His mind is alert, yet his body and soul are tainted by malevolent forces. Bobo's expression remains calm, as though she had anticipated this all along. Then cleanse the evil from within him. It cannot be done. Bulma and the others are left dumbfounded. What the hell? Didn't you say any wish could be granted? Bobo's 3 wishes are all beyond the dragon's capability. Is this more challenging than resurrecting the dead? Bulma and Yamcha exchange glances, a thought forming in their minds. This dragon is utterly useless. Perhaps it cannot even resurrect the dead. They simultaneously consider how much less regret they feel about Goku failing to obtain the Dragon Balls and successfully making a wish. Meanwhile, Krillin watches in trepidation, his face a mask of reverence, his mind evidently blank. Then allow him to regain control of his body. This time, the dragon does not respond with cannot be done, but rather closes its eyes. Seemingly engaged in some form of communication, Sak's clarity returns, and he breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. He nearly fell into complete depravity. At that point, even the Kaioshin might not have been able to restore him. He then recalls the voice that had echoed in his clarity. The dragon intervening due to insufficient strength? Who might it be? At this juncture, it could only be Goku summoning the dragon to save UPA's father. Thus, it could be the cat sage or the deities. The authoritative voice reverberates once more within his clarity. Chapter 48. Launching the sun, how can I assist you in regaining control of your form? Sak responds calmly, it cannot be done. If you can provide me with a vast amount of energy, I may attempt to regain control. After Sak's reply, the voice dissipates, and he remains unperturbed, confident that the outside world is devising a solution. All he needs to do is wait patiently. Meanwhile, Bobo, just as Sak had surmised, finds the situation hopeless. What can be done to help him regain control? He requires a tremendous amount of energy. Then provide it to him. That cannot be done. Everyone is left in disbelief. Even Bobo clenches her small hands in frustration. What the hell do you mean it cannot be done? What use are you if you cannot do anything? Fortunately, the dragon begins to clarify. There is no fixed quantity. The rules cannot be realized. Bobo grinds her teeth, nearly fracturing her molars, wanting to exclaim, then send him to the sun. Yet she dares not voice it. I cannot intervene and send Sack up. Once Dabo learns of this, he could very well devastate the earth. IT remains a subjective matter, wholly unmanageable. How much energy does he require? He does not know. Bobo's eyes blaze with an unusual blue light in anger. Suddenly, Bulma steps forward. How much energy does he need? Our Universal Capsule Corporation can provide it. Bobo sweats at this. This foolish girl, does she think those low-level energies like coal, oil, and gasoline are what you humans require? Such things are utterly useless to martial artists. Can you facilitate communication between me and him? Is this considered a wish? Bobo glares. You cannot accomplish anything, and you want to count this as a wish? Do you believe I will obliterate your essence? The usually placid Bobo is now furious, her tone threatening towards the dragon. What good is a dragon that cannot accomplish anything? With 2 successive tremors. If we wait any longer, the earth will surely fracture. Very well, very well. Consider this a gift. The dragon concedes, its large eyes glaring at Bobo's small ones, and no one pays heed, and Bulma, initially irate, is now captivated by the prospect of conversing with the formidable creature. She finds it astonishing that the dragon would relent. With a sly glance, she surveys the surroundings, extremely intrigued by one capable of planetary destruction. Mr. Sack, can you hear me? Sack, hearing Bobo's earnest voice, suppresses his excitement and calmly replies. Speak. It seems you are unaware of what Earth has endured. Cut to the chase. The situation is more dire than I anticipated. Energy is insufficient, and my mind is under duress. If you wish to prevent my body from destroying the Earth, provide me with a substantial amount of energy that I know Earth lacks this. Even the deities cannot assist. I have drawn upon energy from other dimensional spaces, but you certainly can. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widen with excitement. What has she just heard? The deities are indeed real, and dimensional spaces exist. The implications for scientific advancement are immense. That a great monster. How do you extract energy from dimensional spaces? And are you of the same race as Goku? What kind of race are you? A monster race. Is your weakness the same as Goku's? Related to your tail? Bobo's mouth twitches, as she is yet to inquire, but Bulma bombards him with questions. Silence, you shallow woman. Bulma is taken aback, dissatisfied with Bobo. Yamcha shares her indignation, glaring at Bobo. How can you be so rude to a lady? Just as he prepares to roll up his sleeves, Bobo snaps her fingers. Snap! Everyone is left bewildered. Krillin and the fortune teller were expressions of innocence. They have said nothing, so why are their mouths sealed? Bulma and Yamcha, frantic, touch their own mouths, only to find smooth skin. What must we do? Bobo quickly adds, the dragon can grant only one wish. Sack's clarity twitches. He has lost his reason. If he could maintain control, a trip to Namek would be a splendid choice, but the dragon likely cannot fulfill that. The current deity is entirely unaware of the state of the universe or his own origins, let alone the location of Namek. Given Sack's dismal condition, a journey to Namek might result in the destruction of that planet as well. The only solution Sack can conceive is singular. Have the sun provide me with energy directly. Bobo's mouth falls agape. Rendered speechless, he had merely been mumbling before. In a way, no way. Can Sack actually deduce even this? Sack, after speaking, felt a pang of regret. In his current state, unless his body were to be instantaneously torn apart, the Lingwang could only absorb energy under such extreme conditions. The mere appearance of some energy, after being absorbed and transformed by the heavenly furnace, would only serve to empower the giant elephant, providing no assistance whatsoever to the Lingwang. Utterly futile. Are you certain you wish to cast yourself into the sun? Upon hearing this, Sack found a reasoning compelling, yet he was uncertain if he could withstand in the sun. The overwhelming energy would undoubtedly shred him to pieces in an instant, allowing the Lingwang to recover while seizing the sun's surging energy to complete the fourth seal. Sack's ambitions were grand enough. He might even achieve a transformation of his physique. merging good and evil, akin to the Divine Elephant's profound mastery of the prison-breaking technique. This was not merely a matter of profound strength, but of the very essence of life itself. With over 200,000 giant elephants, Sak had long reached the corresponding legendary realm, yet he had not even attempted the corresponding 9 life or death trials, let alone the legendary transformations of blood, soul, void, or the 5 elements. Without the assistance of divine marks, it was by all accounts impossible for him to cultivate to such lofty heights. He could only continuously fill the giant elephants with energy, awakening them, and pursue further cultivation in terms of strength, speed, and reaction time. Yet this was limited. The limitations of a mortal body could not be transcended. Without divine marks, how could a mortal possibly practice divine techniques? Unless he were to shatter himself, akin to grass, transforming into the most fundamental cells, recombining into a tree, delving deeper into essence, becoming chemical substances, molecules, and recombining into the world tree, there would be hope. Now, Sak had a chance. By tearing apart his flesh, he could, in a certain sense, achieve an elevation of the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique, endowing the giant elephants with spirit, and thus continuously evolving. The precondition was that he must survive and complete the transformation. A flicker of inspiration illuminated Sak's mind. This was not impossible. He relinquished all restraint. By transforming into a giant ape, his combat power could soar from 6 million to 60 million. Frisia's brother, Kula, was estimated to possess a combat power of 470 million, and had survived upon entering the sun due to his racial traits. He could certainly maintain himself through the heavenly furnace and the giant elephant's absorption, as long as the Lingguang remained intact. There would be a chance that prolong this situation would lead to certain death. Gambling on it might open the door to infinite futures. Gritting his teeth, Sak made the most arduous decision, resolutely declaring, "Throw me." Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat, while Yamcha alone wore a look of exhilaration. That monster going to the sun was destined for death. Thus, wouldn't this resolve all crises? Wouldn't he be able to return to the city, embraced by beauties, relishing their admiration and affection, even indulging in intimacy? Chapter 49. Piccolo's premature emergence. Terrified beyond measure, Bulma was initially taken aback, followed by a sparkle in her eyes. Goodness, this man truly possesses courage. Although he is a monster, if he were handsome, it might not be so bad. Furthermore, being of the same race as Son Goku, he should be able to revert to a human form. A robust physique would likely be quite attractive. Thus, could she possibly have the most desirable boyfriend? With this thought, Bulma cast a discontented glance at Yamcha. The man beside her was increasingly disappointing. After reaching the city, he had been gallivanting about, causing trouble, which was utterly unbecoming. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Yamcha, he was already facing the disdain of his girlfriend and was on the brink of his first heartbreak. With Sak's confirmation, Bobo still harbored one last concern. "If I send you to the sun, what will happen to your friend?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sak replied, "You mean Reina? He will know. Let him sleep and await my return." Bobo was momentarily taken aback, then realized, if Sak lacked confidence, he would never risk himself in a situation of certain death for the sake of Earth's safety. Sak's actions were undoubtedly aimed at rebirth through peril. Understood. Bobo began to make wishes to the dragon. "Hey, I say, who is Reina? Is she a woman?" Bulma suddenly shouted angrily, her face flushed, looking as if she had lost a cherished doll. Naturally, Sak paid no heed to Bulma's thoughts. Once Bobo completed his wish, Sak, who was wreaking havoc, suddenly vanished from sight. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The energies of hell, the demon realm, and even the divine realm began to dissipate. And various portals started to close one by one. Debo, who had been hiding nearby, witnessed Sak's sudden disappearance. Instantaneous movement. No, there was no energy fluctuation. Debo quickly realized and rushed forward, searching the devastated land. How could this be? Where did the king go? Debo, in a fit of rage, unleashed a surge of energy that soared into the heavens, shaking the very core of the earth. With a roar, Debo's face turned crimson, unsure of what to do. His anger boiling over. Raising a hand, he concentrated his formidable energy in his palm. Originally prepared to strike the ground, he ultimately redirected his attack skyward. The massive pale blue energy shot into the atmosphere, breaking through the air and flying far beyond. Bobo had just made his wish when the dragon scattered in all directions, after waiting quietly for a moment, although the dark clouds had not fully dissipated. The earth ceased its tremors. Satisfied, he noticed a beam of light shooting into the sky. The malevolent aura emanating from Dabo could be felt from a distance. Bobo needed no mental effort to recognize it was Dabo. His complexion shifted, disregarding everyone frozen in place. He leapt onto a magic carpet and swiftly departed. The crisis on Earth had not been entirely resolved. Only once Dabo was subdued could the threat of Earth's destruction be considered averted. When Sack disappeared, no one noticed that a rice cooker was swept by the waves to a beach. By unfortunate chance, a startled crab scuttled past the rice cooker, its sharp pincers tearing through the tightly affixed runes. As the runes shattered, the rice cooker began to tremble violently, an evil and ominous aura gradually radiating from it. Ha! Who tore the runes and released this demon king? I can grant you one wish, or devour you. Without the runes, how could this mere shell contain the demon king? Shatter. With a crack, the rice cooker shattered, producing the sound of plastic breaking. The air twisted, and a grotesquely distorted green circle appeared in the sky. The terrifying laughter echoed far and wide. Fortunately, Dabo's training and Sack's rampage had intensified the seismic activity on Earth, causing massive waves hundreds of meters high along the coast, leaving the seaside deserted. Otherwise, it would surely have silenced the cries of children to the Demon King Piccolo, have returned. Gods, martial masters, did you not expect that I could return? He continued. Do you think breaking the seals could trap me? Such foolish dreams. Next came the moment for the Demon King Piccolo to unleash his ambitions. Watch as I become the strongest king of this world. However, before he could finish his proclamation, the terrifying aura of Dabo surged forth. Bloodthirsty, powerful, frenzied, and unstoppable. Piccolo felt as if he were choking on phlegm from 1982 out of fear. He trembled uncontrollably, his green skin turning purple, his face frozen in a terrifying, malevolent grin, veins bulging on his forehead. Drenched in sweat, his eyes vacant, filled with dread. So strong. No matter how far away, the pressure made me too afraid to move. The stronger Dabo's aura grew, the deeper the sensation became. Without a doubt, Piccolo was now the strongest being on Earth. After a long moment, Piccolo finally regained his composure, breathing heavily, leaning on his knees. How many years had passed on Earth for such a terrifying being to emerge? I cannot act recklessly. I must hide and bide my time until I understand this world before making my plans. Gathering his resolve, Piccolo suppressed his fear and leaped inland, covering dozens of meters in a single bound. Dabo's extending aura frightened Piccolo so much that he dared not fly. Meanwhile, an airship was battling the storm, heading toward Piccolo. Inside the airship, the dog-headed man, Asu, struggled to control the vessel. King Pilaf, this storm is too fierce. It's dangerous. Stop the chatter. There must be some precious treasure at the center of the storm. If I obtain it, I will surely dominate the entire world and become the one and only king. With a safety belt fastened around him, Pilaf wore a fierce expression, gritting his teeth as he clutched the armrests of his seat with an iron grip. Beside him, Xiao Wu's eyes were glazed. Frothing at the mouth, muttering incoherently, Bobo rushed towards Dabo. He encountered the spaceship piloted by King Pilaf and his companions. Relying on his formidable power, he effortlessly coerced the trio into submission. The airship promptly veered around, and inside, the Demon King Piccolo sat imperiously upon a throne of his own making, regarding Pilaf and his companions with a bemused expression. So, you speak of an object that can fulfill any wish. Known as the Dragon Balls? He inquired. Indeed, my lord, by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and summoning the Eternal Dragon, one can have any wish granted, Pilaf replied, kneeling and raising his head with an ingratiating demeanor. Piccolo, lost in thought, considered the possibility of such a valuable item giving him hope. Very well, go and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon you immense rewards. he proclaimed. A barely perceptible smirk appeared on Piccolo's face as he made grand promises. My lord, it's not that we refuse to go, but the eternal dragon has just granted a wish and has now turned to stone. We must wait a year for it to regain its energy and resume its fluctuations before we can locate it, Pilaf explained, trembling as he prostrated himself, fearful of inciting Piccolo's wrath. The other two were not faring any better. Bowing their heads to the ground, too afraid to speak or look up, having witnessed the terrifying might of the Demon King, the trio was nearly paralyzed with fear, lacking any inclination to resist. Unbeknownst to Pilaf and his companions, they were, in fact, quite fortunate. Chapter 50. Piccolo lurking, Seiko's divine spark begins to emerge in the past. Upon receiving such news, had Pilaf and his companions been unable to act, Piccolo would not have hesitated for a moment to swiftly sever their heads. Yet, now, under the oppressive aura of Debo, he dared not even exhale. Having already taken action, his heart raced with trepidation, and he was disinclined to kill the trio. A year's time aligned perfectly with his intentions to remain hidden and bide his time. Returning to Seiko's side, the divine spark remained oblivious, his body suddenly appearing within the layer of the solar photosphere. Bobo did not truly wish to eliminate Seiko, causing Seiko's demise while Sack's heart screamed in madness, as the great elephant's long trunk swung high, trumpeting in unison. This moment, the mighty elephant disregarded the alternate dimension and the fourth sealing rune, bestowing its power upon Sack's form. Sack, in this instant, resembled the colossal elephant itself, embodying a deity of heaven and earth. The true fire of the sun, the essence of the world, and the breath of the alternate dimension all surged into the earthly furnace under the elephant's trampling, merging into a singular entity, and subsequently transferring to the elephant. With a sudden tremor, Sack's entire being disintegrated in an instant, leaving only a final glimmer of spiritual light. Surrounding this light were 840 million particles of the elephant, most of which remained murky and indistinct, but 21,000 radiant elephants shone brightly, in a fleeting moment. After expelling 200,000 suppressed spine elephants, Sack's available power surged once more to 300,000. The spiritual light continuously morphed, condensing, expanding, and contracting. Infused with energy, it swelled anew before contracting again. After 9 iterations, Sack's spiritual light was on the verge of crystallizing into a tetrahedral form, a trace of divinity radiating from within. An enigmatic rune materialized from thin air within Sack's spiritual light. With the emergence of this rune, the elephants trumpeted joyously, and a torrent of energy erupted from the elephant's mouth and nostrils at a drop of blood, crimson yet laced with a faint golden hue, suddenly manifested beneath Sack's spiritual light. The omnipresent true fire of the sun sought to incinerate this accursed material that dared to provoke it. The earthly furnace and the elephant seemed to ignore it entirely, continuing to exert their tremendous power. Chapter 51. Fortuitous misfortune. Attempting the fourth sealing rune again. The true fire of the sun, relentless, encircled the blood like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Snap! The blood remained unmoved, even absorbing a trace of the true fire. The flames roiled, akin to an enraged lion. Suddenly, another drop appeared. The true fire had no time to react as blood continued to emerge, followed by internal organs, bones, meridians, acupoints, skin, and hair. As the particles of the elephant dissipated, a strikingly handsome man materialized from thin air. Who else could it be but Sack? As he opened his eyes, it was as if a deity had awakened, and the surrounding true fire of the sun retreated in fear. Sack narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He inhaled deeply, like a great whale consuming water, as boundless true fire of the sun surged into Sack's being. With a satisfying belch, he expelled the searing airflow outward. What followed was an internal transformation. Having spoken, behind him, an ancient elephant quietly emerged, its long trunk sweeping, causing numerous flames of the sun to vanish. Its robust form loomed large, creating a vacuum amidst the sun, as its mighty limbs quelled the fabric of time and space, and the energy that abruptly dissipated formed a tempest that calmed. Its fur billowing, the breath of the alternate dimension continuously emerging. Merging with the elephant, it was nothing short of divine might and grace. According to the classification of the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique, Sak's strength had undoubtedly reached the realm of the third transformation of legend, akin to a void, strengthening master. Sak was destined to acquire the technique related to the reconstitution of his form through the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique. This was a secret art essential for ascending to the legendary realm, one that every practitioner must master. Upon achieving legendary status, the technique would unleash a cataclysmic explosion within the body, rupturing all acupoints, meridians, and energy seas, transforming into a state of chaos, which would then be reformed into a body based on various cultivation techniques amidst the chaos. This was the first transformation, the blood-soul transformation. Yet, Sak had not experienced such a metamorphosis. Awakening 200,000 elephants had not undergone such a change, and the technique was beyond his grasp. This surge of power, ignited by the true fire of the sun, coincidentally aligned with the corresponding transformation, even surpassing the blood-soul transformation in its thoroughness. Flesh, bone, soul, and even spirituality underwent a metamorphosis. His spirituality now bore a trace of divinity, and his blood shimmered with the golden hue characteristic of the divine. The Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique initiated autonomously, commencing its transformation, even achieving completion in one fell swoop. The blood-soul transformation and the soul transformation were both fulfilled. This transformation was an essential evolution, distinct from the Sacred King world, merging the energy characteristics of the Dragon Ball world with the laws of the universe. It was a transformation unique to Sak from this day forth, from this very moment. Sak could be said to have truly embarked on his own path, uniquely belonging to the Dragon Ball world, yet transcending it. What followed was the Void transformation, or something akin to it. A name Sak whimsically chose as he sought to take a shortcut instead of creating a new. As long as Sak completed it, he could traverse space without relying on the unique properties of the Dragon Ball world's energy. Achieving something akin to instantaneous movement, Sak might invoke the ire of the true fire of the sun, which surged back with even greater fury. After a brief retreat, it returned with a vengeance. Doubling, tripling, quintupled, and even decupled in strength, the flames roared, with temperatures nearing 8 million degrees. With claws bared, it tore through all obstacles, launching a relentless assault on Sak. Energy turbulence caused the air to emit piercing shrieks. These shrieks transforming into sonic attacks, also converging upon Sak. Yet Sak remained unfazed, his smile widening, even bursting in a laughter that echoed to the heavens. Come forth, the stronger the better." His voice, like a flute's melody, resonated, dissipating the howling winds of space. The earthly furnace had grown to the size of a palm, as it consumed the true fire of the sun that flowed like 100 rivers merging into the sea, unwillingly yielding to the furnace, subsequently transforming into energy that entered Sak's body. With a jolt, Sak stood proudly amidst the true fire of the sun. The energy within him surged rapidly, continuously infusing into the particles of the elephant. Boom, boom, boom! A series of sounds erupted from within Sak, and in an instant, another 10,000 elephants awakened, totaling 220,000. Sak's available energy now soared to an astonishing 660,000. And with his bodily strength, even without transforming into a giant ape, he could contend with beings below 30 million in battle power. The furnace momentarily paused, its size expanding once more, now only slightly smaller than a ping-pong paddle. Furthermore, a torrent of surging energy transformed into a river of energy, continuously flowing into the earthly furnace. Sak's gaze sharpened. The alternate dimension lay dormant, no longer resisting. He was not surprised that he could summon all the power of the elephants. This was a golden opportunity to seal the alternate dimension at the spine. Once he left the solar environment where the alternate dimension adapted, the difficulty of easily forming the fourth sealing rune to seal the alternate dimension would increase exponentially. He needed to act decisively. However, Sak's eyes widened in fury. Earthly furnace, absorb. Another wave of colossal energy surged in, awakening another 10,000 elephants, Reaching a terrifying total of 230,000, the residual energy within him flowed into the 20,000 elephants, suppressing the alternate dimension at the spine. With 230,000 elephants, he could suppress all defiance in the mortal realm, an unstoppable force. Sack felt that with all his might, he could shatter the sun, and even the slightest breath could obliterate stars. Yet, Sack remained indifferent, that he understood that this was merely an illusion of overwhelming power. While he could shatter a star, obliterating a celestial body was far beyond reach, let alone destroying the sun. He continually awakened the elephants, merely ensuring a safety net for himself, a robust safeguard. Sack aimed to eliminate the lingering threats of the alternate dimension, and leaving himself a contingency plan was undoubtedly a wise move. 20,000 elephants and 600,000 battle power were evidently not secure. Now, with 30,000 elephants and 900,000 battle power, coupled with the earthly furnace, he should be safe within the solar sphere for the time being. There was no rush for the void transformation. He possessed instantaneous movement, and the awakening of the elephants at 230,000 could occur at any moment. The alternate dimension was a different story. He sensed it beginning to stir again. It seemed to adapt alongside him to the sun, that if that were the case, he would first seal it before considering other matters. In Sack's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed, as a hint of divine majesty stirred the winds and clouds. Despite the fortune that arose from his fortune and the ethereal brilliance possessing a semblance of divinity, his blood had undergone a profound transformation. However, this experience was harrowing, bordering on a brush with death. The outcome was favorable. Yet the intentions of the adversary were far from benign. Thus, it was imperative to first seal the before proceeding further. 30,000 awakened giants continuously inhaled and exhaled energy, while the celestial furnace outside began to contract. Without Sack exerting his full strength, the conditions within the sun diverged from those of Earth, causing the furnace to merely shrink its battlefield, like the energy cascades of the vast Milky Way transforming into gentle streams. The furnace's output naturally diminished. Sack paid no heed to the exterior. His sole concern was maintaining the integrity of his form against severe damage. With a shift of mental focus, he manifested above his spine, surrounded by 200,000 giants expelling energy, while below, 3 complete sealing symbols occupied the interface of with the remaining sides suffused with gaseous liquid. Chapter 52. Sealing the second transformation of the body. Sack's gaze fixated intently on the bubbles intermittently emerging from the gaseous liquid. It was unmistakably the essence seeping from the. Very well. You are quite tenacious, are you? Sack's voice was chilling as he summoned the giants once more, initiating a frenzied expulsion of breath. The energy converged above the gaseous liquid, constantly swirling and colliding, while droplets continued to descend. Yet a thought struck Sack. His form had dissolved once before, leaving behind only the ethereal brilliance. This brilliance transformed, acquiring a trace of tenuous divinity, enabling his restoration. However, there remained, with sealing symbols and even gaseous liquid manifesting perfectly. What, then, is the connection within this? Could it be? Sack harbored an outrageous conjecture. Having undergone a remarkable transformation, his physique experienced an incredible metamorphosis. His meridians widened, strengthened, and became more robust, naturally rendering him even more resilient. The chi coursed through his meridians as if racing on a smooth, expansive highway, swift and unfettered. The colossal elephant expelled chi at an accelerated pace, the condensation of gas and liquid hastening, while the mist thickened. Within the ocean of gas and liquid, crystals proliferated, even beginning to accumulate. These crystals commenced colliding and merging. Observing this from the alternate space, one could hardly remain indifferent that a frenzied eruption ensued once more. Sack chuckled coldly, disregarding the situation, allowing the celestial furnace to cease its energy absorption, permitting the breath of the alternate space to surge forth. Enveloping him and spreading outward, Sack's spirit now stood as firm as a rock. To him, the onslaught of this alternate space breath felt akin to a gentle spring breeze. Yet he remained unconcerned, even commanding the colossal elephant to deliberately release its seal. Letting the chaotic breath of the alternate space ravage freely, The omnipresent solar flames outside could not tolerate this insolence. "You may consume me, but how dare you unleash such ferocious energy upon me?" It was an affront to the sun itself. Like cats spotting fish, they lunged wildly at the breath of the alternate space. Sizzling, the chaotic breath rapidly dissipated under the searing heat of the solar flames. Realizing the peril, the breath of the alternate space began to retreat once more. With profound eyes, Sack inhaled deeply, akin to a colossal elephant drinking water, streams of solar flames coursing down his throat and into his lungs, subsequently circulating throughout his body. With a muffled groan, despite his formidable physique, forcibly absorbing the temperature emitted by the sun scorched him considerably. Unfazed, he allowed the flames to sear his body, guiding the solar flames to converge at his spine. Before the portal to the alternate space, the resistance from the alternate space melted away like snowflakes, rapidly retreating within to a smirk curled at the corner of Sack's mouth that I shall not be thwarted. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered. The alternate space was clearly energy, at most a turbulent breath, yet it felt almost sentient. There was no time for deeper inquiry. Part of his consciousness controlled the celestial furnace, while another part directed the colossal elephant to continuously summon solar flames to suppress the breath of the alternate space. Most of his focus remained on the colossal elephant, expelling chi to accelerate crystal generation. Within the alternate space, the breath, unwilling to yield, continued to batter against Sack's control. He permitted its wildness, engaging in a contest with the solar flames. Intent on gathering gas and liquid, as time progressed, the accumulation of gas and liquid intensified, creating a surge of vital energy that emanated from Sack's form. His mental energy radiated waves of joy and laughter. The ocean of gas surged, the waves towering, sufficient to form seals. Sack was not in haste to achieve results. He executed a final strike to condense crystals and forge seals. Complete preparations were essential, leaving no opportunity for the alternate space to resist. The thicker the gas and liquid, the stronger the grasp. After a period, the gas and liquid expanded by 1/3, connecting and enveloping 3 seals. Sack focused his mental energy, exerting immense pressure towards the ocean of gas. Suddenly struck, the ocean roiled violently, and countless crystals coalesced that Sack's mental energy fixed intently on the ocean. The gas within the ocean rapidly contracted, numerous crystals surfacing, then swiftly consolidating. The familiar crystalline panel emerged, gas and liquid flowing into the panel, patterns forming rapidly. Just as the 4th seal was nearing completion, the alternate space, seemingly possessing awareness, sensed something amiss. Chaotic energies surged forth in a tumultuous wave. The gas and liquid on the panel scattered under this onslaught, the patterns disarrayed. With a swift motion of his mental energy, Sack directed the colossal elephant to consolidate the solar flames and channel them entirely towards his spine. Outside, Sack's mouth widened immensely, and countless solar energies yet to be absorbed by the furnace surged into him, dispersing throughout his body and ultimately converging at his spine. A burnt aroma radiated from Sack's form. With parts of his superficial skin taking on a yellowish hue, he appeared utterly wretched, yet exuded an air of defiance. Surveying all around with disdain, I could see his spine. More solar flames surged in, unable to shake Sack's colossal presence and chi. As it pursued the chaotic energies of the alternate space, the cost of self-destruction, it taught Sack a lesson in the balance of power and no longer within the sun, devoid of solar flames. Facing the final counterattack from the alternate space, he was destined to fall into chaos, ultimately leading to planetary destruction, with his demise closely following. But now, everything lay within Sack's grasp, leveraging force against force. The malevolent breath surging forth from the alternate space was annihilated, its resistance vanishing entirely. It was akin to a reservoir unleashing its waters towards the sun, instantaneously evaporating the water within and without. The colossal elephant, witnessing the complete dissipation of the alternate space breath, inhaled deeply, drawing in the residual solar flames. Its eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating waves of joy. Sack remained composed, controlling the seals to descend and tightly seal the alternate space, ensuring a flawless fit with the initial 3 seals. Impenetrable, Sack felt a clarity of mind, soaring with ethereal grace. The force seals entirely sealed the alternate space and began siphoning its energy, each radiant with a faint silvery glow. Tendrils of energy flowing out and dispersing through Sak's limbs and bones. This energy circulated throughout him, causing Sak's recently reformed body to gain even more formidable strength, undergoing some unknown, inexplicable changes after the reconstruction. Sak's physique became more robust, and his chi even more concentrated. In simpler terms, a punch that previously carried the force of 30,000 could now deliver 35,000, and similarly, the chi that once achieved 30,000 could now manifest 35. This outcome was undoubtedly gratifying, yet the power and chi remained disparate, functioning independently or in a supportive capacity. After being nourished by the energy provided by the sealed alternate space, Sak sensed an emerging trend of integration between his chi and flesh. It was as if each cell was chi and each strand of chi was a cell. While not as extreme, this was the ultimate goal. Currently, he was merely approaching a state of unity with his blood. Yet blood was also a part of his physical being, thus inherently unified. This connection was not yet tightly woven, but Sak was progressing towards this direction, persistently and inexhaustibly. It was subtle, so much so that he would have been oblivious had it not been for the first experience. Chapter 53. Breakthrough completed. Coincidence, should he succeed, Sak might even attain complete mastery over his bloodline, allowing for effortless transformation of his form. If he were to grasp certain rules, he might even be able to metamorphose into a Kaioshin or Beerus. Deceiving the senses. Of course, he could not replicate the unique relationship between the Kaioshin and Beerus, but he could potentially replace the lesser deities beneath them. The changes within him were not yet concluded. The integration of chi and blood was a gradual process, and once balance was achieved, further alterations would cease. The seals continued to provide an unending supply of energy. This energy flowed into the colossal elephant. Its eyes no longer dim, but illuminated with a glimmer of intelligence, delicate and subtle. Had it not been for Chung Chen's attention on the energy's movement, he might not have noticed that Sak's mental energy returned. His eyes, suddenly wide open, filled with astonishment. The elephant was awakening. Each particle of it was transforming, now likely possessing a battle power of 30.000. Sak was genuinely astonished. His spiritual brilliance blossomed into divine essence. His physical form undergoing a metamorphosis, while the elephant itself showed no significant change. The seals drew energy from the alternate space, and astonishingly, the elephant was progressing. This advancement was continuous and persistent. With the sealing of the alternate space complete, energy flowed freely. The mission of the colossal elephant accomplished. Without Sak's control, it scattered and returned to its original positions, by fortune or misfortune. This journey to the sun allowed his strength to be fully unleashed. Nearing a battle power of 70 million, his body transformed, the true energy concealed, and an impulse towards divine condensation subtly emerged. It was utterly sublime. Sak brimmed with joy, exerting himself as the charred yellow of his skin dissipated, revealing a complexion as smooth as jade. Imbued with an indescribable aura, he soared quietly within the luminous sphere, sacred and inviolable, his chi becoming as dense as lead and mercury, closely adhering to his blood. His cells felt as though they were reborn, radiating vitality. At 150 years of age, this was not his limit. His life force continued to surge, and his lifespan extended further. Sak has undeniably made remarkable progress this time. The essence of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique has undergone a fundamental transformation. Even without possessing the marks of the gods, he is now qualified to cultivate this profound art, compared to his entry into the sun. The likelihood of the giant elephant evolving into the primordial form has increased more than tenfold. Additionally, there exists a transitional stage known as the dragon elephant phase, like the T present. Sak's cultivation can only be awakened to that of a juvenile stage. The immense power of this technique remains largely untapped. The combat power within the Dragon Ball universe is highly chaotic, and the enhancement of strength is far from normal. It remains uncertain whether the dragon elephant might serve as the pinnacle of this world. Each world operates under its own set of rules, and Sak, being a novice, is blissfully unaware of them. The calculation of 70 million combat power is based on the metrics of the Dragon Ball universe. His physical form is now stronger, and his energy more potent. When assessed through the lens of actual combat capabilities, the 70 million units of energy he wields undoubtedly represent far more than mere numbers. It is unclear whether the dragon elephant, prior to entering the sun, was merely an exceptionally fortunate mortal. As he ponders surpassing Beerus, he harbors reservations about his own certainty. After uncovering the secrets of the alternate dimension, he attempts to master it, possessing only a third of the confidence required to exceed Beerus. In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku and Vegeta are the true protagonists, one enjoying an extraordinary advantage, the other being nurtured by the cosmos. Zack, aside from his fortuitous acquisition of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, is otherwise inconsequential t present. He resembles a deity of war, albeit in an embryonic state, not even qualifying as a newborn. Yet fundamentally, he is indeed a divine being, continuously undergoing metamorphosis and growth. This transformation is an unending process. Given the opportunity, he could evolve both his form and energy, surpassing the entire Dragon Ball universe. When that time comes, no one shall be able to breach his corporeal form, nor obstruct his energy. The unexpected convergence of seals has brought him immense delight, and mastering the alternate dimension has granted him significant assurance. Next, he must complete the void transformation, allowing his entire being to coalesce with spatial power, facilitating yet another metamorphosis towards a divine physique. Zack's eyes sparkle like stars as the celestial furnace transforms into the size of a badminton racket, inhaling and exhaling energy. However, I am not in a hurry to master my second technique, the void transformation. It is time to return to Earth, take Dabo back to Salad Planet, and see Reina. She must be resentful towards me by now. A smile graces Zack's face as he senses Dabo's energy, and he vanishes within the solar orb. As Zack departs, a void forms, and surging solar energy envelopes the area, its waves radiating outward, gradually diminishing. Dabo, currently training beneath the sea, is startled by Zack's familiar voice. His body trembling, frozen in place, he mutters to himself, "How strange, I must have gone mad thinking about the king, experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations." Zack chuckles softly, shaking his head. "You fool, take a good look at who I am." Dabo rubs his eyes vigorously, astonished he hasn't vanished. Could it be real? Zack, exasperated, wonders how Dabo can be so naive. In a flash, he appears before Dabo, seizing him, and they swiftly ascend to the water's surface. Dabo resists. After all, he is 4,500 meters below the ocean on Earth, equivalent to 450 times normal gravity. This person is so powerful that he can catch Dabo off guard and whisk him away. "Who are you? When did such a strong individual appear on Earth?" "It's your big-headed brother. We're heading back to Salad Planet to meet Reina." Dabo remains skeptical, hesitating. "Are you really the king?" Zack sighs, pondering why he never noticed Dabo's foolishness before. "Oh, you think anyone can know what you are thinking?" Dabo's face still bears doubt. Zack feels a surge of emotion, realizing that his words have indeed reached Dabo. He has been training at the bottom of the sea all this time. Upon arriving on Earth, Zack realizes that a year has already passed. Even the demon king Piccolo has emerged. Knowing about Reina is not surprising. There are likely very few who know about Salad Planet. Dabo finally comes to his senses. "My king, you truly are the king. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Zack playfully taps Dabo's head. "Stop calling me that. During your time on Earth, how has it felt?" Dabo grimaces. "If it weren't for being submerged all this time, I'd feel like my body was rusting." Zack chuckles lightly that a storm is brewing. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Dabo looks puzzled. "Is the king referring to that fellow known as Demon King Piccolo?" Zack nods and shakes his head. "That is merely a prelude, and it is of no concern to us." Zack begins to speak, but hesitates. "What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Dabo furrows his brow. What is he here for? Surely he has come to seek our assistance, right? Zack chuckles softly, surprised by the timing of Goku's arrival. It is quite the coincidence that he chose to come just as Zack was returning to Earth. Now, with over 230,000 giant elephants awakened, Zack is certain that Goku's return at this moment is purely coincidental. Chapter 54. Hope and Disappointment. Piccolo's wish. Dabo, wears a look of disdain. It's only 260 combat power. As a Scion, it's no wonder he hasn't improved after all this time. Truly a forgotten one. Sack laughs heartily. Dabo is taken aback. He has never seen Sack laugh so freely before. Did I say something wrong? You at times can be rather dense. Dabo, confused, and the two burst through the surface of the water. My king, let us wait for him. There aren't many remaining Scions, and each one is invaluable. Sack hovers in the air, gazing towards the direction Goku is flying from, speaking calmly. Do you know him? Dabo, puzzled, responds, "Isn't that Goku?" Although he doesn't understand why he has such a peculiar name or why he mingles with Earthlings. Back when they followed Sack, Goku had not yet been born, nor would they know of his astonishing combat power of 2. At this moment, don't you think he resembles someone? Dabo furrows his brow in deep thought. This point he indeed hadn't considered. Sack's prompt leads to images of various Scion faces flashing through his mind. His body trembles. Bardock's Sonmy king. Is that correct? Dabo had never had a significant presence among the Scions, and if he were an ordinary person, he might not know. But Bardock is different, within the entire Scion race. There is no one who does not know him. He is a lower-class warrior with a battle power exceeding 10,000. It remains uncertain who is stronger between him and King Vegeta. Moreover, Bardock is somewhat unconventional. He is deeply sentimental and never abandons his comrades. Thus, the entire Scion clan knows him well. However, wait a moment. My king, Bardock only has one son. After saying this, Dabo's body quakes. No, I remember that Bardock's wife, Jine, was pregnant, and the due date was shortly after we left. Following this line of reasoning, Dabo cannot believe it himself, and soon becomes excited. So, Goku is indeed Bardock's son, though his potential is lacking, which is why he was sent away. But that doesn't make sense. Even if he was sent away, it should have been half a year later, by which time Planet Vegeta was already destroyed. How did Goku survive? As he mulls this over, Dabo suddenly lifts his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. That my lord, do you think there could be more Scions who survived? Sack retracts his gaze, glancing at Dabo. Don't overthink it. Do you really think that is possible? Sack's gaze is deep, like the stars. When Frieza strikes, he would never allow many Scions to survive. After all, we had the Ginyu Force pursuing us. Didn't we? Dabo is momentarily stunned, then retorts defiantly, My king, I acknowledge your strength, but such a possibility I sent entirely out of the question. What if some warriors disobeyed Frieza, his orders, and didn't return to Planet Vegeta? They could have survived, couldn't they? Though the possibility you mention is not entirely implausible, let us not forget the devices. The technological apparatus of the Scion race is entirely derived from Frieza. Be it the detectors or the spaceships, he possesses the capability to eavesdrop and even pinpoint their locations. Do you truly believe that, without guidance, the simple-minded Scions would ever conceive of such a notion? Dabo's face was etched with astonishment. The king was indeed correct. His current achievements and clear-sightedness stem from his association with the king. Without it, he would never have entertained such thoughts. How then could the other Scions possibly arrive at such conclusions? In the past, he might have arrogantly believed that the Scions were invincible apart from Frieza. Yet, after spending a decade traversing the world alongside Sack and encountering numerous powerful individuals, he naturally dismissed the notion of Scion invincibility. The excitement in his eyes dimmed. With a race of just over 100 individuals, could it still be considered a race? Sack, sensing Dabo's discomfort, patted his shoulder. There is no need to dwell on it. We shall take our time. Though slightly lacking with just over 100, after 10 years, we should be able to develop into a group of 200. This brought some comfort to Dabo. As long as there is hope, he believed that under the king's leadership, they would soon reclaim their former glory. They would far surpass the Scion race under King Vegeta, eclipse Frieza, and become the new overlords of the universe. Just then, Sack announced, here comes Son Goku. As he spoke, the sound of tap 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 approached. Son Goku, riding on his Nimbus, slowly flew in, his keen eyes spotting Sack and Dabo at once. Finally found you. Were you both waiting here for me on purpose? Sack smiled silently, while Dabo's lips curled in disdain. A proud Scion. Mingling with the lowly humans of Earth rendered such individuals unworthy of being considered as kin. Son Goku had initially intended to explain himself thoroughly, when suddenly the sky darkened. Sak remained remarkably calm. This scenario could only mean that Piccolo had gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Son Goku's expression changed dramatically as he steered his Nimbus directly toward Sak. "Quickly, there's no time. Help us defeat the evil King Piccolo." Acting recklessly, Son Goku was met with Dabo's cold snort as a powerful aura enveloped him, exerting pressure upon Son Goku. Caught off guard, Son Goku plummeted into the sea with a whoosh, bubbles rising as he sank beneath the surface. Dabo did not restrain his energy. The immense force radiated outward. In a desolate plain, a flying craft hovered silently in the air. Pilaf and his companions, with white cloth stuffed in their mouths, sat back-to-back on the ground, bound tightly by ropes. King Piccolo exuded an aura of decay and age, yet bore a wicked, sinister grin. Before him, the Eternal Dragon had finished its opening remarks. Patiently awaiting King Piccolo's in Piccolo's treacherous eyes, confusion flickered. Why did this green dragon, emerging from the seven orbs, seem so familiar? Yet he was certain he had never encountered such a being. Odd. Could it be that I'm simply growing old? The thought vanished as swiftly as it had come. Presently, his focus remained on restoring his youth. Dragon, grant me. A powerful force surged forth. It was the pressure from Dabo that had not been retracted, bearing down upon Son Goku. Piccolo stumbled back in fright, crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Pilaf's pants soaked through. "Fools, you two, quickly faint," Pilaf whispered, tilting his head, closing his eyes, and breathing faintly. Asu and Xiaowu, still dazed, saw Piccolo wobbling and hurriedly followed Pilaf's lead, all pretending to be unconscious. Piccolo glanced over and noticed the three of them had collapsed. Humph. Worthless beings, faint under such minimal pressure. Perhaps they fainted from excitement at the sight of the dragon. Since they have not witnessed my plight, it matters not. My own desires take precedence. Piccolo's gaze shifted to the dragon, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. From the very beginning, his aim had merely been to acquire eternal life. He believed that with eternal life, he could become invincible, dominate the world, and then eliminate the gods. That Dabo's energy reached him, snapping him back to reality to know, I have underestimated that fellow. Even with eternal life, he could still eliminate me. Chapter 55. Limitless power to frighten Son Goku. Piccolo's eyes brimmed with contemplation. Have you decided? What wish do you seek? Silence, trash. Do not disturb me. Piccolo roared at the dragon. Eternal life is not an option. What about immortality? As the thought crossed his mind, Piccolo swiftly dismissed the new idea. Immortality would not augment his power. The being with formidable energy could infinitely eliminate him. Even if that didn't happen. If he were sealed away by that guy using the evil containment wave, he might never escape. Furthermore, if he were immortal, wouldn't that guy also achieve immortality? This was something he must avoid at all costs. Perhaps I should attempt to wish for unparalleled combat prowess. A glimmer of thought crossed Piccolo's eyes as he boldly addressed the dragon. I desire the power to be invincible. Piccolo's reasoning was sound. Currently, on Earth, there existed individuals who threatened his life. Acquiring invincible power would enable him to eliminate those unknown formidable entities that in the following year, he would gather the Dragon Balls again to wish for immortality and subsequently annihilate the dragon, ensuring no one could ever wish again, allowing him to dominate Earth forever. As for the gods, he could seal them away or devour them. Compared to his own ambitions, the existence of that being was something he could reluctantly tolerate. Piccolo's aspirations were grand, but alas, the dragon spoke. I'm sorry. That wish cannot be granted. Piccolo stood frozen, trembling, and after a second, he erupted into a furious roar. What the hell? You said any wish could be granted. Why can't this one be fulfilled? On what grounds? The dragon was unperturbed by Piccolo's fury, glaring with its fiery red eyes. Wishes require a fixed point of reference. What you propose is not a wish, but mere folly. Piccolo felt as though he had just consumed something foul. What nonsense is this? Invincibility. How can there be no reference for such a creation? Meanwhile, Sak stood somewhat taken aback. That guy Piccolo, Did he not wish to regain his youth? Has he mistaken the script? He appeared so aged, on the brink of death. Could this possibly work? Yet Piccolo did not falter. For the sake of conquering Earth and becoming king, he would not easily concede. Then grant me limitless power. Piccolo had initially intended to wish for extraordinary talent, allowing himself to break through. Now, time was of the essence. That unknown entity with immense energy was so brazen. He undoubtedly sought to accomplish something similar, but the fierce confrontation was inevitable. With no time for anything else, it was better to secure some tangible benefits. As you wish. The dragon's eyes radiated a bright crimson light, seemingly preparing to grant Piccolo's wish. Piccolo felt his body undergo a rapid transformation, decay giving way to vitality. His wrinkled visage became youthful and exquisite. His mental fortitude surged exponentially, and he shed his previous lethargy. With the aid of this newfound limitless power, Piccolo experienced a renaissance. Not only that, the continuous influx of power surged through him, increasing exponentially, doubling, and ultimately reaching 5 times his previous strength. Piccolo was unsure of his exact combat prowess. Yet he felt that in this state, he could obliterate the earth with a single punch. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. The dragon's radiance began to fade as it opened its mouth. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Just as it prepared to disperse, a cold glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes, and murderous intent surged within him, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Since I have achieved 3 effects with 1 wish, your existence is no longer necessary, as he muttered. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared in his hand. Swish! The divine dragon had yet to transform into the Dragon Balls when Piccolo's energy beam swiftly penetrated its form, obliterating the dragon in an instant. With a series of sharp sounds, 7 stones plummeted to the ground, subsequently shattering into fragments. Sake, fully attuned to the atmosphere, continuously clicked his tongue in astonishment. Your Majesty, it's nothing. Merely the sight of a decisive individual. Perhaps I should learn from him. Sake's mind was racing with plans for his next moves on Earth. The incident with Piccolo held no potential for personal gain. However, the impending Scion crisis might present an opportunity to visit King K. It was indeed a lamentable situation. Despite possessing divine essence and a standard battle power of 7 million, he still could not sense King Kai's planet. After all, Sun Wukong, with a mere 300,000, was able to detect it. This world was exceedingly biased. Surely, with divine essence, it should have been easier for him. Sake's thoughts wandered aimlessly, leading him to voice his dissatisfaction. Shall we depart? Sake looked at the impatient Dapu, but hesitated. Piccolo had already changed the narrative, now boasting a battle power of over 1,300. If one factored in his inexhaustible strength, even Raditz would be no match. Sun Wukong's power barely exceeded 200. He could hardly stand against Piccolo. If they left and Sun Wukong were to perish, would this world collapse? No, they must wait a little longer. Dapu stood silently behind Sake, his expression one of cold resolve. Essentially, he would never dare to contradict the king's words. There was a spectacle yet to unfold. A faint smile played at the corner of Sake's mouth, though his voice remained eerily calm. Let us temper our energy and accompany Sun Wukong to witness the unfolding events. Dapu obediently complied, his previously tempestuous aura dissipating entirely. Sake nodded with satisfaction, only to be rendered speechless moments later. He saw Piccolo frozen in place, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. This fellow had indeed altered his course of action due to Dapu's energy. So, in a sense, were they the 2 butterflies flapping their wings? Ugh! Sake's lips curled into a smile as he glared at Dapu, who emerged from the sea like a drenched chicken. What are you doing? Do you not realize the urgency of the situation? If Piccolo successfully makes a wish, there will be no one left to impose consequences on him. Sun Wukong burst forth, bombarding Dapu with questions, only to find himself bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Why is the sky clear now? Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Could it be that the divine dragon fled upon seeing him as the demon king, thus refusing to grant his wish? Or perhaps my grandfather is aiding me? Witnessing Sun Wukong's exuberance, Sake could only offer a weary critique. The sky has cleared, the rain has ceased, and now you believe yourself capable. He intended to shatter Sun Wukong's delusions mercilessly. Might it be possible that the Piccolo you mentioned has already made his wish? Sun Wukong's exuberance froze on his face, awkwardly scratching his head at "Oh, is that so?" No, wait, if Piccolo has made his wish, his power must have grown even stronger, and we must hurry to stop him. Observing Sun Wukong's worried expression, Sake refrained from further teasing him. Dapu, that individual is not yet worthy of my intervention. You shall handle him. Dapu prepared to act, confusion etched across his face. Teach him a lesson? When Science intervene, isn't it always to the death? Sake wore a gentle smile as he uttered words that caused Sun Wukong's expression to shift drastically. That fellow still holds value. He must not be killed. However, he has indeed grown significantly stronger. Exerting a bit more force should suffice to obliterate the Earth's surface. What? Is that true? Sun Wukong's concern deepened as he urged Sake to act swiftly. Dapu regarded Sun Wukong with disdain. Refrain from annihilating these planetary natives is one thing. They have transformed from marauders to mere thieves, rounding down to redemption. But you still wish to protect them? Even if you were to attempt it, with your power barely at 200, you couldn't defend them. Dapu's current strength granted him boundless confidence. He had forgotten how many years had passed since he had surpassed 1,000 in battle power, having been relegated to a logistical role among the Scion race on Planet Vegeta. Such a wastrel, merely speaking before the king, was already an immense stroke of fortune. Daring to urge the king was beyond audacity. Out of respect for Sake's attitude towards Sun Wukong, Dapu bit back his reprimand, harboring confusion within. That fellow has indeed changed significantly. What? Sake, what are you saying? Sake ignored Sun Wukong and led the charge towards Piccolo. Following closely behind were Dapu and Sun Wukong on his flying nimbus. Sake was taken aback by the extent of Piccolo's transformation. Upon acquiring inexhaustible power, he had not recklessly sought out Dapu, nor had he become arrogantly overbearing. Instead, he had quietly concealed himself, currently engaged in a more complex endeavor than merely laying eggs. That fellow was primarily contemplating his escape route, watching the mottled giant egg soaring through the air. Sake found it amusing. The future had become enigmatic, igniting the blood of the strong. Piccolo felt the vigorous life force within the giant. My child, you are my ultimate contingency plan. That fellow's energy is fathomless. And I lack certainty, but as long as you thrive, I shall have no regrets, even in death. Remember that energy, remember the presence of that being from the divine temple, should the worst come to pass. Piccolo clenched his fist, falling into silence. He had no confidence in surpassing that being. The moment that entity arrived, however, Piccolo's eyes sharpened like a hawk's as he crouched low, gritting his teeth as sweat beaded on his forehead. Two large eggs appeared, subsequently shattering. Witnessing this, Piccolo directed a stream of energy into the two giant eggs. With a series of cracking sounds, two little green creatures, one with a gaping mouth and the other plump, emerged from their shells, radiating a fierce aura, far stronger than Sun Wukong. Sake furrowed his brow. Dapu, you all stay back. I shall investigate first. Sake felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke, prior to entering Earth. He had promised Dapu to teach him instant transmission. Yet upon arrival, he first sought the sacred beans, then prepared to condense the fourth sealing symbol on a deserted island, only to be caught in a frenzy when the alternate space retaliated. He then ventured into the sun and had not emerged since. Now, with Piccolo acting so strangely, he certainly had no time. He would soon need to return to Salada Planet, and time was of the essence. Wait, where are my sacred beans? Sake suddenly recalled. His primary objective upon arriving on Earth had been those sacred beans. That item was the ultimate cheat, even if Sun Wukong and the others were to reach Super Saiyan Blue. One bean would restore them to full health in an instant. Although he could not fathom how Earth could cultivate such a remarkable item, he had immediately gone to exchange for a barrel of them. However, he subsequently abandoned them on the island, neglecting them entirely as he spiraled into madness, and he certainly had not cared for that barrel of sacred beans. No, my sacred beans can't be gone. Can they? Despite the rhetorical nature of his question, Sake was deeply convinced, feeling a profound sense of despair. His primary objective had been so carelessly discarded. All of this was entirely his doing. Who could he blame? Such a large barrel of sacred beans, upon returning to Salada Planet, could nurture countless super warriors. He could personally intervene, gravely injure a Scion, and with a single sacred bean, their power would double in an instant. And now, it was all gone. Your Majesty, I have managed to salvage a few here, Sake said joyously, looking at Dappa with excitement. From you? Dappa's face flushed. Your Majesty, it's not much, only a few dozen. If you'd like. I could go steal some more from that cat. The cat sage, currently observing the lower realm from its perch, leapt in fright, darting to the opposite rooftop. No, I don't have any left, by the side of the cauldron. A portly fellow was noisily munching on some celestial beans. The cat sage watched in exasperation, deeply troubled by his presence while the glutton indulged in his provisions. You scoundrel, cease this at once. You are forbidden from consuming any more of my celestial beans. The rotund figure, known as Yakalobi, seemed oblivious to the situation, continuing to stuff his mouth with the beans, mumbling, with so many celestial beans at your disposal. What harm is there in my taking a few? Such pettiness. The cat sage, infuriated, bared his teeth and roared, You dare question my authority? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? That individual is coming. Should he seize the cauldron? If we cannot produce it, we shall both meet our demise. With his cheeks bulging, Yakalobi paused his chewing, glancing around. Who dares challenge me? I shall make them aware of my prowess. The cat sage sneered. Oh, really? If you can defeat him, you may feast on as many celestial beans as you wish. For as long as I have them, I shall never impede you. However, the moment those words left his lips, he realized his blunder. Such an arrangement would render him no different from Yakalobi and his companions, resulting in a most unfortunate exchange. Very well, you are a sage, and your word is binding. The cat sage contemplated. Should Yakalobi triumph over those two adversaries, he would gladly offer his head as a chamber pot. Humph. That man's servant, Bick, could not withstand a single blow. Had it not been for Bick's disdain, Sun Wukong would have perished long ago. The cat sage, no fool, invoked Sun Wukong as a benchmark for combat prowess, ensuring Yakalobi understood the true measure of strength. Yakalobi, mouth agape, exclaimed, So formidable. You should attempt it. Sun Wukong himself sought their aid. His mind conjured an image of a bizarre creature with a tail. Shaking his head vehemently. Could such a being ever go hungry? The cat sage, speechless, thought it absurd that this fool would use celestial beans, primarily known for their healing properties, as mere sustenance, an utter waste. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sack shook his head. Those celestial beans were once coveted treasures of his. Back then, his energy merely possessed sharp offensive capabilities, not much different from the energy in the Dragon Ball realm. Now, their presence was of little significance to him. Having undergone the transformations of blood, soul, and spirit, his energy had fundamentally diverged from that of the Dragon Ball universe, allowing him to effortlessly heal the wounds of the weak. Yet, something else piqued his interest far more than the celestial beings. Let me first observe Bick, the Demon King, Sack declared before vanishing. He sensed Bick was up to something peculiar and deemed trivial matters unworthy of his attention. As Sack disappeared, Sun Wukong looked around, bewildered. Wow. Sack has vanished. Did you see that? Dabo, with an icy demeanor, replied, That was the king's instantaneous movement. What is so strange about it? Sun Wukong's face was a canvas of confusion. What movement? Connection? Dabo's muscles tensed as he clenched his fists. Nothing, let us proceed. Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity about flight and instantaneous movement, was resolute in following Sack and learning those extraordinary techniques, having undergone a metamorphosis. Sack's energy diverged from that of the Dragon Ball universe, combined with his vast knowledge of Adelaide Star and Namek, rendered his mastery over energy unparalleled. Upon arriving, he immediately cloaked himself in invisibility, ensuring not a trace of his energy escaped. Naturally, Bick remained oblivious, observing his two subordinates, the slender one named Dambalin and the portly, winged one named Zimbaloo. Bick smirked, pride radiating from him. You shall eliminate all the martial artists on Earth. The two demon warriors chuckled ominously as they took to the skies. Yes, my lord. Sack observed intently. In the original tale, Bick had only summoned that Birdman and Dambalin before revealing the winged creature. Their strength would not be so formidable, possessing merely a third of Bic's combat power, exceeding 400 at this juncture. Earth had no martial artist capable of opposing these two fiends. Sack pondered for a moment. Opting not to intervene, he wished to witness Bic's next moves. This character was peculiar, not merely newly unsealed but scheming with intent. Yet, what of those three companions? Were they mere products of cosmic inertia? Bic remained unaware of anyone's presence nearby, contemplating his next course of action. All contingencies were prepared. That individual reappearing after a year surely held purpose. Should he engage? Sensing the boundless power within, Bic felt an unusual swell of confidence. No, this is still too risky. I must do something. Sack could only shake his head in disbelief. Bic was excessively fearful. He conveniently disregarded his own fears of Frisia during his quest for self-improvement. What he experienced was tactical caution. Bic was simply cowardly. Bic's eyes darted as he deliberated on his next move. Then, suddenly, a revelation struck him. Sack, intrigued, noted that while he was familiar with Bic's previous tactics, this new incarnation of the Demon King was an enigma. Could he truly discover a means to counter Debo? Unlikely. Bic's green visage flushed crimson, and his energy began to surge, radiating into the air. Sack was taken aback. This individual had concealed himself for a year. Yet now, fully aware of Debo's approach, he chose to release his energy. Was this a sign of impending doom? No. Despite his malevolence, Bic was not foolish. As Sack's words fell, his demeanor grew serious. He sensed a peculiar energy, entirely distinct from that of the Dragon Ball universe. What is this? So malevolently terrifying. No, that was not it. His awakened giants were inexplicably thrilled. Sack's eyes sparkled with realization that it must be the demon realm. Bic can indeed summon the demon realm. The Dragon Ball universe could be likened to an egg, with countless planets at its core. And beneath lay hell. Beneath hell was the demon realm. Sack, exhilarated, not only refrained from interference, but anticipated Bic successfully establishing a portal to the demon realm. What was the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique? It was a supreme art crafted by the ultimate sovereign, designed specifically for the gods, meant to subdue hell, suppress the myriad demons, and elevate the divine realm. To summon the demon realm is akin to inviting a lamb into the jaws of a tiger, an invitation for slaughter. If the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison technique could absorb the energies of both hell and the demon realm from the Dragon Ball universe, it might even undergo a transformation, purifying its inherent malevolent essence. This was entirely different from the energies he had previously manipulated. Yes, that was the key. If he could secure this, monumental success awaited. Sack gazed intently, brimming with anticipation for Piccolo's success, having acquired the wish of the eternal dragon. Piccolo's body now possessed limitless strength, and astonishingly, his combat power surged at an exponential rate with each extreme exertion. By the time Debo arrived, his battle prowess had already exceeded 10,000. Sack found himself at a loss for words. In this realm, the essence was far superior to that of the first world of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. Coexisting with deities, even the power of cultivation was akin. Yet it was paradoxically fraught with contradictions. One might even dare to say it was exceedingly feeble. Any form of cultivation inevitably yields strength, with the core essence being the enhancement of one's self. The Scions were inadequate, the Namekians were ineffective, and even the Earthlings' cultivation was lacking. Despite venturing beyond the cosmos for battle, they still fell victim to the forces within it. In a mere moment, Piccolo's combat power escalated from over 1,000 to more than 10,000, leaving Sack utterly speechless. The fluctuations of the world's vital energy were not particularly intense. From whence did this power originate? Perhaps Sack was unaware, yet it was undeniably remarkable. Where was Sack? Sun Wukong, upon observing Piccolo, did not initially react to his significant increase in strength, but instead began searching for Sack. Piccolo glared menacingly at Debo. You must be that mysterious individual, he hissed. Debo regarded Piccolo with disdain. You are merely a being with a battle power of 10,000. You are hardly a concern. Energy coalesced in his palm, radiating brilliance. Without a word of greeting, he unleashed a blast of energy toward Piccolo. Piccolo, with a fierce grimace, retorted, I'm the great Demon King. How could I engage in battle with a mere lackey? Perish, you trash! In a fit of rage, Piccolo forcefully propelled the demonic realm he had just conjured towards Debo. Sack's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Piccolo's resolute determination to attack so swiftly, utilizing the demon realm against Debo upon their very first encounter. Entering the demon realm did not guarantee survival for Debo. Quickly retreat, Sack bellowed, his formidable strength surging forth, pushing Debo and Sun Wukong aside while confronting Piccolo. What in the world are you doing? In the Dragon Ball universe, there were generally unspoken rules against interrupting an opponent's attack. Yet Piccolo had initiated his grand move without warning, leaving Sack infuriated. With a swift motion, he met Piccolo's attack, grievously injuring and sending him flying. After clearing Debo and Sun Wukong from his path, Sack concentrated his immense energy and struck the rift of the demon realm. Allowing this space to run rampant could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences, a scenario he would never permit. With a resounding boom, the powerful wave of energy dispersed, sending Pilaf and his companions screaming into the sky. Sack paid them no heed, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is happening? Chapter 58. The void becomes hopeful. Piccolo becomes the key. Sack struck the crack in the demon realm with a fist, a mysterious spatial fluctuation ensnaring his hand. He felt a continuous flow of energy surging into his fist, only to vanish into oblivion. Sack's gaze sharpened. His body was now extraordinarily powerful. Such a fractured space should have been easily crushed with a single blow, yet he found himself ensnared. Oh, there's even a little ant. Piccolo, the great demon king, returned, wiping the purple blood from his lips, his eyes flashing with rage and a cold smile. Very well, I have allowed myself to be injured. This is the first time since my unsealing that I have been wounded. You are impressive. Sack disregarded Piccolo. With a battle power exceeding 10,000, he could withstand a year of blows without issue. Yet, he was captivated by this peculiar fragment of space. How could Piccolo connect to the demon realm from such a distance? With his other hand, he gathered energy, crashing into the fragment of the demon realm. It's merely a tiny shard. How dare you act so ferociously? Sack struck confidently, yet once again his attack bore no fruit. No, both of his hands were stuck to the fragment, and energy surged from within him even more rapidly, clashing with the demon energy and dissipating. Debo and Sun Wukong retreated in disarray, their faces etched with concern. Piccolo, the great demon king, was remarkably strong. Debo's figure moved to rescue Sack. Not interfere. Suppress Piccolo. You cannot kill him now. Debo was perplexed. This individual's energy had surged tenfold in a short span, which was indeed no small feat, yet there remained a tenfold disparity that if he transformed into a great ape, the gap would widen to 100-fold. How could you not kill him? Debo did not respond, instead letting out a roar, his hands gathering immense energy as he darted forward. Piccolo, with a sinister grin, paid no heed to Sack's warning. Channeling energy rapidly, a tempest brewed around him as he boldly confronted Debo. Piccolo was enveloped in a dense shroud of black energy, even drawing upon the essence of the demon realm. Sack's eyes gleamed with golden light as divine energy erupted forth. The fractured space created by Piccolo shattered like glass. Crack! Sack's expression shifted from displeasure to astonishment. As the rupture of space intensified, the force that had drawn him became increasingly formidable, pulling him inexorably toward the demon realm. Humph! Do you dare to devour me? How unfortunate! Channeling energy to manifest the divine, he moved with the strength of a colossal elephant. Sack roared, resembling an enraged divine elephant, as a cacophony of sounds erupted from within him, akin to thousands of giant elephants charging. Sack's body erupted with overwhelming force, his energy boiling and surging forth. The might of the elephant accelerated, causing Sack's energy to swell like a snowball, growing larger and more abundant, his physique expanding, veins, flesh, and bones becoming broader, stronger, and more resilient. That a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sack's eyes, a manifestation of the divine elephant's displeasure toward the demon realm's audacity to resist. Debo and Piccolo clashed with thunderous blows, an unending gale howling, while Sun Wukong, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated again and again. Roar! Sack unleashed the fury of the Divine Elephant once more. The energy within him reached its zenith, flooding his being, from the very cells to the blood. Bone marrow, blood vessels, meridians, dantian, and even his skin. The energy coursed visibly down Sack's body trembled, as if the Divine Elephant had awakened. A faint ethereal silhouette of an elephant head, trunk, and human form emerging behind him. As the apparition manifested, Sack seemed to transcend into a god, a pressure unlike mere energy radiating outward, silencing the entire earth, causing all living things to kneel. Debo and Piccolo collapsed to their knees. Heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze in the divine temple. The deity crashed to his knees upon his throne, Bobo's expression indifferent, slightly bowing beside the deity. Karen Tower's cat Sage, the turtle hermit, Tien Shinon, Kaiatsu, and even the recently departed Dambalin and Shinburu all fell prostrate on the ground. With Sack's immense surge of power, he seized control, binding the shattered space of the demon realm. Lowering his stance, he channeled all his strength upward, concentrating it in his right shoulder. Boom! Crack! Crack! The fragmented demon realm held for less than a second before shattering with a sound akin to breaking glass. Boom! A wisp of pitch-black flame suddenly erupted from within the space, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, entering Sack's body. This flame was tenacious, seemingly carrying the core essence of the demon realm. Continuously siphoning demonic energy, Sack's energy could not contain it, allowing it to rampage within him. He let out a muffled grunt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Demonic flames? Sack's eyes sparkled like stars. Indeed, he had been injured, but the severity was minimal. The heavenly furnace within him began to exert its power, while the demonic flames struggled violently, akin to a chick attempting to approach the furnace. No. Sack immediately ceased his absorption of the demonic flames. The flames lost their pull and swiftly darted within the rest of Sack's body, avoiding the furnace. Given Sack's current physique and energy, the damage inflicted by the demonic flames would soon be restored. As he healed, he noticed his meridians expanding and strengthening. This was not a temporary enhancement from an external source, but a genuine, permanent augmentation at the core level. Sack rejoiced. This was precisely what he sought. Ha ha! Demonic flames. Splendid, splendid. My energy sea, meridians, and acupoints are now significantly stronger. My grasp on power has greatly increased. Sack is not incapable of performing the void transformation, as he has gathered spatial runes within his corporeal form. After all, he possesses a strength exceeding 230,000 giant elephants, having long attained the prowess required for the void transformation. He merely refrains from breaking through, primarily due to his eagerness to return and reunite with Raynor. As for the Scion race, he personally does not hold it in particularly high regard. Furthermore, he lacks confidence in his grasp of the rules, that he is utterly unable to sense them. Both blood-soul transformation and soul transformation are achieved solely through the sun's ability to shatter all. Even that has come at the cost of near-death experiences. Thus, Sack chooses to temporarily forego transformation. For him, the void transformation's greatest utility lies merely in mastering spatial power, akin to embellishing an already splendid tapestry. Failing even to reach the level of significantly augmenting his abilities in the realm of Dragon Ball, as long as he can continuously augment the total amount of energy within him, he feels no fear. Regarding the rules, having them would be advantageous, yet their absence does not instill urgency. With this opportunity at hand, he certainly will not let it slip away. Debo, swiftly defeat Piccolo and bring him here. He is of utmost importance. Sack's voice resonated through the desolate ruins. Filled with profound significance, he did not anticipate that Piccolo could present such an astonishing surprise, opening the gates to the demon realm. Even if merely fragments of space, is no trivial matter. This location is replete with spatial shards. While he might struggle in other worlds, hell and the demon realm are akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog. He intends to leverage this opportunity to complete the void transformation, allowing himself to undergo yet another metamorphosis. He firmly believes that once he traverses the legendary 9 transformations, he will undoubtedly master the rules of the Dragon Ball universe. Those rules belong to the Dragon Ball world. While this realm may be weak, mastering its rules would grant him the ability to devour the entire world. if he dares to consume the entire world. Perhaps he could shatter the shackles and gain insight into even broader realms ahead of time, that if he can attain Dragon Balls, why should he not explore other worlds? The crux of the matter now lies with Piccolo. Only he can continuously open the fragments of the demon realm portal. Chapter 59. The earth trembles, the god of the heavens' murderous intent receiving his orders. Debo grinned menacingly as he fixed his gaze on Piccolo. He too had noticed Piccolo's peculiarities. His strength was not formidable, yet his power was inexhaustible and unrelenting. Despite having severely wounded Piccolo, he could recover in the blink of an eye. Moreover, his combat prowess was gradually increasing with each encounter, now reaching 15,000. But what of it? Even at 500,000, he remained confident in suppressing Piccolo. Did you hear? The king spared your life for a reason. You should be grateful for his mercy. Upon finishing his words, Debo felt the immense force suppressing him dissipate entirely. Without pondering why the king had decided to spare Piccolo, he shot upward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Piccolo. Piccolo's eyes darkened, radiating an aura of malevolent energy. Damn it, do you think I am easy to bully? If I can incapacitate that fool, do you really think you can escape? With that, Piccolo gathered all his strength to confront Debo. His power was boundless, able to recover with each breath, and he unleashed his full might with every strike. Though at a disadvantage, he fought with fierce tenacity. This was precisely Sak's intention. Debo had fought alongside him for over a decade, mostly relying on overwhelming force to crush his opponents. In terms of genuine combat experience, he had little. This opportunity allowed him to thoroughly hone Debo's skills, preventing him from always assuming the position of the first. With Sak as the second, and himself as the third, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Sak's thoughts remained elsewhere. Debo indeed possessed methods to subdue Piccolo, and if worse came to worst, he had Sak to back him up. Did he truly believe that being restrained meant he could not strike? Sak infused his energy once more into his physical form. The giant elephant began to tremble as immense pressure surged toward the flames of the demon realm, gradually devouring its power strand by strand. This peculiar energy was consumed by the giant elephant, merged, and ultimately transformed into energy under Sak's control, nourishing him in return. The flames of the demon realm, however, were unwilling to concede, fiercely retaliating and drawing upon the energy of the demon realm. Sak initially believed that escaping the sun's unique environment would make it exceedingly difficult to find a similar abundant setting. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by Piccolo's change of heart. Subduing Piccolo and acquiring a continuous flow of energy from the demon realm, coupled with the refining effect of the flames, and with spatial fragments raining down, he would soon be able to initiate the third transformation. Point 1 could only say that Lady Luck favored Sak, graciously bestowing warmth upon him. The ethereal visage of the elephant-headed figure began to fade as Sak unleashed his formidable powers, concentrating energy within to form a sealing talisman. With the interference of the otherworldly energy absent, the talisman coalesced with remarkable ease, manifesting in an instant as a crystalline, radiant seal that burst forth from Sak's body, spinning gracefully as it hovered above his head, subduing the various energy storms and spatial fragments. As the talisman emerged, the demon realm's gravitational pull on him diminished significantly, allowing Sak to break free from control. Moving his body with a gleam of joy in his eyes, "It is my turn now." Sak moved freely, his energy surging forth, transforming into a furnace of creation, slowly revolving around him. All the surrounding elemental energies, the dissipating flames of the demon realm, the essence of the demon realm, and the spatial fragments were drawn into this vortex, suppressed, refined, and integrated, ultimately nourishing him. A torrent of mixed, powerful energy surged into the giant elephant's form. The giant elephant accepted all without reservation, consuming everything, then exhaling energy for Sak to command. This energy entered Sak's body, merging with his flesh, bones, meridians, and danton, further strengthening and fortifying him. Within Sak, the essence of spatial power gradually began to manifest. Yet, it was still insufficient. Sak unleashed a fierce aura. "Debo, have you not resolved this yet? Hurry." He too could intervene, but that would render it pointless. Having followed him for over a decade, it was essential to provide guidance to Dabo. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong observed anxiously, yet he was unable to force his way into the fray. The residual force generated from Dabo and Piccolo's clash was beyond what his 200 combat power could withstand. So strong, so strong. Will I be that strong in the future? I must train diligently. Hearing this, Sak's lips curled into a faint smile. Sun Wukong would indeed grow to such strength, but he was still far from reaching Dabo's current prowess. The enemies at that time would be none other than the terrifying Frisia, a being capable of annihilating planets. As Sak fervently absorbed the energies of the demon realm, he simultaneously contemplated the essence of spatial power, while also extending his awareness to sense the battle between Dabo and Piccolo. The more he observed, the more he found it utterly perplexing that Dabo's combat style was excessively brute force, recklessly depleting his energy. Piccolo, on the other hand, showed no fear of injury or exhaustion. Sak suddenly furrowed his brows. His body shifted slightly as his gaze fixed intently on the sky 3 kilometers away, while others could not see it. He distinctly perceived a small robotic figure fluttering its wings in the air, its ocular components emitting faint red glows, that a robot arranged by Dr. Gero. With the current state of Piccolo's organization, will Cell become even more formidable? Sak quickly dismissed this notion that in a world where he resided, variables had already emerged that IT could either be the primary timeline or a distinct timeline that had developed. It was improbable that Cell would contain the inexhaustible power of Piccolo's cells, unless Cell had ventured to another world to wreak havoc. But with him present, such a scenario was inconceivable in the heavenly palace. The god of the heavens trembled in fear as he observed the battle below. Bobo, what do you think Sak intends to do? What are his motivations? If the demon realm's passage is inadvertently sealed on Earth, the entire planet is doomed. Bobo's gaze was deep, seemingly oblivious to the god of the heavens' disheveled state as he rose, his expression remaining calm. God, I believe Sak is in training. Training? What more training does he need? He has survived in the sun. What else is there for him to do? The god of the heavens' aged features contorted with rage, his voice erupting in a furious roar. This is Earth, the planet under my dominion. Does Sak truly believe he can act with such impunity without facing judgment? Bobo gazed quietly, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. He was merely a Navi divine attendant, completely unaware of the intricacies at play. Sak, a being entirely distinct from the others in the Dragon Ball universe, possessed an inner strength that bore a divine quality while simultaneously harboring a profound demonic essence. Indeed, he could thrive within the sun and simultaneously suppress the gates of the demon realm. Absorbing its ominous essence, with a combat power of merely 70 million, he too remained perplexed. Naturally, he could not divulge more to the god of heaven. Much like his predecessor, the current god of heaven was only aware of sealing Carrick II and was ignorant of Carrick II's ultimate techniques. Speaking of which, the technique just executed by Piccolo bore a striking resemblance to Carrick II's Hell Vortex. One opened the depths of hell, while the other merely opened the portal to the demon realm. This won't do. We must devise a way to punish SAKD. You have any ideas? Destroying the Earth might render them incapable of surviving in space, the god of heaven bellowed. How could that be? If the Earth is gone, what purpose would there be in killing Sak? Then we are at an impasse, for no one on Earth is a match for him. The god of heaven's gaze flickered, his mind racing. Perhaps seeking out Lord Yama might yield some reinforcements. Bobo paused, gazing at the god of heaven with a puzzled expression. Are you suggesting borrowing powerful beings from hell? Matters of the mortal realm should be handled by mortals themselves. Is it truly so casual to seek help from the denizens of hell? Though the god of heaven could traverse the realms of life and death, he ultimately had to relinquish his divine duties. At that moment, he was merely a martial artist. Faced with Yama's scrutiny and the obligations owed to hell's powerful beings, how would he proceed? Was he truly prepared to summon others to forcibly eliminate Sak? Despite the latter's apparent lack of heinous deeds, was the god of heaven so deranged as to contemplate such a course of action? Bobo hesitated before cautiously inquiring, God of heaven, might the cost be too steep? The god of heaven breathed heavily, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Previous gods had met grim fates under similar circumstances. Yet, as the divine protector of Earth, in the face of despair, could he simply stand by and watch the planet succumb to ruin? His fundamentally kind-hearted nature would never permit such a calamity to unfold. God of Heaven, we could wait and see. Perhaps there is still a chance. The God of Heaven's gaze was resolute, his words imbued with strength. There is no opportunity. Witness the state of the earth. Piccolo the demon king ravages it, and Sac remains an adversary, should they conspire together. We would truly be at a loss. If Piccolo acquires inexhaustible power, even my demise would be futile against him, that I cannot take such risks, nor can the earth. Bobo fell silent. Your speculation seems rather paranoid. He mused inwardly that if Sac wished to annihilate the earth, why would he agree to enter the sun? He still has a glimmer of survival in space. Entering the sun would be tantamount to certain death. And yet, he has consented and returned alive. Is there truly a need for such urgency to eliminate him? Bobo silently criticized, refraining from intervening in the God of Heaven's decision-making, having served 3 deities. He had never overstepped his bounds. Whatever the God of Heaven wished to pursue, he would pursue. The consequences would naturally fall upon the divine shoulders. Unbeknownst to Sac, the God of Heaven was nearing a breaking point, intent on seeking the powerful denizens of hell to eliminate him. Meanwhile, he pondered how to deal with that robot. Dr. Gero was a rare talent in the Dragon Ball universe, a prodigy who could create androids. It would be a shame to squander his abilities. In terms of technology, it was neither overly impressive nor entirely lacking. Many feats they, as warriors, found impossible could be accomplished with ease through technology. The crux of the matter was that they Scions were largely ignorant of technology. Sac was confident that he could enable his kin to undergo transformation to survive in space. Yet what of the weaker ones? Even if they could survive in space, their speed would be woefully inadequate compared to spacecraft. If only he could recruit a team to develop high-tech product for the Scions, their prosperity would be ensured. To say nothing of the healing pods, which were of utmost importance to them. After all, Senza beans were limited, and his own energy was similarly constrained. The technological healing pods would provide unparalleled aid to the Scions in their early stages of growth. With a glint in his eye, a beam of light shot forth, instantly striking down the diminutive machine that he needed to seek out Gero. It would be a grave loss if he strayed from his path. What good was it to rule the earth? After dispatching the robot, Sac began to voraciously absorb various forms of power, primarily that of space. He had yet to sense any rules, but as the power of spatial fragments coursed through his energy channels, it gradually merged with his very blood. Not only that, but the colossal elephant seemed to be assisting him, whether intentionally or not. As he consumed and exhaled, the spatial power contained within the fragments transformed into brand new sigils, inscribed in his Sac's flesh. This process was far more potent than merely allowing raw spatial energy to enter his body. What he consumed could only be likened to a meal. True digestion eluded him. The colossal elephant acted as his stomach, processing the spatial energy and condensing it into sigils that were easier for him to absorb, subsequently re-engraving them into his flesh. Although these spatial sigils were imperfect and lacked the radiant brilliance of sealing sigils, they were refined and entirely within his control. These spatial sigils were unlike those from another realm. They were not of various shapes, but rather resembled sealing sigils, rectangular and orderly, with incomplete patterns, as if ink had run dry mid-stroke. Faced with the incompleteness of the spatial sigils, Sac felt powerless. Aside for the foundational evolution of the Divine Elephant's prison strength, incorporating the initial methods of the 840 million elephants, he had not acquired any other techniques or powers. The Divine Elephant's prison strength encompassed 3 major practices: the transformation of strength, the transformation of the supreme spiritual technique from the past, and the transformation of the supreme combat technique of the future. While he had managed to create a somewhat credible heaven and earth forging furnace through the transformation of strength, it could only be considered a rudimentary cultivation method, one that absorbed the powers of all things in the world into a singular entity. Concerning the sealing of alternate spaces, he could create new techniques akin to sealing the gates of hell, the pure lands of the gods, and the establishment of an ancient paradise. However, he was entirely incapable of mastering the legendary aspect of absorbing the ruler's body, which was the most fundamental method of altering one's physique. Sack was utterly powerless in this regard, relying solely on instinct as he cultivated, allowing his strength to rise. The ruler's body was immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery. It was a method of physical cultivation that began with altering one's blood structure, endowing life, and ultimately allowing the cultivation of divine blood. However, it was entirely dissimilar to the energy and blood of Sack, representing an insurmountable divide, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. "My lord, they have arrived," Debo, controlling Piccolo, slowly approached. Sack regarded Piccolo with an enigmatic smile. "You're quite astute. You must have sensed the danger early on." Piccolo stared at Sack in shock. "You know me?" Sack smiled mysteriously, uttering words that sent shockwaves through Piccolo. "Not only do I know you, but I'm also familiar with that individual in the Divine Hall, having met him as well." Piccolo's energy surged as he struggled against Debo's grasp. "So, you were sent by him to suppress me?" Piccolo's emotions flared, his aura turning ferocious as his combat power skyrocketed from 15,000 to 20,000 in an instant, nearly allowing him to break free from Debo's grip. Sack's gaze sharpened, a terrifying aura radiating from him, causing the winds to shift and dust to swirl. "Calm yourself, or I shall have no choice but to slay you." Whether it was the sheer force of his presence or his words that daunted Piccolo, he ceased his struggles. "Even if you die, that one on earth will perish as well. Without a god, I care not." Piccolo was taken aback. "You know my relationship with him?" At that moment, Son Goku, bewildered, flew in, only to be caught in the tempest of Sack's sudden surge of energy, causing him to crash to the ground in a comical fashion, landing in a splayed position. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, he struggled to rise, bruised and battered, and asked in a muffled tone, "Which one? What relationship?" Debo cast a disdainful glance at Son Goku, his contempt growing more pronounced. He could not comprehend why his lord's attitude towards this individual was so capricious, especially when Son Goku appeared genuinely weak and foolish. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Sack's mouth. Chapter 61. The hostile encounter with Sun Wukong. Energy depleted. "I not only comprehend the nature of your relationship with that individual, but I'm also well aware of your origins and the whereabouts of your kin." "What?" The former provoked a look of shock on Piccolo's face, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even to resist. The latter naturally referred to the celestial being preparing to summon souls from the underworld. Both stood frozen in place, their faces adorned with astonishment. The celestial's expression was vacant. This was nearly his sole fixation. After much effort in expelling it through Piccolo, it was now brought up again by Sack. To claim indifference would be a falsehood, for Piccolo's gaze was equally intent. Sack, however, had no intention of providing explanations. "Continue to open the gate to the demon realm, and I shall divulge information regarding your race." Debo appeared hesitant as he contemplated various matters. Having followed Sack and wandered through the cosmos for quite some time, he had witnessed much. "If you have something to say, then speak." Sack's demeanor was severe, yet he felt a flicker of amusement within. The authoritative image he had constructed must remain unblemished. If Debo wished to inquire, he would naturally do so in due course. Without offering some incentive, how could he expect Piccolo to wholeheartedly open the gate to the demon realm? Debo was no fool, and did not disappoint Sack's expectations by speaking up. "My lord, are you referring to the Namekians? I've heard tales of them throughout the cosmos." That a barely perceptible smile graced Sack's lips. "Indeed, I once ventured there with Reina, and we borrowed their Dragon Balls. Reina's power, exaggerated as it may seem, surpasses yours largely due to the guidance of the Namekian elder in unlocking her potential." Sack offered a brief explanation, then turned his attention back to Piccolo. "Let us commence." Sack's voice, laced with skepticism, resonated with an air of superiority. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he resolved to stand firm. "But I hope what you say is true. Otherwise," Sack's gaze turned icy, his aura blazing like the sun, "you have no leeway for resistance. Do you believe the dragon's wish can guarantee your survival? The regulations governing the dragon are dictated by the strength of its creator. Surely, you do not think that a dragon conjured by one lacking heritage could rival that crafted by the Namekian elder?" Piccolo's pupils constricted, his aura wavering. "What did you say? Do you not find it familiar?" Piccolo's countenance darkened, his mind racing through the timeline from the moment he summoned the dragon to Sak's mention of the Namekian wish-granting dragon. "You mean to say that dragon was created by that individual?" Sak remarked with amusement. "Otherwise, who else on earth could conceive such a divine being capable of bending the rules? Can't you also create some warriors?" As Sak spoke, he cast a glance toward Daborin and Zimbalist. Piccolo's pupils contracted once more as he discreetly glanced at the ocean, that he recalled that Sak had indeed come here from the very beginning, raising the question of whether Sak had been privy to his own creation of offspring. "Rest assured, if you continue to prattle, I will eliminate both you and your future self." Piccolo was taken aback. Sak was indeed aware. Daring not to utter another word, he silently summoned all his strength to regain control of the gate to the demon realm. Upon contact, Piccolo's expression darkened. "The power is too overwhelming. I cannot contain it." Sak remained unfazed as the celestial furnace gradually expanded to the size of a basketball, voraciously consuming energies from the demon realm and fragments of space. "That is not for you to worry about. Simply focus on either maintaining or expanding it." Sak's tone was laced with excitement. "Piccolo, disclose the location of Dabur's second son, Carrick. Dabur will unseal him and bring him here so that he may utilize the hell vortex on me." As Sak fervently absorbed the energies from the demon realm, he suddenly spoke. Piccolo wore an expression of disbelief. "Is there truly someone so eager to meet their demise? Are you tired of living?" Dabur scoffed. "Spare me the chatter and fulfill the king's orders." Piccolo dared not say more. After revealing the location of Carrick's sealed temple to Dabur, he gathered his strength and began to exert control over the gate to the demon realm. He had been instructed to make it larger, and thus he complied. Still possessed by the evil demon heart, his power intertwined with the energies of the demon realm, allowing him to maneuver with ease. As long as he could grow large enough, he would eventually be able to consume Sak and devise a way to eliminate Dabur, regaining his invincibility. With Dabur gone, only Sun Wukong remained anxiously standing in place. He was innocent, not foolish. The malevolent aura emanating from the gate to the demon realm was nauseating. "Sak, cease this at once. If this continues, many lives will surely be lost." Sun Wukong bellowed, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Realizing he could do nothing against Sak, he gritted his teeth and desperately compressed the energy within his body. Kamehameha, a robust yet feeble beam of energy, surged directly towards Piccolo. Piccolo snorted dismissively, disregarding Sun Wukong's attack entirely. The disparity between a combat power of over 201 to 20,000 was insurmountable, though he was exerting every effort to open the gate to the demon realm. His strength was inexhaustible. Standing there, he could withstand Sun Wukong's assault indefinitely. In the celestial palace, the deity observed the scene with hesitation. The celestial was drenched in cold sweat, his expression conflicted that we must find someone. Sak may not divulge his lineage, but if we do not act, the gate to the demon realm will only grow larger, and should Carrick's second son be involved, the world will surely descend into chaos. "Wait, let us observe for a moment." Bobo remained silent, standing quietly in the plaza of the celestial palace. Inside Karen Tower, the cat sage was perched, his brow furrowed in deep concern. What shall we do now? Who can impose justice upon him? Meanwhile, the turtle sage and Krillin, among others, had finally prepared to board a plane together. Master Wutian, are we truly going to eliminate the Demon King Piccolo? He is a formidable foe, one that even your teacher, Tedo, could not defeat. Are we capable of success? The turtle sage's demeanor was serious. It is the responsibility of martial artists. We must go to have faced a crisis from Sak, let alone the now weakened Piccolo. Krillin, perspiring profusely, appeared anxious. But why do I feel that the aura now is even stronger than the crisis with Sak? My goodness, why does the earth continually attract such monstrous beings? What are we to do? This is precisely why we must train diligently. When faced with such crises, we cannot be powerless. Krillin grumbled in dissatisfaction. I have yet to exert myself. My training of less than a decade has nearly caught up to those who have trained for centuries. What more must I do? Sak, however, paid no mind to the outside world. The energy transmitted from the gate to the demon realm remained singular, and the void transformation was utterly unattainable. His entire body, including meridians, energy sea, bones, and flesh, coalesced into fragmented spatial talismans. Yet he was unable to harness their power. It was akin to attempting to fish with a mere line, utterly ineffective. His body, however, continued to accumulate immense energy particles. The overwhelming force had nowhere to vent and could not elevate Sack's transformation, but merely entered the colossal energy particles, awakening continuously. Unfortunately, the disparity was too great. Fortunately, he had not attempted the void transformation within the sun. Sack allowed the gigantic energy particles within him to awaken continuously, his formidable aura relentlessly siphoning energy from the demon realm. Chapter 62. Daeburr's Punishment. The misfortune of Carrick's second son. Daeburr soon returned, grasping an approximately 3-meter-tall figure. My lord, Daeburr respectfully announced, discarding the creature he held, his eyes filled with menace. Perform the hell vortex for the king. As Carrick's second son emerged, he was immediately overwhelmed by a series of strikes from Daeburr, who then brought him to this location. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Daeburr's cold voice. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such a demand. He had completely forgotten how Daeburr knew he could perform the hell vortex. What? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Daeburr's eyes as he extended a finger, a beam of light piercing through Carrick's second son in the blink of an eye. Hurry and unleash it. Carrick too endured the pain, revealing his fearsome fangs. In my centuries of existence, I have never encountered such a demand. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Without hesitation, Carrick too unleashed the hell vortex against Daeburr. Daeburr, utterly unfamiliar with such techniques, unwittingly found himself ensnared. Damn it. What are you doing? Daeburr bellowed, exerting a formidable aura to counteract the vortex's pull. Yet his response was belated. Having initially underestimated it, he now found himself unable to escape as the suction intensified. Sack, unable to remain idle, let out a cold snort, summoning forth a powerful gust of energy from the colossal elephant. He struck the hell vortex with a force that shattered it effortlessly. Daeburr, after all these battles, you still lack vigilance. Sack's dissatisfaction forced Carrick too to the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. Daeburr roared and struggled, but it was futile. My king, I am sorry. Daeburr, drenched in cold sweat, knelt, his head bowed in shame. It was the first time in many years that he had knelt. He understood all too well that the king was genuinely furious this time. Angered by his lack of resolve, a fierce glint flickered in Sack's eyes. With one hand free, he concentrated and formed a radiant sphere of light. This orb flew towards Daeburr, whose aura visibly dwindled until it was reduced to a mere combat power of 200. I shall seal your energy. You must elevate yourself and break through the barrier I have established. Daeburr's face contorted in agony, yet he dared not utter a word of dissent. Though Sack did not appear to be on a pedestal, the authority and divinity he exuded made it impossible to gaze upon him directly. Yes, my king, Daeburr replied, feeling unworthy of the king's teachings. Sack was genuinely enraged. Having traversed through time, he had known Daeburr longer than Reyna. Yet every time they faced such predicaments, Daeburr still failed to stand on his own. Despite numerous reminders, the Scion's arrogance remained unyielding. This time, Sack managed to maintain control, but what would happen next time if Daeburr found himself ensnared? The last time he had lost control, he could attribute it to his overwhelming power, leaving Daeburr helpless. Such a grave error, born from Daeburr's hubris, could not be permitted to happen again. This flaw must be corrected. The temperament of Vegeta was utterly unacceptable. The subsequent crises on Earth were largely the result of Vegeta's character, with Goku's antics not helping matters. Contemplating this, Sack disregarded Carrick and turned his gaze to Goku. Why do you linger? What purpose do you serve by staying here? Goku, with reddened eyes, gritted his teeth. That I must stop you. Your actions will lead to the Earth's destruction. Sack scoffed. If anyone is to ruin Earth, it would be you, Goku. However, he had no intention of explaining himself. Others sought to accompany Goku for their own benefit, a notion he had long abandoned. Initially, he might have entertained such thoughts, but after gathering over 2,000 stellar energies and undergoing 3 unique transformations under the sun, he no longer required it. The only reason he chose to remain on Earth was for the rapid access to divinity. Who knows why he still could not sense the divine realm as presence. Only by acquiring more knowledge could he swiftly dissect the essence of the divine and thus gain mastery over it. The Divine Elephant Suppression technique was flawed. Even at its peak, it would only yield a combat power of 25.2 billion. While it might be slightly higher now, it was still far from adequate. The disparity between 25.2 billion and 50.4 billion combat power was negligible at higher levels that if he desired stability. He must innovate a new technique from the Divine Elephant Suppression, at least one that could elevate him to the pinnacle within the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, experiencing a transformation akin to the legendary 9 changes seemed a feasible method. All of this was inextricably linked to the divine and other dimensions, which compelled him to remain on Earth. However, being on Earth did not mean he would tolerate Goku's absurd ideologies that in pursuit of power. He would not resort to unscrupulous methods, yet he would not allow the ignorance of others to hinder him. His voice was exceptionally grave. "Leave, or I shall suppress you along with the rest." Goku, adopting a serious combat stance, retorted, "I will not fear you." Sak could only laugh in disbelief. With a 100-fold gap, even compared to Piccolo, how could Goku hope to match him? A mere thought sent a powerful gust of wind spiraling through the air, sending Goku flying far away before he could react. Silence enveloped the area. Upon hearing Sak's words, Carrick too trembled. For reasons unknown, he felt that the small creature with the long tail was still present, and the formidable being before him seemed to have restrained himself considerably. Yet now, he was unabashedly exerting immense pressure upon him. Carrick felt a liquid force within him teetering on the brink of escape. Trembling, he crawled on the ground. "Are you not going to unleash the hell vortex?" Sak's cold voice rang out. Carrick was on the verge of tears. After finally breaking free from his bonds, why did he have to encounter such a figure? What was the point of seizing the position of a deity if he must cower like a beast before this malevolent force? The being before him seemed like the master of all, his moods fluctuating with the elements around him, a feat unattainable even by AGOD this moment. Carrick wished to perform his technique, but the overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile. How could he possibly execute it? Carrick's heart ached, yet he remained silent, stifling his frustration. Realizing that Carrick was incapable of moving, Sak withdrew his oppressive aura. He found increasing pleasure in this display of power. It was remarkably effective against those of lesser strength. A guaranteed success with each application. With a sense of grievance, Carrick too rose and unleashed the hell vortex at Sak, seemingly attempting to vent his pent-up fury. A forceful suction enveloped Sak, who sensed the familiar aura of the underworld. Causing the giant elephant to stir restlessly, Sak's expression remained impassive as he accelerated the execution of his technique. The transformation that had previously stalled began to resume, albeit sluggishly. Not enough? Far from sufficient. Sak sighed internally, contemplating his next move. Chapter 63. No one can see through Sak. The spatial talisman had been condensed, yet Sak was in no rush to complete the void transformation. However, if neither the demon realm nor the underworld could support him in this endeavor, his only option lay in the divine energy and aura. Given the current pace, coupled with the divine realm, the likelihood of completing the spatial talisman and the void transformation was minuscule. Damn it. I didn't anticipate that the void transformation would necessitate such diverse energies from different dimensions. What to do? If I fail this time, I will surely have to wait for Zamasu to appear. He pondered whether his combat power of 25.2 billion, when combined with the Super Saiyan transformation, would be sufficient to prevail. Sak had not expected that mastering such potent techniques in the Dragon Ball universe would prove to be so arduous. Time was of the essence. The rules of this world were exceedingly stringent. In other realms, he could afford to take decades or even centuries to devise a plan, but not in the Dragon Ball universe. A single misstep could mean falling irretrievably behind the destined protagonist. Goku's rise in strength was exponentially rapid, while Vegeta, the most talented practitioner, clung to Goku's pace through sheer pride and indomitable spirit. Leaving Sak devoid of confidence, Sak's calmness was predicated on the assurance of acquiring absolute self-preservation power in the face of cosmic annihilation. He still had access to the other dimension, yet remained sealed, uncharted, and he wondered if he could make any progress within a decade. After the void transformation, there would still be numerous elements to master. The 5 elements, yin and yang, domains, spirits, stars, and immortality. Among these, domains and stars posed no challenge for him. Once successful, even if he could not transform his body, he would possess the strength of a demigod. At that point, he should be able to transform the giant elephant into the primordial elephant. Achieving invincibility within the Dragon Ball universe, Sack's gaze flickered as the colossal elephant voraciously absorbed the energies emanating from the furnace, continuously coalescing spatial runes. The transformation of the void was paramount. These spatial runes would permeate his flesh and bones, nurturing an entirely new physique, akin to his very blood cells. His body was destined to enter a new realm, becoming more formidable, with space serving him as water does to fish, utterly unencumbered. Thus, the transformation of the void was exceedingly crucial. The greater the absorption of otherworldly energy, the more refined the spatial runes would become, ultimately augmenting his power. As the sovereign-level technique, the Divine Elephant Suppression art necessitated vast amounts of otherworldly energy, even at its most basic level, to satiate its needs. Only through gradual metamorphosis, ascending to the divine physique, could the transformation of the great elephant into the primordial form become a possibility, that he would then stand at the pinnacle of invincibility, causing all gods, demons, and countless specters to tremble in fear and lament. "You too, intensify your efforts," he commanded. Bick and Carrick too felt nauseated, struggling to maintain their grasp on the 2 colossal gates. Their strength was simply inadequate for such sustained control. Furthermore, they too were subjected to the onslaught of these storms. Were it not for Sack's heaven and earth furnace, which was sufficiently domineering and absorbing immense energy, they would have long since succumbed, plummeting into the demon realm or hell. Above them, a third of the sky was shrouded in inky darkness, as if countless demons were baring their fangs. Another third was a gloomy expanse filled with wails of tormented souls, while the remaining third basked in bright sunlight, devoid of any whisper of wind. With the invasion of 2 alien realms, the natural environment of Earth, this mortal planet could not withstand the onslaught. It appeared resplendent, yet was, in truth, suffocated by a sense of death. My lord, it is not that I am unwilling. I can only do so much. Carrick too lamented, his face a mask of despair, drenched in sweat. Bick, on the other hand, remained unaffected, his strength inexhaustible as he maintained the highest intensity of the demon realm gate, supported by Sack's furnace. The pressure was manageable. Carrick too, however, was not so fortunate that Sack's eyes glinted with cold light. This individual was not as formidable as he had imagined. Most, his combat power barely reached several thousand. Even with some assistance later, it would only rise to tens of thousands, still reliant on external forces. From this perspective, the help he could provide was minimal. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sack, Carrick too dared not utter another word and spat blood in fear. "The hell vortex, open, open, open," he cried in despair. Yet, even so, the vortex barely opened a fraction. Sack's murderous intent showed no signs of abating. 2 streams of sweat trickled down, saturating the ground beneath them. He was terrified, truly fearing for his life. My lord, I still have my uses. When the demon realm and earth converge, I can unleash a power 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold greater. Carrick too, not being foolish, recognized Sack's intentions, facing this being capable of devouring energies from both the demon realm and hell. He felt no inclination to disrespect him. His only source of confidence lay in the hell vortex, which Sack treated as mere sustenance. There was no comparison, and it would be foolish to remain unafraid. Sack suppressed his murderous intent. Acting now would be futile. In the celestial hall, the deity's expression darkened. "Bobo, look at him. What does he think the earth is?" A dining table. "Damn it. The earth is under siege by the energies of the demon realm and hell. Is it still the earth? Once the spatial integrity weakens, the malevolent spirits of hell and the demons of the demon realm could roam freely upon earth. Would chaos not ensue? Who will protect earth then? I must assign personnel to suppress even a single rift from the demon realm." The deity's murderous intent surged, unprecedentedly agitated. Sak's actions were utterly detestable, poised to bring immeasurable calamity to Earth. This cannot stand. He must be restrained, or Earth shall face annihilation. Sak paid no heed to the deity's turmoil, observing Carrick-2 as he weighed his options. Ultimately discarding his plans, he was not concerned about Carrick-2's potential growth. Even if he developed further, reaching a combat power of 7 million was unlikely in his current state of transformation. Even Frisia might not intimidate him, let alone this minor demon. Dabo, accompany son Wukong, and undergo rigorous training on Earth. Dabo stood respectfully, taken aback as the flames of conflict unexpectedly ignited around him. He had believed that the king merely sought to punish him, as long as he stayed by the king's side. He could learn and grow, but now, it seemed he was being exiled. Bang! Dabo knelt, sending up clouds of dust. My lord, Dabo acknowledges his mistakes. I implore you not to cast me away. Sak smiled gently. Dabo, do you think I'm banishing you? Dabo lowered his head further, cold sweat cascading down. Remember, son Wukong's potential far exceeds your imagination. Why training with him, you will grow rapidly. You are no longer suited to remain by my side. Dabo trembled. My lord, is this truly your decision? Sak, perceiving Dabo's hesitation and anxiety, softened his tone. Still, I say, return to the 100,000 mark, and you will understand why. Those observing were left bewildered. Who was this individual, with emotions so volatile? Sak's hand trembled, and a translucent seal, radiant with energy, appeared in his palm, exuding an air of noble elegance. Chapter 64. Sealing the Power. The seal departed Sak's palm, embedding itself in Dabo's forehead. This seal contained 1/3 of my strength, with a combat power of less than 4 million, making it impossible to break, yet granted only 3 opportunities, and the control method has been conveyed to you. Go. Dabo bowed respectfully, turning to fly towards the direction where son Wukong had departed. He would fulfill Sak's words without fail. The granting of the seal indicated that he was not entirely cast aside. As long as he exerted effort, he could surely return to the king's side, alleviating much of Dabo's worry. However, Sak's words left those who overheard in shock. With 1/3 of his power equating to 4 million, did that not imply Sak possessed a terrifying combat power of 12 million? What a fearsome figure! Though they lacked a clear understanding of what such combat power entailed, they could vaguely sense Sak's formidable prowess. Continue, until I command you to cease, Sak commanded coldly. The spatial runes would undoubtedly not coalesce. Yet accumulating more foundational strength was beneficial. As Sak's power waned, the demon realm erupted in a violent roar. The Earth's spatial fabric tore asunder, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energies that swiftly spread outward. In the celestial hall, the deity trembled, anxiously tapping his staff. It's over, it's over. I should not have hesitated. Such terrifying demons emerging is catastrophic. Bobo observed in silent disbelief. In such a brief span, Sak had already conjured numerous calamities. The deities would undoubtedly require even more time to respond. Could the deities venture into hell and return with formidable allies to maintain order? Sak gazed at the demonic entities, his eyes narrowing, a surge of malevolence rising within him. Before the great elephant, the demons dared to act recklessly. Enraged, the elephant roared and leaped directly into the demon realm. Sak observed coldly, quietly absorbing the energies of the demon realm. Soon, the tremor subsided as the great elephant surged into Sak's being. Bick and Carrick-2 stood dumbfounded. Was this a monkey or a colossal elephant? After half a day, Sak signaled to them that he had absorbed sufficient energy. Continuing any further would yield little benefit. What remained was primarily a matter of accumulation. Transcending the mere absorption of energy from these two realms, Sak's aura expanded, permeating a 20-mile radius, thoroughly infiltrating every nook and cranny, leaving not a trace unaccounted for in heaven or earth. Earth was currently ill-equipped to handle the energies from these alternate dimensions. Even a minuscule remnant could potentially taint the entire planet, with certain creatures possibly transforming into demonic or ghostly entities. Sak aimed to eradicate these latent threats in one fell swoop. As Sak exerted his formidable will over this space, the atmosphere became tumultuous. and swirling sands began to coalesce into various sized earthen blades, resonating with Sac and collectively applying pressure against the diverse energies emanating from the alternate dimensions. When Bick and the second heir of Calyx ceased their actions, Sac devoted his full strength to suppressing the vortexes of the demon realm and hell. A cold glint flickered in Bick's eyes. At this moment, he felt confident in his ability to force Sac into the demon realm. With a combat power of 25,000, his strength had reached unprecedented heights, and his ambitions once again surged within him. After much hesitation, Bick ultimately abandoned this notion that IT was simply too precarious. Sac's lips curled into a slight smirk. His eyes filled with regret. IT was wise of Bick to hold back. Should he dare to act rashly, Sac would undoubtedly obliterate him. Unfortunately for Sac, Bick's restraint meant that he too would not survive. Suddenly, Sac's fierce aura faltered, as if confronted by a tremendous impact, his complexion shifting dramatically as he retreated in a flash. This is bad. The Dark Lord Bick and the second heir of Calyx were taken aback. And before they could react, a powerful suction force acted upon them. Damn it. Both erupted in frustration as a transparent energy barrier rose from within their bodies. Help! The second heir of Calyx, the weakest among them, could barely withstand the force for 10 seconds before faltering, his feet carving furrows into the ground as he was inexorably drawn toward the rift into the demon realm. The Dark Lord Bick was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his steps first retreating and then, under the rift's pull, inching closer to the demon realm. Damn you! What are you doing? Bick roared in a twisted fury to AT this point. How could he remain oblivious to Sac's machinations? Sac sat calmly, the scene appearing tranquil and undisturbed. Yet upon his withdrawal, the overwhelming pressure of this place was laid bare. Sac had long since planned to eliminate the two of them. A cold smile graced Sac's lips as he conjured two brilliant energy orbs in his hands. The mere space of the demon realm might not suffice to vanquish Bick and the second heir of Calyx. To preempt future complications, it would be prudent to act decisively. Be cautious. This space is too potent. Brace yourselves. The heavy tone resounded as Sac unleashed his vast energy. Without a hint of doubt, the Dark Lord Bick was engulfed, drawn into the demon realm. Boom! The energy erupted violently, and Calyx's second heir perished without uttering a word. While Bick, battered and bruised, fought to resist, Sac paid no heed, his formidable aura coalescing in his palm as transparent energy runes ignited throughout the space. Sac lifted his gaze, calmly observing the shattered realm of the demon world. Damn you! You shall pay for this treachery. Sac remained unfazed. Perhaps Bick could survive in the demon realm, but he would never withstand the rift's energies. The rules of the dragon were not particularly robust. Bick would be torn apart within the fissures, his strength gradually dissipating. Only after Bick's essence had faded did Sac employ sealing symbols to suppress the two alternate dimensions to avert any mishaps. He refrained from using the seals to absorb the energies from the two spaces, instead weaving the Earth's vital essence to mend the rift. The world possessed a self-healing capability. As long as it remained unscathed in the short term, it would return to its former state. Having resolved the predicament, Sac utilized his abilities to once again instruct Debo, ensuring there were no complications before vanishing from the Earth. He gone, just like that. The celestial being gazed incredulously at the spot where Sac had vanished. Bobo, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied calmly, Indeed, he has left, but where could he have gone? Why did he disappear so suddenly? The celestial being fretted anxiously. Sac was an unpredictable variable, and his sudden departure was deeply concerning. Bobo remained silent, standing resolutely to Sac's recent upheaval had caused the celestial being much anxiety. Though brief, the chaos had spawned numerous complications. The celestial being searched diligently across the Earth. No, he is truly gone. He is not on this planet. Indeed, he is absent. The celestial being pondered deeply before raising his head, his expression unusually grave. Bobo, go and summon the Earth's esteemed martial artist to the celestial palace for training. Even Bobo, usually unfazed, felt a strange shock. What was the celestial being's intent? Observing the serious demeanor of the celestial being, Bobo nodded earnestly. It seemed Sac had exerted considerable pressure on the celestial being. who now sought to place his hopes upon Sun Wukong. The celestial being's gaze wandered, but his mind was consumed by a singular question. He was a Namekian. Where were his fellow Namekians? Why was he alone on Earth? And why had he lost his memory? What manner of race were the Namekians? Sak regarded the astonished Nailu and the Grand Elder. "Excuse me, may I pass?" Chapter 65, Farewell, Reina. Sak awkwardly addressed the Grand Elder. His earlier instantaneous movement had been rather suave, yet he had forgotten that with only 7 million in combat power, he was incapable of sensing Reina, who was far away on Planet Salad. With a sudden inspiration, he opted to sense Nailu, whose combat power was still commendable. "Hello, Nailu. Your combat power is impressive. It has reached 60,000. Sak forcibly shifted the topic, scrutinizing Nailu from head to toe. Typically, it would take another 11 years for Nyla's combat power to reach 40,000 during Frisia's invasion. Now, having attained 60,000 years in advance, he might reach around 100,000 by the time Frisia arrived. Undoubtedly, his training had been spurred by Sak's visit with Reina, which had motivated Nailu to intensify his efforts, resulting in his current prowess. This development was rather intriguing. After his intervention, the future incarnation of the demon child, Big 2, would surely experience a significant power boost. It was no exaggeration to say he could achieve over 200,000. Previously, with Nyla's 40,000 combined with Big's few thousand, their joint combat power had soared to 100,000. Now, hypothetically, if Nyla's 100,000 fused with Big's 200,000, their combined strength could reach several million, if any unexpected anomalies arose among them. Could they not potentially reach billions? If Big were to return and merge with the celestial being, would their combat power not skyrocket into the tens of billions? A mysterious smile graced Sak's lips. This world was becoming increasingly captivating. Sak's peculiar grin startled Nailu. "What are you up to? I warn you, I'm not one to be trifled with," Sak quickly realized, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Oh please, if you think you're not one to be trifled with, then what about me? How did you come to possess such thoughts, considering you are a peace-loving Namekian?" Sak retorted sharply, causing Nailu's face to flush crimson. The Grand Elder watched the exchange with a smile. "Good lad. Do you have something to discuss?" Only then did Sak adopt a serious tone. "Grand Elder, I truly am just passing through. Did I wish to return home? But I cannot discern my location at the moment. Hence, I opted to teleport here as I am familiar with Nailu." The Grand Elder nodded. "Oh, you require assistance?" "No, not at all." Sak chuckled. After all, he was now a martial expert with combat power in the millions and hardly needed the Grand Elder's help. With fingers poised like a sword, he pointed to his forehead and vanished in a flash. Upon reappearing, Sak found himself wandering aimlessly. How strange. Where was this? There was a powerful energy present. However, the ground of this planet felt remarkably comfortable, soft, and yielding. Just as he remarked, the ground trembled, soil cascading down, and a strange cry echoed, sending ripples through the air. He gazed up to see the distant mountains steadily lowering. Sak's eyes widened in astonishment. "What in the world is that colossal creature?" he exclaimed, disappearing once more. "Wait, no, that energy is quite peculiar." Sak stood upon the planet, allowing the peculiar gazes of the passing extraterrestrial beings to scrutinize him. Anyone would feel a twinge of unease when suddenly surrounded by strangers. Unable to fathom the situation, Sak decided to sit cross-legged, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Oddly, that energy seemed to hold great significance for me, yet I cannot recall its precise function at this moment. With a concentrated frown, Sak delved deeply into thought. After a quarter of an hour, his eyes snapped open, brimming with excitement. Could it be? With bated breath and focused intent, his right hand formed into a pointed gesture. "Let me investigate. Perhaps there is something to uncover." After a prolonged period of careful sensing, Sak's eyes widened in astonishment. How peculiar! Why can I no longer perceive that energy? It was so formidable. How could it elude my senses? Unbeknownst to Sak, after he departed, the creature did not continue its fury, but instead fell into a profound silence, sending a heavy wave of energy rippling across the entire planet, ultimately merging with it entirely. This was akin to the creature transforming into the very planet itself. How could one sense a planet? It would naturally render any attempts futile. Exhaling deeply, he thought, well, there is no rush. I shall remember this sector of the cosmos where the mech star resides and search for it gradually. Or perhaps connect with the King of Worlds in the future to seek assistance. Sack maintained a relaxed demeanor. The inability to find it now was not pressing. He was still uncertain when his own transformation would reach completion. Fretting over it was of no use. Just as he regained his composure, he noticed something amiss. Everyone around him was staring with peculiar expressions. How strange. Is there something wrong with me? With a flick of his tail, he finally realized, a sudden slap to his forehead. My identity as a Scion has been exposed. Sack could only manage a wry smile. His identity and visage were hardly secrets in the vast universe. Frisia's faction might be oblivious, but many planets in the Righteous Alliance likely possessed his likeness. He had not anticipated that after more than a decade, these individuals would still remember him. Were they so idle as to recall a villain from over 10 years ago? Without further ado, he vanished from the planet once more. The inhabitants of the planet finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sack was notorious throughout the cosmos, despite the belief that he had perished. His formidable reputation lingered, that he was the man who single-handedly challenged a significant portion of the universe's righteous forces, a fierce individual capable of dismantling spaceships with sheer strength. Being in the presence of such a person was undeniably daunting. Among the crowd of aliens, a few whispered furtively that that Sack? It seems to be him. That wasn't it said that Jinyu and those 5 repugnant fellows had eliminated him. How could he possibly appear here? I am unsure whether we should report this to King Gula. Certainly, but should we notify Frisia's side? Why are you worrying about that? Frisia has nothing to do with us. We are merely spies dispatched by King Gula across the cosmos. Even if we need to inform someone, it will be King Gula's decision. You are fretting over nothing. Besides, do you know if Frisia's people are even present here? That is a valid point. Let us report to King Gula, informing him that Sack is still alive. Wait, if Sack is not dead, could it mean that the group of Scion children he saved back then is also alive? The group fell silent for a moment before hastily departing. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. In the universe, there should only be 4 Scions remaining. Vegeta and his companions, along with that individual who escaped from Frisia's forces. As spies for Gula's faction, this was all they knew. All of this remained unbeknownst to Sack. After several instances of instantaneous movement, he finally sensed Reyna's energy. Only over 100,000? Reyna has been slacking in her training. After frowning, Sack vanished from another planet and reappeared beside Reyna. After more than a decade, Reyna had not changed significantly. The Scion race remained youthful until adulthood, after which they maintained their youthful appearance until old age. Who is it? Reyna, seated in the grand hall, suddenly changed countenance and exclaimed loudly. Sack nodded silently. Her strength was lacking, but her alertness was commendable. Speaking in a deep voice, he declared, "It is I, Chapter 66. Like a deity." Instilling awe in the Scion race, Reyna's expression was filled with astonishment, and after a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, she inquired with a trembling voice, "Sack? It is truly you? I send it?" Sack regarded the exuberant Reyna with a faint smile. "Yes, it is I. However, it seems," Sack surveyed the surroundings, noting the emptiness of the grand hall, which bore a striking resemblance to Planet Vegeta. It appeared that little had improved. The planet Salad had long been destroyed, and its reappearance in the original location should not pose significant trouble. The Scions of here were hardly noble beings, and it was unlikely that any race capable of threatening the Scions existed in the vicinity. Or perhaps even none at all. Without external enemies, Reyna should have been fully capable of leading the surviving Scions to thrive. However, the current situation was far from ideal. The condition of the Scions could not be described as utterly dismal. Yet it was certainly not favorable. Reyna's cheeks flushed. Previously, she was merely an ordinary combat Scion, not even a squad leader, and had no understanding of management. Now, she was tasked with overseeing over 100 individuals. A responsibility she was utterly unprepared for. She could only replicate previous methods, which were utterly inadequate. Had it not been for her formidable strength and the reliability of the selected individuals, most of whom were Scion children, they would have encountered serious issues long ago. Presently, the Scions resembled a feral tribe, entirely unrestrained. "I am sorry. Sack stepped forward and affectionately ruffled her hair. "It is nothing. This is my fault for taking too long." Reyna pouted slightly. As a battle-type Scion, she seldom displayed such vulnerability. Were it not for the excessive energy expenditure and profound sense of grievance she felt, along with her reliance on Sack, she would not have shown such a childlike demeanor. "It is all right. I will take over from here. Your combat prowess has fallen behind somewhat. Focus on enhancing your strength." Reyna nodded silently. "Should I gather them?" Sack's gaze shimmered with intrigue. "Yes." Reyna turned and exited. Sack was puzzled, but soon understood the reason, his lips twitching. This situation was still his fault. None among the Scions possessed expertise in technology. He had abandoned Reyna and the others, solely preoccupied with addressing the complications within his own body. Without considering their circumstances in his mind, Reyna had at least a combat power of over 40,000, as long as she did not encounter Frisia and his perverse minions. Leading a group of several thousand Scions should pose no problem. The reality was that within their vast kin, they lacked even basic technology. The spaceship they arrived in had long since depleted its fuel, leaving them stranded. Communicate. They could only rely on manual flight. In an instant, he vanished from the Grand Hall, reappearing beside Reyna. With a swift gesture, a powerful aura transformed into an invisible hand, grasping the fleeing Scions. Upon sudden control, the Scions wore expressions of panic. "What is happening?" Sack observed them clearly, his helplessness deepening. These individuals had grown complacent here, their vigilance nearly extinguished at IT's eye. There is no need for alarm. After Sack spoke, the Scions stumbled and fell. They regarded him warily, and upon closer inspection, their brows furrowed deeply. Had Reyna not been present, and had he not possessed a tail, they might have reacted violently. "Tate, this is King Sack." Reyna, unable to bear the situation, spoke sternly. Only then did the Scion, named Tate, snap back to reality. "However, Queen Reyna, no spaceships have returned recently." Sack had encountered this individual before, but they were not well acquainted. He had not anticipated such obstinacy. "What? The Queen can teleport. Do you think I cannot?" He would naturally not offend Reyna. And when others spoke of her with such reverence, he instinctively followed suit. It was then that Tate realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly knelt on one knee. This was the custom during Vegeta's era, and it had not changed under Reyna's rule. He was accustomed to this act of submission. Sack furrowed his brow and, with a mere gesture, unleashed an overwhelming force upon Tate, compelling him to rise involuntarily. Tate stared in astonishment at Sack, pondering the true extent of this king, whom he had only encountered a few times. They had only heard of his might through Reyna's words, aside from their own recent power enhancements. They had never witnessed such strength firsthand. From now on, kneeling is unnecessary that we, the inhabitants of Planet Vegeta, shall abolish any acts that demean personal dignity. Without allowing Tate a moment to respond, Sack's immense aura surged, connecting with the very essence of the planet, creating a rhythmic tremor that resonated throughout. "All Scions on Planet Vegeta, I am Sack, the king of the new Scion clan, and I have returned. Assemble at Queen Reyna's palace within 2 hours, or face annihilation." The reason Sack allowed such a time frame was due to sensing over 200 low-power beings whose combat capabilities were insufficient for immediate arrival. With his colossal energy, reserves, and knowledge from Planet Adrat and Namek, executing such feats was effortless for him. This display astonished not only Tate, but even Reyna herself. What method was this? It was unfathomable, leaving them both in awe of Sack's formidable power. After the initial shock, Tate was left with nothing but admiration. An endless admiration. He sensed a vast energy emanating from Sack. Initially serene, it violently expanded into the cosmos, and then returned to calm, before a resounding voice echoed forth. Tate could not discern the reach of this proclamation, but it was certain that every Scion would hear it, spanning at least 1,000 kilometers. The king's terrifying might raised a question among them. Could they aspire to such heights? After all, Queen Reyna was selfless, and King Sack had previously uplifted their strength. Sack retracted his aura, standing still. 2 hours were, but a trifle, as the star shifted, twilight cloaked the sky, and the Scions began to appear. Sack watched with satisfaction as, within the allotted time, all the Scions on planet Solata gathered. Noticing their curious gazes, Sack unleashed his overwhelming aura without hesitation. Except for Raynor, all the Scions faltered, gritting their teeth and collapsing to the ground. Strangely, as long as they knelt in reverence without harboring thoughts of rebellion, they felt no pressure. However, the moment they contemplated resistance, an immense weight bore down upon them, as if a colossal mountain were crushing them. The Scions regarded Sack with the utmost reverence, as if he were a deity. Who am I? Some may have forgotten, but the hatred for Frisia, who annihilated Planet Vegeta and our kin, should never fade. The Scions stood in silence, fervently fixated on Sack. This is the last time I shall command you to kneel. From now on, Scions shall stand tall before me and the Queen. No longer shall we bow. Their eyes gleamed with fervor. They were inherently inclined to submit to the strong that Sack's actions proved far more effective than mere discourse. After a brief silence, they erupted into a thunderous cheer. Yes, King Sack. Observing their fervor, Sack chose to temper their enthusiasm. Chapter 67. Elevating the combat power of the Scions. I shall merely observe, never intervene. His voice, infused with energy, resonated like the tolling of a bell, yet it struck at the heart of their very being. The Queen's combat power is 107,000. Mine is 7 million. Frisia's is 120 million. The once enthusiastic crowd fell into stunned silence. The chasm of disparity was daunting. How could they ever hope to catch up? Sack surveyed the increasingly despondent and agitated crowd, letting out a cold snort that shattered their stupor with a wave of immense pressure. Thus, your strength is insufficient. Far from adequate, that moment, a bold Scion dared to voice his thoughts. King Sack, we have trained for so long, but our growth is agonizingly slow. It feels impossible to catch up. That the smirk crept across Sack's face, revealing a hint of wicked charm, that I can assist you in rapidly enhancing your power. Before the Scions could rejoice, they felt the vanished pressure re-emerge, now exerting extreme force upon them, nearly pushing them to their limits, but a few of the more resilient Scions managed to raise their heads. Staring at Sack in bewilderment, they were perplexed. Why would the king act in such a manner? Just moments ago, he had seemed divine, yet now he appeared as a malevolent force. They sensed that while his initial display was to intimidate, his current intent felt genuinely lethal. Tragically, they could not even perceive the murderous intent. Sack's actions were akin to crushing an ant beneath his foot. And Scion could withstand this, and they began to spit blood and collapse. Strangely, once severely injured, the pressure vanished completely. Even so, they were on the brink of death, lying feebly on the ground. Raynor stood quietly beside Sack, silent as ever. She understood his intentions and would not question his actions for the sake of these Scions. The pressure had dissipated entirely, and among the surviving Scions on Solata, none could withstand Sack's casual assault. Sack gazed at the 100 or so fallen Scions, taking a deep breath, like a massive elephant. He expelled air forcefully as his energy surged within him. He directed his energy along specific pathways. The sharp, aggressive aura gradually faded, replaced by a vibrant life force. Sack skillfully manipulated his energy, altering its nature using the technique of the Divine Elephant in the Dragon Ball universe. Energy was categorized into two main types, offensive and supportive. Offensive energy primarily sought to inflict harm, while supportive energy encompassed many functions, including healing, instant transmission, and time manipulation, among others. However, in this realm, pure offensive energy lacked healing capabilities, and healing energy fell short in terms of destructive power. Sack had now mastered the ability to convert these energies at will. Once he completed 9 transformations, his power attributes would undergo a complete metamorphosis, enabling him to achieve all effects without needing to convert energy internally. With a mere thought, his energy could both heal and possess formidable offensive capabilities. A wave of green mist enveloped the ailing Scion crowd. Sack's strength allowed him to execute this action with ease, ensuring that the Scions would not face life-threatening danger. As the green mist spread, it enveloped all Scions present. Rainer wore a faint smile. Indeed, Sack's intervention was grand. This maneuver was far more impactful than the numbers he had recited. Following this ordeal, the Scions would see their combat power double at the very least. Potentially even triple. As the green mist dissipated, a surge of violent energy erupted into the sky. How could this be? My power has increased by over 2.5 times. Mine has tripled. This is simply unbelievable. Strengthening one's power had never been this simple. The Scions, now aware of their enhanced abilities, let loose their pent-up excitement. The air crackled with energy, and dust swirled around them as Rainer's expression darkened. This group of Scions displayed an alarming lack of reverence. Cease this at once, quiet down, or I shall personally intervene. Despite her years of authority, her commands still held sway. With her shout, the Scions exchanged wary glances and reigned in their exuberance, the once tumultuous atmosphere gradually settling into an eerie silence. They gazed at Sack with reverence, their fear of Rainer palpable. This behavior among the Scions was unacceptable. Reform was necessary. As Sack spoke to the gathered crowd, time rewound to an earlier moment in the stillness of the cosmos. A spaceship traversed the path of the Solata star system. Boss, we've detected a massive energy fluctuation, but it vanished quickly. It must be something precious, one of the crew members exclaimed excitedly in the control room. Where the hell would a treasure come from in this barren region? Have you lost your mind? The captain retorted, bewildered, but the energy fluctuation truly resembled something of value. What nonsense! Surely, it must be the energy storm resulting from a cosmic explosion. How could there possibly be treasures? I told you, yet you still refute me. Has your mind gone awry? Goodness gracious, we possess the latest star maps, and this star system has no planets whatsoever. Just as the leader finished speaking, another subordinate suddenly became agitated. Planets, energy, I can sense it. The leader is correct. The leader hesitated. Observing this, one subordinate grew anxious. Over a decade ago, a fellow pirate had seized numerous energy blocks, only to be pursued by the Galactic Patrol. Although the patrol issued a bounty, the pirate vanished without a trace and has not been seen since. The interstellar pirates speculated that the patrol had eliminated them, fearing backlash for their inhumanity, which is why they claimed the pirates had escaped and issued a bounty. Their speculation had merit. The stolen energy blocks held immense value, and had they truly escaped, the patrol would have launched a massive search. Yet, they merely issued a bounty, and there was no sign of the patrol scouring for their comrade, which certainly raises questions. Thus, everyone believed the patrol had dispatched that group of pirates. Now, they found themselves in a similar predicament, being hunted by the Galactic Patrol. For the sake of treasure, the patrol is hot on our heels, and the universe may soon issue another ignored bounty, leaving them entombed within this desolate star system. The losses could be immense, a case of more harm than good. It would be wiser to exercise caution. Leader, we have the Galactic Patrol behind us that if we delay too long, it could spell disaster. Brother, we must learn from the missteps of previous pirates and steer clear. Before the subordinate could finish, the one piloting the spaceship suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Leader, there's a significant fluctuation, but it lasts only a brief moment. That energy surge is potent. It's undoubtedly a treasure, a grand treasure. The subordinate who had been advising the leader felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Treasure? You must be joking. There's a whole pack of Galactic Patrol behind us. Are you willing to risk it all for a treasure? You may not care for your life, but you drag the entire pirate crew into danger. Are you not afraid of meeting your demise before your venture even begins? The leader found himself increasingly conflicted. The subordinate certainly wouldn't deceive them. Gritting his teeth, he suggested, Let us just observe. We're merely fleeing. We will not engage. Chapter 68. Another group of pirates, the Scion new crew of the Sharada planet. The advising subordinate rolled his eyes. What difference is there between this and just idly standing by? If we rush in, can you truly abandon it? We'll surely be doomed, unable to even crawl away. Focus on escaping, he continued. Why indulge in greed? Leader, we truly cannot proceed this way. The Galactic Patrol is right behind us. Should an incident occur, the commotion continued as the Emperor's tower vanished, and then Yang Qi appeared in the realm of shadows. I say, you are pathetic, fearing this and that. Are you even a pirate? Exactly. We are pirates. Why fear the pitiful galactic patrol? Unless the Frisia force arrives, it's hardly a concern. Indeed, why fear at all? Our ship has sensors have detected energy. It must be a supreme treasure. Just think of the wealth we could acquire. Moreover, this area has no planets. It must be a natural treasure of the cosmos. Heaven's gifts should not be spurned, or one will face consequences. Understand? Fool, go read more. Laughter and ridicule erupted among the crew. The advising subordinate felt his face flush with anger. This group was utterly foolish, unworthy of strategizing with danger at their heels. They were still indulging in the whims of their desires. What madness! The Galactic Patrol, no matter how incompetent, would catch up, and they would have no means to resist. Unbeknownst to them, as the crew continued to mock the advisor, their leader began to swell with pride. They were right. There was no need for concern. They were merely running, reluctant to waste time and resources. Should the Galactic Patrol dare pursue, they would retaliate fiercely, leaving them in disarray. Oh, mighty leader! How formidable! The subordinates cheered, lavishing praise upon him. Yet the leader's heart raced. Such commendations, while seemingly positive, were best avoided. You all, change your praises and steer the ship closer to the source of the energy burst. The subordinate who had mentioned the planetary readings was left dumbfounded. What? We detected a planet with our ship. The rest of the area is uncertain, but the star maps here must be flawed. Is it that no one believes what I say? He chose silence that a renowned cosmic being once proclaimed. Silence, oh silence. One either erupts in silence or dies within it, that if there were indeed planets behind them, they would surely reveal themselves. 3 days later, the ship was filled with wails and howls. See, I told you it would erupt. I said the ship detected a planet. Yet you all ignored me. How despicable. All the pirates were bewildered. They possessed the most advanced star maps, and it was impossible for there to be a planet here. What then was that round object in front of the ship? It was not a mere ball. It was indeed a planet. This planet was not even on the star map. Perhaps it was an original planet that appeared out of thin air, possibly holding some mysterious treasures. Maximize the ship's scanning functions. Let us charge forth. This time, whoever finds the good stuff will be handsomely rewarded. Upon hearing the word reward, the excitement in the subordinates faded, replaced by a leisurely demeanor. Their leader, when not mentioning rewards, could still provide for them. However, once the word reward was uttered, the outcome was rarely favorable. The leader's lips twitched. What? Do you look down upon me? The subordinates were undeterred, responding in unison with disdain. Leader, if you hadn't mentioned rewards, we might have rallied, but your rewards are utterly tasteless. The brothers do not believe in them. The leader's lips twitched again, his eyelids fluttering. Humph. The Galactic Patrol is right behind us. Should they discover us, it would be troublesome. Not to mention the energy we waste evading them. Let us land on that planet quickly and resolve this matter swiftly. The younger brethren, upon hearing this, immediately rallied their spirits and deftly maneuvered the spacecraft towards the planet that lay before them. Unbeknownst to them, this very planet was Salada, the one that Sac had vowed to restore, currently home to over 160 Scions. These Scions, having suffered at the hands of Sac just 3 days prior, found most of their combat prowess diminished to below 5,000, with only a select few retaining power around the 1,000 mark. A handful of exceptional warriors had reached 30,000. Aside from Sac and Reyna, Salada was inhabited by 13 adult Scions. After enhancing their combat abilities, Sac had formed 2 royal squads dedicated to safeguarding the Scion Palace, as well as the Queen and himself. Given Sac's current strength, he could effortlessly annihilate these so-called royal squads. However, it was merely a matter of maintaining appearances and establishing protocols for the future prosperity of their race. A formidable guardian force was essential for the king of the Scions. The universe's dominators, Bagu, and Wooly were 3 of the 4 who had escaped from Planet Vegeta alongside Sac. They were originally part of a small team, the 4th member being Ba, who had perished on Vegeta. The other was Debo, who had since surpassed them, boasting a combat power exceeding 100,000 and currently facing punishment on Earth, accompanying Son Goku. Additionally, there were Ifa, Tate, and 10 others. The royal squads were led by Ifa and Tate, each commanding a team consisting of 1 adult Scion and 4 youth Scions. forming a 6-member unit. Each member of the royal squad boasted a combat power no lower than 5,000, with SAC demanding that within a year, all combat powers surpassed 20,000, and the captains reached no less than 50,000. That although this strength still fell short of the Ginyu Force, it was nonetheless impressive. With continued effort, they might find themselves capable of routinely overpowering the Ginyu Force during the impending crisis on Namek. The remaining 8, Bagoo, and another tall Scion, Hark, formed the enforcement team, each leading 1 adult Scion and 8 youth Scions, culminating in a 30-member enforcement squad responsible for managing the Scions and upholding SAC's newly established regulations. Currently, SAC could only refer to these as regulations, not laws, as the Scion population was far too sparse, numbering merely 160 or so. Even more perplexing was the fact that, after over a decade, Reyna had failed to initiate any Scion reproduction. Upon witnessing this, SAC nearly succumbed to rage. The stagnation of their strength and the poor living conditions of the Scions were his burden, one he could not shake. Yet after so many years with so many eligible Scions, why was there no effort to procreate? Were they merely here to enjoy the scenery? After 3 days of adjustment, the royal squad consisted of 4 adults and 8 youth Scions. The enforcement team comprised 6 adults and 24 youth Scions, while the remaining 120 youth Scions were classified as regular Scions, alongside 3 adult Scions serving as instructors dedicated to training, educating, and overseeing the lives of these Scions. They attempted to descend upon the planet Salada, but both Sac and Reyna had already taken notice. Refraining from intervention or utterance, they asked the captain of the royal squad. It was Tate, the strongest among them, who first detected the anomaly. "Ifa, did you notice?" Ifa, perplexed, inquired, "Notice what?" But her expression shifted suddenly. "Is there a spaceship approaching our planet?" Tate smirked wickedly. Chapter 69. Open the door. The space pirates bring warmth. Ifa, this is a splendid opportunity. Ifa stared at Tate as if he were a fool. "Tate, our latest regulations prohibit senseless plunder and wanton slaughter." Tate's face darkened, awkwardly bowing his head. They were indeed wicked Scions. After years of relative inactivity, the return of King Sac had rendered them even more restrained. Who could they hold accountable for this? "They're coming towards our planet with ill intentions." Ifa shot Tate an annoyed glare. If their intentions were truly malevolent, the king would have acted long ago. "You should focus on training that little brat in your squad." Tate frowned, discontent bubbling within him. "Ifa, we are the royal squad, entrusted with the protection of the king and queen. When faced with enemies, how can we allow the king to intervene? What is there to train in those little brats? I am on the verge of breaking through to 40,000 combat power. You need to step up, or you won't be worthy of being my woman." Within the palace, Sac kept his eyes shut, nearly bursting into laughter upon hearing Tate's words. The Scion race was undeniably brutish, whether in their approach to tasks or in matters of the heart. Often, strength of muscle determined worthiness, and procreation was likewise evaluated through physical prowess. Tate and Ifa seemed an odd pairing. Had they truly found a mutual attraction? It was fortuitous, for as the new king of the Scions, Sac was unconcerned with such sentimental matters. He needed Scion offspring to expand their lineage. The only examples of emotional ties he recognized were Bardock and Jine, along with himself and Reyna. If emotional bonds are to give rise to progeny, the Scion race might as well face extinction. Transforming these battle-hardened warriors, in Sac restrained a chuckle and nodded gently. Indeed, he had encountered them before and had even vanquished a band of space pirates. That group of marauders possessed an unexpectedly vast amount of energy, yet they had inadvertently assisted him significantly, reducing his training time considerably. Reyna's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though she managed to suppress her inquiries. Gazing at the descending spacecraft, Sac spoke softly. "Reyna, if they are wise enough to leave their ship behind, we must prepare to let them depart." Reyna paused, her gaze lingering on Sac with hesitation. "Sac, doesn't that seem rather reckless? Their strength is insufficient to navigate the cosmos. Currently, we lack Frisia's support, and we are essentially surrounded by enemies." Sac had intended to convey that he would enhance the warrior's combat capabilities from another angle. Why mastering the manipulation of alternate dimensions, He could ensure that these Scions would not succumb to the oppressive energies therein, allowing for unrestricted transformation into their great ape forms. Thus, even the weakest among them would possess a battle power exceeding 10,000, with some captains boasting around 400,000, as long as they continued to operate in small teams throughout the universe. They would face minimal risks. Encountering a few anomalies or Frisia himself was unlikely. The vastness of the universe made meeting Frisia a rare occurrence. If they could also learn instant transmission, none of this would pose a challenge. An overwhelming aura extending beyond the galaxy detected a peculiar spacecraft, and a mischievous smile crept upon Sack's lips. Perhaps I have found a solution. Reyna, taken aback, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Sack's demeanor. While she had not fully absorbed all the knowledge concerning energy from the planets of Yardrat and Namek, she possessed at least some knowledge from Yardrat, which rendered her more efficient in energy manipulation than most beings in the cosmos. With over 100,000 units of energy, she was not weak. Coupled with her skills, she could barely sense the spacecraft approaching their planet. What could they want? Sack smiled knowingly. Rest assured, their arrival bodes well. Chapter 70, New Techniques, Sack's Grand Design. Noticing Reyna's bewilderment, Sack patiently elucidated. Reyna, consider this. They are completely unaware of our existence. Their appearance is clearly to pursue the ship of those space pirates. We are merely caught in the crossfire. Reyna furrowed her brow. Yet I still cannot comprehend that the pirates not realize that the Galactic Patrol is pursuing them. How dare they land on the planet's surface? Sack interjected. Could this be a ruse? Perhaps that pirate ship is, in fact, a vessel of the Galactic Patrol deliberately approaching us to capture us. The reason they were termed pirates rather than space bandits is precisely due to their weakness. When faced with the Galactic Patrol, their only recourse is to flee. Even in the vastness of space, they might not escape. Dare land on a planet is to invite certain doom for the Scions and the Frisia Force. The Galactic Patrol may seem weak, yet they possess the strength to crush all life on planets except for Frisia, the true space bandit. Just as space pirates would hastily evade the Galactic Patrol, so too would the patrol flee from Frisia's raiding parties. The chasm between pirates and bandits is akin to the vastness of the galaxy itself. One is a mere cockroach, while the other is a fearsome tiger. Reyna's apprehensions were entirely justified. Without Frisia's backing, she felt no confidence in confronting the Galactic Patrol. Sack's gaze fixated on the fiery orb in the sky. No, those are undoubtedly pirates. Rather than speculate, you should use your energy perception. Those small fry are no match for Tate and Ifa. They certainly haven't sensed us, which explains their decision to land on Salada. What are they up to? Do they intend to fight to the death? Reyna mused, her brow etched with confusion. She could not fathom the reasoning behind their actions. Normally, pirates would flee upon encountering the Galactic Patrol. Could it be that the pirates aboard that ship had lost their sanity? Sack chuckled lightly. He had already deduced some reasons. Calculating the distance and time taken by the pirates to arrive here coincided precisely with his manipulation of global energy, notifying all Scions to gather and subsequently injuring them. Followed by healing to enhance their strength, he had repeatedly infused his own energy into Salada's natural energy, employing various methods to release wondrous energies, thus agitating the planet's energy to assist him in conserving effort. The fluctuations of energy between the planets were beyond his control and would undoubtedly spread outward. Under normal circumstances, the diffusion of energy between planets would be lethargic, chaotic, and nearly imperceptible to spacecraft detectors in the cosmos. However, that day was different. His mastery over energy rendered every action systematic and powerful. If he was not mistaken, that spacecraft must have been equipped with an energy detection system. By chance, it had detected the moment he was controlling the energy and concluded that this planet harbored treasures, prompting them to seek wealth in peril. Unfortunately, they might find themselves losing it all, or worse, losing their lives. Sack wore a mocking smile as he murmured to himself that Reyna's brows knitted tighter. Sack, I failed to grasp your meaning. And what about the pirates? What should we do? The Galactic Patrol is approaching. They might come to investigate. Should we hide? Hide? Sack turned, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Reyna. We have committed no crime. Why should we hide? Sack's words faltered as he suddenly recalled that he was, after all, a wanted criminal in the universe. No, with our formidable strength, why should we conceal ourselves? Look at Frisia. Does he hide from the Galactic Patrol? Reyna rolled her eyes. Can we even compare ourselves to Frisia? Sack smiled confidently. Certainly, aside from numbers, Frisia cannot possibly contend with us. Reyna sighed, counting on her fingers. What about the Jinyu Force, his main forces, and all the technological advancements? Not to mention Frisia's own combat prowess. Sack merely smiled, offering no response. Just wait. Once we resolve this predicament, I will explain everything to you. Sack had made up his mind. 3 days had passed, and the Scion race had barely stabilized. He and Reyna could afford to be absent for a while without significant consequences. Whenever he wished, he could swiftly awaken the 250,000 great elephants. Why then, Reyna would be able to harness the alternate dimension through his sealing technique. Although she would not be able to train in the alternate dimension as he did, it would not hinder her ability to transform into a great ape or achieve 3 million in Super Saiyan power without any issues. Why could the Scions of the 6th universe transform into Super Scions merely by concentrating their energy at their spines? It is merely a matter of emotional turmoil. The Sack sealing talisman isolates emotions from the alternate dimension. Thereafter, Scions will find transformation to be utterly effortless. As for the talisman manifesting externally, such a phenomenon is non-existent. The alternate dimension is a realm of wonder, entirely detached from this universe. Otherwise, Sack could not possibly have risen from ashes after his corporeal form was consumed by flames. The alternate dimension remains firmly anchored to his spinal column. It appears that the sealing talisman transcends into various Scion bodies. Yet it truly enters the alternate dimension. Still under Sack's dominion, it is akin to these talismans becoming seeds of a singular plane, where he reigns as the supreme entity, while those who successfully transform into giant apes through his talismans represent a lower realm of existence. As time progresses, the unparalleled power of the Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique will enable Sack to wield it through the alternate dimension in a unique manner. Particularly, the seals of divine demons, the gates of hell, the pure lands of the gods, and the ancient heavens will become his signature moves. There lies the potential to crystallize the flame of hope, relying on faith to cultivate his power. Provided he gains absolute control over the alternate dimension within the Dragon Ball world, every newly born Scion will automatically form a sealing talisman, coalescing upon birth to become a part of Sack's lower realm. Presently, the only concern is whether the energy within the Dragon Ball world is sufficient for Sack's ascension, awakening 800 million colossal elephants, with each sealing talisman demanding 50,000, can only yield 16,800,000 talismans. The ambition to dominate the alternate dimension seems a fanciful delusion. Setting aside future considerations, even now, merely utilizing his sealing talismans to empower Science equates to assisting Sack in perpetually absorbing and refining the energy of the alternate dimension, thereby facilitating his cultivation. These talismans can continuously gather strength, transmitting it through the void to Sack, subsequently entering the particles of the colossal elephants, perpetually awakening them. The awakening of these elephants serves to enhance Sack's power, further enabling him to master the alternate dimension more swiftly. Only through complete mastery can his ultimate vision come to fruition, as long as the alternate dimension possesses sufficient strength, acting as a nexus for many worlds akin to the Dragon Ball universe. He shall be able to forge techniques that surpass the pinnacle of power. Sack's eyes narrowed slightly, a vast surge of energy radiating outward. This wave only stirred the spirit, imposing no physical suppression. Chapter 71. The concept of the eternal source domain, suppressing all enemies. Given its formidable and unmatched nature, it shall henceforth be referred to as the eternal source domain. As Sack uttered this name, a spark of intelligence flickered in the eyes of the colossal elephant within him, its aura of wicked grandeur and divine majesty transforming into an ethereal essence, as if it were the very source of all laws. The Divine Elephant's prison-breaking technique has evolved, having completely diverged from its initial path of advancement. Presently, this constitutes Sack's unique method of cultivation, the foundational practice for refining the eternal source domain, or the creation thereof, including the supreme dominion, shall emerge within this source domain. Of course, this remains a concept for now. Even if all proceeds smoothly, the alternate dimension residing within Sak's spine must be able to connect with countless vast and powerful dimensions of the universe. Should there exist numerous universes akin to Dragon Ball, Sak's ultimate journey would inevitably culminate within the realm of the Dragon Elephant. The limitations of the Dragon Ball world are considerably low. Any universe capable of reaching the level of obliterating an entire cosmos within a mere few decades indicates that its rules are fundamentally flawed. Since the rules are imperfect, the upper limits of the universe must consequently be diminished. An inescapable truth: the stronger the manifestation of power, the more it reveals the weakness of the universe's essence, unable to regulate the beings born within it. Yet Sak is somewhat different, having undergone 2 transformations. He has managed to retain the alternate dimension, indicating that the Scion bloodline is indeed potent, while it is the Dragon Ball universe that remains feeble. Alternatively, it could be said that the Scion bloodline can connect with the alternate dimension, continually evolving beyond the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of the interpretation, it is advantageous for Sak. This signifies that even after surpassing Dragon Ball, the formidable power of his bloodline shall not diminish, continuously providing him with substantial support. The sole predicament now lies in whether the alternate dimension harbors an adequate number of universes, allowing Sak to incessantly devour their energy and fully evolve himself. Sak, how have you changed? Sak remained silent. The essence of the colossal elephant is not derived from any divine realm, but is uniquely his, the creator's essence, naturally leading to his distinct transformation. One could argue that Sak has now become a new, self-created deity, belonging solely to the Science or to his particular school of cultivation. If given the opportunity, he might even raise the flame of hope, igniting faith to create worlds that it can be asserted that Sak's future will not be inferior to that of the Omni King. And unlike the creations of the Omni King, he simultaneously possesses formidable combat prowess. Currently, a single colossal elephant corresponds to a combat power of 30.1 in the Dragon Ball world, appearing rather unimpressive yet continuously evolving. Moreover, with just a single moment of clarity, injecting his essence into it allows the elephant to elevate itself to such an extent, a truly remarkable feat. Reina, it is of no consequence. We shall discuss it once Tate and the others have resolved the matter. Reina refrained from probing further. You think they might resort to total annihilation, considering how ruthlessly we have suppressed them? Reina inquired anxiously. Were it not for her ascension to queen, she herself would not have been able to endure such a prolonged period without the release of bloodshed. Back on that planet, she nearly lost her sanity. Had Sak's combat power been sufficient to subdue her, coupled with his subsequent rampage on the planet Adalat, where he slaughtered countless beings, she might not have managed to endure. Her ability to control her murderous rage was only achieved following her time on Namek. These Scions, should they be forcefully suppressed, with time elapsed, they may become bloodthirsty, leading to their complete extinction. Sak did not offer an explanation. He too was uncertain why all logical reasoning. These Scions were originally weaklings under Vegeta's command. Their strength had only surged due to his influence and Reina. Their propensity for slaughter may not have been particularly strong. Yet, the vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable. The alternate dimension of the Scions poses a significant issue. As time elapses and their combat power increases, the alternate dimension's influence upon them grows considerably. Previously, they could release their tension through slaughter and combat. Now, they can only do so through combat, and Sak remains unsure if this will be effective. A peculiar light flickered in Sak's eyes. Should they be controllable, it would signify the potential for transformation. I shall provide them with an unimaginable future. Reina gazed curiously, refraining from further comment. What Sak possesses, she would inevitably acquire in due time. This belief filled her with unwavering confidence. Boom! A wave of oppressive energy surged forth. The battle had commenced. Sak's gaze sharpened, fixating on the landing site of the space pirates. As the pirates emerged from their spacecraft, they appeared utterly dazed. Boss, am I hallucinating? If possible, perhaps I am indeed seeing things. Boss, I didn't pursue any girls last night. How could I be seeing things? What is going on? It seems that whether or not one pursues girls, one becomes a victim of their own desires. I, on the other hand, had quite a splendid time last night, indulging for an hour. The boss's expression turned blank as he listened to his subordinate's nonsensical chatter, his face flushing with exasperation. "Shut your mouths, you fools." After cursing his subordinates, the boss cautiously approached the group with tales, amidst their incredulous gazes that my esteemed lords. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I assure you, this is all a misunderstanding. Tate emanated a ferocious aura, his eyes ablaze, as he flicked his tongue. "Ifa, let us divide the spoils evenly and resolve this swiftly, shall we?" Ifa's overwhelming presence bore down on Tate, without reservation, that no, these individuals must not be harmed. "Nonsense!" Tate erupted in fury, his energy rebounding violently, causing the air to crackle audibly. Thud! 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 The space pirates, witnessing this scene, felt their knees buckle, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Lords, spare us. We were wrong. Blind to the greatness of Tate. We are doomed. We are wretched. After subduing Ifa, Tate radiated an aura of ruthless invincibility. Ifa, these individuals are space pirates. If we do not eliminate them, shall we leave them be? Ifa's forehead glistened with perspiration, her combat power a mere 34,000. Still a considerable distance from Tate's nearly 40,000, she was utterly incapable of withstanding the oppressive aura emanating from him. Gritting her teeth with determination, she summoned her spirit. "Tate, we cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent. This is our code. Have you forgotten?" Ifa's words instilled a glimmer of hope among the band of star pirates. Their bright eyes fixed on her, wishing they could channel their energy into her, thereby overpowering Tate. In their eyes, Ifa, the female Scion, was far gentler than Tate. Nonsense, these individuals were pirates, not innocents that if we eliminate them, we can soar through the cosmos aboard our spaceship. How splendid that would be. Ifa struggled to maintain her stance, while the Scions behind her unleashed their formidable energies, straining to resist Tate's pressure. 1-6, Tate appeared utterly unperturbed. "That if you are unwilling, I shall instruct my subordinates to eliminate them," Tate declared, causing the Scions behind him to brighten with newfound resolve. "Cease, Tate. We will capture them and present them to the king for judgment. We need individuals knowledgeable in technology to advance our research, and we also require some sparring partners. That if you kill them, they will be of no value." Ifa's final words resonated with Tate, who, after a moment's contemplation, reluctantly retracted his imposing aura. "You are correct." As both their energies subsided, the swirling sands gradually settled, leaving the star pirates in a state of dread, too fearful to move. Chapter 72. Capturing the Star Pirates. Ji jingling. Mimi Gu, who could have imagined that on this unfamiliar planet, uncharted on any star map, there existed a group of Scions. From their words, it seemed there was even a king. Could it be that King Vegeta had not perished? Why then, in the past decade, had there been no news of Scions committing heinous acts across the universe? Perhaps I am overthinking. These concerns are secondary. What will happen next? Will they become fodder for the Scions? What fate awaits them? The thought is both thrilling and nerve-wracking, is it not? Ah, how tense and uneasy it is. They set out to seek treasures, only to stumble upon a band of menacing monkeys. Fortunately, one of the female monkeys possessed a kind heart and chose to spare their lives, at least for the time being. The star pirates were consumed by an array of wild thoughts. Each member, from the leader to the lowest subordinate, filled with concern for their fate. Only one, the subordinate who had initially advised against coming, had his eyes darting with hope. Surely, they would not perish just yet. These Scions would likely take them to meet their king. Might there be a chance to remain among the Scions? The female Scion had mentioned needing individuals with technological expertise to stay within their ranks for research. Was this not a splendid opportunity? Among the star pirates, who could rival his understanding of technology? He had been born too late. By the time he could navigate the cosmos, the Scions had already become legendary. That once malevolent race, infamous throughout the universe, had met its demise in a cataclysmic meteor strike. How lamentable. Yet now, they found themselves face to face with so many Scions. There could be no mistake. They were brutal, exuding an air of murderous intent, with thick tails and the ability to fly, each possessing immense individual strength. This star pirate's mind raced as he pondered, finally arriving at a resolute decision. He stood up. Esteemed lords, I possess a commendable understanding of science and can contribute to technological research. Aoife beamed with delight. Excellent. Come to my side. With that, she did not grant Tate the opportunity to intervene. As her powerful energy transformed into an invisible hand, drawing the subordinate, now identified as Mimi Gu, to her. Observing Mimi Gu, who stood a mere 1 meter 40 tall, with purple skin, pointed ears, and fuzzy features reminiscent of a purple sprite. Aoife grew increasingly fond of him. What is your name? Reporting to you. My name is Mimi Gu. Aoife's smile widened. Splendid, Mimi Gu. You are quite remarkable. Should your technological prowess meet our standards, you will undoubtedly contribute to our Scion clan, and we shall reward you handsomely. Even if you do not meet the requirements, you could still mentor our young Scions as we undergo our transformation. Ahem, Tate interjected, his dissatisfaction palpable as he noted Aoife's growing enthusiasm. He cleared his throat as a subtle reminder. Aoife suddenly realized and fell silent, though the joy in her eyes was difficult to conceal. If she could introduce Mimi Gu to King Sac, it might very well alter the current state of the Scion race, that if technology could be revived, the Scion clan would truly experience a renaissance. Mimi Gu's initial trepidation eased. To accompany such formidable Scions was a rare stroke of fortune that many would envy. Rest assured, as long as you truly possess technological skills, you shall not be deprived of benefits, Aoife assured him with a smile. Mimi Gu felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that the Scions were not as fearsome as he had imagined. They were indeed quite approachable. The star pirate leader and his subordinates were left dumbfounded. What was Mimi Gu doing? Was he betraying them? One disoriented subordinate leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Mimi Gu. How dare you betray us? Aoife's eyes glinted with coldness as she concentrated her energy in her palm, a flash of light illuminating the scene as the star pirate fell to the ground with a thud. The rest of the star pirates gasped in shock, Mimi Gu included, his skin prickling with fear, wishing to flee yet paralyzed by terror. The fleeting moment of clarity and delight dissipated like mist. After all, they were Scions, the notorious Scions whose malevolence was known throughout the cosmos. Let us depart, take them all back and await the king's judgment, Aoife commanded, turning to Tate. What are you staring at? Are we not taking the spaceship with us? Tate, caught off guard, reacted as though he had stepped on a tail. What nonsense! You can't expect me to carry it back, can you? Aoife's threatening gaze bore into him. Why not have one of us carry it back? Tate scratched his head sheepishly, realizing the impracticality of that suggestion. Reluctantly, he complied, shouldering the spaceship. Now that is more like it, Aoife said, lifting Mimi Gu and turning to soar toward the palace. Behind her, 10 Scions kept a watchful eye on the 30-odd star pirates, all flying toward the palace in unison. Following them, Tate unleashed his full energy, steadily carrying the spaceship at the rear, though these individuals lacked considerable combat power. One could never be too cautious, especially in the presence of advanced weaponry that might pose a threat to them. Sac gazed into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. They had returned. The Scions were growing, requiring less of his exertion. This was a positive development. He had observed the previous scene with clarity and had reached a decision. After Reyna, it would be Aoife, though Tate currently possessed the greatest combat strength. His temperament was considerably lacking. True strength lies in the ability to control one's emotions, and Tate had much to learn. But what next? Sac understood Reyna's intentions that in the starry expanse, a galactic patrol spaceship was making its approach. That posed a significant dilemma. Neither extermination nor release seemed appropriate. Perhaps imprisonment. Sac's gaze flickered as he contemplated a possibility. Reyna, what do you think would happen if the Scions collaborated with the Galactic Patrol? Sac's words startled Reyna, her mouth agape. That would be inadvisable. Sac remained silent, mulling over Reyna's response. The Scions' emotions were not easily controlled, indeed making such a partnership precarious. Regardless of the Galactic Patrol's stance, should the Scions take matters into their own hands and, in a fit of rage, unleash energy blasts capable of annihilating a planet, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Never mind. Let's first assess this group of star pirates, Sac concluded. Just as he spoke, Aoife and her entourage arrived grandly before the palace. Your Majesty, Aoife called out, followed in unison by the 10 royal guards. Your Majesty, a group of star pirates trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. Drenched in sweat, their faces ashen, they were not foolish. They understood that the next moment would determine their fate. Life or death rested solely in the hands of the formidable king. Great King, spare us. We are but star pirates, unaware that we dwelled among the mighty Scion race, that we beseech your mercy. The star pirates clamored, pleading for clemency. However, Sack remained silent, closing his eyes as he concentrated, energy swirling within him. A brilliant light materialized above his head, causing the star pirates' faces to turn ashen with terror. In the vast cosmos, such a scenario typically heralded impending doom. Their combat prowess was indeed lacking. Ranging only from dozens to a little over 100 AS, the saying goes, one need not have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. They had encountered numerous powerful beings in the universe. Whether through energy blasts or beams of light, which was quite akin to Sack's current display. In their panic, they bowed repeatedly, crying, "Great King, spare us." Sack, however, paid no heed to the star pirates' pleas. With a swift motion of his hands, he propelled the energy sphere towards them. The kneeling pirates, some fervently apologizing and bowing their heads, belonged to the type that had grown up hearing tales of the Scion's might, their timid nature preventing them from resisting. Yet, others harbored a fierce glint in their eyes as they stealthily reached into their garments. Resignation was not the nature of a star pirate. They thrived on the pursuit of wealth and fortune. Even amidst peril, with Sack taking action, they instinctively sought ways to retaliate. 7 star pirates, faces contorted with malice, surged forth from the prostrate crowd. "Die, you worthless scum!" A palpable change swept over Ifa and Tate. Tate, still holding his ship, was slow to react, while Ifa dashed forward, rapidly closing in on the 3 instigators. "Stand down." Sack's authoritative voice reverberated, prompting Ifa to reluctantly retreat, her gaze fixed with fury upon the advancing 7 pirates. A flicker of regret briefly crossed her features as she chastised herself for obstructing Tate, allowing these scoundrels to tarnish the king's dignity. Sack regarded the 7 pirates brandishing their technological firearms with an air of indifference. "It appears you possess some awareness, recognizing that mere physical might cannot harm me, hence opting for technological weaponry. Now, I have a question for you." Although they were puzzled as to why the energy sphere hovering above them did not harm them, the 7 maintained expressions of disdain and menace. "Who do you think you are to command us? Our lives are in our own hands. You have no right to question us. Now, follow my orders. Lower your ship. Surrender your planetary treasures, prepare ample energy and provisions, and then accompany us to safety. Otherwise, we shall blow your heads off." Initially enraged, Ifa stood dumbfounded at the pirates' demands. What is this, a request or a wish? Even before a wish-granting pool, one would not dare to make such a demand. Her fury dissipated, replaced by scorn that if not for the insult to the king, the technology wielded by these pirates seemed more akin to toys. With her combat power slightly over 30,000, devoid of the formidable weapons aboard her ship, she felt unperturbed. Moreover, the king's power was as vast as the cosmos itself. These individuals were nothing more than buffoons. Sack had no intention of further conversing with these pirates. The Galactic Patrol ship had already entered their Solata star system and would reach their planet in approximately 2 days. He had no time to waste. "Since you are unwilling to speak further, then prepare to meet your demise." The 7 were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. "You poor fool, you seem unaware of your predicament. Our energy guns are aimed at your head. Do you really think you can mock us while under their threat?" One of the mockers, his throat betraying him, dropped his energy gun, desperately clutching his throat in a futile attempt to save himself. Before he could fully succumb, 6 beams of light shot forth from above, piercing the throats of the remaining 6. Just moments ago, the 7 had been a boisterous presence. Now, in the eyes of over 20 onlookers, they writhed in agony before collapsing lifelessly. The intensity of the energy scorched them. Rendering Sack's expression was a blend of mockery and menace as he fixed his gaze upon the leader of the Star Thieves. Advancing towards him step by deliberate step, each stride seemingly crushing the very heartbeat of the thief leader beneath his feet. With each moment that Sack drew closer, the leader's complexion grew increasingly pale. Devoid of color. "What is your name?" he inquired. Reply, "My lord, I am called Ba Boyu," came the trembling response. "Look at me." Noticing Ba Boyu's palpable fear, Sak narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, you recognize me now." Ba Boyu hastily nodded. "Who am I? The king of the Scion race." Sak's gaze sharpened, a terrifying aura descending upon the kneeling thief, who buckled under the pressure and collapsed, leaving only Ba Boyu upright. To be left untouched in such a dire situation was a torment, an anguish that pierced the very soul. "What is my name?" Sak paused for 2 seconds, observing Ba Boyu's stubborn silence, then extended his right index finger, a faint wisp of energy emanating from its tip. Just that minuscule trace, barely perceptible, made Ba Boyu feel as if his soul were about to detach from his body. As if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, spare me, my lord. You are Sak, a wanted criminal across the cosmos. I only learned of this through galactic news. I beg for your mercy. I am willing to seduce the Galactic Patrol to prevent them from disturbing your seclusion." Boyu cried out in desperation, gripped by fear. The minuscule energy at the tip of Sak's finger seemed capable of obliterating the universe. He felt no inclination to resist. Seeing Ba Boyu concede, Sak relented. He gazed at the kneeling thieves, whose expressions varied widely, and with a mere thought, the energy orb suspended in the air erupted with a searing heat, radiant light flooding the surroundings. With a hiss, as calm returned, only 12 cosmic thieves remained. The others, including the corpses, had vanished without a trace. Among the 12 were Mimi Gu and 6 other scientists with a foundation in research, along with Ba Boyu and 4 others whose auras were notably less bloodthirsty. Ironically, Ba Boyu possessed the most sanguine presence among this group of thieves. His retention served the dual purpose of managing the remaining thieves and allowing the Scions to glean some insights into management and cunning. It was somewhat laughable. Among the Scion race, very few engaged in deceit. Even the cunning King Vegeta executed each of his moves in such a way that others could discern them clearly. It was a disservice to their heritage. Just observe the planet Yardrat, and then Namek. Even the benevolent among them would display deference only when faced with their own interests, when faced with a formidable opponent. They would yield and seek an opportunity to strike. Such strategies were foreign to the Scions. As for his personal tutelage, Sak had little patience for it. He had been able to abandon them before and had no intention of being overly invested now. His focus remained on mastering the Divine Elephant Suppression technique, and he was soon to bring Lina along, in search of teachers for the Scions. These instructors needed to impart knowledge without posing a threat to the safety of the Scion race. Ba Boyu could suffice, as could Mimi Gu. If suitable candidates were found among the Galactic Patrol in a few days, he might keep a few of them as well, this time. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Sak would remain near the Solata star system, ensuring he could return at the first sign of danger. There is wisdom in the old adage. One cannot teach others, but one can learn through experience. He trusted that Ifa and Tate would manage these tasks effectively. Ifa, take Mimi Gu and those 6 extraterrestrials to dismantle the spacecraft and establish a research facility. First, we must produce communication devices. This large planet is too vast for us to occupy a mere fraction of it due to communication issues. "Yes, my king," Ifa replied respectfully. After he had bowed, Sak turned his attention to Tate. "You shall accompany Ba Boyu and the other 5. Observe and learn, and engage in combat training from time to time." Tate grimaced but acquiesced. These 5 offered little utility, and leaving them behind seemed akin to carrying a burden. Sak offered no explanation. As a king, he had no obligation to justify his decisions to his subordinates. 8, Bago, and Haku would lead the enforcement team in patrolling the areas primarily inhabited by the Scions. Their main objective was to prevent the Scions from engaging in excessive combat and to ensure compliance with the newly established regulations, while also occasionally taking on a role of instructing the younger Scions. The Solata planet had quieted down. Sak sat silently in the Grand Hall, his considerable energy swirling around him. The cells of his body emitted a faint silver glow, a manifestation of spatial power. Unfortunately, the spatial talismans were incomplete, rendering their power nearly non-existent, leaving only a hollow shell. However, the blood coursing through him was dense, akin to lead or mercury, 90% blood and 10% energy. Sack's energy could integrate into his blood at any moment. Although it could only merge partially, each movement could unleash tremendous power, capable of reshaping mountains and filling seas, plucking stars from the heavens with ease. Within him resided 840 million giant elephants. Currently, 250,000 of these elephant particles had awakened, freely roaming among them. The energy was insufficient, and the awakening speed of the giants was too slow. With 250,000 giants, he could muster a combat power of 7.52 million. And with the advantages of his physical form and sealing talismans, he believed he could contend with Frisia. Yet, Sack's body had yet to coalesce into pure space, and his energy was not sufficiently refined. Most of the energy entering his body would undergo constant refinement within the giant elephants, ultimately transforming into sustenance for the giants and serving as the source of Sack's power. Within Sack, his mental strength continually controlled the energy, transforming it into a mist that coalesced into a liquid, which in turn solidified into crystal. Soon, a crystal-clear sealing talisman, entirely composed of energy, took shape that a smile graced Sack's lips. It was a success. He merely needed to await the arrival of the Galactic Patrol for a discussion, and then he could take Lena to find a place rich in energy to assist her in mastering the alternate space. Sack could carve out an eternal source domain amidst chaos and would not allow the source domain to merely serve as a reservoir of energy. Only by training alongside enough Scions of the same bloodline could they elevate him as the giant elephants do with the divine realm. He aimed to have all Scions uplift him to his eternal source domain. Joy surged within Sack as he silently anticipated this. Within the Solata star system, aboard a galactic patrol spacecraft, a being less than 150 centimeters tall, with smooth silver skin and an intermingling of purple and light blue hues, commanded the ship amidst the starry expanse. A human girl with blonde hair, donned in suspenders and appearing disgruntled, glared at the pilot. "Hey Jack, what are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. Bob OU and the others are getting away." Jack complained in frustration. "Don't just talk. Get to it. Headquarters has sent a message. I need to respond." Halfway through Jack's words, his eyes widened in terror, beads of sweat cascading down his face. What's happening? Chapter 75. The escaping patrol. Jack is ignored. Jack's fearful demeanor caught the girl's attention. Hey, what's wrong with you? If there's a horror story to tell, you better share it with me. I'm in need of material for my novel." Jack, drenched in cold sweat, shivered as he piloted the ship, internally screaming, "What time is it? I can't worry about novels. I'm trying to survive." "Hey Jack, what are you doing? Why are you saying nothing? Why are you changing the ship's course? If you don't go, what will happen to my material?" The girl, sensing the ship's directional shift, questioned Jack with displeasure. "Ties, stop messing around. This is serious. We've got a message from headquarters. Sack is still alive, and Frisia has caught wind of it, dispatching the legendary Ginyu Force to eliminate him." According to headquarters intelligence, this area was once known as the Solata star system, home to a famously named planet, the Scion ancestral home. Our ship has detected it. Cross-referencing with the database, it's indeed the former Solata planet. I don't know who has the audacity to silently create a new planet in the cosmos that we need to escape quickly. It won't be long before the Ginyu Force arrives to search for this place. As they too have received the news, they won't locate Sack, but will undoubtedly probe this Scion ancestral home for information. Upon finishing his words, the tension within Jack eased considerably. He was indeed overwhelmed by fear. As the saying goes, the higher the road, the greater the demon. How could he possibly stand against the malevolent Scions? Typically, a patrolman's combat power hovers around 2,000, rendering them no match for a fully grown Scion. Encounters with Scions, or the notorious Ginyu Force, who hunt them, would be futile. Jack noticed the spaceship's course shifting and the surrounding stars receding. The weight in his heart gradually lifted. "What's the matter? You are a galactic patrolman. Why are you so timid?" Jack sighed, turning to gaze at Ties. "What do you mean? We are executing a strategic retreat, aren't we?" As soon as he uttered those words, he too became aware of the unusual changes occurring within the spaceship. A silver point of light materialized out of thin air, spinning in a spiral motion, revealing a pitch-black void. Across the void, an ancient and desolate palace flickered into view, and a thick, Black rods sliced through the air with a piercing sound. What is happening? Jack, not looking back, haphazardly pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Once the autopilot system took over, he stepped away from the console and approached the peculiar space. Strange. What is this? Ties pondered thoughtfully that I believe this resembles a wormhole. Perhaps we could traverse to the other side and enter that ancient palace. The more Ties spoke, the more excited she became, her gaze fixed on the black hole behind a silver point of light. Eager to leap forward, Jack desperately wanted to change his expression, but all he could do was helplessly sweat. Don't be impulsive. They're still unaware of the situation over there. Ties pushed Jack's arm aside with determination. Really, you are the renowned galactic patrolman, yet you are so cowardly. Step aside. Let me try. With anticipation gleaming in her eyes, Ties tightened her grip on the capsule, poised to leave out before the two of them. The tiny opening gradually shrank until it vanished entirely. What is going on? Ties glared at Jack furiously, eye in her eyes. Only Jack could have caused the disappearance of that black hole. That it was a rare opportunity to experience such a phenomenon. And now it was gone. Damn you, Jack, bring it back. After her outburst, Ties lunged at Jack, gripping his neck tightly. Jack's combat prowess was not particularly high either, and he was reluctant to harm Ties, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. It wasn't me. I didn't know. I swear. Then how do you explain this? That perfectly fine black hole just vanished. On Salada Planet, Sack sided indeed, an incomplete spatial talisman is utterly ineffective. Not only is the condensation and release speed slow, but it also cannot stabilize size, direction, or energy maintenance. That if we were to enter, the spatial passage could be disrupted, leading to utter disorientation within the chaotic currents of space. What a disaster that would be. Upon finishing his self-talk, Sack suddenly recalled something, his expression turning grave. If I were to enter the spatial turbulence, would I not absorb a considerable amount of spatial power and energy from another dimension? Perfecting the void transformation? Sack's face gleamed with intrigue, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Having undergone 2 transformations already, his lifespan had significantly increased. Without a doubt, he had several thousand years left. There was no need to risk his life for such a gamble, especially since the potential gains were not as substantial as imagined. He simply needed to survive, put in the effort, and eventually achieve the void transformation. There was no need to rush. Sack concentrated, vanished from the palace, and reappeared within Jack's spaceship. Ties and Jack were frantically searching around the spaceship's center like headless flies. Hello there. Sack's voice suddenly echoed in the air, startling the two of them. Upon seeing him, Jack trembled violently, while Ties, perhaps unaware of Sack's infamous reputation, curiously scrutinized him from head to toe. Hey, how did you appear? Did you just come out of that spatial passage? But I didn't notice at all. It is strange and amazing that your ability. What do you want with us? Who are you? Was that scene behind the spatial passage a glimpse of your planet? Where is it? Ties rambled on incessantly. Jack, on the other hand, was on the verge of panicking. What on earth is happening? This girl doesn't even know who she is talking to. As a patrolman, Jack naturally recalled various criminals, and after mentioning Sack earlier, he quickly reassessed the situation. Now, looking at the person before him, who could deny that this was indeed Sack? Not a single aspect of him had changed. How could this not send shivers down one's spine? I am Sack, the Scion wanted across the entire universe, both by the forces of good and evil. Upon finishing his declaration, Sack regarded the approaching Ties with curiosity. How is this person so oblivious? Much like Bulma, is her reflex arc unusually long? She dares to approach me without fear. Can't she see that Jack is about to collapse? Don't harm her. She is innocent. Sack glanced over, and to his surprise, Jack mustered the courage to speak up. Unbeknownst to Sack, Jack perceived him as radiating a foul and sinister aura, with malevolent spirits roaring around, threatening to consume the space. Ties, however, remained undeterred. Inching closer to Sack, her curiosity unabated. How strange. This is my first time seeing a Scion. Aren't they all said to resemble monkeys? Yet you don't seem very hairy. Sack, with a perplexed expression, swatted Ties' hand away. You impertinent fool. Where do you think you're touching? After reprimanding her, Sack's demeanor shifted instantly. He soared into the air, glaring at Ties with fury, teeth gritted in indignation. Are you not afraid that I might kill both of you? Chapter 76. The willingness of Scions and Galactic Patrolmen to cooperate. Jack trembled as he drew his gun, glancing at Sack with fear. Meanwhile, Ties remained largely unfazed. What is the matter with you? You are so stingy. I am just checking if you're hairy, looking for some material. However, your tails do resemble those of monkeys, thick and robust, quite soft to the touch. Jack was on the verge of tears, wishing he could rush forward and cover Ties' mouth. Can Tishy see that he is already furious? Is she trying to hasten their demise by provoking him further? Jack cursed in his heart, for he harbored no good feelings towards Sack. To be precise, no one understood Sack's misdeeds better than the Galactic Patrolmen. They had even speculated on how Sack managed to survive, guessing that he had intercepted some extraterrestrials and seized their spaceship. Among other things, the Galactic Patrolmen may not possess high combat power, but they certainly have sharp intellect. Sack, observing the dissatisfied Ties, felt utterly speechless regarding the peculiar nature of her family. Are all of them this oblivious? Ignoring Ties, he knew she was merely teasing Jack, posing no real threat to anyone else. Galactic Patrolman? Jack froze for a moment, instinctively nodding, but halfway through, he abruptly stopped and began shaking his head vehemently. No, we are not. We're just wandering through the universe aimlessly. Jack hastily denied, his mind racing through scenes since Sack's emergence, confirming that Sack was not enraged, which relieved him. He was uncertain about his chances of survival. But they were certainly better than if he were to reveal himself as a Galactic Patrolman. Ties eyed Sack with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. This fellow appears to be more powerful than Jack. Yet he is a wanted criminal. Why should you, a mere patrolman, be afraid? Jack, draw your weapon and apprehend him. Why are you denying being a patrolman? Jack leaped onto the spaceship's roof, producing a sharp metallic clang. You scoundrel, Ties, don't put me in a bind. I am not a patrolman. After his outburst, he cautiously eyed Sack. Look at me. I'm so weak that I can't possibly be a patrolman. I am just playing a prank, engaging in cosplay. Jack forced a smile, anxiety gnawing at him. But wait, you just said that, and you even took me to the Galactic headquarters. Is that a place where just anyone can enter? Jack knelt in shock, goosebumps erupting all over his body as beads of sweat trickled down. Sir, please don't listen to her nonsense. It's all a lie. We are truly ordinary people. Sack, after a brief moment of contemplation, found the situation to be rather tedious. Since Jack exhibited a lack of courage, he resolved to eliminate him instead. With a mere gesture, a vast reservoir of energy coalesced in the palm of his hand. Upon witnessing this, Jack's face turned ashen. That if you must kill, then take my life. She is merely an insignificant figure from a remote locale. Do not harm her. Jack drew his firearm and began to unleash a barrage of shots at Sack, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a disjointed symphony of sobs and gunfire. May I have a word with the Galactic King? Jack managed to regain his composure, observing that Sack remained unscathed, a chill running down his spine. What is there to discuss? Sack inquired with a furrowed brow that he had initially intended to integrate the Scions into the police force as a means of enforcing the law and enhancing their own power through unconventional warfare across the cosmos. However, the Galactic King himself dared not confront Frisia. Should he learn of the Science Incorporation into the police, Frisia would undoubtedly retaliate with great force, leaving little room for maneuvering amidst numerous factions. This star system, centered around the Sharada system, encompasses a radius of 10,000 light-years, designated as Scion territory, for which we are responsible for maintaining order. Jack stared at Sack, utterly astonished. What are you proposing? Is this not an empire within an empire? Autonomy over such an expansive area. What does this mean for the Scions? Noting Jack's bewilderment, Sack chose not to elaborate further. His strength was insufficient at present, and he dared not delve too deeply into the police headquarters to confront the Galactic King, where many nefarious individuals resided. Should the Galactic King unleash them, he might find himself in perilous straits. As a stipulation, any intergalactic criminals apprehended by your police can be detained within this jurisdiction, with the Scions overseeing their confinement. Naturally, for troubles beyond your capabilities, you may offer compensation to enlist the Scion's assistance. This applied to everyone, including Frisia. Sack mused, silently adding that it would be within the limits of his own abilities. Frisia was not the sole malevolent entity in the universe. His father, King Cold, along with characters such as Cooler, Door, and others possessed of unique abilities, like the four Kais who had sealed away Bojack, Dubra, and the malevolent being known as Hildegarn, as well as the dark spirits, among others. Moreover, there existed those who fluctuated between good and evil, gradually redeeming themselves over time. Given the Dragon Ball universe's nature, with its propensity for dimensional ruptures and arbitrary interdimensional travel, one could only speculate how many aberrations might emerge. Furthermore, in the wake of the 12 universes, several entities from obliterated universes still sought vengeance. Although it was uncertain if they would encounter such adversaries, one must always prepare for the unexpected. Should the Galactic King find himself facing an opponent he cannot vanquish, he would surely seek Sack's assistance, potentially leading to his own exhaustion at present. He merely broached the subject. There was no urgency to establish an alliance with the Galactic Police. This arrangement could prove mutually beneficial, contingent upon both parties fostering trust and the Scions choosing to reform, assisting one another in the process. With the Scions aiding in maintaining order across roughly 10,000 light-years, the police's efficacy in other regions would be significantly enhanced. The formidable strength of the Scions could ensure that the forces of darkness and chaos were kept at bay, ushering in stability and peace across the area. Furthermore, they would aid in subduing intergalactic criminals, a most fortuitous arrangement. Jack was intrigued, yet he understood that such matters were beyond his purview as a mere policeman. This matter requires reporting to the Galactic King. He alone can make such decisions. Sack was well aware of this. He felt a degree of confidence in Jack, as others unfamiliar with the police might not express themselves as forthrightly. Very well, return to the Galactic King and convey that this arrangement would be mutually advantageous as the newly appointed Scion King. I will ensure that my subordinates adhere to established protocols, resulting in a state of stability and harmony throughout the region. By the way, the star pirates you were pursuing have been dealt with. Your mission is thus considered complete. Jack was taken aback. No, they do not deserve death. Sack's expression turned cold as he waved his hand, and a shimmering barrier materialized before them. Not all were executed. Only the most heinous were slain, while the majority remain on Sharada, under the supervision of the Scions. With that, Sack vanished from the spacecraft. Ties was left in a state of confusion. Hey, where did he go? I still have so many questions. How can he just leave? Ties called out into the void, fascinated by Sack's sudden appearance and disappearance. Particularly intrigued by the ease with which he conjured a barrier, displaying the presence of others within it. Such technology could undoubtedly render traditional television obsolete. Chapter 77. Lena's perfect great ape transformation. Jack's tense demeanor completely relaxed, his body collapsing limply to the ground. My goodness, I thought I was going to perish. Foolish Jack, Sack is not a bloodthirsty individual. You had no reason to fear. What if we pursued them to Sharada and conducted an in-depth interview? Ties leaned closer to Jack, her exquisite features exuding allure as she sought to sway him towards her own objectives. Jack shivered in fear. Are you insane? After narrowly escaping death, you wish to plunge into danger again? Have you lost your mind? No, I must report to the Galactic King and relay what was just discussed. Jack tilted his head, contemplating deeply. However, he found Sack's arguments to be quite compelling, setting aside other considerations. If the Scions were to return and pose no threat to the galaxy, it would indeed be beneficial for them. The pressing concern was whether the Scions could survive Frisia's onslaught. If they could endure, might there be someone capable of holding Frisia accountable for his transgressions? The more Jack pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a brighter future beckoning him. Yes, I must meet with the Galactic King and inform him of the current state of the Scions, as well as analyze the pros and cons. Suddenly, Jack sprang to his feet and dashed toward the control room. Accelerate, accelerate. Let's go, Jack exclaimed, fueled by a surge of enthusiasm. Ties, feeling slighted, stormed over, bending down to whisper in Jack's ear. You deaf fool, did you hear me? I am heading to Sharada to gather material for my writing. Jack grimaced, but remained resolute, steering the spacecraft towards the Galactic Police headquarters. On Sharada, tranquility reigned once more, punctuated occasionally by explosions and the sounds of battle as Scions clashed, the atmosphere vibrant and filled with fervor. Sack strolled leisurely through the palace, The sound of footsteps echoed around him as the grand doors creaked open, revealing a graceful figure. Lena. Sack, you called for me? Sack regarded Lena, noting her weariness. What is it? Is the establishment of the technology center not going as planned? Lena nodded, her expression tinged with bitterness. Indeed, it is quite challenging. Aside from Mimi Gu, the scientific capabilities of the other six are rather lacking. They struggle with independent operations, let alone independent research. Sack remained non-committal, though not particularly surprised. If they were exceptionally talented, they would not have fallen to the status of space pirates, living precariously. The presence of a talent like Mimi Gu was already a testament to their potential. If everyone were a scientific genius, there would be no room for practitioners like them to flaunt their prowess. If one could merely create a superweapon capable of obliterating a star system, even the strongest would have no choice but to stand in awe. Consider close combat, unless one refrained from displaying hostility and executed a surprise attack. How could one possibly invent advanced offensive weaponry without also developing formidable defensive systems? What was lacking? Everything was deficient, primarily in the realm of scientific personnel. That Sack's mind conjured memories of the aura he sensed on Earth. Alongside the presence of those robots, truly, there exist formidable scientists scattered throughout the cosmos. Setting aside the Frisia force, even if he were to capture one, he would not dare to utilize it. He harbored no fear of potential complications. However, the remaining Scions were not yet capable of withstanding such challenges. Without a power level of 3 million, one could not transform into a super Scion, rendering instantaneous travel over vast distances impossible. Moreover, at present, only Reyna had mastered the art of teleportation. He was disinclined to seek out other extraterrestrials, finding them tedious and unworthy of his efforts. Mimi Gu was somewhat acceptable, aside from her gaze. Her appearance aligned with his aesthetic preferences. The majority of other cosmic beings, in stark contrast, were peculiar in form, which he found unappealing. The remaining options were either Namekians or Earthlings, yet he could not transport any of them at this time, let alone bringing them over. With his battle power nearing 8 million, he could hardly reach Earth himself. With a sigh, he reassured himself that it was of no consequence. He would first procure communication equipment. His tone calm and unhurried, he held no expectations that those individuals would develop a spacecraft, much less a medical pod of incomparable value. For them, the significance of a medical pod far surpassed that of a spaceship. Let them toil here for now. I shall take you to a certain place. Noticing Reyna's bewildered expression, Sack patiently elucidated the path he had arranged for her. I asked this to be neglected. I assigned Ifa and Tate to handle such situations. As long as their lives are not in danger, they should be allowed to venture forth. Otherwise, how shall they one day lead the entire Scion race in our stead? Reyna furrowed her brow in confusion. They were the rulers. Why should others govern the Scions? Come along. Sack extended his hand, swiftly vanishing from the planet Salada. Meanwhile, the energies of heaven and earth began to tremble, Sack's instructions and arrangements resonating in the ears of every Scion. Sack took Reyna to the nearest planet, habitually commandeering a spacecraft as they set course for an uninhabited star system. After all, the Galactic King had yet to agree to cooperate. Had he started serving as the maintainer of order, Sack might have acted differently. However, for now, he would proceed with whatever was most convenient. Should those from whom he had stolen the ship become aware, they would surely curse him in their hearts. Sack guided Reyna directly toward a star. Sack, you need to undergo a transformation. You recall the legends of our race. The Super Scion, Sack chuckled. Indeed, upon reaching a battle power of 3 million, one can transform and defeat Frisia. Remember? Reyna recalled everything Sack had said back then, nodding excitedly. Sack, you mentioned your battle power is nearing 8 million. Is that correct? A hint of pride graced Sack's lips. Your speculation is accurate, yet I do not wish to rely on the Super Scion transformation for combat, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I prefer to depend on my base strength in battle. Why? ISNT the Super Scion our power. Sack refrained from answering, instead speaking mysteriously. You shall understand in due time that I am currently assisting you in mastering the secrets of the Super Scion transformation. Ah, Sack gazed at Reyna's agape mouth. Smiling gently, the transparent sealing talisman flew from his body and, amidst Reyna's bewildered gaze, embedded itself in her forehead. Sac, do not speak. Focus on your understanding. The sealing talisman, under Sac's control, entered Reyna's body without pause, heading straight for the alternate space within her spine. Suddenly, Sac extended his right hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that Reyna's previously pained expression contorted further, her body swelling rapidly. Fur growing denser and more robust, Sac directly manipulated his energy to release a burst of blue light, causing Reyna to undergo a transformation into a colossal ape. Reyna's eyes turned crimson as she emitted a ferocious roar. Sac's gaze sharpened, his own body illuminated by the brilliance of the sealing talisman, which had just entered the alternate space within Reyna's spine, also radiating light before vanishing into that other realm. Reyna, now transformed into a giant ape, exhibited clarity in her eyes. What is happening? Chapter 78. Sac's technique succeeds, the supreme future of the eternal source domain. After Reyna voiced her confusion, she realized something was amiss. How is this possible? Sac, what is this? Sac wore a smile that if you desire to become a super Scion, perfectly transforming into a giant ape will save you immense energy. Yet if I transform into a giant ape, why do I still retain consciousness? I am merely a mid-level warrior. First, take a moment to feel your battle power. 128,000 is not easily controlled. Remember, do not damage the spacecraft. If you do, we will have to fly again. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Sac's mouth. This moment, he had little energy to manage Reyna. The sealing talisman entered Reyna's space, making her the primary beneficiary. Ordinarily, a single sealing talisman would be unable to contain the chaotic energies of an alternate space. However, the extraordinary connection formed between Sac's sealing talisman and that talisman enabled this feat. It was as if the alternate space within Reyna's spine served as a gateway, with 4 alternate spaces from within Sac's body pouring their essence into it, assisting her in suppressing the chaotic energies. Thus, Reyna could indirectly control the entire chaotic energy of the alternate space. While not wielding it with ease, she remained unaffected and could accelerate her training without issue. Reyna reaped immense benefits, but Sac benefited even more. Not only could he freely control 5 sealing talismans, but he also sensed a powerful, chaotic energy entering his body. The furnace of heaven and earth rippled as it absorbed this energy, subsequently passing it to the giant elephants. After the giant elephants refined and transformed it once more, they expelled the residual energy, still exceedingly vigorous. This influx of energy emerged. It surged directly towards the particles of the giant elephants. An energy storm swept through, awakening 1,000 giant elephants within Sac in rapid succession. Sac too experienced a rapid breakthrough brought on by the colossal energy. How exhilarating! If this continues, Frisia will be nothing but a ghost. Once I achieve my 9th transformation and the giant elephants evolve into dragon elephants. What is Beerus compared to that? In the heart of Sac, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he muttered to himself. Even so, the continuously awakening colossal elephant was merely his secondary benefit. Sac's initial intention was to cultivate his own unique technique. However, as he proceeded, he found himself undergoing a transformation into a new method of cultivation. This evolution would at least expedite his training and facilitate the metamorphosis of his body, gradually evolving into a divine form, imbued with divinity, and perhaps even igniting the flames of godhood. Due to the sealing symbol suppression, Sac's personal dimension was confined to a small, indeterminate expanse. This realm was characterized by an unfathomable chaos, devoid of any discernible direction or distance. For the sake of clarity, Sac designated this confined space as the eternal source domain, assigning it a scale of 10, that upon transmitting a sealing symbol to Reyna, she too found herself encased within a similarly confined space, which he estimated to possess a scale of 1. Initially, these two realms bore no connection. However, the sealing symbol established a tenuous link between them. Sac's domain resembled a supreme, celestial paradise, the origin of all existence, while Reyna appeared to have conjured a minor plane within the boundless chaos, nestled beneath Sac's divine realm. The paradise Sac had manifested within the eternal source domain could coalesce boundless darkness and light. giving rise to countless diminutive worlds. These smaller realms were capable of continuous growth, though the majority of their energy would ultimately serve as sustenance for the eternal source domain. This symbiotic relationship meant that while Sak's domain would constantly strengthen, the smaller worlds would receive minimal aid. Conversely, as the smaller realms flourished, they would, in turn, bolster the eternal source domain. Should the latter ever collapse, it would necessitate the emergence of a new world to take its place. Otherwise, the infinite smaller world beneath it would be doomed to ruin like a T-present. Sak remained relatively weak, unable to forge sealing symbols or bestow them actively, but he needed to concentrate on forming sealing symbols within himself, subsequently infusing them into the bodies of the Scions. As the eternal source domain continued to grow, it would eventually be capable of generating and distributing sealing symbols autonomously, manifesting unfathomable powers at that juncture. Sak's eternal source domain would possess the supreme strength of the Divine Elephant Confinement technique, encompassing various methodologies such as sealing, summoning, domain creation, world formation, and faith. With Sak's ongoing growth, compounded by the increasing population of the Scion race, his strength would experience exponential growth. His eternal source domain was destined to become the exalted divine realm of the supreme gods, enabling the Scions to forge smaller worlds that would enhance their power. Eventually, Sak would even be able to disseminate his cultivation methods, allowing beings across the myriad realms to practice his techniques, thereby spawning innumerable planes akin to the sands of the Ganges. These planes, though seemingly insignificant, would contribute to the refinement of Sak's methodologies. However, one must not underestimate the challenge of manifesting planes akin to the sands of the Ganges. It was not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. At the very least, one would need to transcend humanity and attain a celestial or divine status to accomplish such a task. That Sak's vision of success filled him with immense joy. What did 260,000 colossal elephants amount to? Merely 8 million battle power. Combined with the transformation into a great ape, they could easily vanquish Frisia. Sak, in his current state, felt inflated with pride and arrogance, possessing several formidable abilities. He regarded Frisia as insignificant, by employing techniques akin to those of the divine realm. He could effortlessly thrive in the vastness of space, freely transforming into a great ape or achieving Super Scion status. In truth, Frisia was nothing more than a younger sibling in comparison. The Super Scion transformation boasted a staggering 400 million battle power. Paired with his physical prowess and formidable techniques, even Frisia's brother Cooler would seem like a mere child. Haha, what a tremendous advantage. I never anticipated that my long-cherished vision of the eternal source domain would finally come to fruition, Sak exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Rainier was gradually mastering the great ape form, which was now beginning to shrink. Sak, we need to explore some attire. Mimi and the others are utterly incapable of this, Rainier remarked, unabashedly presenting her bare form before Sak. He gazed in astonishment, coughing repeatedly. Rainier, please be mindful of the impact. Unfazed, Rainier dismissed his concerns. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's not as if we haven't seen each other before. After all, we must strive. Our child is already in their teens. Sak continued to cough, overwhelmed by her boldness. However, that thing you infused into my body is extraordinarily potent. IT has helped me gain control over my violent emotions. If all Scions possessed it, wouldn't our strength increase tenfold? Sak mused with a wry smile. Not merely tenfold, but at least 100-fold increase. In great ape form, the efficacy of a Scion's training surpasses that of their normal state. However, it necessitates maintaining the bruise light wave at over 17 million, which is generally unachievable. Yet if we can devise such a device, the Scions could master the great ape form without succumbing to uncontrollable rage, significantly accelerating their training speed. Unfortunately, Sak was aware that one individual had the potential to develop such a device. Bulma, the single person on Earth. Not only that, but a tenfold increase in battle power would yield numerous possibilities. Over the past decade, aside from Frisia, the Scions have been invincible throughout the universe. Should Rainier swiftly ascend and break through to 3 million. Establishing her dominion over Planet Salad, Frisia would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. But what kind of race were the Scions? The more they fought, the stronger they became. After their initial retreat, Frisia would have no hope of catching up to Raynor again. Chapter 79, Mutual Strength Enhancement. Well, that's not entirely accurate. Frisia's innate talent is exceedingly abnormal, so it isn't guaranteed he couldn't catch up. However, even if he could, without enduring the inhumane torment of heaven, Frisia would struggle to achieve a breakthrough in his mindset and successfully transform into Golden Frisia. By that time, Frisia's raw power would not stand a chance against Raynor. That matter could wait for another day. With a snap of his fingers, Sack conjured a casual outfit for Raynor. She tugged at the fabric, saying, "This is such a peculiar outfit. Yet it feels quite comfortable, though it's not suitable for combat." Sack slapped his forehead in exasperation. "All right, Raynor, you should focus on your training. Once you master the Great Ape form, have you not noticed?